Reborn as a beautiful young girl in ancient times, she finds companionship only with her aged wet nurse. Although orphaned from a young age and living under the care of others, her life is still filled with the simple joys of watching the gentle flow of a stream beneath a small bridge. Can childhood's sweethearts be preserved? How shall one deal with the sudden influx of wealth and troubles? She shall meet each challenge with resolve. In the 26th year of the Tianxi era, as the end of July approached, the morning air had turned brisk enough to warrant a light jacket. Li Xiaonuan shivered, wrapping her empty hand tightly around her shoulders, and hurried into the Xidagarba Hall, located to the north of the Gospel Temple. Inside the hall, a solemn silence enveloped her. Upon entering the main chamber, she knelt on an old mat before the statue of Xidagarba Bodhisattva, bowing respectfully. Rising, she stood on her tiptoes, making her way through the hall towards the western side chamber. The door to the western side chamber was ajar. Standing at the threshold, Li Xiaonuan swallowed nervously, pushed the door open, and lowered her head as she approached two black lacquered coffins situated at the southernmost end. Unlike the other coffins in the hall, these two were placed side by side, accompanied by a rickety table supported by bricks. Li Xiaonuan approached the table, setting down the worn bamboo plaque she carried and removing the bamboo basket from her back. She rubbed her hands on her clothing, lifted the half-worn burlap cloth covering the table, and reverently revealed a small piece of silk with writing on it, hanging from a dilapidated writing stand on the table. The silk bore two names, Li Qingshan and Li Lianshi, their names penned in bold strokes, with a faintly inscribed character for warmth nestled between them. Having hung the silk, Li Xiaonuan knelt to retrieve an old pouch from her bamboo basket. From within, she produced two still warm, steamed buns, placing the pouch on the table to rest the buns upon. She then took out a small, coarse pottery bottle, removed its stopper, and placed it on the table. Stepping back, she adjusted her rough morning attire, tugging at the collar, and bowed twice before the silk, offering a quiet prayer. After her prayer, Li Xiaonuan approached, carefully recapping the pottery bottle and returning it to the basket, gathering the buns before briskly exiting the western side chamber and heading towards the back mountain. Within the black lacquered coffins lay the remains of her biological parents. The three of them had sold their family estate to travel to the capital for examinations, only to fall victim to the plague that swept in from Qin Feng Road that spring, claiming their lives. Well, it could be said that it was 2.5 lives lost for Li Xiaonuan's side, nibbling on a bun, acknowledging her part in this tragic equation. Regardless of her will, she had taken possession of another's body and felt compelled to fulfill the duties of a daughter for Li Xiaonuan. However, how could she possibly send this family of 2.5 back to their homeland for a proper burial? The town of Shali was 800 or 900 miles away, and alas, in this world, one must rely solely on their own legs to traverse such distances, especially while dragging along two coffins, an almost insurmountable task. Li Xiaonuan sighed heavily again, deciding to postpone such matters until she grew older. For now, she would focus on the upcoming ritual of honoring her teeth. She instinctively shook her head, dismissing the obligation that loomed over her each morning, and took quick, small bites of the bun as she joyfully hurried toward the back mountain. The rear of Shurgang Mountain was lush and vibrant with life. Following a mountain stream that meandered through the valley, Li Xiaonuan ascended the mountain. In several tranquil spots, she found no fish, forcing her to continue upstream. After nearly an hour of searching, she stumbled upon a slightly larger area filled with stones in the water, an ideal spot for fishing. Perhaps she might even catch a big one. A big fish. Li Xiaonuan swallowed hard, removing her bamboo basket and placing it behind a large stone. She bent down, retrieving a broken cymbal and a bamboo stick from the basket, carefully positioning the cymbal on the stones and inserting the bamboo stick through its center. Standing proudly, she admired her makeshift sundial, however rudimentary, feeling it was surprisingly accurate within a span of 1/4 of an hour. With one hand on a nearby stone, she slipped off her shoes, rolled up her trousers, and with her half-damaged bamboo plaque in hand, she stepped into the chilly stream, holding her breath as she focused intently on the water surface. A few small fish swam lazily from behind the rocks, and Li Xiaonuan quietly submerged the bamboo plaque, inching closer to the pitiful little fish. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she lifted the plaque, splashing the fish out of the water. Elated, Li Xiaonuan danced onto the shore, carefully placing 3 tiny fish, each about an inch long, into her bamboo basket, and joyfully leaped back into the stream. What a wonderful spot this was! With her first catch secured, she felt triumphant, already having 3 fish. For the next hour or so, the joyful Li Xiaonuan meticulously searched under every stone in the stream, only to find a few shrimp, but no more fish. Her feet and calves were becoming numb from the cold water, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She eventually hopped onto the shore, trembling as she sought out a sun-warmed rock, climbing atop it to warm her legs against the heat. After a brief period of soaking in the sun, her spirits lifted. Gazing at her sundial, she noted that she still had nearly 2 hours left. It would take her about an hour to return. With a sigh, she climbed down from the rock, retrieved her basket, and mournfully examined the pitiful trio of fish and 4 shrimp nestled inside. Li Xiaonuan picked up one of the small fish, scrutinizing it closely and swallowing hard. Such small fish, when cleaned and fried in oil, would be delightfully crispy. If only they could be marinated in some flavorful brine. She gulped again, recalling the last time she had savored such a delicacy. Was it at Suzhou in Zhejiang, the Tan family? With a heavy sigh, Li Xiaonuan tossed the fish back in her basket. What good are these wistful thoughts now? The fish that Wei Mama slowly roasted over a low flame were the only real treats she could enjoy today. It was best to focus on catching more fish. Li Xiaonuan jumped off the stone, grasping her bamboo plaque, and barefoot, she ventured upstream in search of even the tiniest morsels of fish or shrimp. After a while, she leaped to the opposite bank of the stream and resumed her careful search. Yet, she found nothing. Disheartened, Li Xiaonuan leaned against a large stone, dropping the bamboo plaque in frustration and picking up a small rock to hurl angrily into the stream. "Damn it," she muttered, throwing several more stones in a fit of exasperation. Once her frustration was vented, she slumped her shoulders, slowly gathering her sundial and tossing it into her basket. It was time to return to the temple. She could not afford to delay her duties there. Today, the Duke of Renan's residence was to conduct a ritual at the temple. Li Xiaonuan swallowed hard at the thought. She had only tasted the Duke's pastries once before, in May, when Wei Mama had gone to the capital to sell embroidery. By chance, she encountered the Duke's residents distributing longevity peaches and had waited in line for over an hour to receive one, which she brought back for herself. The peach was so small that it barely took a few bites to finish. She had eaten half and shoved the other half into Wei Mama's mouth. That flavor Li Xiaonuan's mouth watered at the memory. If only she could procure a few more pastries today, she would be content. Donning her shoes, she hoisted the bamboo basket and prepared to head back. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a long shadow gliding through the water. Her heart raced as she felt a thrill of excitement, her fingers trembling slightly as she retrieved her bamboo basket and hurried to the stream's edge. What swam serenely in the water was not a fish, but an eel. Li Xiaonuan recoiled in disgust, taking a step back. This exquisite delicacy, before being plated, looked every bit as repulsive as a snake, sending chills down her spine. Forget it, let it be. Li Xiaonuan tightly gripped the bamboo basket, reluctant to turn away. Such a large catch. Braised eel segments, stir-fried eel strips, stewed eel tubes, and eel soup in a clay pot. Li Xiaonuan fixed her gaze on the foolish eel, gritted her teeth, tossed off her shoes, hastily rolled up her pants, and cautiously stepped into the stream with the bamboo basket. Slowly, she submerged the basket into the water, holding her breath as she approached the eel, then suddenly lifted the basket with all her strength, flinging the eel onto the shore. The eel wriggled desperately among the stones, attempting to escape. Li Xiaonuan discarded the basket, dashed to the shore, and picked up a large stone, bringing it down forcefully onto the eel's head. Blood splattered as the eel thrashed about violently. Li Xiaonuan stepped back, panting, leaning against a large stone as she fixated on the writhing eel, watching until it fell still, lifeless. Only then did she retrieve a branch from the nearby bushes, take out the sundial and pottery vase from the bamboo basket, lay the basket down, and, suppressing her nausea, push the eel into the basket. Li Xiaonuan let out a long breath, put on her shoes, tidied her belongings, and placed some leaves over the eel, tucking in the sundial and pottery vase. With a beaming smile, she made her way down the mountain. In the small courtyard behind the gospel temple, among 3 thatched cottages, the westernmost one had partially collapsed, while the eastern one remained intact. This was the home Li Xiaonuan had shared with Grandma Wei for the past 6 months. Li Xiaonuan lifted the bamboo fence and entered the courtyard, carefully placing the bamboo basket into the small water tank at the door of the eastern cottage. She covered the tank with the bamboo basket and pressed it down with a stone. Stepping back a few paces, satisfied, she turned and entered the house to change clothes, her garments stained with eel blood. If anyone saw, Grandma Wei would surely scold her. Li Xiaonuan removed her coarse hemp morning clothes and, after some thought, selected a white coarse cloth top and a pair of indigo coarse cloth trousers from the few clothes at the head of the bed. Such colors and styles were typical for the rough maidservants of affluent households. After changing, Li Xiaowan took a large pouch from the bedside and tucked it into her bosom. She peered at the sun's position, then jogged toward the back corner gate of the gospel temple, pushing the door open forcefully and squeezing through the gap between the door and frame. The back courtyard of the gospel temple was silent, devoid of any figures. Li Xiaowan swiftly navigated along the wall, taking a shortcut toward the Guanyin Hall. Upon reaching the back door of the Guanyin Hall, Li Xiaowan cautiously hid in a corner, listening intently for any sounds from within. At this time, the temple's occupants should all be in the three main halls performing rituals, leaving this area deserted. After a moment of careful observation, she smiled and stealthily entered the Guanyin Hall. The Bodhisattva of compassion smiled gently, her eyes lowered as she gazed down upon the world. Li Xiaowan looked up at the statue of Guanyin, knelt on a mat before the idol, bowed several times, then rose to her tiptoes, arms raised high, swiftly snatching the top 3 pieces of pastries from the offering table. She carefully placed them into her pouch and quickly rearranged the pastries, restoring the original appearance of the offering. Li Xiaowan gathered pastries hurriedly, and soon enough, she had taken 3 pieces from each of the 3 plates on the offering table and placed them into her large pouch. She swallowed, feeling satisfied, but a hint of regret tugged at her the pastries from the Duke of Runnan's residence, while delightful, were disappointingly small 9 pieces barely filled half the pouch. Li Xiaowan glanced at the pastries on the offering table, realizing she could take no more without raising suspicion. She would have to go to the offering table in front to gather more. Slipping closer to the idol, she cautiously peeked toward the front hall, which was also eerily quiet. Rising on her toes, she noticed 5 plates of pastries on the offering table in the front hall. Li Xianyuan's eyes narrowed into slits of delight as she quickly retrieved pastries from each plate, rearranging them as she went. With only 1 plate left, her heart soared, and her fingers quickened in their task. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps behind her froze Li Xiaowan in place, as if she had been struck by a spell. The footsteps halted, and then with a rustle, it sounded like a folding fan snapping shut. Her eyes darted, one hand gripping the large pouch tightly while she stealthily lowered herself, the other hand holding a piece of pastry close to her chest. Slowly, she turned around, the hand clutching the pouch discreetly slipping behind her back. Standing before her was a slender boy, around 12 or 13 years old, standing upright and slowly fanning himself, surveying Li Xiaowan from a height. She pressed her lips together, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. The boy was tall, clad in a pale blue silk robe, his skin a light wheat color, with sharp facial features, thick, straight brows, bright black eyes, and a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. One hand rested proudly behind his back while the other waved the fan with a look of disdain. "How dare you?" Li Xiaowan cursed inwardly, feeling her luck had run out. Just when she was about to succeed, she encountered this arrogant little boy. With a sharp snap, the boy closed his fan, pointing it at Li Xiaowan as he coldly reprimanded, "You wretched maid! How dare you steal in this temple, bringing shame upon the household?" Li Xiaowan lowered her head, her eyes shifting nervously as she edged back, pressing against the offering table, slowly lowering the pouch behind her. She used her fingers to tug at the offering table's curtain, attempting to conceal the pouch. "What is your name? What do you serve?" The young master, still pointing with the fan, asked arrogantly. Li Xiaowan remained silent, her head bowed. The boy grew impatient. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Come here." Li Xiaowan cautiously moved forward, stopping just half a step away from the boy, her head still bowed, her eyes darting around for any signs of movement. The boy lifted her chin with the fan, scrutinizing her closely. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Li Xiaowan suddenly raised her foot and kicked him squarely in the groin with all her might. The boy let out a muffled groan, doubling over, clutching himself. Li Xiaowan, fueled by adrenaline, lunged forward, tackling him to the ground, and viciously bit his leg. The boy could no longer contain his pain and cried out, while Li Xiaowan seized his leg, pulling him down as she rammed her head against him, rolling him toward the threshold. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Li Xiaowan to quickly roll away, scrambling beneath the offering table. She pulled the curtain tight behind her, preventing it from swaying. 2 young servants rushed into the Guanyin Hall, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the boy curled on the ground. They hurried to assist him, their voices trembling with urgency. "Young master, what happened to you?" The boy straightened, his face flushed with anger, eyes blazing as he scanned the hall, searching for Li Xiaowan. One servant picked up the fallen fan, trailing behind the boy in confusion, anxiously inquiring. "Young master, are you hurt? Do you need a doctor? Shall I report this to the lady?" "Report what? What is there to report?" "Go, summon Penguin to see me." The boy halted, snatching the fan from the servant's hand, opening it with a swift motion, and began to fan himself rapidly. The two servants exchanged glances, and the one on the left nodded. Understanding, the other dashed out. Before long, a middle-aged steward entered, led by the young servant, his face adorned with a broad smile as he approached with a deep bow. The boy, still frowning, commanded, "Go summon all the rough maidservants from the household." Penguin paused for a moment, then quickly bowed, ready to comply. Returning to the young master, "There are only a few maids accompanying us this time, and they are currently attending to the lady. I have informed her, and I will bring them over now." "Never mind. There is no need to disturb the lady. Once we return to the residence, you may show me the girls, and then send them back," the youth replied coolly, his brow furrowed, a look of confusion in his steady gaze. He nodded gravely and retreated. Li Xiaowan held her breath, curling up tightly in the innermost corner of the tribute table, not daring to move. The young master. Could it be that the one she had just given a good thrashing to was the heir of the Runin Wangfu? A silent laugh spread across her face. Perhaps it would be best for her to remain hidden for the time being, waiting for them to depart before emerging. The pastries in her hand had been kneaded into a ball, yet Li Xiaowan smiled with delight, moistening the morsel with her saliva before taking small bites. After finishing the treats, she contentedly licked her lips, made herself comfortable, hugged her pouch filled with pastries, and closed her eyes. When Li Xiaowan awoke, she stealthily lifted the curtain of the tribute table, peering out cautiously. She noticed shadows moving in the courtyard, elongated by the light, suggesting it was around the time of Qinzhong. With a sigh of relief, she realized that the people from Runin Wangfu had surely departed. She needed to hurry back, or else Wei Mama would be frantic searching for her. Creeping out from beneath the curtain, Li Xiaowan stood upright, dusted off her clothes, and, clutching her pouch, hurried towards the Dizong Hall. Upon entering the western side hall, she placed the pouch on the table, bowed respectfully twice, folded the silk cloth, covered it with burlap, and then, clutching the pouch once more, scurried along the courtyard wall back to the thatched cottage. Wei Mama stood outside the fence, shielding her eyes with her hand, scanning the surroundings for Li Xiaowan. Upon spotting her approaching from afar, she beamed and opened her arms wide, catching the leaping Li Xiaowan in a warm embrace. Li Xiaowan giggled as she squirmed, exclaiming, "Mama, please put me down. I'm grown up now, you can't lift me anymore." "Oh, my dear girl, you are still so small you have a long way to go before you're grown. How could I possibly not lift you?" Wei Mama chuckled, carrying Li Xiaowan into the courtyard and gently setting her down at the doorstep. She then entered the house and returned with a bowl of water, offering it to Li Xiaowan. "Quickly drink, dear. I just boiled the water and let it cool, waiting for your return." Li Xiaowan accepted the bowl and sipped it in small mouthfuls before exhaling deeply with satisfaction. She handed the bowl back to Wei Mama, her face radiant with joy as she said, "Mama, today I caught a big eel and brought back so many pastries we have enough for several delightful feasts." Wei Mama accepted the pouch and, drawn by Li Xiaowan, peered into the small water tank to admire the eel, her eyes glistening with tears of laughter. "My dear girl, you come from a scholarly family, and yet, it's all my fault for lacking ability." Chapter 3. Distant relatives. Li Xiaowan gazed up at Granny Wei, shaking her hand back and forth as she spoke. "Look, Granny, what you said is true. We are merely facing a temporary hardship. Things will surely improve in the future. I want you to celebrate your birthday, just like those old ladies do, distributing longevity peaches throughout the city. Unlike the stingy Runin Wangfu, our peaches will weigh a pound each." Granny Wei chuckled, placing her purse on a small stool and embracing Li Xiaowan as she settled into a chair. "My dear, I have something significant to discuss with you." Li Xiaowan leaned against Granny Wei's bosom, gazing up at her, waiting for her to continue. Granny Wei wiped her tears before continuing. "Today, the abbot informed me that the old lady of the Gu family intends to return home with her family to their ancestral village in Yuanzhou, Zhejiang, the day after tomorrow. The abbot mentioned that the old lady's surname is Li. He discreetly inquired and learned that she is also from Shaoli Town in Xiuzhou, Zhejiang, where there is only one Li family. You and the old lady must be related. The abbot said the old lady is a kind and compassionate person, and he wishes to seek her aid in taking us along to bury our esteemed parents." Granny Wei became melancholy once more, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Li Xianwan's eyes sparkled with hope. If they were indeed related, there might be a chance. In this world, the bonds of kinship are profound, and being from the same clan creates a sense of obligation and familial connection. If they could indeed connect with this old lady Li, perhaps. Li Xianwan began to contemplate the possibilities. Granny Wei, after a moment of sadness, continued. The abbot said the Gu family will set off tomorrow and stay overnight at the temple before departing early the following morning with the coffin of Gu Darren. He promised to find an opportunity to introduce us to the old lady Li. Li Xianwan made up her mind and looked earnestly at Granny Wei, nodding firmly. Granny, do not worry. I will earnestly plead with the old lady Li to take us home. Granny Wei held Li Xianwan tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. The next afternoon, Granny Wei prepared a meal for Li Xianwan, drew a hot bath for her, and helped her change into a clean morning outfit. She meticulously styled Li Xianwan's hair into 2 buns, secured with hemp strings. Li Xianwan sat upright on a bamboo chair, waiting for the abbot's messenger. As the hour grew late, a small monk rushed in, breathless, calling for Granny Wei and Li Xianwan. Hurry, hurry! The abbot wants you to come at once. Granny Wei quickly took Li Xianwan's hand, following the little monk to the back gate of the temple. In the courtyard reserved for pilgrims, Abbot Kongxiu was seated on a round stool before a bed, conversing with the elderly Lady Li, who was reclining on the pillows. Forgive me for troubling you, old lady. This young lady, Li, is also from Shaoli Town in Shoujo, and it seems she may be of the same lineage as you. I dared not neglect to inform you. Moreover, Master Wei Xin instructed me before his departure to ensure this young lady is introduced to you, as there seems to be a connection between her and the Gu family. Oh, the old lady Li straightened up, smiling. Does Master Wei Xin know this young lady? Yes, the monk replied. Granny Wei, an old servant of the Li family, carried this young lady here when her parents' coffins were brought to the temple. She was gravely ill at the time, having been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Coincidentally, Master Wei Xin emerged from seclusion just then, and miraculously, she opened her eyes and awakened. Abbot Kongxiu smiled and continued. Master instructed Granny Wei to hold the young lady while he recited the Heart Sutra for an entire day, and her illness was cured. Master also remarked that this young lady has a noble destiny and is blessed. The old lady Li nodded, reclining against her pillows. Has Master Wei Xin set off on his travels since his seclusion? Is there any word from him? There is no news, the monk replied. Master is a free spirit, wandering as he pleases, with no fixed path. The old lady Li was silent for a moment, then smiled. This young lady truly possesses a fortunate fate. Even the emperor wishes to see Master Wei Xin, but cannot summon him. He has been in seclusion for 10 years, yet upon his emergence, he devoted an entire day to reciting the sutra for her. That alone speaks volumes about her blessings. Abbot Kongxiu nodded in agreement. Outside the courtyard, Granny Wei gently tugged at Li Xianwan's hand, catching her breath as they stood at the entrance. She adjusted Li Xianwan's attire, ensuring everything was in place, and softly instructed, My dear, remember, do not speak out of turn. Do not mention any thoughts of repayment. As a young lady, you have no means to repay. Simply hope for the old lady's compassion. If you are unsure how to express yourself, just cry for your father. We are merely seeking the old lady's mercy and kindness. Li Xianwan nodded solemnly, replying softly, Granny, rest assured, I will follow your guidance. As Granny Wei prepared to impart further instructions, Abbot Kongxiu stepped out of the courtyard. Granny Wei quickly clasped her hands together in greeting, and the abbot returned the gesture, gazing kindly at Li Xianwan as he gently advised, Do not fear. The old lady is extremely benevolent. Li Xianwan looked up at him, nodding in acknowledgement. A petite maid appeared in the courtyard, curtsying to Abbot Kongxiu before turning to Granny Wei and Li Xianwan with a cheerful smile. Come in quickly. The matriarch has summoned you. Li Xianwan felt a surge of nervousness, instinctively tightening her grip on Granny Wei's hand. Granny Wei gently patted her hand, leading her alongside the maid into the courtyard toward the main house. At the entrance, the maid lifted the curtain, and Granny Wei released Li Xianwan. With her eyes slightly downcast, Li Xianwan composed herself, sitting upright with dignified grace as she entered the room. Inside, an elderly lady dressed in white mourning attire, with a kind expression, reclined against the pillows, resting her eyes. A young maid knelt before her, gently massaging her legs, while a middle-aged woman clad in heavy mourning attire, appearing around 30 with a fair and gentle demeanor, sipped tea in a chair. Upon seeing Li Xianwan enter, She set down her cup and softly announced, "Mother." The young lady Li, as the abbot mentioned, has come to pay her respects. The old lady Li opened her eyes and sat up slowly. A maid standing nearby placed a worn cushion in front of her, and Li Xianwan, with her eyes lowered and composed demeanor, approached the cushion, kneeling awkwardly but respectfully. After bowing her head, she rose and placed her hands on her left waist, slightly bending her knees as she greeted. Li Xianwan pays her respects to the matriarch. The middle-aged woman observed Li Xianwan's clumsy kneeling and bowing with a frown. The old lady Li regarded her with gentle eyes and softly waved her hand, saying, "You have done well. It is quite challenging for a child of such tender age, without any guidance. Yet, she still shows awareness of propriety." The middle-aged woman smiled and added, "Indeed, mother speaks true. This child merely lacks training. With her appearance and demeanor, she is quite remarkable." The old lady Li nodded. She grasped Li Xianwan's hand, examining her closely. Li Xianwan looked up at the old lady with eyes full of reliance. And the old lady, feeling a surge of compassion and sorrow, reached out to caress the coarse hemp rope in Li Xianwan's hair. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she lamented, "Our Li family's daughters are all unfortunate. Such a young child, and both parents have already departed." Li Xianwan gazed up at the elderly matriarch with eyes filled with admiration, tears welling up as she choked out grand ancestor. The elderly matriarch, filled with compassion, reached out and embraced Li Xianwan, gently patting her back in comfort. "Child, do not cry. It is all right. With the grand ancestor here, you shall be cherished from now on." Feeling a slight easing in her heart, Li Xianwan leaned into the matriarch's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like rolling pearls. After a moment of weeping, a middle-aged woman stepped forward to console the elder, guiding Li Xianwan to a nearby chair. She scrutinized her closely and smiled, saying, "Upon closer inspection, Xianwan bears a striking resemblance to the grand ancestor, at least 3 or 4 parts. This girl is truly beautiful. One cannot help but be captivated." Li Xianwan shyly lowered her head. The elder matriarch sighed gently, calling overweight Mama to inquire about some details, her mood turning somber. The examinations. Even if one becomes a top scholar, what of it? There is nothing better than living a tranquil life with family. If it weren't for the exams, how could such a young child lose her parents? If it were not for... The middle-aged woman bowed her head, tears streaming down her face as she hastily dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. The elder matriarch returned to her previous thoughts, letting out a long sigh as she addressed Wei Mama. "You are truly remarkable. During these past few months, your diligent care for your young mistress has been invaluable. You shall surely be rewarded in time. Tonight, your young lady will stay with me. I will have the steward accompany you back to gather your belongings and bring the coffins of your late master and mistress to the carriage. Tomorrow, we shall all return home together." Chapter 4. Morning rise. Wei Mama knelt on the ground, bowing deeply several times, casting a glance at Li Xianwan before following the elder matriarch out. The elder matriarch beckoned Li Xianwan over, introducing her to the middle-aged woman. "From now on, you shall call her Aunt Zhou. Her maiden name is Zhou, and she has 2 younger female cousins and an elder male cousin, all of whom have already retired for the night. We shall see them tomorrow. There will be plenty of days to meet." Li Xianwan stood, respectfully kneeling on the mat to pay her respects to Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou helped Li Xianwan to her feet and returned her to the elder matriarch's side, smiling as she said, "It seems our young lady lacks a serving maid. Tomorrow, have the steward bring in 2 suitable maids for her service." "No need," the elder matriarch replied kindly. "Let Doma attend to her for a few days. I have plenty of maids. For tonight, let her rest in the western wing of my room. Please inform Steward Zhou to prepare a comfortable carriage for Xianwan for tomorrow. It is getting late. You must return and rest, as we have to set out early in the morning." Madame Zhou agreed with a smile, taking her leave along with her maids. The elder matriarch turned to Li Xianwan, inquiring gently whether she could read and what books she had studied. Li Xianwan answered each question, and the elder matriarch nodded in satisfaction. "This is as it should be. In our Li family, the males are studious, and the girls must also be educated and knowledgeable. Your father taught you to read and write at such an early age, adhering to our family customs. Alas, I have heard of your father a few times. He was a talented youth, but unfortunately, his fate was weak, and he suffered such a fate outside." As the elder matriarch spoke, her sorrow deepened. Li Xianwan's gaze flickered as she retrieved a handkerchief from beside her pillow, offering it with both hands as she looked up at the elder matriarch, smiling gently. Grand Ancestor, please do not be too sad. Your health is of utmost importance. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Those of us who live must cherish our lives to honor those who have departed. The elder matriarch accepted the handkerchief, wiping her tears while lovingly stroking Li Xianwan's hair. Nodding repeatedly, you are a perceptive child. You speak wisely. At this age, it is you who comforts me, your Grand Ancestor. Li Xianwan tilted her head, grinning innocently. Grand Ancestor, are you teasing me? The elder matriarch smiled as she embraced Li Xianwan. I am not teasing you. I am praising you. Xianwan is a good child, a rare gem. You have had a long day. Let Dongma assist you with your evening preparations and rest in the western wing. Tomorrow morning, we must rise early to return to Yuezhou. Li Xianwan obediently nodded in agreement. The elder matriarch summoned a maid to give instructions and called Dongma to greet Li Xianwan. Li Xianwan returned Dongma's greeting and rose to take her leave, following the maid and Dongma to the western wing. Seated in the western wing, Li Xianwan allowed the maid and Dongma to assist her with her evening preparations. The maid cradled her and laid her in bed, while Dongma stepped out briefly, returning with a couple of finely woven garments. She slightly bent her knees and smiled, saying, "These are the second Miss's clothes. I borrowed 2 sets from Shurchin. The second Miss is much larger than you. You can wear these for tonight, and I will alter the other set overnight so that you may wear it tomorrow." Li Xianwan cautiously pressed her lips together as she allowed Dongma to change her clothes, carefully observing her. Dongma appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. With an elongated face, willow-like brows, and apricot-shaped eyes, her demeanor lively and her speech bright and crisp. Li Xianwan smiled at Dongma, thanking her sweetly. "Thank you, Sister Dongma. You need not trouble yourself. I will fit into them better when I grow." There is no need for such formality, young lady. How could we allow your clothes to be ill-fitting and uncomfortable? What would be the purpose of us, maids otherwise? Moreover, the Grand Ancestor is particular. If she sees any inadequacy in your attire, you would face consequences, and I would bear punishment as well. Remember, young lady, before meeting the Grand Ancestor, you must always present yourself neatly. As Dongma spoke, she deftly arranged the bedding, assisting Li Xianwan into a comfortable position, tucking the blankets around her snugly. Rest now. I will finish altering your clothes and sleep by your bedside. Should you need anything during the night, simply call for me. Li Xianwan smiled at her, nodding in agreement. Dongma lowered the curtain and, holding a lamp, stepped into the outer room to sew. Li Xianwan lay quietly in bed, her fingers gliding over the soft, warm quilt. This quilt, made of fine linen, was a sign of mourning, just like her own state of bereavement. The customs and realities of the world often diverged significantly. Gu Zhiheng, the late master of the Gu family, was the elder matriarch's sole cherished son, who became the top scholar in the 12th year of Tianxi. Serving as the governor of Longzhou before his unfortunate demise by suicide, leaving behind 2 daughters and a son, Li Xianwan knew little about the Gu family. But that was of little importance. What mattered were the elder matriarch and Aunt Zhou. Li Xianwan's parents came from families with few members. And even if there were 1 or 2 distant relatives, as per Wei Mama's words, their circumstances were not good. Given Li Xianwan's striking beauty, she could only imagine how her fate might turn if she ended up with less fortunate relatives. If she could remain in the Gu family, growing up in such a household, she could win the favor of the elder matriarch and Aunt Zhou with a little effort. When she grew older, she might find a suitable family to marry into, requiring only a modest dowry. This life would be a stark contrast to what she faced now. Li Xianwan pondered her future, gradually drifting into a slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke and the first light filtered through the window, illuminating the coarse fabric of the curtain, Li Xianwan awoke. She opened her eyes, lying quietly in bed, listening intently to the sounds outside. In the courtyard, she could hear the faint creaking of door hinges, the soft thud of footsteps, the gentle rustle of a broom on the ground, and the splashing of water, all delicate sounds, rhythmically marking the morning as the maids began their chores. Li Xianwan lay in bed, observing the shifting morning light on the canopy, calculating the time. After approximately half an hour had passed, a rustling sound arose from the front of the bed. It was Dongma, who had gotten up. Following this was the sound of the door being pushed open, accompanied by the soft footsteps of someone entering the room. "Place it here," came Dongma's low voice. as something thudded softly against the ground before the footsteps retreated. Before long, Dong Ma's lively footsteps approached the bedside. Li Xiaonuan gently closed her eyes. And when Dong Ma lifted the canopy, Li Xiaonuan opened her eyes to see her, beaming with a radiant smile. Dong Ma returned the smile, and while adjusting the canopy, she cheerfully inquired, "Miss, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night? I noticed you hardly moved, so I imagined you rested quite peacefully." Li Xiaonuan sat up, gazing up at Dong Ma with a bright smile, and softly replied, "I slept wonderfully. How about you, sister?" After securing the canopy, Dong Ma turned to fetch a black lacquer chamber pot, and said with a smile, "There is no privy in this room. You must make do here." Li Xiaonuan nuda obediently, and without waiting for Dong Ma to assist her, she slipped out of bed, dragging her slippers to the chamber pot, which was already filled with a thick layer of fragrant wood shavings, exuding a subtle, rich aroma. Dong Ma deftly assisted Li Xiaonuan in her ablutions, carrying the covered chamber pot out to hand over to the maid, before returning to fetch her clothes and help her dress. A little maid had already brought in hot water, a pot for soaking, a cotton cloth, and green salt. Li Xiaonuan used the green salt to brush her teeth and freshened up, while Dong Ma skillfully arranged her hair into 2 exquisite buns with just a few deft movements. The matriarch rises at dawn, and the lady and young master come to pay their respects afterward. "From now on, you must also visit the matriarch before the end of dawn," Dong Ma remarked, tying Li Xiaonuan's hair with coarse twine. After securing the buns, she stepped back, scrutinizing Li Xiaonuan from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "You truly are beautiful, even in this rough hemp fabric." Li Xiaonuan smiled with crescent-shaped eyes as Dong Ma gently pinched her cheek. "You are indeed endearing. Come, we must go greet the matriarch now." With that, she led Li Xiaonuan into the warm alcove behind the main room. Chapter 5. A first meeting. Old Madam Li was already settled, leisurely enjoying a bowl of bird's nest soup. Li Xiaonuan stood before her, respectfully bowing and greeting her. The old madam handed her bowl to a maid standing nearby, gesturing for Li Xiaonuan to sit beside her, smiling as she asked, "Did you sleep well last night? Is everything to your liking?" "Old madam, the lady and young master have arrived," a little maid announced from outside. Just as Li Xiaonuan was about to respond, she quickly stood and stepped back quietly. Lady Zhou entered with a boy of about 7 or 8 years. Old Madam Li straightened up, beaming as she acknowledged the boy. Li Xiaonuan discreetly observed him. He wore a mourning garment like hers, with a round face still bearing some baby fat, bright eyes, and rosy lips that revealed a youthful innocence in his laughter. Old Madam Li pulled the boy close, affectionately stroking his head and asking him if he had slept well, how many times he had woken during the night, and what time he had risen in the morning. After a brief conversation, Old Madam Li hugged the boy and pointed to Li Xiaonuan, smiling as she said, "This is your new sister, the granddaughter of your great-grandmother. Her surname is Li, and her name is Xiaonuan. You must get along well from now on." Li Xiaonuan smiled warmly and performed a slight bow, while Gu Xiao stood up, returning the greeting with a broad smile as he sized her up, then seated himself back beside Old Madam Li, looking up to ask, "Why does my sister wear the same clothes as I do?" "Her parents have passed, just as you were mourning for them," Old Madam Li replied, embracing Gu Xiao. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply. "Sister is truly pitiful, without a father or mother. How sad." Old Madam Li chuckled softly, yet felt a pang of sorrow, gently patting Gu Xiao's back as she said, "Our shower is the most sensible. Your sister is indeed unfortunate. You must never bully her." "Of course." Gu Xiao nodded solemnly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will take good care of my sister." Li Xiaonuan smiled submissively, sitting on the edge of the couch with her hands clasped, listening to their conversation. "Old Madam, the eldest young lady and the second young lady have arrived," a little maid's crisp voice reported at the door. The curtain lifted, and 3 or 4 maids surrounded the 2 sisters as they entered. The eldest, about 13 or 14, was graceful, with delicate features and slightly thin lips hinting at her cleverness. The younger sister, around 11 or 12, was perfectly proportioned, with fair, dewy skin and a faint blush on her cheeks, her willow-like brows and sparkling almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of a blooming lotus, truly beautiful. The 2 approached the couch, curtsying before Old Madam Li to greet her, then turning to bow to Lady Zhou. Old Madam Li gestured for Li Xiaonuan, saying, "Come, meet your sisters. This is your eldest sister, Yun Shan, and this is your second sister, Yin Huan. You all must get along well." Li Xiaowan quickly stood, curtsied in greeting, while Yin Shan and Yun Huan returned the gesture, curiously appraising her. Yin Shan took a couple of steps forward, extending her hand to grasp Li Xiaowan's. Observing her closely for a moment before turning to Lady Zhou and exclaiming, "Mother, Sister Xiaowan is truly beautiful, even more so than us." Yin Huan approached Li Xiaowan, scrutinizing her with a hint of critique. Li Xiaowan gazed up at Yin Shan with admiration, then turned to Yin Huan, looking back and forth in awe, exclaiming, "Sister is truly the most beautiful, like a fairy." Yin Shan burst into laughter, and Yin Huan smiled as well, stepping forward to take Li Xiaowan's hand. Her voice sweet as she said, "Sister Xiaowan is truly endearing." Old Madame Li chuckled, turning to the maids nearby, instructing, "Prepare the meal. We must eat quickly to be on our way and not miss the auspicious hour." The maids complied and exited, while old Madame Li turned to Lady Zhou, pleasantly saying, "When traveling, let's be flexible with the rules. You may stay here and share a meal with us, as time is of the essence." Lady Zhou stood and respectfully agreed. Shortly thereafter, the maids brought in breakfast. Old Madame Li seated herself at the head of the table, with Gu Xiao to her left and Li Xiaowan to her right. Gu Yinshan and Gu Yinhuan took the second seats on either side. Lady Zhou offered Old Madame Li a pair of delicate silver chopsticks wrapped in silk, along with a bowl of porridge. With a smile, Old Madame Li waved her away to eat at a small table nearby. Once the meal concluded in silence, they rinsed their mouths. Lady Zhou took her leave to oversee the maids as they tidied up and arranged the carriages. The four of them chatted amiably with Old Madame Li for about half an hour until Lady Zhou returned to report that everything was ready. The maids quickly fetched each mistress's thin cloak, and Old Madame Li called for Yun Huan, instructing, "Have someone bring a cloak for Sister Xiaowan to wear when autumn comes. Ask your mother to make an extra one for you." Yun Huan nodded with a smile. "If Sister needs it, she may take it. I have plenty of clothes, so no need to make more for me. If you did, I couldn't possibly wear them all." Madame Li, her eyes brimming with delight, nodded appreciatively and turned to Madame Zhou, saying with a smile, "You have instructed our children exceptionally well. This is truly the mark of a noble family." With a radiant smile, Madame Zhou accepted the cloak from the maid and assisted Madame Li in putting it on. She then turned to the curious Li Xiaowan, who was peeking around, and said reassuringly, "Your wet nurse and shower as wet nurse are seated in the same carriage and have settled in comfortably. You need not worry." Li Xiaowan quickly bent her knees in gratitude to Madame Zhou, feeling a touch embarrassed as she lowered her head. Madame Li watched her with a gentle smile and nodded slightly. As Donma assisted Li Xiaowan into a smaller four-wheeled carriage, she followed suit, drawing down the curtain. In a moment, the carriage began to move slowly. Li Xiaowan cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain, peering through the gauze window outside. Once they exited the mountain gate and turned onto the broad official road, the carriage proceeded at a leisurely pace. Li Xiaowan lowered the curtain and surveyed the interior of the carriage. It was modestly sized, draped in indigo silk, exuding an air of simplicity and freshness. Donma knelt beside Li Xiaowan, deftly organizing their belongings, placing snacks, cups, and other items into the concealed compartment at the front of the carriage. She neatly folded the bundle and tucked it beneath the cushion at the front, sighed deeply, and turned to Li Xiaowan with a smile, saying, "Young lady, you should rest a while. It will take us nearly half a month to reach our destination." With that, she surveyed the carriage's interior, gently touched the indigo silk lining of the carriage wall, and sighed. "Please bear with it, my lady. It is not my intention to make you uncomfortable. The carriages for the ancestors, madam, young master, and young lady were all custom-made months ago. To suddenly request another now would be quite impossible. This carriage was originally meant for sisters Billion and Tsulian. Aside from the master's carriages, this is the finest available." Doma chuckled. "It seems fortunate for me." Li Xiaowan joined in her laughter, turning to examine the carriage more closely. "Sister Donma, this is the finest carriage I have ever ridden in," she earnestly declared. Donma raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching Li Xiaowan's cheek while advising, "You are quite sincere. However, do not let this slip outside, lest those envious servants look down upon you." Li Xiaowan smiled shyly and nodded, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. She tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asked Sister Donma, "Who are Billion and Tsuilian? How can they ride in such a carriage?" Donma turned to lift the curtain and glanced outside before letting it fall back down. Leaning comfortably against the cushion, she smiled and explained, Billion and Tillian are the two most favored and capable maids by the ancestors' side. Their monthly stipend exceeds that of first-class maid by a full 2 taels. With a tone of envy, Dong Ma continued, and Li Xiaowan squinted her eyes. Beaming as she inquired, "What class are you, Sister Dong Ma?" "Third class." Dong Ma sighed heavily, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "How much does that sister earn a month?" Li Xiaowan tilted her head, staring intently at Dong Ma. Dong Ma chuckled, pinching Li Xiaowan's cheek again. "What do you mean by how much? As a third-class maid, I only receive 500 coins a month. How could I possibly see silver? Once I have money, I shall give you 10 taels as a monthly stipend," Li Xiaowan declared earnestly. Dong Ma embraced Li Xiaowan, collapsing back onto the cushion with laughter. "Very well. I have noted it down. When you become a lady in the future and achieve great success, do not forget Dong Ma's 10 taels." In the lead carriage, constructed of broad Nanmu wood, Madame Li reclined languidly, a hint of fatigue on her face. Nurse Sun knelt respectfully at the front of the carriage, quietly reporting. "I have inquired about numerous individuals, and those I could think of have been contacted. It is said that since moving to the temple, she has visited the Dizong Hall every morning and evening without fail, come rain or shine, missing not a single day. I accompanied her to see the altar last night. While it was extremely simple, it had all the necessary elements, and the formalities were quite complete. The hall was filled with coffins, which was rather eerie. It was fine in the daylight, but if it were to rain on an overcast day..." Nurse Sun's voice carried a note of admiration, acknowledging the young lady's unwavering diligence. Madame Li listened intently, nodding slowly as she sighed. "That child is only 6 years old, yet she can accomplish this. It is truly remarkable. It reveals her innate compassion and loyalty. This is commendable." Nurse Sun looked at Madame Li with confusion, who appeared lost in thought for a moment. Her gaze filled with sorrow as she whispered, "Master Weixin is a person of great stature, disenchanted with the mundane world, dedicating his days to reciting the Heart Sutra with that child. She must possess extraordinary qualities. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for the Gu family." Madame Li's voice trailed off to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Tears welled in Nurse Sun's eyes, and she quickly dabbed them away, forcing a smile while saying, "Do not fret. Dear ancestor, young master is exceedingly clever. In a few years, perhaps the Gu family will produce a scholar. Now, that would be truly splendid." Madame Li gazed out the window with a pained expression, sighing deeply before turning to Nurse Sun, opening her mouth to speak but swallowing her words instead. With a bitter smile, she murmured, "Though Shower is not foolish, he cannot be compared to his father. Perhaps it is for the best. He is honest and grounded, a person who can maintain what he inherits. That is the most desirable trait. Being too clever can lead to harm. Being a little dull is preferable." Madame Ali siga sadly. The group paused for a mere half-hour at a small tea stall, consuming some dry rations and taking a brief rest before continuing their journey to reach the inn they had reserved for a proper respite. At noon, under the high sun, the Gu family settled into the inn, which was modest in size. Manager Zhou had taken the entire establishment, and the innkeeper and staff busily prepared for their arrival, arranging the vehicles and horses, and bringing in large barrels of hot water. The maids and matrons bustled about, attending to the needs of their masters as they washed and changed. Dong Ma and Nurse Wei assisted Li Xiaowan in bathing and changing into clean clothes. Nurse Wei carried Li Xiaowan to the bed, gently wringing out her hair with a cotton cloth. Dong Ma called for a maid to come in and change the water, and after bathing and changing herself, she emerged to find Nurse Wei had already dried and styled Li Xiaowan's hair into 2 small buns. Dong Ma quickly dried her own hair, deftly tying it up, and cheerfully said, "Nurse, you can rest easy now. I shall attend to the young lady when it's time to go down for dinner." Nurse Wei looked at Dong Ma with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dong Ma. These past few days, we are truly indebted to you for your dedicated care of our young lady." Dong Ma smiled brightly at Nurse Wei, saying, "Nurse, do not say such things. Since the ancestor entrusted me to the young lady, I am her maid, and it is my duty to serve her diligently." Nurse Wei paused, hesitating to speak, but Li Xiaowan tugged at her sleeve, raising her arm with a smile. "Nurse, look. This dress was made by Sister Dong Ma overnight. Look at the stitching. I think it is just as good as what Nurse makes." Nurse Wei examined the seams of Li Xiaowan's dress closely and nodded with a smile. "The stitching is quite fine. Sister Dong Ma has learned well. Nearly 5 or 6 parts of it." Dong Ma looked at Nurse Wei with a pout, and Li Xiaowan beamed at her, reaching into Nurse Wei's sleeve to produce a small slightly worn pouch, presenting it in her palm. This is made by nurse, Sister Doma. Tell me if it is beautiful. At the end of winter, Doma stepped forward, took the pouch, and examined it meticulously for a moment before returning it. She bent slightly towards Wei Mama, smiling as she said, I beg your pardon, Mama. This needlework is surely unmatched, even by the finest seamstress in the manor. Henceforth, I hope you will guide me, Mama. Wei Mama accepted the pouch with a smile and replied, Miss Dongma, just mention any stitch you admire, and I shall teach you whatever I know. Li Xianwan watched the two with a beaming smile when a gentle knock echoed from the door. A young maid's clear voice reported, Cousin, the matriarch has summoned us for dinner. Dongma hurriedly half-squatted to assist Li Xianwan in putting on her shoes, half supporting and half holding her as she descended from the bed, cheerfully stating, Mama, please go ahead to the back courtyard for your meal. I will attend to the young lady here. Wei Mama hesitated slightly, and Li Xianwan looked up at her, smiling as she reassured, with Sister Dongma looking after me. You need not worry, Mama. Wei Mama nodded in agreement, and Dongma took Li Xianwan's hand, swiftly leading her out towards the grand hall below. In the hall, Mrs. Zhou was overseeing the meal preparations. Upon seeing Li Xianwan descend, she waved her over. Li Xianwan approached Mrs. Zhou with a radiant smile, curtsied, and greeted her. Mrs. Zhou reached out, pulling Li Xianwan closer, about to speak, when a flurry of light footsteps echoed from the staircase. A group of maids surrounded sisters Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan as they descended, with Gu Xiao accompanying old Madame Li. Li Xianwan quickly followed Mrs. Zhou to the base of the stairs, curtsying as she greeted old Madame Li. The old matriarch beckoned Li Xianwan over, smiling as she appraised her, nodding in satisfaction. She turned to a charming maid beside her and remarked, Little Nguyen's attire and hairstyle are delightful. It appears Doma has done well. I have not misjudged her. The maid, filled with smiles, playfully retorted, When has the matriarch ever misjudged anyone? Old Madame Li chuckled, taking Li Xianwan's hand as they walked towards the center of the hall. She gently inquired if the journey had been tiring and whether Li Xianwan had rested. In a few moments, they reached the main table. Old Madame Li took her seat in the center and turned to Mrs. Zhou, gesturing towards her left, instructing, while dining out, do not stand on ceremony. Please sit here with us. Xiao shall sit here, and Wan shall sit beside him. Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan took their places beside Mrs. Zhou. As the maids served the meal, everyone ate quietly. After the meal, the maids cleaned up, assisting everyone with rinsing their mouths and serving tea. After sipping her tea, old Madame Li set down her cup and affectionately stroked Gu Zhao's head, advising him to pay close attention during his studies with the tutor and to thoroughly understand the principles in his texts. Gu Zhao nodded solemnly, assuring, Rest assured, grandmother. I shall strive to learn diligently. Li Xianwan gazed at Gu Zhao with envy, longing for books, something she had yearned for throughout the past 6 months. She remained oblivious to the world around her, with only 2 books in her and Wei Mama's luggage, 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames. Although she recognized the characters, those thin volumes contained little useful information. Books were exceedingly expensive. She and Wei Mama could not afford even one. Besides a few incomprehensible Sanskrit scriptures in the abbot's chamber at the Fuyin Temple, she had seen no other books. Observing the longing in Li Xianwan's eyes, old Madame Li smiled and asked, Little Nguyen, do you wish to study with the tutor as well? Startled, Li Xianwan quickly nodded, hesitated while glancing at Gu Xiao, then shook her head, thought for a moment, and nodded again. Gu Yunshan chuckled, Sister Nguyen, do you wish to study or not? Mrs. Zhou and Gu Yunhuan joined in the laughter, while Gu Xiao turned to Li Xianwan, earnestly advising Sister Nguyen, the tutor's lessons can be quite challenging. You are still too young and may not comprehend. Li Xianwan lowered her gaze, remaining silent as she looked up at old Madame Li with eager eyes. Old Madame Li studied her intently and kindly said, It is essential for a young lady to read and understand the teachings of the sages. Little Nguyen should accompany brother Xiao to listen to the tutor. Whatever you can grasp will suffice. Li Xianwan's eyes sparkled, her face alight with joy as she eagerly nodded. Gu Xiao gazed at her, slightly dazed, as if she radiated light. Chapter 7. Childhood Innocence Mother. Shall we send Steward Zhou to inform Master Wang? Mrs. Zhou inquired with a smile. Old Madame Li nodded, gently instructing, Bring my token and express my gratitude to the tutor. Inform him that there are now 2 students, and from today onwards, Zhao's studies shall be doubled. Mrs. Zhou promptly agreed and sent for Wei Mama, along with Gu Zhao's wet nurse, Wu Mama, and several young servants to assist Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan in their studies with Master Wang in the West Wing. As they approached the staircase to the West Wing, Gu Xiao paused, looking down at Li Xiaowan. He took her hand and solemnly said, "Sister Wan, you are still quite young. Let me guide you down the stairs." Li Xiaowan felt a lump in her throat and quickly glanced at Wumama, who smiled and praised, "Young master is so considerate," showing respect for the elderly and care for the young at such a tender age. Li Xiaowan's heart relaxed slightly, and she shyly smiled, allowing Gu Xiao to lead her upstairs. This young master Gu Xiao was the pride of the Gu family, someone not to be trifled with. She was completely unaware of the strict social codes governing this world, nor did she grasp the thoughts and temperaments of old Madame Li and Mrs. Zhou. At this moment, it was wise to keep her distance from this esteemed young master to avoid inciting their ire and being seen as a source of trouble. As Li Xiaowan pondered these thoughts, Gu Xiao led her to the door of Master Wang's room. The bright hall was already furnished with 3 tables, 1 large and 2 small. Gu Xiao guided Li Xiaowan inside, releasing her hand after a few steps. They stood in the center of the room, performing their greetings. Li Xiaowan looked up to observe Master Wang, who appeared to be around 40, tall and thin, with a stern expression akin to a rugged rock. He sat rigidly in the prominent chair, his eyes filled with displeasure and disdain. He glanced at Li Xiaowan and waved his hand, indicating for them to take their seats. Li Xiaowan climbed onto a chair, sitting upright as she excitedly surveyed the neatly arranged ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone on the table. "Can you read?" Master Wang's voice was stiff and sharp. Gu Xiao looked at Li Xiaowan with some anxiety, while she smiled brightly at Master Wang and replied soothingly, "I have studied the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames." "Ah, so you can recognize a few characters?" Master Wang replied curtly. "Young girl, it suffices to read women's teachings and virtues, knowing the role of a woman. There is no need to read other books." Master Wang frowned, and Li Xiaowan lowered her gaze, filled with disappointment and dismay. Was the code of conduct truly this severe? "Master, my grandmother has said that young ladies should be educated and understand the teachings of the sages, so they may manage the household and raise children, becoming virtuous wives and mothers." Gu Xiao, trembling slightly, defended her, but Master Wang's expression darkened. He let out a heavy huff, fixing his gaze on Gu Xiao as he coldly asked, "Have you memorized yesterday's lesson?" "Recite it." Gu Xiao hurriedly nodded and stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, hesitantly reciting his lesson. Li Xiaowan felt a slight relaxation in her heart as she tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy as she listened intently. The Yellow Emperor painted the wilds, beginning the division of cities. You the Great tamed the waters, laying the foundation for mountains and rivers. The landscape of the universe remains unchanged, yet the names of ancient and modern times differ. It seemed reminiscent of the Jade Forest of early learning. Li Xiaowan's heart swelled with delight and confusion. It truly was an inexplicably enchanting place. Once Gu Xiao finished reciting, he appeared to exhale in relief as he glanced at Master Wang, who furrowed his brow and reprimanded sternly. "Reciting must be smooth, smooth. Do you possess even a sliver of fluidity? Go read a few more times." Gu Xiao drooped his head, clutching the book, and turned half a circle before loudly reading to the wall. Master Wang maintained a stern expression and turned to Li Xiaowan, instructing, "Recite the 100 family surnames for me." Li Xiaowan stood up unhurriedly and began reciting in a calm and fluent manner. "Zhao, Qian's son, Li, Zhou, Zheng Wang, Feng Shen Zhu Wei, Jiang Shen Han Yang, Zhu, Qin, Zhu, Su, He, Lu, Si, Zhang, Gong, Gao, Zan, Hu, Din, Wei, Dao, Jiang." "Enough." Master Wang raised his hand to stop her. "Continue with the 1,000-character classic. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow. The universe, vast and wild. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars and constellations align. Cold comes and summer goes. Autumn harvests and winter stores. Leap years complete the cycle. The tones of music regulate the sun." Li Xiaowan recita fluently. After listening to a few lines, Master Wang interrupted, "Chen Jianwei yi, continue. Falling leaves sway, drifting kun. The morning sun shines brightly. The celestial sphere rotates." Master Wang's expression softened slightly as he picked up a book from the large table and handed it to her, saying, "This is the 3-character classic. Take it, read the first 10 lines, and ask me if there are unfamiliar characters." Granny Wei, full of pride, accompanied by a smile, respectfully accepted the book and carefully placed it on Li Xianwan's desk before stepping aside. Li Xianwan sat upright in her chair, gently caressing the book with her palm before slowly opening it. The text was a copy, written uniformly in fine script on sturdy golden millet paper, the ink on yellow paper exuding a rich, antique charm. Li Xianwan felt a twinge of emotion. She could finally touch a book again. After Gu Xiao finished reciting, Master Wang explained word by word, guiding him through the next 20 sentences and handed him a model of writing for practice. Turning his gaze, he fixed it on Li Xianwan, who was attentively listening to him teach Gu Xiao, and lightly huffed through his nose. Have you studied the first 10 lines well? Are there any unfamiliar characters? Li Xianwan smiled and nodded, then shook her head, respectfully replying, I have studied them well. There are no unfamiliar characters. Master Wang acknowledged with a grunt, standing beside the table, taking a brush to write several characters on paper, and handed it over, instructing, today, practice these characters, tracing each one 10 times. Remember, writing is a serious matter. Your posture, penmanship, and heart must be proper. Li Xianwan lowered her eyelids, respectfully rising to acknowledge, sitting properly as she picked up the brush and clumsily began tracing. Master Wang ignored her thereafter, moving to Gu Xiao's side to meticulously guide him through each stroke. After nearly half an hour of writing, the two bid farewell to Master Wang and exited. As they descended the stairs, Gu Xiao took Li Xianwan's hand, solemnly advising, Sister Xianwan, studying is arduous. Do not be afraid. If you encounter difficulties, come to me, and I will teach you well. Li Xianwan beamed and nodded, while Gu Xiao's eyes crescented with joy as he laughed. The two went to pay their respects to the old Madame Li before taking their leave to rest. Donma and Granny Wei helped Li Xianwan wash up, loosen her hair, and change her into clean, short garments. Li Xianwan, radiant with a smile, sat cross-legged on the bed, reading the 3-character classic by the lamp's glow. Once Donma and Granny Wei finished tidying up, they laid out the bedding in front of the bed. Donma chuckled, Miss, that book cannot be finished in a day or two. It's best to rest early. We have a journey to continue tomorrow. Li Xianwan handed the book to Donma, who accepted it, while Granny Wei tucked Li Xianwan in, tenderly arranging the hair scattered on her pillow. Donma extinguished the lamp, and they settled down to sleep. The next morning, the caravan progressed at a leisurely pace. Li Xianwan set her book aside, gazing out the window with a touch of melancholy. Donma reached over to take the book from her hands, smiling. Miss, you've been holding this book since morning. Aren't you tired? It's time to take a break. Li Xianwan released the book, her face aglow with a smile as she asked Donma, Sister Donma, have you ever studied? No, I'm merely a servant. How could I afford to study? Moreover, what use would a maid have for education? Donma replied, nonchalantly while knitting. Li Xianwan smiled at her. Sister Donma, should you become a stewardess in the future, you will need to manage accounts and records. How can you do that without knowing how to read? Donma chuckled, setting down her knitting and playfully pinching Li Xianwan's cheek. Miss, you are thinking too far ahead. Being a stewardess is not an easy task. Even if I were fortunate enough to become one, I would only need to recognize a few numbers and manage a ledger. There's time to learn that later. You need not worry. Li Xianwan snuggled closer to Donma, tilting her head and smiling brightly. Sister Donma, is that Master Wang very knowledgeable? Gu Xiao has been studying for many years, hasn't he? His knowledge is truly impressive. Does the Gu family possess a vast library? The Gu family is a scholarly lineage in Yuezhou, having produced countless scholars and candidates. Our master was the top scholar in the Benin examination. Do you think they lack books? In our ancestral hall in the upper town, there is a dedicated library, a whole building filled with books. Donma stated proudly. You should call young master Gu Xiao brother Gu Xiao. He began his education at 5 and is said to have already read 7 books. Master Wang praises him for his intelligence both in front of and behind his back. Having Master Wang teach in our home surely indicates his erudition. A whole building filled with books. Li Xianwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gu Xiao began his studies at 5 and has only reached the 7th book by now. Apart from the 300 and 1,000, what other 3 could there be? Alas, it likely consists of works like the Rhymes, Dragon Writing, and the 1,000 Family Poems. If this pace continues, how many years will it take to reach the classics and histories? This matter requires careful contemplation and strategy. Chapter 8. Borrowing books, as with the previous day, the group took little rest at noon, merely pausing briefly for some dried rations and snacks before hastening to the prearranged inn for the night. Today's stop was in a larger town, and the inn was quite spacious. The steward, Zhou, reserved a 2-courtyard suite, ample enough for everyone to stay comfortably. After Donma and Granny Wei assisted Li Xiaowan with her bath and grooming, they restyled her hair and changed her into clean clothes. Donma then accompanied Li Xiaowan to the main house where old Madame Li resided. Outside the main room, Madame Zhou was overseeing the maids preparing dinner and refreshments. Upon seeing Li Xiaowan enter, she smiled and gestured for her to head into the eastern chamber. Li Xiaowan greeted Madame Zhou with a courteous bow, stepped back 2 paces, and turned to enter the eastern chamber. Inside, Gu Xiao was seated closely beside old Madame Li on the couch, who embraced him, her face glowing with delight as she listened to him speak. Gu Yinshan sat gracefully in an armchair before them, sipping tea with a warm smile. Upon entering, Li Xiaowan smiled and bowed to old Madame Li, who beckoned with a hand, saying, "You must be tired from the journey. Come, sit here. I hear from Xiao that you recited the 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic well yesterday, indicating that you have been diligent in your studies." Gu Yinshan gently set down her cup, smiling as she regarded Li Xiaowan, who slightly bowed her knees in greeting before moving to sit on the edge of the couch. Gu Xiao looked at Li Xiaowan with a smile in his eyes and affectionately said, "Sister Xiaowan, I was just discussing with our ancestor about what we learned in class yesterday. Did you manage to memorize the 10 lines of the 3-character classic that the teacher assigned?" Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile, and Gu Zhao's eyes curved into crescents as he chuckled. "Sister Xiaowan, I have memorized it too. I just recited it, and our ancestor praised me. I'm sure the teacher will commend me today as well." Li Xiaowan gazed at Gu Xiao with a beaming smile, listening earnestly to his words. Just then, a young maid at the door lifted the curtain and entered with a cheerful demeanor, followed by Madame Zhou, who said with a smile, "Mother, the meal is ready." Old Madame Li straightened up, caressed Gu Zhao's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Then let us eat. After the meal, you 2 siblings should go find the teacher for class. Our shower is still waiting for the teacher's praise." The others laughed in response, and Madame Zhou stepped forward to support old Madame Li. The group moved to the dining area, where they sat on either side, quietly enjoying their meal before sipping tea. Wai Mama and Wu Mama came to attend to Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan as they headed towards the west wing of the front courtyard. As Gu Xiao stepped outside, he paused, took Li Xiaowan's hand, and led her forward. Hearing that Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan had recited their lessons, the teacher instructed Li Xiaowan to continue with the next 10 lines and threw her a few characters to trace, then turned his attention back to Gu Xiao, carefully explaining the lessons. After guiding Gu Xiao through the text several times and watching him practice his writing for over half an hour, he dismissed the 2. As they exited, Gu Xiao held Li Xiaowan's hand and looked down at her, saying earnestly, "Sister Xiaowan, it is dark outside, but do not be afraid. I will protect you." Li Xiaowan, with her shoulders drooping, resignedly allowed Gu Xiao to grip her hand tightly as he led her back to the inner courtyard. "Gu Xiao," Li Xiaowan called out softly, hesitating. Gu Xiao halted and turned to her, asking, "What is it, Sister Xiaowan?" Have you read many books?" Li Xiaowan inquired. Gazing up at Gu Xiao, he suppressed his pride and replied nonchalantly, "Not that many. Only up to the 7th book." "What books have you read?" Li Xiaowan brasentani. Gu Xiao released her hand and began counting on his fingers the 100 family surnames, the 1,000-character classic, the 3-character classic, the dragon riding whip shadow, the rules for disciples, the 1,000 family poems, and now I am reading the Young Learning Qianlin. After finishing his list, he tightly grasped Li Xiaowan's hand, sighed like a small adult, and continued, "If it weren't for my father's passing, I would have reached the 8th book by now." Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Xiao, gently exclaiming, "Gu Xiao, you have read so many books. I have never seen the dragon riding whip shadow or the rules for disciples. What 1,000 family poems like? Gu Xiao, do you own all these books? Do you still read them every day?" Gu Xiao maintained a serious face, tried to feign indifference, of course. "I have them all. I have already studied them, so I don't need to read them every day." "Sister Xiaowan, do not feel discouraged. If you put in more effort, you will surely be able to read as well as I do." Li Xiaowan paused, biting her lip in frustration, and tugged at Gu Xiao, whispering, "I want to see your books." Gu Xiao stopped, looked down at Li Xiaowan, and sincerely replied, "Sister Xiaowan, those books are quite difficult. You have only read the 3-character classic, so you surely wouldn't understand them. I want to see." Li Xiaowan insisted softly, her head bowed. Gu Xiao looked at her with understanding, holding her hand as they walked toward the courtyard, nodding. All right, I will have someone bring them to you. If you don't understand, just come and ask me. I will teach you. Upon returning to her room, a gentle knock soon echoed at the door, and a soft, melodious voice called out, Donma. Donma quickly stood up, glancing at Li Xiaowan, and whispered at Sister Juing. Saying this, she walked to the door and opened it. Juing, dressed in white, stood at the threshold with a smile, handing a cloth bundle to Donma. This is what the young master asked me to deliver to the young lady. I will not disturb her further. Donma hurriedly accepted the bundle, and Juing gracefully turned to leave. Donma handed the bundle to Li Xiaowan, feeling the weight of the books through the thick fabric, turned to Donma with a smile, asking, Whose maid is Sister Juing? She is the head maid in the young master's room. She was originally a second-tier maid in the ancestors' room. When the young master's head maid, Chuyun, got married 2 years ago, the ancestor assigned her to serve the young master. Sister Juing is 13 this year, Donma explained. Li Xiaowan, still smiling, continued to inquire. How old are you this year, Donma? Donma sighed, her shoulders slumping, alas. I am 12. What about Sister Billion and Sister Tsuyin? Sister Billion is 14, and Sister Tsuyin, like Sister Juing, is also 13. Alas. Donma sighed again. Why Mama looked at Donma with confusion and asked, Why is Miss Donma sighing? Miss Donma is sighing because Sister Billion, Sister Tsuyin, and Sister Jing are only a year or two older than her. Alas. Li Xiaowan squinted at Donma and said lightly, imitating her sigh at the end. Donma turned, her eyes wide, staring at Li Xiaowan in a daze. After a moment, she tentatively asked, Miss, I do not quite understand what you mean. Alas. Li Xiaowan sighed heavily again, looking up with a wistful gaze at Donma. Sister Donma is intelligent, capable, and beautiful. If only you were a few years younger, once those sisters marry, you would surely be promoted to a higher maid position and might even receive 2 taels as your monthly allowance. Alas. Li Xiaowan sighed once more, leaving Donma with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at Li Xiaowan. After a while, she finally snapped out of it, looking at Mama, who was also staring at Li Xiaowan in bewilderment, then turning back to Li Xiaowan, who continued to sigh. Chapter 9. Night Festival the following day. As they boarded the carriage, it moved forward at a leisurely pace. Li Xiaowan leaned against the cushion, engrossed in her book, while Donma sat somewhat shyly beside her, no longer sprawling across the carriage as she had in previous days. After traveling for 7 or 8 days, they entered the territory of Guangda City. Donma, with a hint of excitement, described the bustling and prosperous scene of Guangda City. However, the group did not stop there, passing straight through the lively city. And by the time they reached Taiping Town, about 10 miles away, it was already near dusk. They checked into an inn later than usual, over an hour behind schedule. Old Madam Li sent word that Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan would take a day off from their studies. After dinner, Madame Zhou, along with the maids, inspected the goods procured by Steward Zhou from Guangda City in the courtyard, while Gu Xiao, Li Xiaowan, Gu Yinshan, and Gu Yunhuan surrounded old Madame Li, chatting and laughing. Outside, the night had fully descended. Mama's son, with a slightly hurried stride, entered, smiling as she curtsied and leaned close to old Madame Li's ear to whisper a few words. Gradually, old Madame Li's smile faded, her expression turning serious. She turned to the others, her gaze gentle as she calmly instructed, It is getting late, and we need to continue our journey tomorrow. Everyone, please return and rest. Li Xiaowan caught a glimpse of Gu Yinshan and rose to take her leave, curtsying as she did. Shower, wait a moment, old Madame Li called to Gu Xiao. Li Xiaowan lowered her eyelids, quietly retreating with the Gu sisters, and followed Donma back to their room. Madame Li observed as Li Xiaowan and the others exited the room. Supporting Bai Lian, she descended from the bed and took Gu Zhao's hand, turning to instruct Granny's son. You and Bai Lian shall accompany me and serve accordingly. Granny's son nodded respectfully, retrieving a lantern from the entrance to guide the way. Bai Lian gently assisted Madame Li as the quartet hastened towards the front courtyard. At the entrance, Steward Zhou, lantern in hand, peered anxiously inside. Upon seeing Madame Li and Gu Xiao emerge, he hurried forward, bowing and greeting, while simultaneously leading the way and whispering. 2 individuals arrived a quarter of an hour ago, both shrouded, stating only that they wished to pay respects to the master. They refused to speak further. I did not dare to inquire more. They are currently inside. Madame Li's expression grew solemn as she responded with a grave The group swiftly turned into the eastern carriage house. In the farthest corner, before the imposing coffin of the esteemed Gu Zhiheng, 3 flickering red lights illuminated the space, accompanied by a faint scent of sandalwood. A figure clad in black stood motionless, observing another similarly attired individual who knelt before the coffin, silently incinerating a sacrificial text. The dim flicker of flames cast shadows upon the somber attire and the man's elongated, graceful fingers, exuding an aura of warmth amid the desolate darkness. Gu Xiao felt a rush of emotion, tears spilling from his eyes. Madame Li grasped Gu Xiao's hand, halting in her tracks, gently gesturing for Steward Zhou and the others to withdraw, her gaze fixed with a blend of vigilance and sorrow upon the 2 figures. Noticing the commotion, the standing man lifted his head to meet Madame Li and Gu Xiao's eyes, while the kneeling figure shook the nearly consumed sacrificial text from his hand, discarding it upon the ground. He rose slowly, hesitated briefly, and approached Madame Li and Gu Xiao, bowing deeply in respect. Madame Li subtly signaled to Gu Xiao, who knelt and bowed twice. The black-clad man stepped forward, assisting Gu Xiao to rise, crouching down to regard him with tender compassion, gently brushing his hair aside. With a heavy sigh, he led Gu Xiao back to Madame Li's side, cupping his hands and speaking in a subdued tone, "Madam, I am honored to pay my respects. Please accept my condolences, Gunyan." The man suddenly faltered, pausing before exhaling a long sigh and murmuring, "The just shall see justice, and truth resides within the hearts of the people. Madam, please take care of yourself." Madame Li clutched Gu Xiao's hand tightly, her body trembling slightly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet her gaze brightened suddenly. She nodded emphatically, "Yes, yes. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. Esteemed sir, I am deeply grateful." Gu Xiao winced under the pressure of Madame Li's grip, gazing up at his trembling grandmother, opening his mouth but unable to voice a word, instead biting his tongue to suppress his emotions. The black-clad man regarded Madame Li with profound respect, bowing deeply once more before retreating 2 steps, lifting his hood, and departing with the other figure who had followed closely behind. Madame Li straightened her back, watching as the 2 figures faded into the darkness. After a moment, she gently pulled Gu Xiao along, taking a few steps closer to the shadowy coffin, her hand lightly patting Gu Zhiheng's resting place. In a tone that mingled sorrow and joy, she murmured, "You can hear me, can't you? Justice resides within the hearts of the people." Tears streamed down Madame Li's face as she choked out, "It resides within the hearts of the people." Gu Xiao, feeling timid, cast a wary glance at the dark coffin before looking up at Madame Li, pressing his lips tightly together, refraining from speaking. Madame Li withdrew a handkerchief to wipe her tears, leading Gu Xiao as they exited the carriage house. Granny Sun and Bai Lian rushed to meet them. "Madame Li Baoja," her voice calm as she addressed Steward Zhou, "you have worked hard. Please remain vigilant as night falls and ensure that all areas are properly watched." Steward Zhou bowed hastily in agreement. Madame Li, holding Gu Zhao's hand, walked steadily back to the inner courtyard. The subsequent journey unfolded at a brisk pace, with the group setting out half an hour earlier each day, striving to reach the inn by dusk. Due to the hurried pace, Gu Xiao and Li Xianwan's studies were temporarily halted, as they spent longer periods within the swaying carriage, nearing Yuezhou. Li Xianwan leisurely finished the few books Gu Xiao had sent her. The following day, they were set to enter the borders of Yuezhou. Upon settling in at the inn that evening and having dinner, Madame Li sent Gu Xiao and the other children to rest, conferring with Madame Zhou. "We shall soon enter Yuezhou. While Xianwan is fine, it would be inappropriate for her parents' coffin to accompany us. I propose we send her and the coffin back to Xiuzhou for burial. What do you think?" "Whatever mother decides is best," Madame Zhou replied with a warm smile. Madame Li nodded, sighing gently as she added, "Throughout this journey, I have observed this child. She is remarkably intelligent, displaying an awareness and demeanor that belies her 6 years." Madame Zhou smiled in agreement. "Mother speaks the truth. I've noticed her as well. In just a few days, her conduct and etiquette have vastly improved, indicating her earnestness." Madame Li smiled and nodded. "If you share this view, it is indeed the best. I intend to send Granny Sun on a trip tomorrow to escort her back for her parents' burial. Please select a reliable and courteous steward to accompany them. If her relatives are genuinely good-hearted and willing to take her in, that would suffice. If not, it would be better for us to raise her. After all, It would only entail a modest dowry in the future. Madame Zhou eagerly nodded in agreement. Mother speaks wisely. This child, though slender, possesses a delicate beauty, and she is indeed fortunate. As Madame Zhou spoke, a soft laugh escaped her lips. This child, to receive such affection from you, Mother, is indeed a blessing. Chapter 10. Returning home, Madame Li chuckled softly. If she is destined for greatness, it shall be her fortune. You should return to rest. We shall arrive home soon. There will be much to arrange for the burial, so take care of yourself and rest when you can. Madame Zhou smiled as she rose to take her leave. Departing to rest, Madame Li reclined on the bed, closing her eyes to contemplate for a moment before summoning Granny Sunday. She dismissed the others and signaled for Granny Sun to sit on the bed's edge, confiding in a hushed tone, "Tomorrow, you shall escort that girl back to the town below, taking Dongma with you. I will also send a reliable and courteous steward along with 2 young attendants. Be vigilant and observe her relative's words and actions. Additionally, have the steward and attendants discreetly inquire if her relatives genuinely care for Xiaowan. You may leave her with the Li family. If not, it would be better to bring her back." After a pause, Madame Li continued, "If everything is satisfactory, that is well. But if anything seems amiss, do not conceal it from Xiaowan. Speak the truth to her and heed her wishes. If she insists on staying with the Li family despite any concerns, simply bring her back. If she understands our intentions, then bring her home, and she shall grow up by my side." Granny Sun was momentarily taken aback before smiling. "Madam, no matter how sensible the young lady is, she is still just a 6-year-old child, unfamiliar with the world. How could she comprehend such matters?" Madame Li sighed gently, gazing at Granny Sun with a sense of nostalgia. "Do you remember our diligent young master from the Li family? How could I forget? That child, once seen, remains unforgettable. His looks and intelligence were remarkable. I have encountered many children alongside you, but none could compare to him. To put it bluntly, even the master, with all his brilliance, could not match the cleverness of that young master." Granny Sun raised her brows in reflection. What a pity he was injured at such a young age. Alas! Indeed, wisdom can sometimes lead to sorrow. The elderly Lady Li sighed wistfully, and Granny Sun, noticing the pain etched on her face, hastily changed the subject. "What made you suddenly think of Qing, ancestor? That was decades ago. Even you and that clever girl Xiaowan, I dare say, might rival Qinger in intelligence." Granny Sun paused, and then continued, "Ancestor." Lady Li raised her hand to silence her, then spoke. "Throughout this journey, Dongma has increasingly shown her respect towards her. Have you noticed her behavior?" She described Dongma as proud and stubborn. Granny Sun pondered for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, I recall that in the days right after we left the capital, Dongma delighted in pinching the young lady's cheeks. I even scolded her for it. However, in these recent days, as she accompanied the young lady, she has truly been most respectful and has not once pinched her cheeks. Yes, she has been borrowing a few books from Shower, which he has read. I inquired with Dongma, and she revealed that she has already read those books during our journey." Lady Li glanced at the flickering candlelight in the corner of the room and spoke slowly. "Alas, she is but a girl, deprived of her parents." Granny Sun furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before leaning closer to Lady Li and whispering, "You have stated before that wisdom can lead to sorrow. If a young lady is indeed so clever, then, no matter. Xiaowan has lost her parents. Her fate is already filled with hardship. Moreover," Lady Li's face softened into a smile, "let us not forget that the esteemed master once chanted scriptures for her all day. This girl possesses the wisdom to conceal her talents. In the future, she will surely be blessed." Granny Sun's frown relaxed, and she smiled. "I understand now. You need not worry, ancestor." The following day, as dawn broke, Li Xiaowan bid farewell to Lady Li and boarded a black canopy boat, heading towards Xiuzhou's Xiaoli town. Steward Liu, accompanied by 2 young servants, occupied the foremost boat. In the middle, a boat carried a coffin, while Granny Sun, Granny Wei, and Doma attended to Li Xiaowan in the largest boat at the rear. Li Xiaowan lifted the curtain to observe the surroundings. The 2 front boats were crewed by 2 boatmen, one rowing while the other steered. Their boat employed 3 female rowers, 2 women in their 30s on either side, wielding bamboo poles, while the eldest among them, slightly older, handled the oar. The trio of boats glided swiftly through the clear waters. Adjacent to the river lay a long corridor street, just awakening from slumber. Numerous early-rising housewives, maids, and women were already washing clothes, exchanging greetings and laughter. The calls of early morning vendors echoed in the distance. Li Xiaonuan gazed in admiration at the gray-blue corridor's roof, the crimson round wooden pillars, and the distant white horsehead walls. If it were to rain, the water cascading from the eaves would create a long curtain of rain, falling into the river, a truly poetic scene. The black canopy boat swiftly navigated through a series of round arches, soon exiting the small town. The crops and trees lining the banks displayed a vibrant green tinged with shades of yellow, signaling the late August approach and the deepening autumn. They did not stop for lunch. The boatwomen took turns eating while propelling the boat forward. As evening approached, Granny Wei lifted the curtain to take a look and said with a smile, "We are almost there." Li Xiaonuan quickly sat up, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Lush green fields surrounded a small village, where the sounds of chickens and dogs mingled with the rising smoke from chimneys. The three boats docked at a modest stone pier. Securing the ropes, Granny Wei disembarked with Steward Liu and headed into the village. Before long, a group of young men carrying ropes and poles rushed out from the village, led by an elderly man in his 50s who stumbled towards the riverbank. Li Xiaonuan straightened up, ready to stand, but Granny's son gently pressed her shoulder and whispered, "It is chaotic outside. It is not suitable for you to expose yourself. You can greet them properly upon returning home." Obediently, Li Xiaonuan sat back down, watching through the gauzy curtain as the old man reached the middle boat, tears streaming down his face as he gently patted the two coffins. His lips trembled, and after a while, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, directing the young men behind him to tie up the coffins and carry them down. Granny Wei boarded the boat, tears flowing freely, unable to utter a word. Granny's son examined Li Xiaonuan's attire, and Doma brought over a hood, placing it on Li Xiaonuan's head before donning one herself. Together, they followed Granny Wei off the boat and into the village. The old man stood at the riverbank, squinting at the figure of Li Xiaonuan, who was surrounded by three others, deep in thought. Chapter 11. Affection. Li Xiaonuan followed Granny Wei through low earthen houses and into a large courtyard at the eastern end of the village. The yard was enclosed by tall earthen walls, with a bamboo gate leaning to one side. The main house featured 5 tall rooms, built from stones, with a roof covered in closely packed green tiles. To either side were 3 smaller rooms, and in the yard, a flock of chickens clucked and strolled leisurely. A woman of around 50, accompanied by 2 young wives, approached nervously, wringing her hands as she looked at Li Xiaonuan. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out to embrace her. "Xiaonuan, poor little girl." The woman wept, and the 2 young wives joined in, comforting her. Granny Zheng scrutinized the sobbing woman and her daughters-in-law, noticing several children running around the yard. Doma observed the woman's rough, dark hands caressing Li Xiaonuan's tender cheeks, and frowned slightly. Granny Wei's eyes were red from crying as she stepped forward to console the woman. After a moment, the woman managed to compose herself, straightening up to take Li Xiaonuan's hand and instructing her daughters-in-law, "Go catch 2 chickens and prepare some eggs for Xiaonuan. Look how thin she has become. Kill them." A booming voice erupted from the entrance. "You foolish woman. The money from those chickens and eggs is for buying books for the second son." The woman gaped at the old man, standing at the door, momentarily stunned, before pointing at him and scolding, "You old fool. Have you lost your mind? Xiaonuan is from a Mo's family. Be quiet. Get back inside. All of you. Go back." The old man's forehead bulged with veins as he raged, waving his arms. The woman stared at him, wide-eyed, speechless. Granny Wei rushed over, scooping up with Xiaonuan and urgently comforting her. "Don't be afraid, Xiaonuan. There is nothing to fear. I am here." Li Xiaonuan nestled against Granny Wei, squinting her eyes as she carefully observed the furious old man. Granny's son, filled with indignation, raised her brow defiantly at the old man and the neighbors gathering at the entrance, before turning to Doma, instructing, "Take the young lady back to the boat to rest. It is cleaner there than here. I fear that the young lady might be distressed." Doma, momentarily taken aback, stomped her foot in anger at the old man before returning to Granny Wei's side and saying to Li Xiaonuan, "Miss, let us return to the boat for the night. Tomorrow, once we see the elders laid to rest, we shall promptly return. Let them be." Granny Wei held Li Xiaonuan tightly, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the raging old man. She turned back to the woman, her eyes pleading, and the woman wiped her tears, stepping forward to tug at Li Xiaonuan's clothing, whispering, "You first take Xiaonuan away to avoid this. That old man has gone mad today." Granny Wei reluctantly nodded, Embracing Li Xiaonuan as they returned to the boat, accompanied by Dongma and Granny Sunday Lu, the steward, had arranged the coffin and returned with 2 young attendants. Granny Sun procured some silver coins and instructed the boatwoman to go ashore and purchase vegetables, which they prepared and consumed in a makeshift manner. Several individuals settled down to sleep in the ship's cabin. In the courtyard at the eastern edge of the village lay an expanse of darkness. At the entrance of the main house's eastern wing, a flickering light danced erratically. An elderly man, smoking a pipe, sat gloomily at the door, while an old woman, seated on a small bamboo chair, wept incessantly. "Old man, you must speak clearly today about what transpired with Qing Shuang and Xiaonuan," the woman urged. The elder furrowed his brow in silence, and after a long pause, he let out a sorrowful sigh and turned to the woman, speaking softly. "You, the matriarch, must use your wits." The woman, with a heavy hand, patted the elder's shoulder. "What use is there in thinking? That is Xiaonuan, our precious Xiaonuan, Mo's only daughter. What more is there to consider?" The elder, pushed by her forceful hand, swayed slightly and replied in a somber tone. "You, the matriarch, have no insight. Just look at Xiaonuan. She is so beautiful and blessed. Does she not resemble the farmers from our village? You cherish her. You must think ahead for her future." The woman gazed at the elder in a daze as he continued to smoke, sighing deeply. "We are both past 50. We can no longer take care of Xiaonuan. Who will look after her? Those 2 young men? They are not reliable. And what about their wives? Will they care for her as you do?" The elder sighed again, and the woman, in a moment of realization, patted her thigh forcefully. "But we cannot just abandon Xiaonuan and cast her out. How can you let her survive?" The elder meticulously packed his tobacco, struck a match, and lit his pipe, inhaling deeply before setting it down to speak quietly. "I have inquired with the steward. The one who brought Xiaonuan and Mo back is the elderly lady from the Fengqing house who married into the Gu family in the upper town." The woman gasped in surprise. "Is she the one who left all her dowry behind?" "Indeed, she is the one. Her son is a top scholar residing in the capital," the elder confirmed. "She has passed away around the same time as Mo, and upon encountering Xiaonuan, she brought her along." With a heavy heart, the elder continued. "This lady was renowned for her sharp wit and compassion for the less fortunate. The Gu family is the wealthiest in Yuezhou. Indeed, her father was the richest in Xiuzhou, and he gave everything to support his only daughter. How could the Gu family not be affluent?" the woman remarked, only to be met with the elder's stern gaze. "What use is there in discussing trivial matters?" he admonished softly. The woman recoiled, silenced by his rebuke. The elder took a few more puffs from his pipe before continuing. "This lady has generously supported our Li family-esque scholars over the years. It seems she is willing to take Xiaonuan in. Matriarch, let Xiaonuan accompany her. Her character and appearance surpass those of the daughters from wealthy families. In the future, the lady may exert some effort to find Xiaonuan a good match. After all, a small dowry in her hands would be of little consequence. Xiaonuan's life there would surely be far better than with us farmers." The woman listened intently, nodding after a while. "It seems you have thought this through, old man. Alas, I should not have been so harsh with Xiaonuan today. Moreover, we must show our care and prepare a good meal for her. Ah, you simple-minded woman, if we both care for Xiaonuan, why would others need to adopt her? We must act as the villains, scaring her, so others feel pity and take her in." The elders sighed deeply, and the woman began to weep quietly. The next morning, Granny Sun and Doma attended to Li Xiaonuan, ensuring she was prepared. Granny Wei arrived early in the village to assist with the burial preparations. At the appointed hour, Granny Sun and Doma accompanied Li Xiaonuan into the village. Guided by the elder, she mournfully performed the rites, and several strong youths carefully lifted the coffin. Proceeding slowly towards the graveyard, Granny Wei took Li Xiaonuan by the hand, while Granny Sun and Doma followed closely behind. After a brief interval of time, they reached the Li family's burial ground. Granny Sun and Doma paused a distance away, watching as Granny Wei led Li Xiaonuan to the grave. The grave had already been prepared, and, as the coffin was brought over, the young men brandished their tools at the corners of the grave before stepping back to gently lower the coffin into its resting place. The elder approached, retrieving 2 blank spirit tablets from a nearby box, murmuring a prayer. A middle-aged man in a long gown stepped forward to inscribe the tablets. The elder carefully placed the tablets and spirit money, and Granny Wei guided Li Xiaonuan to bow several times before the spirit tablets. The young men began to slowly cover the coffin with earth. The elder, in silence, stored the tablets and spirit money back into the box. Turning to Li Xiaowan and softly speaking, Wan, your parents' spirit tablets will be enshrined in the ancestral hall, and your uncle will look after them. Rest assured, he will also tend to your parents' grave. With a slight lift of his chin, the elder held back tears and continued in a near whisper, Xiaowan, do not blame your uncle. Following the old lady to the Gu family will be better than growing up with us in the village. Your uncle only wishes the best for you. Leaning closer, the elder whispered in Li Xiaowan's ear, when you arrive at the Gu family, be observant and strive to win the old lady's favor. Avoid quarrels, take good care of yourself, and later, be mindful when choosing a good husband. Do not seek great wealth, just a good family will suffice. Li Xiaowan pressed her lips tightly, her eyes shimmering as she gazed up at the elder. Straightening her clothing, she knelt and earnestly bowed several times. The elder, surprised, hurried to assist her up. Li Xiaowan stood on her tiptoes, leaning close to the elder's ear, softly saying, Uncle cares for Xiaowan. I know it is all for my sake. The elder looked at her in astonishment as she smiled brightly and winked at him. As Granny Wei led Li Xiaowan out of the graveyard, Granny Sun and Dongma joined them without bidding farewell to the elder. Together with Steward Liu, they returned swiftly to the boat and untied the ropes, sailing rapidly towards Yuezhou's upper town. Li Xiaowan slumped her shoulders, head downcast, feeling despondent as she sat in the cabin. Granny Wei sighed heavily, dabbing her tears, lamenting the fickleness of relatives and the misfortunes of the young girl. Granny Sun, with compassion, looked at Li Xiaowan and gently reassured her, do not be too sorrowful, dear. It is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. With your character and disposition, staying with such relatives would be a loss. Even the old ancestors would not approve. Li Xiaowan offered a faint smile, her eyes seeking comfort as she looked up at Granny Sun, nodding earnestly. Dongma placed a cushion behind Li Xiaowan, encouraging her to lean back. With such relatives, what is there to be sad about? Ignore them. Let us follow the old ancestor. It will be far better. You must be tired after such a long day. Rest for a bit, Granny Wei suggested, opening her mouth but hesitating to speak further, ultimately letting out a low sigh. Do not be too downhearted, dear. Just follow the old lady. You are weary. Lie down and sleep for a while. We will not reach home until tomorrow afternoon. Sun Mama, with a smile, suggested that Li Xiaowan lean back a little, feeling a sense of relaxation as she closed her weary eyes. The boat had docked at Yunpu town for the night, and Steward Liu had reserved a small courtyard at the Yunji Inn. After the group had bathed and refreshed themselves, they enjoyed a meal. Dongma, spreading out the bedding, cheerfully remarked, These are my blankets, miss. Please bear with it for one night, and tomorrow we shall return to the manor. Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Dongma, for your hard work these past few days. Dongma paused for a moment, then laughed. It is uncertain whether you could stay with us at the Gu family before, but now, it seems you will be residing here for the long term. If I could serve you, it would be a great fortune. Li Xiaowan looked at Dongma with a beaming smile and softly asked, What rank are Zhenju and Shiqin? How much is their monthly allowance? They are of the second rank, receiving one tael monthly, according to the Gu family's customs. Both you and the young master will each have a personal wet nurse for teaching maids and 2 senior maidservants of the second rank, along with 4 third-rank maidservants and 4 to 5 rough servant girls. The rough laborers are assigned according to the courtyard, so they are not included here. Dongma explained in detail. As for the elder sister Jing, who serves the young master, her position is supported by the matriarch's household, which does not violate our customs. There are 4 second-rank maidservants, 2 of whom are from the ladies' quarters. Li Xiaowan listened attentively, nodding, a hint of a smile on her face as she sighed softly. Ah, if the matriarch truly assigned Sister Dongma to me, I fear it would be a burden for you. Having arranged the bedding, Dongma helped Li Xiaowan lie down, sitting on the edge of the bed and observing her closely. I understand your concerns, Mississippi. You need not worry, she said earnestly. Dongma smiled gently, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. I'm not sure why, but being with you brings me an extraordinary sense of peace and certainty. Whatever you do, you seem to have it all figured out, as if nothing can escape your notice or challenge you. With a puzzled expression, Dongma remarked, But miss, you're only 6 years old. You are even more capable than the lady. Li Xiaowan shot a stern look at Dongma, who cleared her throat, suppressing her words. She tucked the blankets around Li Xiaowan and stood up, saying with a smile, We must rise early tomorrow to continue our journey. so you should rest. Doma lowered the curtain and extinguished the light, lying down on the floor by the bed. Soon, her breathing became deep and steady. Li Xianwan lay quietly, gazing at the coarse cloth of the canopy above, lost in thought. Chapter 13. Pinewind Courtyard. The following day, around noon, the boat arrived at Shangli Town, turning into the river fork leading to the Gu family estate, docking at the Gu Manor Pier. Sun Mama guided Li Xianwan off the boat, while Dongma and Wei Mama carried the bundles through the side gate into the manor. They passed through the back hall and along the garden path towards Ruishuan Hall, where the matriarch resided. Upon reaching the entrance of Ruishuan Hall, Billion greeted them with a bright smile, performing a curtsy to both Li Xianwan and Sun Mama. The matriarch has been mentioning the young miss since early this morning, urging me to come and fetch you. Please go inside, you must be tired. Several young maidservants took the bundles from Dongma and Wei Mama, surrounding Li Xianwan as they walked towards the main room. A small maid lifted the curtain at the door, allowing Sun Mama to release Li Xianwan, who entered the room and turned into the eastern chamber. The matriarch was reclining on a couch by the southern window, conversing with Lady Zhou. The maidservant placed a mat on the ground, and Li Xianwan knelt to pay her respects to the matriarch, then rose to bow again before Lady Zhou. The matriarch gestured for her to sit beside her, gently caressing her hair while scrutinizing her features. Sun Mama stepped forward to greet them and briefly reported on the funeral proceedings, vaguely mentioning the Li family's stance. Li Xianwan's shoulders drooped, and she lowered her head. The matriarch embraced her with tenderness, sighing heavily. Do not be too sorrowful, my dear. It is all in the past now. From now on, this shall be your home. Stay close to the matriarch. Both she and your uncle will care for you. Li Xianwan raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, looking up at the matriarch with deep reliance, nodding emphatically. Lady Zhou regarded Li Xianwan with compassion, softly lamenting. The matriarch turned to Lady Zhou with a smile, saying, I think we shall settle Xianwan in the Pinewind Courtyard. The courtyard is charming and near Ruishuan Hall, and it is already prepared for her. Lady Zhou eagerly nodded in agreement. The matriarch continued, arrange the servants according to the standards of Yunshan and Yunhuan. The matriarch patted Li Xianwan on the shoulder, smiling warmly. Doma will be at your service, counted as second rank. For the remaining maidservants, have the steward select some for you, and you may choose according to your preference. Li Xianwan hesitated, glancing at Lady Zhou, who smiled reassuringly, saying, Yunshan and the others also choose their maidservants. If you are uncertain, you may consult the matriarch, or you can come to me. Li Xianwan shyly smiled and nodded. Just as they were conversing, a small maid announced at the door that Gu Xiao had entered the room. He approached with a steady bow, his eyes sparkling as he sat close to Li Xianwan on the edge of the couch. I heard you returned, so I hurried over to see you. This morning, I was still worried about you. Classes will commence tomorrow, and if you hadn't returned today, it would have delayed your studies. Li Xianwan looked at him with a bright smile, but did not respond. Lady Zhou chuckled. What are you worried about your sister for? She isn't aiming to become a scholar. As for you, having spent these days wandering about, if your studies suffer, the teacher will not be lenient. Gu Xiao proudly raised his head. Do not worry, mother. I have memorized all the texts. I even recited them this morning, so the teacher will surely praise me. The matriarch laughed, stroking Gu Xiao's head and face, praising him. Our Xiao is the most thoughtful and dutiful. Gu Xiao smiled with his eyes crinkling, turning to Li Xianwan, asking with concern, Matriarch, Xianwan will not leave again, right? From now on, she can stay with us for good, yes? Indeed. From now on, our Xiao will have a sister. Remember to take good care of her and never bully her. The matriarch said with a smile. Gu Xiao nodded seriously. Rest assured, matriarch. I will cherish my sister and never mistreat her. Both the matriarch and Lady Zhou laughed. Just then, Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan entered together, greeting everyone and exchanging pleasantries. Shortly after, the maidservants arrived to serve the meal, and the matriarch led Gu Xiao and Li Xianwan to the dining hall. After a moment of quiet, the meal concluded, and everyone rinsed their mouths before returning to the eastern chamber for tea and conversation. Lady Zhou smiled. Mother, please rest. I shall take Xianwan to the Pinewind Courtyard and check if anything needs tidying up. The matriarch nodded with a smile, and Gu Xiao quickly stood up. I will go too. Xianwan is still young. I will help her. Gu Yunshan giggled, pointing at Gu Xiao, as if he were so much older. Gu Xiao shot her an annoyed glance, ignoring her, and took Li Xianwan's hand, leading her as they bid farewell to the matriarch. Following Lady Zhou, They were surrounded by maidservants as they walked towards the Pine Wind courtyard behind Reborn Hall. They passed through a small garden and walked a bit longer until they arrived at the entrance of the Pine Wind courtyard. The courtyard was modest yet charming, adorned with white walls and green tiles, featuring two small vermilion doors. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by a winding corridor that connects the eastern wing, the main house, and the western wing, encircling the yard. The main house features a gracefully protruding eave, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, flanked by two auxiliary rooms on either side. The courtyard is notably spacious. On the left, clusters of fragrant xiangfei bamboo flourish, while a grand osmanthus tree graces the right, exuding a delightful fragrance. Various chrysanthemums are artfully arranged throughout the garden, and beneath the corridor, colorful birds chirp melodiously. Gu Xiao, pointing at the osmanthus tree, smiled and remarked to Li Xiaowan, "I am particularly fond of this tree. I have a silver osmanthus in my courtyard, though it is smaller and less striking than yours. Henceforth, I shall come to your courtyard daily to admire the blossoms." Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile as Gu Xiao took her hand, following Madame Zhou into the main house. Gu Xiao eagerly gestured around, saying, "Sister Xiaowan, the eastern wing with the ear room is the most temperate in winter and summer. You should reside there. The western wing has a cluster of bamboo outside, perfect for study. Just imagine placing a desk by the window, writing and reading, and when tired, gazing at the bamboo. However, this window screen is a bit dirty. It needs replacing, and the curtains here are worn out as well. Those must be changed," Gu Xiao continued, inspecting the surroundings. Madame Zhou chuckled, pulling him to sit on the main house's couch, and said, "Rest a moment. The window screens, curtains, and bedding must all be renewed. Unfortunately, your sister arrived in haste, and these items were not prepared in advance, so they must now be made from scratch. You must be patient. We need to wait for the sewing room to complete them." Gu Xiao nodded, turning to the smiling maid standing nearby, and solemnly instructed, "Tell the sewing room to make my sister's items with utmost care." The maid, bowing with a smile, readily complied. Chapter 14. The dawn of happiness. Maidservants began to bring in various daily utensils, while Dong Mo and Granny Wei busily organized and directed the placements. Granny Zhou led a group of young maids into the house, arranging them in neat lines beneath the corridor. After adjusting her attire, Granny Zhou lifted the curtain and entered the room, curtsying with a cheerful demeanor. "Madam, young master, Miss Cousin, everyone has arrived. Let them in," Madame Zhou instructed, and Granny Zhou complied, stepping out to fetch them. Turning to Li Xiaowan, Madame Zhou gently said, "Though the rules permit young masters and mistresses to choose their own attendants, at your tender age, you might struggle to discern good from bad. How could you accurately judge people? The servants in Xiao's room were carefully selected and vetted by me. I shall pick a few for you to start with, and if they do not suit you later, you may replace them. How does that sound?" Li Xiaowan exulted, relaxing as she squeezed beside Madame Zhou with a broad smile, nodding vigorously. "Aunt, you are so considerate. I was quite worried about this matter." Madame Zhou laughed, playfully tapping Li Xiaowan's forehead. "Oh, you are quite the thoughtful one. I suspected you were quiet on the way here due to this concern." Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile, and Gu Xiao quickly moved closer, taking her hand again reassuringly. "Sister Xiaowan, if you have any concerns, just tell me. Do not keep them to yourself. I'm here for you." Madame Zhou chuckled, stroking Gu Xiao's cheek. "You are still quite young. How can you take on such responsibilities?" While they conversed, Granny Zhou led in about 30 young maids, who lined up neatly in 3 rows. Madame Zhou stood and inspected them, selecting 4 for rough tasks, then looked them over again, choosing 5 slightly older maids. Granny Zhou waved her hand, dismissing the remaining maids, who stood by waiting for instructions. After scrutinizing the 5 maids, Madame Zhou turned to Granny Zhou and inquired, "Where were these 5 previously employed?" "Madam, these 5 maids were serving in the courtyards of the eldest and second young ladies, as well as the young master. They are all 3rd-tier maids," Granny Zhou replied. Madame Zhou nodded gently, instructing, "From today onward, you shall serve Miss Cousin. You remain 3rd tier, but be diligent in your duties." The 5 maids bowed in acknowledgement, kneeling to Li Xiaowan in salute before departing. Leading Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan out of the main house, Madame Zhou surveyed the courtyard and instructed Granny Zhou to rearrange several items to her satisfaction. She then beckoned Gu Xiao closer, smiling. "Xiao, let us return now. Sister Xiaowan has been weary these past few days. Let the maids assist her in bathing and refreshing herself before resting. Gu Xiao hesitated, reluctantly letting go of Li Xianwan's hand as he softly said, "I shall come back shortly. You must have missed studying these past few days, and I can help you catch up." Li Xianwan smiled and shook her head. "I am tired and do not wish to study today. Let us save that for tomorrow when Brother Gu Xiao can teach me." Disappointment flickered across Gu Xiao's face, while Madame Zhou chuckled helplessly, stepping forward to grasp Gu Xiao's hand. "Your sister is still young and exhausted from the past days. She lacks the energy to study. You two should return for a nap. Let us go quickly." Li Xianwan bid farewell to Madame Zhou and Gu Xiao as they exited the courtyard. Once they turned the corner and were out of sight, she sighed with relief and returned to the main house with light steps. Dong Mo greeted her inside, cheerfully suggesting, "Miss, shall you bathe and change, then rest? Afterward, we can call on the maids to meet you." Li Xianwan nuda beaming and followed Dong Mo into the adjoining cleansing room. There a large wooden tub was filled with warm water, and as Dong Mo assisted her in undressing and soaking in the comforting water, Li Xianwan sighed contentedly. After a quarter of an hour of relaxation, she reluctantly emerged, dried herself, and donned a simple white linen outfit before entering the inner chamber of the eastern wing. The spacious, intricately carved bed was adorned with pristine linen bedding, clean and soft. Li Xianwan sat cross-legged on the bed while Dong Mo wrung out her hair and combed through it several times. Luxuriating in the soft, dry covers, Li Xianwan sighed in comfort, her body and mind heavy with fatigue. With her eyes closed, she quickly drifted into slumber. She slept soundly until after the hour of wei, awakening to stretch languidly, contemplating her recent life changes. Over the past month, her circumstances had transformed satisfyingly, unfolding according to her aspirations. From the recent actions and words of Granny Sun, it was evident that she had received prior instructions, leading her to bring Li Xianwan back without hesitation. Judging from Granny Sun's demeanor, it seemed that the old matriarch had long intended to adopt her. Although the reasons behind this and the old lady's thoughts were still unclear, it appeared that, at least for now, there was no malice intended. With the Gu family recently bereaved of their head, they could only hope for Gu Xiao, a solitary orphan. The former official's downfall meant that his family's fortunes were unlikely to continue. From what Li Xianwan gathered from the conversations of the old matriarch and Madame Zhou, it seemed they intended for Gu Xiao to pursue the imperial examination route. Gu Xiao's aptitude appeared to be mediocre. Having begun his studies at 5, he had only completed 7 books to date. Even with parental indulgence and a lack of diligence on his part, his progress suggested that if he were to rely solely on his abilities to succeed, he would not achieve significant results until he was at least 14 or 15 years old. Observing the actions and speech of Lady Li, one can discern that she is a truly sagacious individual, endowed with wisdom. Furthermore, she has a son who has achieved the highest academic honor. She is unlikely to squander her wealth on a mere scholar, nor would she allow Gu Xiao to repeatedly face failure in his examinations. It is evident that any attempt he makes will be with utmost confidence. Thus, it is estimated that it will take at least another 6 or 7 years before Gu Xiao achieves success. Once he becomes a successful scholar, he will also reach the age for marriage discussions. The arrangements for the future of their family, including Lady Li and Lady Zhou, will largely depend on Gu Xiao's progress. The Gu family may very well return to the capital, which would facilitate Gu Xiao's preparations for the imperial examinations and allow for the search for a suitable marriage partner. In the interim 6 or 7 years, the significant events for the Gu family would revolve around the marriages of Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, with little else of note occurring. The marriages of Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan are of no concern to her, thus ensuring her life within the Gu household remains tranquil and comfortable. Li Xianwan beamed with joy, cherishing the thought of enjoying these 6 or 7 years. Before Gu Xiao marries, she would devise a plan to secure her own match, ideally in the picturesque town of Shangli. However, those days still lay far ahead. For now, she would indulge in the leisurely life of a bookworm. Chapter 15. The maids Li Xianwan sighed contentedly, stretching her body. At the end of winter, Dong Ma heard the commotion and approached the bed, lifting the curtain. Li Xianwan greeted her with a radiant smile, which in turn uplifted Dong Ma's spirits, prompting her to cheerfully exclaim, "It seems you have truly rested well." Li Xianwan nuda vigorously. Sitting up, Dong Ma fetched clothing and assisted Li Xianwan in dressing, washing, and grooming herself. After Li Xianwan took a leisurely stroll around the room. She settled onto the low couch by the south window in the eastern wing. Donma brought over a cup of tea, cheerfully stating, "This is Bilyuakun, sent by our ancestors." The lady instructed to send half a pound of preaching tea for you to enjoy. And the young master also sent half a pound of jasmine tea he personally prepared this spring, especially for you to savor. I have set it aside for now. Li Xiaowan took the cup, savoring a sip, and remarked, "It's a bit bland." Donma chuckled softly. "I intentionally added fewer tea leaves. You are still young. And a lighter brew is more suitable. Too strong might harm your stomach." Li Xiaowan nodded, leaning contentedly against the cushion on the couch, leisurely enjoying her tea. Donma turned to retrieve a box from the treasure cabinet, opened it, and presented it to Li Xiaowan with a beaming smile, saying, "While you were asleep, the matron from Qingxin Courtyard delivered your monthly allowance of silver, 4 taels in total. I placed it in this box." Li Xiaowan quickly set down her cup and leaned forward to inspect the box, curious as she had never seen silver before. Inside lay 2 small silver ingots with a frosty sheen. She gingerly picked one up, examining it closely before carefully placing it back, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. She then looked up at Donma and asked, "Is Qingxin Courtyard where the lady resides? Why is the monthly allowance so substantial?" "Indeed, the lady resides in Qingxin Courtyard, while the young master is in Wutong Courtyard, and the eldest and second young ladies are in Qiangwei and Handan Courtyards, respectively. Your monthly allowance is the same as theirs, 2 taels per month." The matron mentioned that this amount covers both your 8th and 9th months. Li Xiaowan gazed at the silver in the box, warmth blossoming in her heart. It was clear that Lady Zhou must have taken pity on her impoverished state to provide her with 2 months' worth of allowance in one go. If only I received 4 taels every month," she mused. Donma sighed, and Li Xiaowan paused, regarding her with curiosity. Closing the box, Donma explained in a hushed tone, "The maids and servants in the manor often engage in petty rivalries. Though you are cherished by the ancestors and the lady, one must still navigate these dynamics to ensure a smoother existence. 2 taels a month hardly suffices." Li Xiaowan pondered for a moment, her expression darkening slightly as her gaze fell. After a brief silence, she turned to Donma with a bright smile, tilting her head as she inquired, "If I distribute this monthly allowance, might I be treated like Yinshan and Yinhuan?" Donma burst into laughter, her expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "How could that be possible? Even if you had 10 times the silver, it would not equate. Well then, even if we were to distribute all this silver, it would be of no use, would it? If that is the case, why waste this precious silver? Remember this. In the future, adhere to the rules of the manor. Reward when necessary, and only as much as is warranted. No more, no less." Donma stared at Li Xiaowan, momentarily speechless, before finally managing to say, "You truly are a loss for words." She eventually concluded, "You truly grasp the situation with remarkable clarity." Li Xiaowan smiled warmly at her, lifting her cup to resume savoring her tea. As Donma tidied the box, she cast a resigned glance at Li Xiaowan, who appeared utterly at ease, sighing deeply. "You truly are Sai." After another heavy sigh, Donma continued, "Would you like to meet those 5 third-tier maids now? Once you have seen them, I can promptly assign them their duties and ensure the household runs smoothly." Li Xiaowan nodded in agreement, and Donma exited the eastern wing, returning shortly with 5 maids who stood respectfully before the couch. Li Xiaowan sat upright, smiling as she scrutinized each of them, her voice steady as she asked, "What are your names? How old are you? What did you serve before?" The maid on the far left, appearing a bit timid, glanced at Donma. Donma nodded encouragingly, prompting the girl to step forward slightly in curtsy, replying to the young lady, "I'm called Xiaoyu, 13 years old, and I previously served in Wudong Courtyard." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan observed her closely. Xiaoyu had elongated features, slightly darker skin, and full lips, exuding an air of sincerity. Li Xiaowan offered her a gentle smile, causing Xiaoyu to relax and step back. The next maid approached confidently, her voice clear, replying to the young lady, "I am called Chu, 12 years old, and I also served in Wudong Courtyard." Chu Yue had bright eyes and fair skin, though her nose was slightly flat, and she gazed at Li Xiaowan with an earnest, unwavering look. Li Xiaowan smiled again, signaling her to step back. The maid in the center stepped forward with assurance, curtsying as she said, replying to the young lady, "I am called Lan Chu, 11 years old, and I served in Xiangwei Courtyard." Li Xiaowan examined Lan Chu carefully, Her skin had a slight wheatish tint, and her delicate features radiated a sense of innocence. When she was silent, she appeared simple and unpretentious, yet when she smiled, her two small canine teeth revealed a playful spirit. Lanshu was cautiously assessing Li Xiaowan, who, meeting her bright eyes, squinted and laughed, recognizing her potential. Lanshu stepped back, and the next maid approached, curtsying, replying to the young lady, "I am called Xiao Xiao, 13 years old, and I previously served in Handan Courtyard." Li Xiaowan scrutinisa Xiaoxiu, noting her robust physique, thick eyebrows, and wide eyes, which gazed at her with a slightly dazed expression. It was evident that Xiao Xiao was more developed physically than mentally. Li Xiaowan chuckled softly, her tone gentle. "Xiao Xiao seems a bit unwieldy. From now on, let us call you Xiaowen." Xiaowen bowed gratefully to Li Xiaowan before stepping back, and the last maid on the far right stepped forward, curtsying as she replying to the young lady, "I am called Ingshun, 14 years old, and I previously served in Chengxin Courtyard." Upon hearing the name Ingshun, Li Xiaowan squinted her eyes, and a smile graced her face as she scrutinized the young woman before her. With delicate shoulders and a slender waist, Ingchun possessed an elongated face, willow-like brows, and phoenix-like eyes, her skin fairer than the winter's end. Li Xiaowan smiled, thinking that Ingchun was not as melodious as Chun Xiao, and decided to call her Xiao instead. Chun Xiao lowered her eyelids, bowed in gratitude, and retreated. Chapter 16. Organization. Li Xiaowan turned to Dongma and cheerfully instructed, "You shall arrange the duties and schedules according to the house's customs. Just ensure everything is in order." Dongma raised her brows with delight and graciously curtsied, promptly assigning the tasks to the 5 maidens. Xiaoyu and Xiaowen shall be one group, while Qiuyue and Chunxiao form another. They will take turns attending to duties here during the day. Lanshu will attend to me, and at night, I shall serve in the warm chamber outside the bishop cupboard, while you 5 will rotate duties outside. Once Dongma had organized the assignments, she turned to Li Xiaowan, curtsying with a smile, "Miss, is this arrangement suitable?" Li Xiaowan nodded brightly, and Dongma beamed with joy. She then instructed, "This afternoon, Xiaoyu and Xiaowen shall take the first shift, and tonight, Qiuyue will begin the night watch." The others acknowledged her words, and Xiaoyu and Xiaowen moved to the Eastern Hall's entrance, standing with hands folded to await summons, while Qiuyue and the others withdrew. Li Xiaowan gazed out the window, observing Qiuyue and the others enter the Eastern Hall. Dongma picked up a cup and carefully instructed Lan Chu to prepare fresh tea. Lan Chu exited with a tray of cups, and following Li Xiaowan's gaze towards the Eastern Hall, Dongma reported with a smile, "While you were resting, I discussed with Mama Wei and settled the 4 young maidens in the northern room of the Western Hall, as it is the largest. Chun Xiao and her group are arranged in the Eastern Hall. Lan Chu, Xiaoyu, and Xuyue occupy the larger northern room, while Xiaowen and Chun Xiao have a smaller southern room. The southern room of the Western Hall is left empty for storage, as this Eastern Hall is too small to accommodate anything substantial." Li Xiaowan Shukalat Sufli. What more can we possibly collect in the future? This ear room may as well remain vacant. She hesitated momentarily, swallowing her thoughts. She could discern the stark differences in the living conditions of the servants within the ancient family. As a newcomer, it was best to adhere to the house's customs. "Do you find anything amiss, miss?" Dongma inquired cautiously. Li Xiaowan turned her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she shook her head gently, murmuring, "You know the house's customs better than anyone, sister. I hope you will continue to take care of this courtyard. If I ever act inappropriately, please do remind me." Dongma's eyes brightened as she gazed at Li Xiaowan, curtsying earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall devote myself to serving you, for your well-being ensures my own." Before long, Mama Wei entered, and alongside Dongma, they directed the young maidens in cleaning and organizing the premises. Li Xiaowan sat at the writing desk beneath the window in the Western Hall, quietly tracing the characters from the scholar's calligraphy book. As evening approached, Li Xiaowan stood before the bronze mirror, meticulously adjusting her attire and hair, before heading to Reishuan Hall with Dongma and Xiaoyu. After dinner, Li Xiaowan, accompanied by her sisters Gu Xiao and Gu Yinshan, engaged in conversation with the elderly matriarch for quite some time. As dusk enveloped the sky, they took their leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Gu Yinshan paused, her face beaming as she grasped Li Xiaowan's hand, whispering, "I intended to visit you this afternoon. Worried you might be exhausted from your travels and needed to rest properly. It was only with great restraint that Yunhuan and I refrained from interrupting you." Li Xiaowan was about to respond when Gu Yunhuan seized her other hand, saying, "On our way here, we agreed that since you will be attending lessons with Gu Xiao tomorrow morning, you will be occupied. So we shall come to Songfeng Courtyard to see you in the afternoon." Li Xiaowan smiled and nodded in agreement. Gu Xiao interjected eagerly, "I want to join too." "You just visited this afternoon," Gu Yinshan replied, patting Gu Xiao's shoulder. "That doesn't count. I was merely helping to check on the house. It doesn't mean I visited my sister." Gu Xiao protested, looking up at Gu Yunshan, while Gu Yunhuan urged her on. "If you wish to go, you may. No one is stopping you." The four shared laughter as they traversed the rear garden, bidding farewell before returning to their respective quarters. Doma and Xiaoyu followed Li Xiaowan as they rounded a hillock. In the twilight, a slender figure swiftly flitted past the wall of Songfeng Courtyard and slipped through the gate. Dongma's brows immediately furrowed, and she glanced at Li Xiaowan, who fixed her gaze on the gate, her expression darkening. She turned to Xiaoyu, who, upon seeing the gate, looked back at Li Xiaowan with wide eyes, trembling slightly as she stammered, I think I saw someone enter." Li Xiaowan smiled legally, her tone casual. Perhaps it was just a maid returning late from an errand. Xiaoyu's expression relaxed as she eagerly nodded. "You're right, I don't know who it was, but it startled me." Li Xiaowan turned with a grin to Dongma, who still bore a furrowed brow, gently tugging her along as they entered the courtyard. Mama Wei greeted them, and Li Xiaowan smiled, urging her to retire for the night. Once inside the eastern hall, Li Xiaowan settled onto the couch and turned to Dongma, asking, "Was it Chun Xiao?" "Yes, I believe it was her," Dongma replied, her brows knitting in irritation as she turned to exit. "I shall go question her. Come back." Li Xiaowan called her back, gesturing for her to sit at the edge of the couch. In a low voice, she cautioned, "If you confront her now and she refuses to speak or deny it, it could escalate into a ruckus. We know nothing of the temperaments and affiliations among the maids. Even if it doesn't lead to a commotion, there's no guarantee that tomorrow someone won't spread word of this incident. We've only just moved into this courtyard, and it would be unseemly to have caused a stir already. How would that reflect on us? What then? Should we just let it go? What if it leads to something serious later on?" Dongma's anxiety grew. Li Xiaowan raised her hand to calm her, contemplating for a moment before instructing. "Call all the maidens in this courtyard to gather. I shall speak to them first. If any rules are broken in the future, they will not be able to claim ignorance." Dongma nodded and soon returned with the maidens, who stood in two neat rows, hands at their sides. Li Xiaowan sat on the couch, her expression serious as she surveyed each maiden before speaking in a calm tone. "Here, the rules are strict, and there is no room for leniency. If any of you face difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. Tomorrow, I shall report back to the matriarch and the elders, and you may return to your previous positions." The maidens exchanged uncertain glances, then lowered their heads. Dongma observed them. "Did you all hear the Mrs. words? If you have any troubles, feel free to express them." Chapter 17. Morning lessons. After a brief pause, Li Xiaowan allowed a hint of a smile to emerge, continuing, "Since you all willingly choose to remain here to serve, this forms the bond between us. In this courtyard, Li Xiaowan azitata, aware that this courtyard was the least significant within the Gu family. She had nothing of value to promise or offer. A profound sense of melancholy washed over her, and after a moment of silence, she addressed the group, saying, "Serving here requires utmost caution. Do not engage in rivalries, for the house's rules must be adhered to without fail. If grievances arise or mistakes are made, no one will be able to shield you from the consequences." Li Xiaowan's voice dwindled to an almost inaudible murmur as her gaze slowly swept across the crowd, eventually resting upon Chun Xiao, who had her head bowed low. The maidservants knelt on the ground, unevenly bowing their heads in unison, affirming, "Yes." Li Xiaowan waved her hand, dismissing the maidservants, while Lanchu entered the room to tidy the bedding. Xiaoyu and Shouwen went to the back room to prepare hot water and cotton cloths for bathing. With her eyes cast down, Li Xiaowan pondered for a moment before summoning Dongma to her side, instructing in a hushed tone, "From today onward, you and Wei Mama must not both leave the courtyard. One of you must remain to keep watch. Pay close attention to these maidservants. It is essential to understand their temperaments and personalities early on." Furthermore, Li Xiaowan paused, turning her calm face towards Dongma, and added, "You are a child of this household, and your parents have long served here. Find a way to discern the backgrounds of these maidservants, who is close with whom, and who has grievances against whom. Also, take note not only of our courtyard's occupants, but also of the gossip and rumors circulating within the manor. Be cautious in your inquiries, and do not appear overly eager. It will not bode well if others catch wind of your curiosity. Donma nodded in agreement, staring blankly at Li Xiaowan, whose frail frame was swathed in coarse mourning garments. Despite being only 6 years old, the words she spoke seemed to carry the weight of a 60-year-old sage. Donma suddenly felt an eerie strangeness about Li Xiaowan and could not help but shiver slightly, whispering, "Miss, please do not speak in such a manner outside." Li Xiaowan seemed to snap back to reality, raising her head and regarding Donma thoughtfully before nodding. "Thank you." Donma, along with Xiaoyu and Shouwen, attended to Li Xiaowan's bathing and grooming, dressing her in a fine linen outfit. As Li Xiaowan yawned and nestled into bed, Donma cheerfully remarked, "Miss, you may rest easy. I shall come to wake you at dawn." Li Xiaowan nodded, curling up under the covers. Just after the first watch of the day had passed, Wei Mama called out, opening the courtyard door, and the lights in the east wing flickered to life. Qiyue and Chun Xiao quietly rose, tidied themselves, and stepped outside to stoke the tea stove, waking the other maidservants. The small courtyard bustled to life, yawning and busying itself. As dawn approached, Donma, accompanied by Lan Chu, lit the lanterns in the main room. Wei Mama briskly pulled the still sleeping Li Xiaowan from her bed, deftly assisting her in getting dressed. "Miss, the young master has arrived," Qiyue announced brightly from the door. Li Xiaowan startled awake, quickly turning her head. Surprise mingled with a hint of displeasure as she saw Gu Xiao entering the east wing, carrying a dark blue cloth bundle and looking refreshed. Donma hurriedly bent her knees in a gesture of respect, smilingly saying, "Miss has yet to wash her face. Let the young master sit in the outer room for a moment, and we will soon have our miss ready. No need for tea. I will wait here for Sister Xiaowan," Gu Xiao replied, placing the bundle on the table and taking a seat in the nearby armchair. Li Xiaowan turned to him, smiling softly. "Gu Xiao, why not wait outside for me? I am still dressing." Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, sizing up Li Xiaowan before chuckling, "Sister Xiaowan, your clothes are already on. Look." Li Xiaowan's brows furrowed in frustration as she gazed at him. Donma stifled a giggle, remarking that compared to the young lady, the young master appeared somewhat foolish. Wei Mama and Donma soon had Li Xiaowan washed and groomed, her hair styled into 2 buns. Wei Mama handed her a bundle containing the 3-character classic and a small calligraphy book, while Gu Xiao instructed Lan Chu, "Go check if Sister Xiaowan's bird's nest porridge is ready, and bring it over quickly." Lan Chu turned to Donma in a hurry, who was momentarily stunned. Li Xiaowan picked up her own bundle and nudged Gu Xiao's aside, stating, "I never eat that. Let us hurry, or the teacher will become angry." Saying this, she rushed out the door. Gu Xiao, startled, hastily grabbed his bundle and, glancing at the hourglass in the corner, followed her out. Outside, the sky was already turning light, and the fresh morning mist carried a hint of coolness and the sweet scent of osmanthus flowers. Li Xiaowan squinted against the brightness, inhaling deeply. Gu Xiao hurried after her, one hand clutching his bundle and the other grasping Li Xiaowan's hand. "Sister Xiaowan, I will hold your hand. It is not yet dawn." Li Xiaowan silently shook off Gu Xiao's hand and quickened her pace, heading towards the courtyard's exit. Gu Xiao, still holding his bundle, called out, "Sister Xiaowan, Sister Xiaowan." Wei Mama followed closely, anxiously urging, "Miss, young master, slow down. Slow down." Reaching the courtyard entrance, Li Xiaowan startled Wu Mama and the 2 young servants, Shan Shui and Yin Yun, who were waiting there. With a beaming smile, she waved her hand at Wu Mama, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry. If we are late, the teacher will be angry." Wu Mama chuckled, squatting down to embrace Li Xiaowan, saying, "Cousin, there is no need to rush. If we take the back gate through the garden, we will arrive in just a quarter of an hour. We won't be late." Gu Xiao, breathing heavily from his hurried pursuit, caught up and grabbed Li Xiaowan's hand, saying, Sister Xiaowan, you run too fast." Wei Mama chimed in, "Miss must not run so quickly. What if you trip?" Li Xiaowan smiled broadly, nodding as she covertly shook off Gu Xiao's hand. Gu Xiao firmly held onto her hand, leading her steadily towards the back garden. Li Xiaowan turned to him, softly saying, "Release me. The bundle is heavy, and I want to switch hands." Gu Xiao hesitated before letting go, glancing at the bundle in her hand and mimicking her tone. "In our manor, the rule is that one must carry their own books. Otherwise, I would help you." Chapter 18. Equitable treatment, Li Xiaowan turned to Gu Xiao, her smile radiant. I prefer to carry my own books. Gu Xiao chuckled, his eyes crinkling in delight, as he switched the bundle to his other hand, preparing to grasp Li Xiaowan's hand again. She playfully tugged at his sleeve, smiling mischievously as she whispered, Gu Xiao, when we are alone, please do not call me Sister Xiaowan. Gu Xiao paused, then what should I call you? Why can't I call you Sister Xiaowan? Li Xiaowan kiririt her turoatgenti. Her smile unwavering. Keep your voice down. Gu Xiao, think about it. Sister Xiaowan has 4 syllables. It is quite cumbersome. Just call me Xiaowan. It sounds much nicer. Gu Xiao pondered seriously for a moment before nodding, looking at Li Xiaowan and saying softly, Xiaowan. Then I will just call you sister since you are my only sister. Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Gu Xiao, who beamed at her. She bit her lip, lowering her voice, do not call me sister. Call me Xiaowan. Gu Xiao blinked in surprise and scooted closer to Li Xiaowan, coaxing her gently, Xiaowan, do not be upset. Xiaowan is fine. How about I call you Wan? It sounds better than Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan sighed in resignation, quickening her pace. Let us walk a bit faster so the teacher does not wait too long. All right. Gu Xiao agreed emphatically, clutching his bundle as he followed closely behind Li Xiaowan towards the back garden gate. In the study of the Foreign Affairs Institute, Master Wang had already taken his seat, awaiting the arrival of his students. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan respectfully greeted him and presented their textbooks. As usual, Master Wang swiftly dismissed Li Xiaowan with a few words and began to focus on Gu Xiao's recitation, guiding him through the lessons. The morning class continued until the second quarter of the Chen hour, after which Master Wang closed the books. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan bowed in respect, and, accompanied by Wu Mama and others, made their way through the garden directly to Ruishuan Hall. Inside Ruishuan Hall, Madame Zhou and the Gu sisters had already arrived. Upon seeing the two enter, the elderly matriarch repeatedly instructed, Where is Billion? Quickly send someone to bring breakfast in. After reading for a whole morning, they must be starving. Gu Xiao performed a deep bow and was immediately pulled into the embrace of the matriarch, who affectionately patted his head and face. Gu Xiao looked up with a smile and said, I am not hungry. This morning, Sister Juing gave me bird's nest porridge and pastries. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Li Xiaowan and remarked, Warm hasn't had anything to eat this morning. She must be famished. Li Xiaowan, sitting on the edge of the couch, smiled at the matriarch and responded, I simply felt reluctant to get out of bed, but I didn't really feel hungry. The matriarch chuckled, then turned to Madame Zhou, reminiscing. When I was young, I despised early studies the most. In winter, I would have to wait until just before class started for the sky to brighten. While outside it was freezing cold, and my bed was so warm, I truly didn't want to get up. Madame Zhou laughed in agreement, but before she could speak, Gu Xiao interjected, Great ancestor, I can get up. Even in winter, I can rise. Both the matriarch and Madame Zhou burst into laughter, with the matriarch caressing Gu Xiao and affectionately praising, Our Xiaoer is the most diligent. He will surely excel in his studies. Billion directed the maids to quickly set the breakfast on the table. Once everyone was seated, Madame Zhou served the chopsticks. Li Xiaowan, holding back her hunger, took her time eating a bowl of porridge along with 3 vegetarian buns and a flaky pastry before finally feeling satisfied. The matriarch cast a thoughtful glance at Li Xiaowan. After the meal, Gu Xiao hurriedly took his leave with Li Xiaowan as they needed to return for class. The Gu sisters stayed behind to chat with the matriarch for a while before also taking their leave. Watching the two depart, the matriarch gestured for Madame Zhou to sit beside her and gently said, Starting tomorrow, let Songfeng Courtyard follow their example and send over a couple of servings of bird's nest and 5 coins worth of rock sugar each day for Xiaowan, so that she can have it prepared for her before her morning studies. Madame Zhou paused, looking slightly hesitant before quietly responding, Xiaowan is a sensible and lovable girl. I cherish her, and while the bird's nest may not seem like much in our household, it is still considered a precious item elsewhere. If she becomes accustomed to it, will she not suffer when she leaves our home? The matriarch smiled warmly at Madame Zhou, patting her hand gently, and sighed. Though girls cannot rely on scholarly examinations to enter government service, who can say what kind of family they will marry into or what role they will play in supporting their husbands? Once children are born, the future remains uncertain. Since we have chosen to keep Xiaowan with us, we should not treat her poorly. Besides, we have more than enough silver. Madame Zhou smiled obediently, nodding in agreement. You're absolutely right, mother. I will send someone to deliver it right away. After classes, Li Xiaonuan and Gu Xiao returned to Ruishuan Hall for lunch, enjoyed a cup of tea, and exchanged a few words with the matriarch. Gu Yinshan then led the three out, heading straight to Song Feng Courtyard. The Gu sisters spent some time admiring the golden osmanthus in the yard, instructing their maids to gather half a pouch of flowers to prepare sachets. After collecting the flowers and admiring the plants further, they finally entered the main room. Gu Yinshan, frowning as she pointed at the curtains, remarked, "These curtains. I wonder how long they have been here. Have his seamstresses been sent to make new ones? They have already been sent to work on them. And even the cushions and bedding in this house have been ordered by Mother." Gu Xiao quickly explained from behind. Gu Yunhuan chuckled, gently nudging Li Xiaonuan, and said, "Sister Xiaonuan, hurry and plead with your elder sister. Perhaps a word from her could ensure the curtains arrive by tomorrow." Li Xiaonuan looked at Gu Yunhuan in confusion. Gu Yinshan laughed and, unconsciously wiping her hands with a handkerchief, said to Li Xiaonuan, "Mother has entrusted me with managing the needlework room. So you needn't ask sister for assistance. I will remind them to expedite the curtains. Since we are observing filial piety, there isn't much work to be done there. Logically, they should have been delivered today." Li Xiaonuan looked on in amazement at Gu Yunshan, curtsied, and cheerfully said, "Thank you in advance, elder sister. You are truly impressive. Managing so many maids. I feel daunted just thinking about it." Gu Yinshan playfully pinched Li Xiaonuan's cheek and smiled. "You are still so young, of course. You find it daunting. When you reach my age and learn to manage affairs, you will not fear it anymore." Li Xiaonuan nodded with a smile. In the 19th chapter, to know contentment, the three of them enjoyed a cup of tea, engaged in light conversation, and soon took their leave. Li Xiaonuan saw them off at the courtyard entrance, and, watching them walk away, slowly returned to the main room, lazily reclining on the couch in the east wing. Lost in thought, Dongma entered with a joyful demeanor, bringing a cup of tea, and reported, "Miss, this morning, the lady sent over a packet of bird's nest and a packet of crystal sugar, instructing that it be prepared for you each morning before your studies." Li Xiaonuan Bauza, slightly furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Aside from the great ancestors, has anyone else in the household received bird's nest, including the lady, young master, or the two young ladies?" "Yes, the two young ladies and the young master received the same daily amount. 1 liang of bird's nest and 5 coins of crystal sugar. Now you are to receive the same portion as well," Dongma replied with a smile. Relieved, Li Xiaonuan smiled back at Dongma and softly instructed, "Please bring the items over for me to see." Dongma slightly lowered her eyes, smiling as she curtsied in agreement, then turned to fetch the items. Moments later, she returned with 2 bowls of bird's nest and several pieces of sugar, holding them carefully on a cloth. Li Xiaonuan leaned in to examine them closely, weighing the bird's nest in the light before placing it back in Dongma's hands, shaking her head with a smile. "This is the first time I've seen such a thing. It truly is quite peculiar." Dongma appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, holding the bird's nest and examining it closely, her face beaming as she reported, "I've already soaked the bird's nest. In a while, let Xiaoyu carefully clean it. Tomorrow morning, you must rise a quarter of an hour earlier to enjoy the bird's nest porridge before heading to your studies." Li Xiaonuan nodded, and Dongma, still smiling, took the bird's nest and sugar back. Li Xiaonuan lifted her cup, leisurely sipping her tea as she watched Dongma's retreating figure, a warmth blooming within her. Dongma was genuinely concerned for her well-being. The bird's nest provided in this courtyard was likely of lesser quality than elsewhere, and judging by Dongma's expression, she wished to keep this from her. Knowing such things would only add to her worries without any benefit. Is this what they mean when they say the human heart is difficult to appease? Li Xiaonuan mused, recalling her time at Fuyin Temple, when she struggled to have enough to eat. The Gu family, despite their tenuous connection, had gone to great lengths to bring her and her parents' remains back, treating her as one of their own, providing her with education, and accommodating her in the same manner as their own maids and servants. Now, they were sending her a daily portion of bird's nest. If she were to complain about the servants being snobbish, lamenting that the bird's nest was subpar and the rock sugar lacked sweetness, would it not become a jest? Are there any servants devoid of such pretentiousness? There are merely varying degrees of it. Given her circumstances, what right has she to expect them to be otherwise? Dongma has been dutifully serving by the side of the matriarch throughout the winter's end, her temperament being rather strong. It is imperative to find an opportunity to enlighten her in the future. Li Xiaonuan reclined on the couch, having finished her cup of tea, and retreated to take an afternoon nap. After sleeping for over half an hour, she arose, washed up, and tidied herself, then sat at the desk in the west wing, placing a thin sheet of rice paper over her calligraphy practice book, focusing her mind to practice her writing. She had already memorized the 3-character classic learned earlier that morning, along with the books lent to her by Gu Xiao. During the lessons, when the teacher instructed Gu Xiao, she had leisurely completed the 2 pages of small, regular script assigned to her. This afternoon was entirely her own. After writing for a little over half an hour, Li Xiaowan stood up and wandered around the courtyard for a while. She called over 2 young maidservants, directing them to rearrange the chrysanthemums in the courtyard. Once satisfied with the arrangement, she stood beneath the corridor, enjoying the view for a moment before returning indoors to continue her practice. The sewing room had received a few new curtains, which Donma collected, replacing the old ones. Li Xiaowan upruka, smiling as she gently caressed the newly hung light gray cotton curtains. Donma explained with a smile, "Miss, wearing heavy morning attire necessitates these kinds of curtains." Li Xiaowan turned to Donma, stating earnestly, "I quite like this delicate cotton. It is soft and dense, providing a warm feel." Donma chuckled, and Li Xiaowan set down the curtain and returned to the west wing, resuming her writing practice. Donma seemed to recall something and followed her into the west wing, whispering, "Miss, the young master's birthday is on the 6th of next month. We must think carefully about what gifts to prepare, lest we fall behind and become the subject of ridicule." Li Xiaowan paused, her pen hovering in midair as she contemplated. She then turned to Donma with a smile, saying, "There's not much to think about. Let us have Granny Wei craft a few simple pouches and fan covers, and when the time comes, we will present them as a token of our sentiments." Donma raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Li Xiaowan looked up at her and solemnly said, "Sister Donma, we have no wealth, and I am still young. Regardless of the gift, as long as the intention is sincere, the matriarch, the mistress, and Gu Xiao will not scrutinize the present." Donma was momentarily taken aback. Li Xiaowan gazed at her with calm eyes and continued, "Sister Donma, I appreciate your good intentions. But consider this. In this household, whom should I surpass? Even if I am regarded as the mistress's own child, being the youngest, it is only natural for me to come last in all matters, is it not?" Donma opened her mouth to respond, but Li Xiaowan gently sighed, "Sister, you mean well for me. However, think back to when Granny Wei and I were staying at the Fuyin Temple. We could barely have enough to eat. The matriarch and mistress took pity on my plight, arranged for my parents' burial, and graciously took me in. The Gu family treats me as one of their own. Even if they merely ensure I am warm and fed, I am forever grateful and have no grounds to complain." Donma was slightly moved. Li Xiaowan looked up at her, taking her hand and continuing, "These past days, you have truly cared for me from the bottom of your heart. I am fortunate to receive such kindness from the entire Gu family, a blessing I could only dream of. Sister Donma, even if my circumstances were 10 times worse than they are now, I would still feel no discontent." Tears welled in Donma's eyes as she embraced Li Xiaowan. Her voice slightly hoarse as she replied, "I understand your intentions, Mississippi. These past days, I have been overly headstrong, but you are right. Rest assured, I will accompany you in living a peaceful life from now on." Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with joy as she hugged Donma tightly, quickly pecking her cheek. Indeed, Donma was perceptive. Donma, momentarily taken aback by Li Xiaowan's affection, soon responded with a chuckle. The next morning, Gu Xiao came as usual to summon Li Xiaowan, tightly holding her hand as they headed off to morning lessons together. In the afternoon, after a refreshing nap, Li Xiaowan strolled around the courtyard for a while before settling down by the window in the west wing to practice her writing again. After writing for a bit, she set her brush down, feeling a bit bored. She stood up and wandered through the room, noting that the only books present were the few on the desk in the west wing. Picking them up, she flipped through them and tossed them back down. The days without reading were becoming increasingly intolerable. Although the Gu family possessed an entire building of books, it was of little help in her immediate need. If she were to go to the library now, she might be regarded as an oddity. It would be wiser to be cautious. Perhaps Gu Xiao might have something worth reading. As Li Xiaowan mused, Xiaoyu announced from the door, "The young master has arrived." Li Xiaowan's eyes lit up with excitement. Just as she was thinking of Gu Xiao, he had indeed come. She hurried to greet him as Gu Xiao entered with a spring in his step, followed by Jiu Hua, carrying a bundle, who greeted her with a cheerful bow. Gu Xiao took Li Xiaowan's hand, smiling, "Wan, let's practice writing together. It feels rather dull alone." Young master insists on coming to study with his cousin. Juhua chimed in with a smile from behind Gu Xiao, while Doma stepped forward to take the bundle from Juhua and placed it on the desk in the west wing, instructing Lanchu to brew some tea. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaonuan chattered merrily for a while. He leaned over the desk, examining Li Xiaonuan's practice closely, then turned to her with praise. Nuan, your writing has improved remarkably, though your technique here could use some adjustment. You should do it like this. Gu Xiao demonstrated by guiding Li Xiaonuan's hand, explaining, here, you must pause a bit and lift the brush more slowly. Only then will the characters possess structure and beauty. Li Xiaonuan, somewhat astonished, followed his lead with her brush, only now realizing how beautifully Gu Xiao wrote. Gu Xiao, your handwriting is truly exquisite, she exclaimed, turning to him with admiration. Gu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded vigorously, saying mother says the same. Li Xiaonuan chocolat. And Gu Xiao gazed at her radiant smile, murmuring Wan, your smile is truly enchanting. Li Xiaonuan blinked in surprise, staring at Gu Xiao for a moment before putting down her brush and rising. I have completed the characters our teacher assigned. What about you? Gu Xiao's face contorted in frustration. I have finished the characters, but as for the texts, I am still not done. Wan, the teacher only assigns you 10 lines of the 3-character classic, while I have far more to memorize. Once I finish, I must also explain the text, which is quite challenging. Li Xiaonuan smiled at Gu Xiao and suggested, you are a young man, quite clever. These texts are not insurmountable. Perhaps I could accompany you in your studies. Gu Xiao eagerly agreed. Li Xiaonuan guided him, asking the meanings of phrases one by one. Gu Xiao's spirits lifted as he eagerly explained the texts, and within a short span, he had memorized a good portion. Li Xiaonuan pushed the book aside, smiling at Gu Xiao. I prefer to memorize gradually, just like you are doing now. Then, I will repeat it a few times over the course of the day. And by the end, I won't forget. Do you do the same? Gu Xiao shook his head. I memorize it all at once. Then why not try my method? Shall we take a stroll outside to admire the chrysanthemums before continuing? All right. Gu Xiao reached out to take Li Xiaonuan's hand, but she pulled it back behind her, gazing at him intently and declaring, I can walk by myself. Gu Xiao scratched his head, a naive smile spreading across his face as he replied, Wan, you're so small. I'm not small. Li Xiaonuan interrupted him. Gu Xiao nodded vigorously and followed her out of the room. The two stood side by side beneath the corridor, admiring the chrysanthemums in the courtyard. Li Xiaonuan turned to Gu Xiao, her face aglow with a smile, and asked, Gu Xiao, after you finish the window lesson that the teacher assigned this afternoon, what will you do with your free time? Well, when I was in the capital, I often followed my ancestors. My mother would go out, and sometimes Cousin Ku would take me out to play. It was quite busy. Gu Xiao pondered thoughtfully. And now, what did you do after finishing the lesson yesterday? Gu Xiao scratched his head and looked at Li Xiaonuan curiously, saying, Didn't you see me with the older sister and the second sister yesterday? Li Xiaonuan fell silent, feeling a pang of frustration as she looked at Gu Xiao and asked directly, Gu Xiao, do you only read the few books assigned by the teacher? Do you have any other books? Yes, I have many books. Last year, Cousin Ku even gifted me a set of strange tales from the wilderness. It is quite captivating. Gu Xiao replied with a smile that crinkled his eyes. Li Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him brightly and softly pleaded, Gu Xiao, could you lend me your books, especially that set of strange tales from the wilderness? Without hesitation, Gu Xiao nodded, but then he suddenly realized and shook his head. Wan, those books are quite difficult. You haven't even learned all the characters yet, so you surely won't understand. I know all the characters. If I don't understand, I'll just ask you. If there are any characters I don't recognize, I'll ask you too. Li Xiaonuan insisted, grasping Gu Xiao's hand eagerly. He nodded again. All right, I will have Sister Juhong fetch the books for you. No need to trouble Sister Juhong for this. I'll just send a couple of maidservants to get them, Li Xiaonuan said quickly, stopping Gu Xiao from calling out. He nodded in agreement, smiling. You're right. Wan, let us just send a couple of maidservants. Li Xiaonuan called over 2 maidservants on duty, and Gu Xiao instructed them to go to Wutong Courtyard and fetch the set of strange tales from the wilderness. The maidservants curtsied and left. Li Xiaonuan stood on her tiptoes, turning lightly, and said, Gu Xiao, let us go back and recite it a couple more times. We should finish the teacher's lesson early today. Gu Xiao agreed, and followed her back to the west room to study. Li Xiaonuan held the book and guided him as he recited it twice more. After a while, he recited again, becoming quite proficient. Gu Xiao grinned widely. Wan, you were right. This method of studying is indeed much quicker. Usually, I have to recite it twice before bed, but today I finished the fastest. With a radiant smile, Li Xiaowan handed the book to Gu Xiao, saying, "You were very focused today. To study well, one must be fully engaged. Only then can you learn quickly and effectively." Chapter 21. Learning Needlework Before Long. The two maidservants returned with the books. Li Xiaowan, beaming with joy, accepted the bundle and carefully placed the neatly arranged volumes on the table. They were all large, hand-copied manuscripts on soft, golden yellow paper, featuring exquisite small characters that felt pleasant to touch and behold. Satisfied, Li Xiaowan gently caressed the books, while Gu Xiao gazed at her as if she radiated light. Sitting together at the desk, they flipped through the strange tales from the wilderness, chatting animatedly. Despite several nudges from Juhong to return, Gu Xiao stubbornly refused to leave. Eventually, Juhong had to send a maidservant to fetch Gu Xiao's clothes. And after he refreshed himself at Songfeng Courtyard, he changed into clean attire and headed to Ruishuan Hall with Li Xiaowan for dinner. Upon returning from Ruishuan Hall, Li Xiaowan nestled on the couch in the east wing, engrossed in her book under the flickering candlelight. Chun Xiao and Xiu Yu prepared hot water, while Dong Mo pulled her up to assist her with bathing. After she emerged refreshed, Li Xiaowan returned to her seat and resumed reading strange tales from the wilderness, while Dong Mo twisted her hair with a cotton cloth. She glanced at the book in Li Xiaowan's hands and said with a smile, "If the young lady were a boy, with such diligence, she would surely achieve the highest honors." Li Xiaowan was too absorbed in her reading to hear Dong Mo's words, merely nodding absent-mindedly, prompting Dong Mo to chuckle softly. In the following days, Li Xiaowan's life became remarkably structured. Each morning, she studied alongside Gu Xiao, and in the afternoons, she practiced writing and reading. Occasionally, she visited the courtyards of Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, and once even ventured to Gu Xiao's courtyard. After dinner, she would spend some time conversing with the elderly lady Li before immersing herself in her books. Before she knew it, it was the 6th day of the 9th month. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan returned from their morning studies to find the elderly lady Li, who warmly embraced Gu Xiao and ordered a tiny bowl of noodles to be brought over. Watching Gu Xiao eat, she chuckled, "All right, consider this a celebration for your birthday. Children can't handle grand festivities." After finishing his noodles, Gu Xiao produced a delicate cotton pouch from his sleeve and handed it to the elderly lady Li, smiling. "Look, this is a birthday gift from Wan. The elderly lady accepted the pouch, examining it for a moment before scrutinizing the stitching. Turning to Li Xiaowan, she remarked, "This pouch is exceptionally well made. Look at the stitches. They are remarkably fine and precise. Certainly not something a girl your age could create." Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Oh, elder ancestor, I haven't even begun learning needlework. This was made by Granny Wei." The elderly lady chuckled, taking the pouch to inspect it closely again before handing it to Lady Zhou, saying with a smile, "Take a look at this pouch. Examine the stitches." Lady Zhou took the pouch, inspecting it thoroughly before returning it to Gu Xiao and turning to the elderly lady with a smile. "The stitching on the inside and outside is identical. It would have gone unnoticed if not for a closer inspection. This is indeed remarkable craftsmanship." The elderly lady nodded in agreement. "I almost forgot. Wan's mother hails from the Lin family of Xiuzhou. Alas, the Lin family has fallen on hard times over the years. Originally, the Lin family began with an embroidery workshop, and the girls from the family began sewing as soon as they could walk, each skilled in needlework. Granny Wei must be a native of the Lin family, and her needlework is top-notch." Lady Zhou raised her eyebrows, smiling as she said, "Is the Lin family you speak of the one renowned for its exquisite embroidery?" Indeed, the elderly lady sighed. In the past, the Lin family was not only prominent in Xiuzhou, but also among the top families in the Liangzhu region. Back then, the embroidery used in the palace was exclusively sourced from the Lin family's workshop. They were immensely prosperous. Yet, in just 2 or 3 generations, they have declined to this state. What a pity. The elderly lady gazed at the pouch in Gu Xiao's hand, reflecting on the past, while Gu Yunshan rose to take the pouch from Gu Xiao, exclaiming, "Let me have a look." Gu Yunhuan joined her, and together they examined the small, plain pouch. Li Xiaowan, slightly taken aback, looked at the elderly lady, unaware that her maternal family had once been so illustrious. The embroidery pieces Granny Wei made at Fuyin Temple sold for mere dozens of coins each, judging by the elderly lady's praise for this pouch. Those embroidered pieces must have been severely undervalued. Turning to Li Xiaonuan with warmth, the elderly lady smiled. At your age, if you followed your maternal family's traditions, you would have already mastered the art of needlework. Now, with Granny Wei's exceptional skills at your disposal, wouldn't it be a pity not to learn? Starting tomorrow, you shall begin learning needlework from Granny Wei. Li Xiaonuan eagerly agreed, exclaiming yes. Next year, I will craft a pouch just like this for brother Gu Zhao's birthday gift. The old matriarch chuckled. Gently stroking Li Xiaonuan's hair, she remarked, this child is indeed clever, but needlework requires not only intelligence, but also skill. It takes at least 3 to 5 years to create such exquisite pouches. Li Xiaonuan smiled shyly, while Gu Yunhuan thoughtfully examined the pouch in her hands. Turning to the old matriarch, she said with a smile, grandmother want to learn too. Lady Zhou turned her head in astonishment, gazing at the earnest expression on Gu Yunhuan's face. The old matriarch paused momentarily before breaking into laughter and turning to Lady Zhou, saying, look, a well-made pouch has inspired this child to learn needlework. Lady Zhou nodded in agreement, and the old matriarch turned back to Gu Yunhuan, cheerfully declaring, wonderful. Wanting to learn needlework is a splendid idea. Yinshan should join as well. We have the Qiqiao Festival in Shaili Town every 3 years, and it is the most prestigious event in the Liangzhi region. Young ladies from Wei Prefecture and Run Prefecture come to show off their needlework. If any of our girls win first prize, it will be a matter of great honor. In 3 to 5 years, you 3 young ladies shall bring glory to the Gu family. You must dedicate yourselves to mastering this craft, as winning the first prize at the Qiqiao Festival is no easy feat. Lady Zhou beamed at the 3 of them, and Li Xiaonuan, blinking her eyes, turned to glance at the delighted Gu Yunhuan and the nodding Gu Yunshan, secretly sighing with dismay. She despised needlework, and now she not only had to learn it, but also excel at it, enough to be recognized throughout the Liangzhi region. Alas, all this trouble was caused by that pouch. It was all Gu Zhao's fault. Chapter 22. The benefits of learning needlework the following morning. Granny Wei first sought Lady Zhou's permission before heading to Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan to teach them needlework. Lady Zhou sent a maid to deliver various embroidery supplies, including flower frames and embroidery threads, to Songfeng Courtyard, which Granny Wei joyfully received. She had long wished for Li Xiaonuan to learn needlework from her. In the afternoon, Li Xiaonuan awoke from her nap, having just washed and groomed herself when Granny Wei entered with a beaming smile, exclaiming, if it weren't for the events of the past few days, sigh, my dear girl should have settled down to learn needlework long ago. Those books, what do they teach? A girl only needs to recognize a few characters. But needlework and culinary skills are what truly equip a lady, once married. These are essential skills she must manage herself. Li Xiaonuan looked at Granny Wei with a helpless expression, her brows furrowed in distress. She loathed housework, despised needlework, and had no fondness for the kitchen. Donma chuckled softly, moving aside the chrysanthemums placed by the window to let more light into the room. Granny Wei focused on Li Xiaonuan, beginning with the flower frame, patiently guiding her as she clumsily attempted to sew straight lines. With her head bowed, Li Xiaonuan worked at her needlework for a while before lifting her gaze to ask Granny Wei, did the lady say anything when you met her this morning? The lady instructed me to devote myself to teaching the 3 young ladies needlework from now on. In the morning, I will observe the eldest or second young lady in their courtyard, and in the afternoon, I will return to oversee their progress, Granny Wei replied earnestly. Li Xiaonuan listened intently, nodding with a smile as she quietly remarked, Grandmother mentioned that the eldest and second young ladies should aim for first prize at the Qiqiao Festival in a few years. Granny Wei was taken aback, shaking her head with a smile as she glanced at Dongma, hesitating slightly, and whispered, the Qiqiao Festival in Shaili Town attracts young ladies from all over the Liangzhi region to showcase their embroidery. Winning first prize is no simple feat. In the past, Granny Wei set down her flower frame, revealing a proud smile. In the past, the Lien family would always send several exquisite pieces to the Qiqiao Festival, though they never competed with other families. Dongma found this puzzling. Why send embroidery if you don't intend to compete with others? I don't understand. She sat on the edge of the couch, curious. Granny Wei shot her a proud glance and replied, the Lien family's young ladies excel in needlework above all others. Dongma was momentarily stunned, about to speak when Li Xiaonuan tilted her head and, with a bright smile, patiently explained, Sister Dongma may not know this, But the Lien family's needlework is renowned throughout the Liangzhi region. When the palace sought embroidered items, they specifically requested pieces from the Lien family's workshop. The Lien family's tradition dictates that young ladies begin learning needlework as soon as they can walk. Compared to them, the needlework skills of ordinary families are likely incomparable. Dongma raised her eyebrows, clapping her hands in sudden realization. So, the Lien family is the one famous for their exquisite embroidery. No wonder Granny Wei is so skilled. Granny Wei beamed with pride. Indeed, the young ladies of the Lien family do not need to rely on winning first prize to elevate their status. Li Xiaowan was taken aback, turning to Granny Wei with a puzzled expression. Can winning first prize really elevate one's status? What status does it elevate? I know. Dongma interjected eagerly. At every Qiqiao festival, countless families seek brides based on needlework skills. Winning first prize means there will be many suitors seeking your hand in marriage. I heard my mother mention how many good families sought a bride from the family of the girl who won first prize. Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with interest as she bit her lip, picking up the small flower frame to inspect the tangled thread on the pure white silk fabric. With a sigh, she turned to Dongma, saying, "Let's not dwell on those old tales. Sister, do you think I can really win first prize at the Qiqiao festival in a few years?" Dongma leaned in to take a closer look and exclaimed, "Well, when I first picked up a needle, I was far worse than this." Granny Wei took the flower frame, examining the thread direction in the light, and shook her head with a smile. "My dear girl, you were not paying attention to what I said earlier. Your threading is all over the place." Li Xiaowan Unabasha chuckled and edged closer to Granny Wei, playfully saying, "Granny, please repeat that. I didn't quite grasp how to stitch properly." Dongma burst into laughter, sighing, "It seems Granny explained everything so thoroughly, yet you didn't retain a single word." Li Xiaowan shot her a glare, stubbornly insisting, "I truly didn't understand. I am clumsy. What can I do?" Dongma widened her eyes, staring at Li Xiaowan, momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter and collapsing onto the couch. Li Xiaowan rolled her eyes at her and turned back to tug at Granny Wei's sleeve, softly pleading, "Granny, teach me again. This time, I promise to pay attention. I'm practically half a member of the Lien family. I must learn needlework well enough to win first prize for you." Granny Wei set down the flower frame and embraced Li Xiaowan tenderly, saying affectionately, "I can teach you as many times as you need, no matter how often I teach. I never tire of it. You are so bright, and as long as you are willing to learn, there is no way you won't excel. You are the best at coaxing and being mischievous with Granny. You are the most childlike here." Dongma teased with a smile. Li Xiaowan nestled into Granny Wei's embrace, smiling silently. The prospect of winning first prize at the Qiqiao festival held such promise. Marriage was a significant milestone, akin to taking an entrance exam. With a mentor like Granny Wei and a few years of dedicated practice, securing first prize would ensure there would be no shortage of suitors seeking her hand. Li Xiaowan's smile radiated with hope. Li Xiaowan's days began to grow increasingly busy. She would rise early for morning lessons, have lunch, take a brief nap, and then spend half an hour practicing her calligraphy. Following that, she would study needlework with Granny Wei for an hour, by which time the day had already turned to dusk. Gu Xiao visited almost daily, engaging in window lessons with Li Xiaowan and passionately guiding her in her calligraphy. Li Xiaowan was diligent in her efforts, yet it appeared as though she was inadvertently coaxing him into reciting texts and discussing literature. Gradually, she began to recite alongside him. Their joint recitation ignited Gu Xiao's enthusiasm. He endeavored each day to surpass Li Xiaowan by a fraction of a moment, wishing to showcase his seniority and intellect. Upon returning from dinner, Granny Wei forbade her from sewing by candlelight, fearing it would harm her eyes. After bathing and refreshing herself, Li Xiaowan immersed herself in the books she had borrowed from Gu Xiao, such as The Great Wilderness, Strange Tales. She became so engrossed that she lost track of time. When it was finally time for bed, Dongma, exasperated from repeated coaxing, directly snatched the book from Li Xiaowan's hands and urged her to lie down. Once Gu Xiao completed the window lessons, if he had nothing pressing to attend to, he would lounge on the eastern couch, observing Li Xiaowan as she sewed while engaging her in idle chatter. Li Xiaowan, wearied by his persistent chatter, tossed her book to him, requesting he read aloud for her. Gu Xiao often became animated, dramatically reading for an entire afternoon. As the weather grew colder, the sewing room began delivering padded jackets and thin cotton garments from various quarters. Dongma, frowning, perused through Li Xiaowan's garments alongside Granny Wei, becoming somewhat irate. This is far too careless. Look at the waist, it's at least 2 inches too wide. Measurements were taken, were they not? Well, it's all right, I can alter it for the young miss. All of the young miss's previous garments were made under my supervision. If I don't handle this myself, I simply cannot rest easy. Granny Wei examined the garments more closely, chuckling as she spoke. Donma, blinking at Granny Wei, recalled Li Xiaowan's words, calming down as she continued to inspect the clothing. What you say holds merit. I believe that the young Miss S garments, as well as the cushions, bedding, curtains, and drapes in this courtyard, will be better if we sourced the materials ourselves and crafted them. Our ancestors' garments were never made by the seamstresses in the sewing room. They were all crafted by the maids of Rixintang. I even embroidered 2 pairs of shoes for our ancestors. Granny Wei paused, nodding in agreement. That is indeed sound reasoning. With over a dozen maids in this courtyard, half of them are often idle. If we were to have them make these items, they could also learn needlework, skills that every young lady should possess. Doma, excited by the notion, clapped her hands lightly, beaming as she declared, "This is a matter that Granny Zhou oversees. I shall speak with her at once." Later that evening, in the eastern chamber of Ruixuantang, the elderly matriarch reclined on the couch with her eyes slightly closed, listening to Granny Sun report. Doma approached Granny Zhou, suggesting that from now on, the sewing for Songfeng Courtyard should be done by ourselves, and that she merely needs to dispatch the materials. The elderly matriarch opened her eyes, turning to Granny Sun, and asked in a serious tone, how did she refute that? Granny Zhou replied, the estate has its own rules. The garments and jewelry for the young masters and misses, what they should wear and what they should not, all adhere to established guidelines. Even curtains and drapes cannot be made arbitrarily. If each courtyard were allowed to do as they please, chaos would surely ensue. The elderly matriarch nodded slightly, acknowledging that her reasoning was indeed valid. Granny Sun agreed, noting that Granny Zhou had managed affairs competently during her time at the Zhou residence. The elderly matriarch sat up straighter, pondering for a moment before instructing Granny Sun. Doma's approach to Granny Zhou on this matter likely stems from our sewing room's inadequacies. Have Qiushi visit Songfeng Courtyard and take a box of pastries from the kitchen to Li Xiaowan. Cautiously instruct Qiushi to inquire about Doma's intentions. She is particularly close to her. Granny Sun bowed in acquiescence, and the elderly matriarch sighed gently, reflecting, it is only natural for subordinates to seek favor. If Xiaowan cannot navigate these social intricacies, it may jeopardize her fortunes. Our ancestors, despite their wisdom, were still merely children at 6 years old. Even the lady of the house has yet to fully grasp such matters. The elderly matriarch chuckled softly. You are correct. I was mistaken in my thinking. It is peculiar. For Xiaoer is 2 years her senior, and yet I perceive him as a mere child. In contrast, I regard Xiaowan as a mature individual. Her demeanor and actions are so astute that they evoke tenderness, rendering her truly unlike a typical 6-year-old. Alas, children from impoverished families mature too quickly. The elderly matriarch mused with a touch of melancholy, prompting Granny Sun to join in her sigh. After a brief silence, the elderly matriarch regarded Granny Sun thoughtfully, remarking, Donma's suggestion aligns with my own sentiments. She paused, a sorrowful sigh escaping her lips as her voice softened. With Hung gone and Xiaoer still so young, his potential. The future of our Gu family is uncertain. Even if Xiaoer were to achieve success in the imperial examinations, that would be many years hence. Hang of us, lost to us. In the coming 7 or 8 years, we must tread cautiously in all matters, avoiding unnecessary ostentation and economizing on our household expenses. Granny Sun nodded solemnly in agreement. Your words ring true. As we observe our period of mourning, the maids and servants in each courtyard are quite idle. It would be prudent to assign them some needlework to prevent idleness from breeding trouble. You speak wisely. I had considered abolishing the sewing room recently. The embroiderers that were initially selected from our own workshop, we could simply return them there. Let each courtyard's maids handle their own garments. For these 2 or 3 years of mourning, all clothing and drapes should be simple and easily made. Once the mourning period concludes, their skills will have improved to the point where they can manage. Your foresight is commendable. It is indeed the best course of action. Granny Sun concurred with a smile. The elderly matriarch relaxed slightly, leaning back against her cushion, and said with a smile, Xiaowan is indeed a resourceful child. I shall discuss this further with Hunger's wife. Granny Sun acquiesced, though hesitated momentarily, before adding with a smile, Elder Matriarch, this matter is likely a notion conceived solely by Dongma. The young miss is exceedingly cautious in her actions, while Dongma, being impulsive, tends to act without much forethought, boldly approaching Granny Zhou with her request. The elderly matriarch contemplated this, nodding with a smile. You are right. Xianwan is perhaps overly cautious, and it is likely that Dongma acted on her own volition. This evening, I shall observe Xianwan closely to discern whether it was indeed Dongma's initiative. Granny's son chuckled. If the elder matriarch keeps her eyes peeled, nothing will escape your notice. As the narrative continues, Dongma, burdened with her thoughts, gently washed Li Xianwan's hair, her fingers tenderly massaging the fine strands. Li Xianwan turned her head to look at Dongma and, with a smile, inquired Sister Dongma, you have been kneading this lock of hair for a quarter of an hour now. Your complexion appears troubled. Is something amiss? At the end of winter, Dongma smiled and shook her head, momentarily lost in thought before nodding twice. Hesitantly, she spoke, I'm perfectly fine, just biting her lip as if making a resolute decision. She whispered, Miss, I have done something foolish, and my heart has been restless these past 2 days. Li Xianwan pausa, her expression turning serious as she lowered her gaze and softly asked, Please tell me in detail what happened. Miss, the day before yesterday, the sewing room sent over the autumn clothes for you, but none of them fit properly. After discussing with Granny Wei, we figured it might be better to request the fabric and make the clothes ourselves, along with cushions and curtains for the courtyard. I approached Granny Zhou, thinking it would be a straightforward matter. Dongma's voice trailed off as she noticed the bitter smile on Li Xianwan's face, causing her shoulders to droop. I was too naive. As expected, the moment the miss heard it, she knew it was inappropriate. What did Granny Zhou say? Li Xianwan inquired. Granny Zhou was quite polite, but stated that there are rules in the residence regarding the attire of the young masters and misses. If anyone could make whatever they wanted, it would lead to chaos within the household. Li Xianwan nodded slowly, reassuring Dongma. Granny Zhou's reprimand was quite justified. You need not dwell on it. It's not a grave matter. She is the head housekeeper, so it is only natural for her to scold you. Sighing, Dongma lowered her head further, twisting her fingers nervously. After a pause, she murmured, That aside, yesterday, when Xiushi delivered the box of pastries, she insisted on seeing the clothes sent from the sewing room. I grew suspicious and questioned her. Xiushi said, Xiushi? The girl who grew up in the same courtyard as you, and is now serving by the ancestral shrine? What did she say? Dongma nodded. Yes, she said it was Granny's son who sent her to check if the clothes were suitable, and to gauge whether the servants were treating you poorly. I shared with her what you had said some time ago. Li Xianwan furuit herbro, listening intently. After a moment of silence, she turned to Dongma and advised, This matter is neither good nor bad. It's not a significant issue. Don't take it too much to heart. Besides, what's done is done. If it can be remedied, then remedy it. If not, let it be. Regret serves only to disturb your spirit without any other purpose. Dongma sighed in relief, eagerly nodding in agreement. Li Xianwan, pondering for a moment, looked at Dongma intently and said softly, This Xiushi, for what you've said before and from yesterday's incident, it's clear she cannot keep her mouth shut. She's not trustworthy. Anything you confide in her will surely reach Granny's son, and perhaps others as well. Moving forward, Dongma interrupted, Miss, Xiushi is genuinely a good person, very sincere. I'm not saying she's bad, but can she keep a secret? Li Xianwan sighed, raising an eyebrow. After a moment's contemplation, Dongma shook her head gently. Xiushi is straightforward. She says whatever comes to mind and cannot hold back. Exactly. Sometimes, it's not that she intends to harm you. She simply cannot control her tongue. Knowing something compels her to share, but some matters, once spoken, can stir trouble, perhaps even endanger lives. She may be a good person, but she is not trustworthy. Do you understand? Dongma pondered for a moment before nodding. I mentioned this to her many times, but she never changes. Indeed, it is easier to change the course of a river than to alter one's nature. Knowing her temperament, in the future, refrain from sharing anything you wouldn't want her to disclose. The less she knows, the less trouble will arise. That is truly for her own good, Li Xianwan stated, observing Dongma intently. Dongma nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, Is the miss truly only 6 years old? Li Xianwan shot her a glance, and suddenly raised her hands in a playful manner, exclaiming, I am a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, here to devour you. Dongma gasped, laughing as she placed a hand over her heart. Miss, Please don't say that. I genuinely thought so. Li Xiaowan lowered her hands, smiling warmly at her. Haven't you heard Granny Sun speak of that Qing from the Li family's Finging house? Granny Sun said he was not even half as remarkable as the late master. Compared to him, I am hardly extraordinary. Ba ba ba, Donma exclaimed, banging on the wooden tub. Why compare yourself to such a short-lived person? That's rather foolish. Li Xiaowan tilted her head, grinning as she replied, Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and status are in the hands of heaven. Although your miss has been orphaned since childhood and has endured some loneliness, she is destined for a smooth journey ahead, enjoying wealth and leisure, with all her wishes fulfilled and blessings abundant. Donma chuckled, deftly washing Li Xiaowan's hair, helping her out and drying her off with a cotton cloth. Once dressed, Li Xiaowan settled onto the bed while Donma twisted her hair into place. Turning to Donma, Li Xiaowan quietly instructed, Sister Donma, in the future, please discuss any matters with me beforehand so we can decide together. Donma paused her movements, nodding vigorously, I understand. Soon, Li Xiaowan's hair was dry. Holding a book, she became lost in thought. Qiushi had come bearing pastries on the orders of the ancestral spirit, accompanied by Granny Sun's instructions, who had informed the ancestral spirit about Donma's visit to Granny Zhou. How many hands had this matter passed through? What would be the repercussions? What had the ancestral spirit heard, and what were their thoughts? Would they perceive her as too restless? Would there be lingering consequences, or would new troubles arise? Li Xiaowan felt a headache coming on. It had barely been a month of tranquility, and already troubles had emerged. Where there are people, there are disputes. Evasion is not an option. The best course of action for her now was to observe changes passively, for restraint in action is the only path forward. Chapter 25. The disbanding of the sewing room in the afternoon. Li Xiaowan sat beside Gu Xiao on a bench under the eaves, meticulously embroidering a branch. Gu Xiao held a poetry book, reciting verses while shaking his head. Li Xiaowan listened attentively, occasionally interrupting to inquire about the meaning of certain lines or words. Gu Xiao scratched his head, flipping to the annotations at the back, striving to explain clearly to her. A young maid approached, announcing loudly, The eldest miss has arrived. Li Xiaowan quickly set down her embroidery, rising with Gu Xiao to greet the newcomer. As they stepped forward, Gu Yinshan, accompanied by Zhenju, entered along the corridor. Li Xiaowan greeted her with a smile and a courteous bow, allowing Gu Yinshan to enter the room first. Gu Yinshan reclined against a cushion, glancing at the covered bowl on Donma's tray, and asked with a smile, What tea is brewing? It's Biluakun, Donma replied cheerfully. Gu Yinshan reached for it. Turning to Gu Xiao, I cannot stand the floral teas he makes. They smell dreadful. Gu Xiao glared at her, retorting angrily, It's not meant for you anyway. If you want it, I wouldn't give it to you. Li Xiaowan smiled as she tugged at Gu Xiao's sleeve, saying, The fragrance of your tea is rather overwhelming, nearly overshadowing the tea's own scent. Jasmine is simply too potent. Perhaps we should try infusing lotus flowers together next summer. I have a method that guarantees a delightful result. Gu Xiao nodded repeatedly, agreeing, You are right, Wan. The jasmine aroma is indeed too strong. Let's infuse lotus flowers together next year. Gu Yinshan, sipping her tea, looked at Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan with a cheerful expression. You two shouldn't be too preoccupied with discussing trivial matters like tea infusion. I have important matters to discuss with you today. Please, big sister, go ahead, Li Xiaowan urged with a smile. Gu Xiao glanced at Gu Yinshan, lifted his chin slightly, and remarked with a soft huff, I wondered why our diligent caretaker had the time to visit us. It turns out you have something to discuss. Gu Yinshan set down her cup and leaned forward to playfully strike Gu Xiao. How dare you call me a caretaker? Gu Xiao quickly dodged, exclaiming, You are indeed the caretaker. Li Xiaowan laughed uncontrollably as she stepped forward to grasp Gu Yinshan's arm. Big sister, ignore him. Let us discuss serious matters. In the future, I shall ensure you marry a formidable and unreasonable caretaker who will oversee you daily. Gu Yinshan retorted. Unable to reach Gu Xiao, she turned and grabbed a small cushion, throwing it at him. Gu Xiao caught it, momentarily stunned. Li Xiaowan sat beside Gu Yinshan, pulling her closer, and cheerfully inquired, What important matter do you wish to discuss with Gu Xiao and me? Gu Yinshan adjusted her hair, and, after a moment of contemplation, began, As you know, our ancestors and mother have tasked me and Yunhuan with managing household affairs. The other day, our ancestor mentioned that during this period of mourning, We ought to practice frugality in all matters and suggested we devise some cost-saving strategies. After much deliberation, Yin Huan and I proposed several ideas, all of which were promptly rejected by our ancestors and mother. Gu Yinshan sighed deeply, rubbing her temples, and lamented, Xiaonuan, you have no idea how challenging and troublesome it is to manage affairs. Our ancestor desires frugality, yet we cannot treat the household staff harshly. How can we possibly economize? Li Xiaonuan blinked a few times, observing Gu Yinshan and waiting for her to continue. Gu Yinshan sighed again and continued. Later, while Yin Huan and I were learning needlework, we thought of a solution regarding the sewing room. We could have the maids from each residence take home the clothing, cushions, and curtains to sew, since we aren't entertaining guests or going out at the moment, and the maids have plenty of free time. When we mentioned this to our ancestors and mother, they immediately approved. Gu Yinshan smiled brightly. Our ancestor even praised Yin Huan and me for being diligent and quick learners. Li Xiaonuan glanced to the wide-eyed Dongma and said, beaming, this is indeed a splendid idea. This way, the maids will have an opportunity to practice their sewing skills, and it will keep them occupied, preventing any mischief. Gu Yinshan looked at Li Xiaonuan with wide eyes, clapping her hands in delight. No wonder mother says you are clever. Our ancestor agrees. She continued. Yin Huan and I carefully assessed each courtyard. The clothing for our ancestor is customarily made by Billion and the others. As for mother, she has many maids skilled in needlework, and the intimate garments have always been produced by them, so that's not an issue. In our courtyard, while there aren't many skilled seamstresses, we have enough. Excitedly, Gu Yinshan elaborated, and just then, Lan Chu returned with freshly brewed tea. Gu Yinshan took a few sips before continuing. Currently, as we observe morning, all clothing, cushions, and curtains are plain and easily made. In Gu Zhao's courtyard, Zhu Ying and Zhu Ji are quite adept at needlework, and most of his garments are produced by Ruishuan Hall, which is also not a concern. I can manage here as well. Li Xiaonuan, imitating Wam Yunshan Stuna, Raspunda de Sizivedi. Gu Yinshan paused, then said with a smile, Yin Huan and I are merely worried about your courtyard. Although Wei Mama is highly skilled, she's getting on in years, and teaching the three of us, sewing takes up much of her time. With so many people seeking her guidance, she likely won't have time to take on additional tasks. As for the maids in this courtyard, aside from Dongma, who knows a bit of needlework, the rest are merely caretakers from the old residents. How can they manage sewing? Li Xiaonuan turned to Dongma with a smile. Dongma, bending her knees slightly, replied cheerfully, rest assured, miss, there are plenty of capable seamstresses in Songfeng courtyard. Xiao Yu is quite skilled, and Chuan Xiao's sewing is also commendable. Lan Chu has been learning, and she has improved significantly. Making simple cushions will be manageable, and in a few months, they will all be proficient. Gu Yinshan sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. That's wonderful. If that's the case, tomorrow I will discuss the sewing room's closure with Yin Huan. Starting next month, all clothing, curtains, and other necessities will be provided with materials and threads, but must be made by the respective courtyards. Big sister, if this is the case, the maids in Songfeng courtyard will have to do all the sewing themselves. I fear we will not have enough hands in this courtyard. Gu Xiao interjected after listening for a while. Li Xiaonuan jumped in surprise, quickly waving her hands. Gu Xiao, don't say such things. Where did you see that we lack hands in Songfeng courtyard? With these people, I find it quite sufficient. I wouldn't need any more. One more, and I would surely have a headache. Gu Xiao was taken aback, gazing at Li Xiaonuan in confusion. She shot him a sharp glare, causing him to hastily cover his mouth, afraid to speak further. Gu Yinshan chuckled. Indeed, one must be careful. It's best for Gu Xiao to be managed by Nuan Wan. Gu Zhao's eyes curved into crescent moons as he nodded vigorously, his face beaming with agreement. Big sister is right. Nuan Wan is right. Li Xiaonuan felt a tightening in her heart, a flicker of unease surfacing. As the night deepened, the rain began to fall gently, tapping against the flowers and trees outside, making it increasingly difficult to rise from bed. Wei Mama dragged Li Xiaonuan from her warm blankets, along with Dongma, who helped her dress. Lan Chu, Xiao Yu, and Shouwen busily brought hot water, prepared the wash basin, assisted with her washing, and served bird's nest porridge and snacks. Gu Xiao lifted the curtain and entered the room. Lately, he had been visiting several times a day, spending more time in Songfeng courtyard than his own. The little maids had grown accustomed to his presence, even skipping the formalities of announcing him. Li Xiaowan yawned as she hurriedly consumed her bird-esque nest porridge, mumbling, "Why do you come in such heavy rain?" "It's precisely because of the rain that I want to accompany you," Gu Shao replied earnestly. "Wan, you are still young. If I don't accompany you, what if you slip on the wet ground or get caught in the rain?" Gu Shao moved closer to Li Xiaowan, speaking with utmost seriousness. A mouthful of porridge nearly choked her, and feeling too lazy to engage further, she bowed her head and quickly finished her porridge, nibbling on a piece of pastry before hastily grabbing her bag and preparing to leave with Gu Shao. Donma brought over a pair of tall wooden clogs, which Gu Shao promptly accepted, inspecting them before handing them back to Donma. At the end of winter, Donma gently shook her head with a smile, took the wooden clogs, and squatted down to slip them onto Li Xiaowan's feet. She wrapped the cotton straps around Li Xiaowan's ankles several times and tied them securely. Li Xiaowan took a few steps, beaming as she looked at Gu Shao and said, "Let us hurry along." Gu Shao bent down to examine the wooden clogs on Li Xiaowan's feet, stood up, nodded in satisfaction, and together they picked up their satchels, walking along the corridor towards the exit. Upon leaving the courtyard, Wei Mama and Wu Mama held umbrellas, each assisting one another carefully along the garden path towards the study. The rain had been falling steadily for most of the day and intensified by the afternoon. Wei Mama peeked out the window and remarked with a smile, "It is too dim in here. Young lady, refrain from sewing, lest you strain your eyes." Gu Shao quickly leaned over, reaching for the floral embroidery in Li Xiaowan's hands, urging, "Wan, do not continue. Be cautious not to hurt your eyes." Li Xiaowan placed the needle in the needle case and handed the embroidery to Donma. She then shifted towards the window, pushed it open, and outside, the rain cascaded like a curtain along the eaves, drenching the courtyard where the golden osmanthus, xiangfei bamboo, and banana plants were pelted by raindrops, creating a delightful sound. Under the cleansing rain, everything appeared exceptionally lush. Li Xiaowan felt a surge of excitement. She adored the comfort of sitting in a warm and dry room while watching the rain, just as she was now. The world felt so pure. This rain must be as the literati described, perfectly clear and excellent for brewing tea, second only to the snow melt from plum blossoms. Turning her head, she smiled at Gu Shao and said, "Gu Shao, let us go out to the eaves to watch the rain. I will have someone fetch a clean vessel to collect some rainwater. Does not the book say that rainwater makes the lightest tea? Let's try it." Gu Shao quickly followed her off the bed, walking alongside Li Xiaowan while looking perplexed, asking, "Rainwater can make tea? Where did you read that in Wan?" Li Xiaowan bowed, ignoring him, and instructed Lan Chu to bring a clean bucket, holding an umbrella while placing it in the center of the courtyard to collect rainwater. Gu Shao stood close to Li Xiaowan, peering into the courtyard with confusion, inquiring, "Wan, which book did you read that in? I have not seen it." Li Xiaowan turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gu Shao, and leisurely replied, "I must have remembered incorrectly. I did not see it in a book. It seems my mother told me." Gu Shao was taken aback, quickly grasping Li Xiaowan's hand with a smile. "Once we collect the rainwater, we shall certainly try it." The two stood beneath the eaves, laughing and watching the curtain of rain outside. As the sky gradually darkened, an elderly woman entered through the flower-laden gate. Turning past the screen door, a young maid eagerly took the umbrella from her hand. Xiao Yu hurried forward, and the woman, noticing Gu Shao and Li Xiaowan standing side by side under the eaves, smiled and said to Xiao Yu, "Miss Bai Lian asked me to come to Songfeng Courtyard first, saying the young master is most likely here, so I need not venture to Wudong Courtyard again." Indeed, Xiao Yu accompanied the woman along the corridor towards the main room, where the woman bowed respectfully, smiling as she reported, "Young master, cousin, the matriarch has instructed that due to the heavy rain today, you need not come for dinner." Gu Shao and Li Xiaowan responded with smiles, and Li Xiaowan expressed her gratitude, turning to Donma to instruct, "Mama, you have worked hard. Donma, please take 200 coins and buy Mama a cup of warm wine to ward off the chill." Donma bowed in acknowledgement, hurriedly lifted the curtain to fetch the coins. The woman, beaming with joy, knelt down, thanking her profusely, accepted the coins, and then respectfully took her leave. Gu Shao called out to the young maid, "Go to Wudong Courtyard and inform Sister Juying that I will dine here with Wan before returning." Li Xiaowan hurriedly stopped the maid and turned to Gu Shao, smiling. "While it is still light, you should return quickly. The matriarch is concerned about the rain. If it darkens and you return, you may not see the path, and the ground is muddy and slippery. What if you fall? If you stay here for dinner, We may as well dine at Ruishuan Hall. Gu Xiao contemplated and reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall come back early tomorrow. Li Xiaowan smiled and nodded, instructing Lan Chu to fetch Gu Zhao's wooden clogs, assisting him in putting them on, then called for Donma, saying, Sister Donma, it is raining now. Please escort Gu Xiao back carefully. Take your time on the road. Donma bowed in agreement, took an umbrella, and accompanied by Xiuwen, who carried Gu Zhao's satchel, they set off to return him home. Chapter 27. Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion. The solar term soon passed frost descent, and Li Xiaowan had donned a thin cotton coat early, as she had always been intolerant of the cold. The days gradually grew shorter, and Wei Mama, fearing for Li Xiaowan's eyesight, only allowed her to sew for 1 hour in the afternoon. On this day, after completing their studies, Li Xiaowan sat on the bed in the east wing, moved to the window, and pushed it open to gaze at the blooming chrysanthemums outside. With a sigh, she remarked, after these chrysanthemums, we shall have to wait for the plum blossoms, then the spring flowers, and soon it will be a riot of blossoms again. How swiftly a year passes. Gu Xiao looked at Li Xiaowan with a puzzled expression. She often spoke in ways that were hard to comprehend. A year passes swiftly? What does that mean? He shook his head, recalling that his second sister often said such perplexing things. Perhaps women were simply that way. Gu Xiao ceased to ponder further, snuggled closer to Li Xiaowan, resting his head against hers as they gazed outside, cheerfully saying, Sister Juying mentioned yesterday that the chrysanthemums at Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion are blooming exceptionally well this year. These days are the peak of their bloom. Shall we go take a look? If we wait a few days, they will be past their prime, and we shall miss them. Li Xiaowan felt intrigued and turned to seek approval from Wei Mama, who was diligently threading a needle. Wei Mama smiled. If the young lady wishes to go, then go. Learning to soak and wait. Li Xiaowan beamed with joy, quickly getting off the bed, but Donma hurriedly held her and Gu Xiao back, chiding, young lady and young master. Please wait a moment. Put on your cloaks before leaving. Lan Chu and Chun Xiao hurriedly brought the cloaks for the two, assisting them in getting dressed. Donma thought for a moment and instructed Chun Xiao, I will accompany Lan Chu to attend to the young lady and young master at Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion. You go to Wutong Courtyard and inform Sister Juying that the young master has gone to admire the chrysanthemums. Ask her if she wishes to send someone to attend to them. Wait, just tell Sister Juying that we are going to Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion. She will naturally make the necessary arrangements. Chun Xiao bowed in acknowledgement. Donma paused, suddenly realizing, and looked at Li Xiaowan with a hint of embarrassment. Lan Chu noticed Donma's reaction, her gaze flickering, while Li Xiaowan smiled warmly at Donma before turning with Gu Xiao to exit towards the rear garden. The garden was steeped in rich autumn hues, with ginkgo leaves gracefully drifting down and forming a delicate layer on the ground. Li Xiaowan bent down to pick up several beautifully shaped ginkgo leaves, extending the long stems to Gu Xiao. Look how lovely these leaves are. Gu Xiao accepted the leaves, smiling as he explained, in our garden, we have all ginkgo trees. I heard my mother say that aside from 2 or 3 male trees, the rest are female trees, yielding several thousand pounds of nuts every year. Some even refer to our garden as the ginkgo garden. Li Xiaowan gazed up at the towering, sturdy ginkgo trees lining the path and mused, I have heard that ginkgo trees grow slowly. How many years must these trees be to have grown so large? Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan both looked up at the ginkgo trees, shaking their heads in unison. I do not know. I do know. Lan Chu smiled as she spoke. My father works in a flower house, and I have heard him mention that the ginkgo trees in this garden are around 200 years old. Li Xiaowan was taken aback and turned to Gu Xiao, asking, Gu Xiao, has your family lived in this garden for over 200 years? No, Gu Xiao replied earnestly. I heard my older sister mention that this garden originally did not belong to our family. Our grandfather purchased it from another family and had it rebuilt. However, our ancestors said that my father grew up in this garden. Li Xiaowan looked up at the ancient ginkgo trees, nodding in appreciation. To these venerable trees, the rise and fall of the garden's owners was but a fleeting moment. The two strolled leisurely, conversing and admiring the scenery as they walked along the eastern lakeside of the garden. Soon, they arrived at the Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion, which faced the water and was encircled by blooming chrysanthemums on 3 sides. The flowers surrounding the pavilion were in full bloom, radiant to the point of being blinding. Li Xiaowan squinted in astonishment, exclaiming, Gu Xiao, I have never seen such magnificent chrysanthemums. A hint of pride appeared on Lan Chu's face. Gu Xiao took Li Xiaowan's hand and moved a few steps forward, closely examining the various shades and shapes of the chrysanthemums. He chuckled, "Wan. These chrysanthemums aren't particularly special. You haven't seen the ones in Cousin Ku's garden. Those are truly beautiful." As Gu Xiao guided Li Xiaowan along the flower-lined path, he pointed out the flowers, saying, "Look, these chrysanthemums are quite ordinary. Nothing remarkable. Only a few of them are decent. Take this one." He pointed to a cluster of pure white chrysanthemums, saying, "This is called Yu Qiu, the finest chrysanthemum in our garden. While it is indeed lovely, if you had seen long now, Exine Luo, Du Sheng, and Yu Ai, the four top varieties, you and T think it's so special." Li Xiaowan tilted her head, gazing at Gu Xiao earnestly. "Gu Xiao, I think this Yu Qiu is the most beautiful. Even if I see the long now, Exine Luo, Du Sheng, and Yu Ai, I might not find them as lovely." Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with squinted eyes. "Wan, you are correct. I also believe Yu Qiu is the most beautiful. I particularly adore the Jin Wanling. Its deep yellow hue is simply exquisite." "Gu Xiao, can you paint?" Li Xiaowan inquired with curiosity. Gu Xiao shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. "I cannot. When I was very young, I can hardly remember my age, I once saw my father paint a Jin Wanling, and it was stunning." Li Xiaowan tilted her head sympathetically at the somewhat melancholic Gu Xiao, smiling brightly as she pulled his hand and pointed to the small, vibrant yellow chrysanthemums blooming near the pavilion. Changing the subject, she asked, "Gu Xiao, I think that patch of small chrysanthemums is the most radiant and carefree. What are they called?" Gu Xiao leaned closer, scrutinizing them for a moment, then scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I don't know this one either." Lan Chu let out a laugh from behind, saying, "Young master probably doesn't recognize this type of chrysanthemum. It's called Bien Di Huang, or you can call it little golden chrysanthemum. It's quite common, similar to wild chrysanthemums, and it's everywhere. It's the least valuable of all." Li Xiaowan, Laoga Hartili. While Gu Xiao, wide-eyed, stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter alongside her. The two continued to admire the chrysanthemums, sharing laughter and commentary as they entered the chrysanthemum evening pavilion. At a distance, two maidservants and several matrons approached, and Dong Mo stood at the pavilion's entrance, taking a careful look before saying, "Young master, Miss Sister Ju Ying has arrived." Shortly after, Ju Ying and Xing Hong entered, each carrying a large cushion, followed by two matrons with small food boxes. Chapter 28. The glutton, the four of them performed a gesture of greeting, and Ju Ying and Xing Hong placed the cushions down, instructing the matrons to take out several plates of pastries from the yellowwood food box and set them on the stone table in the middle of the pavilion. They smiled and said, "The kitchen just sent over some pastries, including crabshell yellow, which is the young master's favorite, and this red bean pastry, which is the cousin's favorite." Li Xiaowan leaned over to take a look, then turned to Ju Ying with a beaming smile. "You are so thoughtful, sister. Seeing this red bean pastry has made me a bit hungry." Gu Xiao also leaned in, and Dong Mo and Xing Hong hurriedly fetched the damp cotton cloth from beneath the box to assist Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan in cleaning their hands. The two of them each picked up a piece of pastry and leaned against the pavilion railing, eating while admiring the blooming chrysanthemums. As Li Xiaowan slowly savored the red bean pastry, her mind wandered. With the crabs being in season, a plump crab in hand felt heavy. Lifting its vibrant red shell revealed a bounty of rich yellow roe, which, when dipped in ginger vinegar, produced an indescribable freshness. There were also drunken crabs, their shells glistening and transparent, with soft and succulent flesh bursting with flavor and a strong aroma of fermented rice. Li Xiaowan's mouth watered at the thought, and gently nudging Gu Xiao, she whispered, "Have you ever eaten crab?" Gu Xiao paused, nodding slightly, swallowing the pastry in his mouth as he frowned. "I don't like that. It's quite fishy, and after eating for a while, one hardly gets anything." Li Xiaowan raised her eyebrows in surprise and laughed, leaning over the railing before turning to pour 2 cups of tea, bringing one to Gu Xiao with a smile. "I absolutely love crabs. Eating crabs while appreciating chrysanthemums is truly an elegant affair." Gu Xiao perked up and said excitedly, "Eldest sister and second sister also love crabs. Why don't we invite them tomorrow to enjoy crabs and admire the chrysanthemums here in the Chrysanthemum Evening Pavilion?" Li Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and, after a moment's hesitation, a wave of excitement washed over her. She nodded eagerly, whispering with a smile, "Shall we go find eldest sister now?" "All right." Gu Xiao nodded vigorously, pulling Li Xiaowan as they headed out. Li Xiaowan stopped him, turning back with a smile. Sister Juing, Sister Dong Mo. We're going to find eldest sister and second sister in the Chui Wei Hall. Zhu Ying quickly signaled for Dong Mo and Xing Hong to follow, while she stayed behind to tidy up. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan hurried across the garden towards the Chui Wei Hall. Before the Chui Wei Hall lay a spacious open area, paved with tightly arranged bricks, neat and clean. The hall had a T-shaped layout, with a fully windowed room in the center, while the two side rooms only had a wall at the back. As Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan entered, they noticed 5 or 6 matrons standing on the west side, waiting for a response. Li Xiaowan looked around, while Gu Xiao led her straight to the central room of the Chui Wei Hall. Gu Yinshan sat on the main couch to the left, tilting her head to observe the account book in Zhenju's hands, her brows furrowed as she listened to a matron's report. Gu Yinhuan sat to the right, looking somewhat listless. Upon seeing Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan enter, she hastily rose, her face lighting up with a smile. What brings you two here? Come and sit. Gu Yinhuan greeted them warmly, pulling both Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan to sit beside her, then turning to instruct a nearby maid. Make a cup of jasmine tea for the young master, and by Luo Chun for the young lady. I want by Luo Chun too. Gu Xiao quickly chimed in. Gu Yinhuan chuckled teasingly, but that's the tea you brewed yourself. Why not drink it? Gu Xiao shot her an eye roll, ignoring her. The maid soon brought the tea, and Gu Yinshan dismissed the matron who was reporting. She then turned to the two, smiling brightly. Have you come to play? Or do you need something from me and Yinhuan? Of course, we have something to discuss. Gu Xiao turned to Gu Yinshan, smiling and about to continue speaking. But Gu Yinshan raised her hand to stop him, suggesting that if they weren't in a hurry, they could wait a moment before proceeding. Gu Xiao wanted to say more, but Li Xiaowan gently tugged at him, whispering, our matters are not urgent at all. There are several matrons waiting outside to report their affairs, and they must not be delayed. Gu Xiao nodded in agreement and fell silent. Gu Yinshan then glanced at Gu Yunhuan, smiling as she said, Yunhuan, do not take this opportunity to slack off. Let those two sit and enjoy some tea while you come over. There are several matters outside that still need arranging. Gu Yunhuan pouted, somewhat unwillingly returning to sit beside Gu Yinshan, while the little maid went out to summon the matrons. Gu Xiao, feeling bored, began sipping his tea. Li Xiaowan set down her cup, attentively listening to the matron's reports. The first matron to enter was from the accounts department, meticulously detailing the seasonal changes required for the screens and paintings. Gu Yinshan, with the help of Zhenju, carefully reviewed the old records, finding no discrepancies, and approved the arrangements. The next matron entered, reporting on the floral arrangements for each courtyard and the flowers that needed to be purchased for the warm room this year. Gu Yinshan checked the old records again and approved that as well. As Li Xiaowan listened to the matron's accounts, she cast cheerful glances at the distracted Gu Yunhuan. Gu Yinshan was extremely enthusiastic and earnest with the steward, while Gu Yunhuan, in stark contrast, seemed unwilling to listen to a single word. Another matron entered, bowing respectfully and reporting, in response to the eldest and second young ladies, a total of 16 places, including the outer courtyard study, main hall, and flower hall, require seasonal changes for curtains and screens. Wait, Gu Yinshan interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Why does the accounts department need to change screens? Do you also need to change your screens? The matron replied, replying to the eldest young lady, I am working in the arrangement bureau. The accounts department requires large screens over 2 feet, while we need to replace smaller screens under 2 feet. Gu Yinshan furrowed her brow as she examined the account book in Zhenju's hands, pondering for a moment before instructing the matron, you may return for now. There are too many overlapping matters here. I will discuss them with mother and grandmother before proceeding. The matron respectfully acknowledged and exited. The subsequent 2 matrons, facing similar overlapping duties, were also sent back by Gu Yinshan. Li Xiaowan, sipping her tea slowly with downcast eyes, reflected on the numerous overlapping duties within the 4 departments and 6 bureaus of the Gu residence. When the household was bustling with activity, these overlaps went unnoticed. But now that the Gu family was in mourning, the previous grandeur was unnecessary. Furthermore, with the staff from the capital and the old residents overlapping, there are naturally many more servants. It seemed that Gu Yinshan intended to streamline the operations and reduce the workforce. It remained uncertain whether this was her own decision or that of grandmother and mother. If it were their decision, one could only imagine the extent of the cuts. As Li Xiaowan pondered, Gu Yinshan dismissed the matrons, rose from the bed, gently stretching her back, and turned to Gu Xiao and Li Xiaonuan with a smile, saying, "If you two have matters to discuss with me and Yun Huan, please go ahead." Elder sister. Gu Xiao jumped off the bed, bounding to Gu Yunshan's side with a smile. "Just now, Xiaonuan and I visited the Chuan Pavilion, where the chrysanthemums are in full bloom. We thought to invite you and the second sister to join us tomorrow for chrysanthemum viewing and crab feasting." Gu Yunhuan, reclining on the bed, perked up with bright eyes, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. I heard from Billion just yesterday that this year's chrysanthemums are exceptionally beautiful, and I was thinking of going to see them. Just imagine, enjoying crabs while viewing the flowers, accompanied by a few cups of fine yellow wine. Such elegance." Gu Yunshan glanced at Gu Xiao, chuckling, "You and Xiaonuan are inviting us? This year's crabs are quite expensive." Gu Xiao stepped forward, grabbing Gu Yunshan's arm and playfully insisting, "Elder sister, it's just a few crabs. You only need to instruct the kitchen, and there is no need for any money. Xiaonuan and I have none." Gu Yunshan laughed, pushing Gu Xiao away. "Stop tugging. You'll ruin my sleeve. Besides, grandmother, our daily meals are portioned. It can't be done with just a word. How about we pool our resources?" Li Xiaonuan suggested cheerfully from the edge of the bed. Gu Yunhuan, raising her eyebrows, straightened up and agreed, "That's a great idea. We could each contribute a tael of silver. Elder sister can instruct the kitchen to buy a basket of fat crabs and a jar of fine yellow wine tomorrow morning." Gu Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement, while Gu Yunshan, with a resigned smile, replied, "All right then, but it must be Gu Xiao who seeks grandmother's approval. If grandmother consents, then all is well. If not, it simply cannot be helped, for we are still in mourning, and feasting and drinking, strictly speaking, contravenes propriety." Gu Xiao patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Elder sister, rest assured, I will seek grandmother's blessing right away. She will surely agree." Gu Xiao hurriedly bowed and took his leave, telling Li Xiaonuan, "Wait for my good news. It will surely be favorable." With that, he dashed out, and Xinghong quickly lifted her skirt to follow him. The three of them exchanged glances, and Gu Yunshan giggled. "If Gu Xiao secures a favorable response, we won't need to contribute a full tael each. 500 coins each will suffice. Let us return to our courtyard and await Gu Zhao's good news." Gu Yunhuan and Li Xiaonuan smiled, rising to join Gu Yunshan as they made their way to the back courtyard. In the Xinyuan Hall, the matriarch, Lady Li, watched with a beaming smile as Gu Xiao joyfully bounded out, turning to the furrowed-browed Lady Zhou and saying, "Let these siblings enjoy themselves. As they grow older and marry, they will reminisce fondly about such moments, bringing warmth and joy to their hearts." Lady Li's eyes glimmered with warmth and nostalgia as she slowly recounted, "In my youth, one summer, unable to sleep due to the heat, I, along with two cousins, stole a jar of Nihon wine and sneaked to the waterside pavilion to cool off. The three of us took turns drinking and ended up finishing the entire jar of aged wine. Under its effects, we sang and laughed until we eventually collapsed in the pavilion. The next morning, the nurses came looking for us and, not daring to make a fuss, secretly carried us back." As Lady Li chuckled, tears welled in her eyes. "Ah, decades have slipped by in a flash, and my two cousins have long since departed." Lady Zhou quickly rose and took the tea from the maid's tray, offering it with a gentle smile. "Your two aunts lived long lives and have left behind such fine descendants. They were truly blessed." Lady Li dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, accepting the cup with a smile. "Look at me, growing older yet feeling like a child again. I should be joyous, yet here I am, shedding tears." Lady Zhou wished to smile, but was overcome by a wave of sadness and turned her head away to suppress her tears. Lady Li, with a sympathetic gaze, reached out to take her hand, gently patting it as she whispered sadly, "Our Gu family, you too have had your share of hardships. Shower is still so young, alas." With a heavy sigh, Lady Li continued, "Though Shower may not be exceptionally clever, he is a kind-hearted and honest child. Such a disposition is best for a long and prosperous life. You should take heart. Those hollow titles of nobility are not worth pursuing. In the future, when Shower marries, let us quietly enjoy a life of comfort and peace. That is the true blessing." A flicker of reluctance and resentment appeared in Lady Zhou's eyes as she lowered her gaze, taking a long moment before softly responding, "I shall heed my mother's wishes." Lady Li studied Lady Zhou closely, and her expression grew somber as she gently patted Lady Zhou's hand, sighing and falling silent. Early the next morning, Dong Mo, adhering to Li Xiaonuan's instructions, counted out 500 coins, and had a young maid deliver them to the rose courtyard. Shurqin and Juing also sent their own 500 coins. When Jinju received the money, she placed it on the table, turned, and retrieved a nama box, typically used for storing silver coins, preparing to count out another 500 coins. However, Guyanshan quickly waved her hand to stop her, saying, "There's no need to count out more money." Jinju paused, glancing at the bright-eyed Guyanshan, who was fiddling with a pile of copper coins on the table. Unlike others, Guyanshan had always been fond of calculating money since childhood, only taking in, never spending. She picked up one string of 500 coins and set it aside, instructing, "Put away these 2 strings of coins." With a resigned smile, Zhenju complied, placing the coins back into the nama box. Guyanshan leaned over, satisfied as she gazed at the box filled with silver coins, and cheerfully instructed, "Secure the box well. Send a maid to find Granny Zhou and urge her to press Li Posey. The crabs must be delivered promptly." Upon receiving the crabs, give Li Posey 200 coins, 100 as a reward, and the other 100 for her to fetch a jar of fine yellow wine from our Guji winery. The remaining 300 coins, 100 should go to the head cook, Granny Lu, to prepare a selection of fruit and pastries, and the last 200 should be reserved for tips. Jinju replied with a smile, hesitating for a moment before softly remarking, "If the second young lady and the young master find out that the basket of crabs was sent from our estate, how would Gu Xiao know? As for Yin Huan, she is too preoccupied with her thoughts of the capital to pay attention to such matters. Moreover, even if they found out, what of it? That basket of crabs was sent here as a favor on my behalf." By noon the next day, Gu Xiao hastily ate a couple of bites before putting down his bowl, declaring himself full. Li Xiaowan, who had dreamt of crabs all night, had no appetite either and quickly followed suit. The old lady Li chuckled, waving her hand, "Go on, go on." She then called over Zhuiying and Dong Mo to instruct them, "Keep an eye on your masters. Crabs are cold in nature and should not be overindulged. Add more ginger to the wine and serve it hot. After eating crabs, they must drink a few sips of warm yellow wine to dispel the cold effects. But do not let them drink too much." Gu Yinshan and Gu Yinhuan also set down their bowls and stood up. Gu Yinhuan smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, ancestor, I will watch over them. You not joining them in their revelry is one thing, but can you truly keep an eye on them?" Gu Yinshan admonished, "You're the eldest, so you must look after your younger siblings." Gu Yinhuan pouted playfully at the old lady Li, while Gu Yinshan smiled graciously and replied, "Do not worry, ancestor. I have not been able to eat such cold items for years. You need not send them to me as a gesture. Your mother also does not care for them, so there is no need for that either. As for others, it is unnecessary to concern yourself. Tomorrow, have the estate send over a few more baskets for everyone to share. Today is a gathering for you siblings, so keep them for yourselves without distributing everywhere. You hardly have enough coins." The old lady Li continued her gentle admonitions before smiling and waving her hand. The 4 of them took their leave and walked together out of the room. The old lady Li, beaming as she watched them leave, then turned to summon Bai Lian, instructing, "Go to Songfeng Courtyard and have Granny Wei follow them to keep an eye on things. Do not let the siblings drink too much." Bai Lian was taken aback, chuckling as she replied, "Ancestor, Granny Wei is so good-natured. How could she keep them in check? It would be better if I went with Chui Lian, or if Granny Sun or Granny Zhou could go, perhaps with a few reminders. The young master and young lady might listen." The old lady Li laughed, looking at Bai Lian without further explanation, merely waving her hand, "Just ensure that Granny Wei goes. She's the most suitable. Off you go." Bai Lian, puzzled, curtsied and hurriedly exited to deliver the message. The 4 of them entered the Juan pavilion, where everything had already been arranged. The stone table and chairs had been moved out, replaced by a large Wangwali wood table, surrounded by delicately arranged treats and fruits. Thick cushions adorned the armchairs, while long benches around the pavilion were also cushioned generously. To the west of the pavilion stood 2 small red clay stoves. One was actively boiling water, while the other had its door closed, atop which sat a small copper kettle, filling the air with a rich aroma of wine. Next to the red clay stove was a neat little low table, set with cups and tea utensils. Around the pavilion, several young maids were bustling about in an orderly fashion. Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao entered the pavilion together, surveying their surroundings. Turning to Gu Yunshan, Li Xiaowan exclaimed, "Eldest sister, your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable. It is a delight to behold." "Indeed, indeed. Sister is the most capable." Gu Yinhuan chimed in, following closely behind with flattery. Gu Yinshan smiled, and pulled Li Xiaowan closer, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yunhuan. How can you say that? Mother tasked you and me with managing affairs, yet you do not take responsibility. Today, as we enjoy the chrysanthemums and crabs, you still neglect your duties, and in the end, you praise me for my capability? Gu Yunhuan, approaching Gu Yunshan, softly batted her eyelashes. What can I do when I have such a capable sister? You've done everything, so I need not concern myself. Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao quickly nodded in agreement, adding exactly. Second sister is right. Having our eldest sister to worry about things is indeed our fortune. Gu Yunshan, smiling brightly, sighed with contentment, encouraging everyone to sit down. The kitchen maid brought in a small steamer containing 10 crabs. Li Xiaowan leaned forward, her mouth watering as she gazed at the succulent crabs in the steamer, reaching out to grab one, but Gu Yunshan quickly swatted her hand away, playfully scolding. You can't just grab it like that. What if you burn yourself or prick your hand? Standing behind Li Xiaowan, Dong Yemo smiled and said, Do not worry, miss. I will serve you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Xiaowan shyly stuck out her tongue and leaned back. Dong Yemo used silver tongs to place a crab on a white porcelain dish in front of Li Xiaowan. After cleaning her hands, she moved to help peel it, but Li Xiaowan stopped her, cheerfully saying, Let me do it myself. This is something that must be peeled and eaten by oneself for it to be enjoyable. Dong Yemo laughed and withdrew her hands, fetching a cup to pour a warm glass of yellow wine, which she handed to Li Xiaowan. With great anticipation, Li Xiaowan lifted the crab shell, using a silver needle to extract the crab's innards and transferring the yellow roe into a small silver bowl. After drizzling a bit of ginger vinegar over it, she savored it with a silver spoon, her eyes closing in satisfaction. Gu Xiao watched intently as Li Xiaowan focused on her crab, then turned to observe Gu Yunhuan, who was carefully peeling her crab meat, and Gu Yunshan, who was spooning out the crab roe. He felt an urge to join in, contemplating before glancing at Zhu, who was also peeling her crab, and smiling, he declared, I'll do it myself. This is something that must be peeled and eaten by oneself for it to be enjoyable. Zhu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a laugh, eagerly nodding and setting aside the half-peeled crab. She seasoned the roe and crab meat with some ginger and vinegar, pushing it towards Gu Xiao while using the tongs to place a plump male crab on the white porcelain dish in front of him. Gu Xiao, mimicking Li Xiaowan, clumsily began to peel the crab. Li Xiaowan quickly finished one crab, rinsed her fingers in a bowl of water infused with chrysanthemum petals, and lifted her wine cup to slowly sip the warm yellow wine, feeling a warm comfort envelop her. Gu Yunhuan and Gu Yunshan also finished their crabs and sipped their warm yellow wine, leaving only Gu Xiao still wrestling with the clawing crab. Noticing the three watching him, Gu Xiao casually tossed the crab back onto the dish, washed his fingers and laughed. This crab, its roe is somewhat enjoyable, but the meat within the shell is simply too troublesome. I won't eat it anymore. Raising her glass, she took a hearty sip and sighed in contentment. How delightful. Chapter 30. Intoxication. Gu Yunsan chuckled, turning to instruct Pearl to send a maid to the kitchen, requesting that the remaining crabs not be rushed over until they had given further notice. Pearl obediently knelt and dispatched a maid to relay the message. Shirqin poured another round of wine, while Xinghong and Lanchu brought over hot water and green bean paste. The four of them meticulously washed their hands, stepped away from the table, and settled by the pavilion railing, gazing at the chrysanthemums outside. Gu Xiao nestled beside Li Xiaowan, pointing out the various chrysanthemums and enthusiastically sharing their names and benefits. Li Xiaowan listened with keen interest, while Gu Yunsan idly sat beside Gu Xiao, half listening and chuckling. Gu Xiao, I had no idea you were knowledgeable about chrysanthemums. Be careful, or mother will surely scold you for not focusing on your studies. Humph. The teacher says I've been studying diligently, and well lately, praising me daily. Even our ancestors and mother have commended me countless times. They would never scold me. Gu Xiao replied, pride radiating from him as he lifted his chin slightly. Gu Yunsan, her cheeks flushed, smiled at him, but that's hardly sufficient. Mother expects you to achieve top honors and become a minister. Li Xiaowan paused, glancing over at Gu Xiao, and sighed inwardly. Given Gu Xiao's capabilities, the notion of achieving top honors seemed but a distant dream. Lowering her eyelids, she absent-mindedly plucked at the chrysanthemums outside the railing, smiling but saying nothing. Gu Xiao, blinking several times, found himself at a loss for words. Gu Yunsan playfully tapped his forehead, You ought to devote more effort to your studies, lest you disappoint mother. Gu Xiao nodded and let his head droop onto the railing. Li Xiaowan turned to the pensive Gu Yunhuan sitting beside her, gently nudging her. What are you thinking about? Second sister? Gu Yunhuan furrowed her brow, ignoring Li Xiaowan, standing up silently, crossing the pavilion to sit by the lake's railing. Tilting her head back, she drank from her cup, tossing it aside carelessly, then gazed down at the lake, plucking chrysanthemums and casting them onto the water surface. Li Xiaowan, momentarily stunned, turned to Gu Xiao, who mirrored her confusion. Quickly, she looked back at Gu Yunsan, who stood by the table, pouring herself more wine, seemingly oblivious to Gu Yunhuan's unusual behavior. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaowan tugged at Gu Zhao's sleeve, whispering, "We should leave second sister to her thoughts. Let's not disturb her." Gu Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Gu Yunsan poured another cup of wine, and the three of them resumed their chatter, laughing and sharing idle talk. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiaowan had downed 4 or 5 cups of wine, feeling a pleasant lightheadedness while Gu Xiao, beaming, stood up slightly unsteadily, wandered to the table, and after some searching, retrieved a plate of snacks. He squeezed next to Li Xiaowan, grinning as he offered her the plate. "Wan. I've never thought crabs could be so delicious." Gu Yunsan burst into laughter, playfully poking Gu Xiao's forehead. "How is it that you're holding a plate of snacks, yet talking about crabs? You were so stubborn as a child, refusing to taste anything unfamiliar unless forced, needing several attempts to appreciate the flavors, all the while knowing they were delightful." Gu Xiao glanced at the plate in his hand, grinning foolishly. Li Xiaowan joyfully accepted the plate and turned to pass it to Lan Chu. In the meantime, she caught sight of Gu Yunhuan, who was still staring blankly at the chrysanthemums, despondently tearing the petals and tossing them into the lake, where fish leaped to consume the floating petals. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaowan stood and approached Gu Yunhuan, sitting beside her with a bright smile. "The fish in this lake eat even the chrysanthemums. No wonder they look so plump and adorable." Gu Yunhuan turned her head, her cheeks flushed and tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Li Xiaowan, sorrowfully declaring, "Not adorable. These chrysanthemums are not beautiful at all. Nothing in this garden is good." Li Xiaowan stared in astonishment at Gu Yunhuan's woeful expression, momentarily struck dumb. Gu Yunsan turned toward Gu Yunhuan, frowning. "Look at yourself. No matter how wonderful the capital may be, we have already left it behind. What use is it to keep longing for it?" Gu Yunhuan turned away, disregarding Gu Yunsan, tears streaming down her cheeks, splashing onto the lake's surface. Li Xiaowan offered her handkerchief to Gu Yunhuan and then turned to Gu Yunsan, smiling as she said, "It may be futile to long for what is lost, but it is impossible not to think about it. I lived behind Fuyin Temple for just a few months, and sometimes I still think of it terribly. How can one control their thoughts?" Gu Yunsan chuckled. "But what good does it do to dwell on the past? You are still young. It is understandable." "Ah, well, I shan't concern myself with you two any longer. You may reminisce together, shed tears, and indulge in your sorrow." Gu Xiao leaned closer to Li Xiaowan, sighing heavily. "I miss them too. I miss Cousin Ke, Annie, and so many others." Gu Yunhuan's hand froze midair, her handkerchief slipping from her grasp and falling into the lake. Li Xiaowan watched as it floated for a moment before slowly sinking, and though she wanted to call for someone to retrieve it, the words caught in her throat. Gu Yunsan ordered the kitchen to send over another basket of crabs. She, Gu Xiao, and Li Xiaowan returned to the table for more crab, leaving Gu Yunhuan by the railing, unresponsive to anyone's call, still tearing petals and casting them into the water. The three of them ignored her, enjoying their crabs and downing more hot wine. Li Xiaowan yearned for another crab, but was stopped by Gu Yunsan, who said, "Wan, you cannot eat any more. You are still young, and overeating will harm your health." Reluctantly, Li Xiaowan acquiesced, drinking another cup of yellow wine, feeling increasingly dizzy. Doma approached to support her, smiling. "Miss, you seem to have had too much to drink." "Wei Mama said the wind will pick up soon. We should call it a day and let you rest." Li Xiaowan nodded repeatedly, allowing Doma to help her stand. Gu Xiao followed closely behind, clinging to Li Xiaowan's arm as he stumbled, slurring, Wan, let's go back together. I want to return with you." Though Li Xiaowan felt quite dizzy, her mind remained clear. Supporting herself with Doma, she turned, beaming at Gu Xiao. "Once I return, I will sleep. Let Sister Juhua take you back to Wutong Courtyard. You should rest early. I will wait for you to call me tomorrow, but don't be late." Gu Shao grinned foolishly, nodding incessantly, one hand raised and waving energetically, oblivious to whom he was bidding farewell, as Juhua and Xinghong half-dragged, half-carried him away. Li Xiaowan, with Dongma's assistance, exited the pavilion but suddenly remembered Gu Yunhuan, halting in her tracks. She turned back to see Gu Yunsan slumped in a chair, her face alight with smiles as she waved her arms about chaotically. Pearl and Yutsue supported her on either side, with Pearl feeding her a strong brew of tea. Li Xiaowan, feeling unsteady, turned back to Pearl, instructing, "Too much strong tea can be uncomfortable. Have someone squeeze some pear juice for her instead." Pausing to steady her increasingly heavy head, she commanded, "Fetch 2 maids to carry the eldest sister back, so she can have a good sleep." Pearl promptly agreed, setting down her cup and calling 2 maids to assist in half-carrying, half-dragging Gu Yunsan away. Li Xiaowan turned around and sat down against Gu Yunhuan, gently turning her face to look at her swollen, tear-stained eyes. Startled, she hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she turned to the attendant, Shichin, standing nearby, and instructed, "Quickly assist my second sister back home. Just look at her." Pausing for a moment, Li Xiaowan, though clear-headed, struggled to find the right words, leaving her sentence trailing off. She stood up, her expression dazed for a brief moment, shook her head, and was abruptly pulled back down by Gu Yunhuan, who grasped her sleeve tightly, choking back sobs as she implored, "Xiaowan, I want to talk to you. Please don't leave." Li Xiaowan tugged her sleeve back, leaning on the railing as she stood, her steps unsteady as she took a half-step back, supporting herself against Dongma. With a smile, she nodded, saying, "Second sister, let us talk tomorrow. I'm drunk and can't quite hear what you're saying." Gu Yunhuan froze, tears streaming anew, and Shichin called for a painting to be brought over. Together, they forced Gu Yunhuan to rise, dragging her toward the pavilion's exit. Leaning against Dongma, Li Xiaowan took another half-step back, belched lightly, and with slightly staggering steps, left the pavilion, heading back to Songfeng Courtyard. Dongma and Granny Wei helped Li Xiaowan return, but she insisted on bathing and freshening up before bed. Dongma and Granny Wei sighed in resignation, instructing Xiaoyu and Xiuwen to quickly heat a large tub of water for the cleansing room. As Dongma assisted Li Xiaowan in undressing, she sank into the warm water, sighing contentedly, "Dongma, this is the greatest joy in life." Dongma chuckled, bending over. "At such a young age, you've experienced so little. 2 crabs and a few cups of yellow wine are all it takes for you to find life's utmost pleasure." Li Xiaowan leaned back, her eyes squinting in delight. "The things I've seen, used, and eaten, perhaps even the most knowledgeable in this world, have never encountered. This joy in life is simply this: beautiful scenery, exquisite delicacies, fine wine, a healthy body, and a heart that knows how to savor it all." Dongma washed Li Xiaowan's hair while she soaked in the warm water, her body turning rosy and drowsy, her eyes fluttering closed. Dongma, unable to hold back her laughter, pulled her out along with Lan Chu, drying her off, changing her clothes, and helping her lie down on the bed, crouching by the bedside to carefully wring out her hair with a cotton cloth. Li Xiaowan, feeling completely relaxed, succumbed to slumber in a matter of moments. Chapter 31. Casual conversation. Li Xiaowan slept soundly until the hour of you, finally opening her eyes, lazily stretching her body, and lifting the curtain to peer outside at the flickering candlelight. Hearing the movement, Dongma hurried in with a candlestick, placing it down and cheerfully saying, "Miss, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Have you sobered up?" Li Xiaowan pressed her fingers against her temples, smiling. "I'm awake, but my head still aches a bit. When a lady drinks, the headache can linger for a day and a half." Dongma replied with a grin, adding, "It's good to teach you a lesson. You mustn't indulge in drinking so recklessly next time." Li Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Turning to look out the window, she asked, "What time is it?" "It's 1:15 you. There's no need to hurry. The ancestors have sent someone to check on you twice already. They've instructed that once you wake, you should rest inside and not venture out. Dinner will be prepared by the kitchen with some light and appetizing dishes. I've already sent Xiuwen to the kitchen to request your dinner now that you're awake." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan relaxed and leaned back, saying, "If that is the case, I'll sleep a little longer." Dongma reached out to pull Li Xiaowan up, chuckling just before Granny Wei left. She instructed that if you woke, you should be gotten up to take a walk outside before resting again, or else you might feel restless at night, which could be detrimental to your health. Where did Granny go? She was sent for by Granny's son. It seems she has matters to discuss with her. Li Xiaowan tilted her head in thought, not probing further. Dong Ma and Lan Chu helped her get dressed and freshened up, while two kitchen maids arrived with a food box. Delivering dinner, Li Xiaowan, famished, gazed at the bowl of congee, a plate of sliced steamed buns, a dish of oil-dressed pickled bamboo shoots, a plate of spicy ear strips, a dish of stir-fried eggplant, and a bowl of braised pork with dried vegetables. Her fingers itched with anticipation, and in no time, she devoured 2 or 3 buns and drank the congee, savoring every bite. Dong Ma watched her eat with a smile, clearing the dishes and handing them to the waiting maid outside the eaves. Feeling satisfied, Li Xiaowan stretched her body, stepping out of the main room and leisurely strolling along the covered walkway for 4 or 5 laps before returning to the east wing. She reclined on the couch, engrossed in a book. Dong Ma brewed tea and brought it in, setting it down, then carefully trimmed the lamp wick with small silver scissors. Li Xiaowan lifted her cup, taking a sip of tea, turning to Dong Ma as if recalling something. Dong Ma, where do your parents work? Besides them, who else is in your family? Dong Ma paused, then replied with a smile, my father is the gatekeeper of the manor, and my mother works in the fruit bureau. I have an older brother who a few years ago was sent by Granny Sun to the Gu family rice shop as an apprentice, and a younger sister named Xiao Fu, who is 9 years old and hasn't been assigned any duties yet. Why do you ask, miss? Oh, Li Xiaowan closed the book, furrowing her brow in thought for a moment before asking softly, how many people are currently at the gatehouse? There are a total of 8 people, divided into 4 shifts of 2. Li Xiaowan was taken aback, laughing, that's not too many at the gatehouse. Dong Ma chuckled, explaining, our manor now combines staff from both the capital and the ancestral home, but the gatekeepers at the capital's residence must remain there to oversee the property. The ancestral home has been uninhabited for a long time, so having 8 people at the gatehouse is actually quite a lot. Now that we've all returned, it naturally seems less crowded. Not too few either. Li Xiaowan smiled. Although we've all returned, we are still in mourning, not going out much, and no one is visiting. Compared to before, the gatehouse is indeed busier, but it's not overwhelmingly so. Dong Ma nodded, stifling a smile. You truly see through everything, Mississippi. Li Xiaowan regarded her with a smile. The manor has been quiet for the past 2 to 3 years due to the mourning period. Even after that, though the mourning period ends, with Gu Shao still young and the Gu family lacking others to support the household, it will undoubtedly remain tranquil for a while longer. After a pause, Li Xiaowan continued, currently, the 4 departments and 6 bureaus in the manor are all in order, yet there aren't too many tasks to undertake. The household might not require such elaborate arrangements anymore. I fear the ancestors and the matriarch might consider merging the 4 departments and 6 bureaus, reducing staff to save costs. Your family is fortunate. Your father and brother are secure, but your mother's position. Li Xiaowan lifted her gaze to meet Dong Ma's suddenly serious expression, smiling. This is merely a thought I shared casually. Don't take it too much to heart. Dong Ma pondered briefly, then sat at the edge of the couch, looking at Li Xiaowan earnestly. Thank you, miss. Actually, Dong Ma hesitated, her voice dropping. My mother's health is not good, and she should have returned home to rest long ago. However, the Fruit Bureau only deals with making some preserves and drying fruits to send to the capital, so the work is quite leisurely. Even now, at the end of the month, there isn't too much to do. Given my mother's condition, the work is light, so she has continued in this position. My family. Sigh, although my father is a native son, he is the only child, and my grandparents passed away early, leaving no relatives to lend a hand. My mother was sold to the household when she was about 7 or 8. Before giving birth to Xiao Fu, she slipped and fell on a rainy day, giving birth to Xiao Fu when she was 7 months pregnant. My mother lost a lot of blood, and my father borrowed every bit of silver he could to save her. Though both my mother and Xiao Fu survived, their health has never been good. Dong Mo's words became somewhat incoherent, and Li Xiaowan gently patted her hand, whispering, I understand. Have you paid off the debt your family owes? How much remains? Dong Mo wiped her tears with a handkerchief, shaking her head. No, the old house has been uninhabited for years. Besides the monthly rent, there are no other sources of income. My brother is still an apprentice, without even a monthly wage. Although I serve beside our ancestor, I am merely a third-class maid, and, with so many people around, the rewards that come my way are minimal. As of now, we still owe over 30 taels of silver. Li Xiaowan furrowed her brows, letting out a gentle sigh as she comforted her. Do not worry too much. You will eventually pay it off. Dong Mo nodded. And after a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaonuan smiled at her, saying, though your mother is working, your sister is not employed. Why not ask for a position for her? If the lady truly intends to merge the 4 offices and 6 divisions, should your mother lose her position, it will be permissible for her to return home to rest. Dong Mo's eyes brightened as she eagerly awaited Li Xiaonuan's next words. Li Xiaonuan chocolate. You must pay more attention to what is said. The other day, didn't the lady mention to our ancestor that the maids in the courtyard of the elder and second sisters are growing older and need to be assigned elsewhere? If they're to send people away, they must also bring new ones in. Your sister is of the right age, and most matters in a household are managed by the elder sister. You and Zhenju get along well, so it should be a simple matter to ask Zhenju on her behalf. Dong Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded repeatedly, her face aglow with joy. Now that my monthly wage has doubled, if Xiao Fu can secure a position, my mother can rest easy at home, and we might even save more money than before. Li Xiaonuan smiled and nodded, pondering for a moment before softly advising. Do not forget to mention to Zhenju that it would be best for your sister to go to the Han-Dan courtyard. The reward from the Changwei courtyard are indeed challenging to obtain. Dong Mo chuckled, the eldest lady truly. Once money is in her hands, it never seems to leave. Ever since I entered the household, it has been like this. I heard that as a child, no matter how hard I cried. Once I saw silver, I could instantly turn my tears into laughter. Li Xiaonuan widened her eyes, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter and collapsing onto the couch. The following afternoon, after finishing their studies together, Li Xiaonuan and Gu Xiao sat on the eastern couch. Li Xiaonuan held a floral embroidery frame, patiently outlining the edges of a tree trunk with newly learned stitches, while Gu Xiao leaned against the cushion, reciting a piece of prose. Li Xiaonuan occasionally interrupted him, asking for explanations of the phrases he read. At that moment, a young maid's voice called out from the courtyard entrance. The second young lady has arrived. Li Xiaonuan paused briefly, recalling the peculiar behavior of Gu Yunhuan from the previous night. She quickly turned to Gu Xiao, who had already put down his book and leaned out the window to look. He saw Gu Yunhuan walking along the corridor and turned back, looking at Li Xiaonuan with curiosity. Why isn't the second sister with the elder sister in the Chui Wei hall listening to the news? What brings her here? Li Xiaonuan set aside her embroidery frame and hurried off the couch to greet her, with Gu Xiao following closely behind. The 3 exchanged greetings and entered the eastern chamber. Gu Yunhuan chose a large cushion to sit on, while Gu Xiao settled beside Li Xiaonuan. Gu Yunhuan frowned and looked at Gu Xiao, saying, Why are you still here? Hurry back, we need to talk. What are you and Wan discussing? I want to listen. Gu Xiao replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone as he shifted closer to Li Xiaonuan. Gu Yunhuan paused, her brows knitting together, then turned to Li Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan, ask him to leave so we can talk in peace. Li Xiaonuan pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Gu Xiao, whispering, You should head back for now. We ladies have some private matters to discuss that you shouldn't over here. Let us finish our studies early tomorrow, and you can continue reading me that lovely article afterward. All right? Gu Xiao hesitated before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right, I'll come and get you later, and we can go to Ray Xian Hall for dinner. That's not necessary. Just go from the Wutong courtyard. I'll go with my second sister afterward. Gu Xiao nodded unhappily but complied. Li Xiaonuan quickly instructed Dong Mo to pack Gu Xiao's belongings and have Chun Xiao escort him home. Chapter 32. Mu Xiao AI. Gu Yunhuan reclined on the couch, her eyelids lowered as she sipped her tea. Turning to Shi Qin and Dong Mo, she instructed, Xiaonuan and I will have a casual conversation. You need not stay here to serve us. You may leave. Dong Mo glanced at Li Xiaonuan, who smiled and subtly nodded, then curtsied and exited with Shi Qin, taking a seat in the back room to eavesdrop. Gu Yunhuan lowered her eyes and took a few more sips of tea before slowly setting the cup down, letting out a few soft sighs. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Xiaonuan, do you truly miss the Fuyin Temple? Li Xiaonuan was taken aback, contemplating her response. But Gu Yunhuan continued, You have no idea how much I miss the capital. Every night, as soon as I close my eyes, I dream of the capital. Li Xiaonuan stared at her in bewilderment, thinking, dreaming of the capital? How does one even dream of such a grand place? Last night I dreamed of many people, honey, Cousin Minning, Cousin Min Qing, and Gu Yunhuan's voice softened, trailing off, and Annie's garden. In autumn, that's when the chrysanthemums truly bloom beautifully. Xiaonuan, You have never seen Annie's garden. Once you do, you will find it impossible to admire any other garden. Li Xiaonan blinked in surprise, watching Gu Yuanhuan as she continued, her eyes filled with longing. Gu Yuanhuan's voice floated on. The chrysanthemums in Auntie's garden, such as Long Nao, Xi and Luo, Du Sheng, Uai, and Yu Qiu, are of the finest quality, all well cultivated. When they bloom, the garden is utterly breathtaking. With a gentle sigh, Gu Yuanhuan's expression was one of deep nostalgia, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiaowan's presence as she continued, and he dotes on me the most. Every autumn, she sends someone to fetch me, my sister, and Gu Xiao to admire the chrysanthemums. Last year, it was Cousin Ku himself who came to pick us up. Cousin Ku loves to wear white clothes, and he is so kind and considerate, taking me to see the chrysanthemums. He told me that aside from Long Nao, Xi and Luo, and Du Sheng, none of the others can truly be called chrysanthemums. His favorite is Du Sheng. Li Xiaowan felt a shiver run down her spine. Her mouth agape in shock as she stared at Gu Yuanhuan, realizing that her family didn't even have a single Du Sheng. Finally regaining her composure, she raised her hand to close her mouth, vigorously rubbing her cheeks before hastily lifting her cup, forcing a smile. Second sister, have some tea. Gu Yuanhuan's feelings for Cousin Ku, this youthful affection had likely been bottled up for quite some time. Just a mere 11 or 12-year-old girl, experiencing such tender, budding emotions, caught in a web of unexpressed feelings, causing her endless torment. How truly pitiful. She realized that her feelings were not reciprocated. Li Xiaowan raised her eyebrows, caught in a dilemma between smiling and not smiling, her face awkwardly adorned with a forced grin. She eagerly handed a cup to Gu Yuanhuan, who visibly relaxed and beamed with joy. After taking a few sips of tea and placing the cup down, Gu Yuanhuan was about to speak when Li Xiaowan interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I have heard so much about Cousin Ku from Gu Xiao. Who exactly is this Cousin Ku? Gu Yuanhuan's eyes brightened. Her interest peaked as she shifted into a more comfortable position, a hint of shyness coloring her smile as she explained. Cousin Ku is my aunt's only son. My mother has only one biological sister, my aunt. After many years, Cousin Ku was born. He was titled heir apparent at the age of 5. Gosin Kiskiviko. Excels in martial arts, is well educated, and leads a remarkable life, with an amiable temperament. He is quite renowned in the capital. As Gu Yuanhuan excitedly shared, a sense of foreboding crept into Li Xiaowan's heart, prompting her to interrupt. Heir apparent? What heir apparent? The heir apparent of the Duke of Runan. Didn't Gu Xiao tell you? My aunt married into the Duke of Runan's household and is now the Duchess. Cousin Ku is the Duke's heir apparent. The current favorite of the Emperor, Consort Cheng, is his biological aunt. Li Xiaowan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, tightly shutting her eyes and muttering under her breath, "Damn it." Gu Yuanhuan straightened up, looking at Li Xiaowan with confusion. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing. I meant, so he is that heir apparent. Gu Yuanhuan laughed, leaning back with a twinkle in her eye as she teased. If he isn't that heir apparent, then who else could he be? The Duke of Runan's family is the most esteemed royal lineage in our Yuan Zhao dynasty, with an illustrious history of noble consorts and numerous princesses. Gu Yuanhuan's eyes sparkled with gossip. The Duke of Runan's family was revered and affluent, yet they had always been few in number. The Duke had only one illegitimate brother, and in previous generations, there were only 2 legitimate brothers. By Cousin Ku's generation, his mother was nearly 30 when she gave birth to him. It's rather strange. His father had a few concubines, and his mother had taken one of her maids as a concubine, yet none of these concubines bore any children. Both of Gu Yuanhuan's sisters and Cousin Ku were born of her mother. When Cousin Ku was born, even the emperor was surprised. He was cherished and watched closely by his parents as he grew up. Li Xiaowan listened absently to Gu Yuanhuan's cheerful gossip, her mind racing with calculations. The Duchess of Runan and Madame Zhou were biological sisters, and if both families resided in the capital, their interactions would naturally be frequent. However, the Gu family was located in Shangli town, while the Duke's residence was several hundred miles away in the capital. How long would it take to travel from the capital to Shangli town? At the very least, it would require 2 to 3 days of travel on horseback. That spoiled young master, accustomed to luxury, would undoubtedly be reluctant to endure such a journey, and even if he wished to come, his parents would likely not allow him to venture so far. These 2 sisters, even if they exchanged correspondence, would only send servants to convey greetings. It would be absurd for such a precious son to visit personally. As long as that young master did not come, everything would be fine. And even if he did come, there would be strict social norms regarding gender separation. He wouldn't even know she was in the Gu household. If she remained cautious and kept her distance, how would he ever have the chance to meet her? If by chance he entered the capital in the future, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. By then, she would have grown up, and he likely wouldn't recognize her. Li Xiaonuan gradually relaxed, realizing she had been overly anxious, almost frightening herself. Xiaonuan, are you even listening to me? Gu Yunhuan playfully nudged her. Li Xiaonuan quickly gathered her thoughts, smiling brightly at Gu Yunhuan. I was completely captivated by your stories. What you shared is truly fascinating. You know so much. Gu Yunhuan beamed with delight and continued to recount various tidbits about life in the capital. Cousin Ku dressed in white, dancing with a sword. Cousin Ku gifted her a parrot that could recite poetry. Cousin Ku said her face resembled a lotus flower. Cousin Ku inquired about her favorite foods. Gosin giskiviko. Li Xiaonuan's brows gradually furrowed, a sense of unease rising within her. Such a vague yet passionate affection was based more on imagination than reality. That Cousin Ku, that spoiled young master, was nothing more than an arrogant little rooster. Far from the gentle and refined character depicted by Gu Yunhuan, he was portrayed as perfect, devoid of any flaws. Did she even realize that such feelings could be categorized as puppy love? What was Cousin Ku's attitude toward her? Did he feel the same? This was uncertain. Gu Yunhuan's words were hardly reliable. At this moment, Gu Yunhuan was in a cloud of infatuation, devoid of rationality. Even if both parties were to share mutual affection. What about Madame Zhou's intentions? What about old Madame Li's stance? What might the Duke of Runan's household think? Li Xiaonuan's brows knitted together as she watched Gu Yunhuan, lost in excitement, happiness, and an infinite sense of worry, unsure of what to say. Chapter 33. The painting Gu Yunhuan was in high spirits, chatting animatedly until the hour of shun. Li Xiaonuan's eyes kept darting toward the hourglass in the corner, and seeing that time was nearly up, she exaggeratedly stretched her arms and cheerfully said, "Oh dear, we've been so engrossed in conversation that we've lost track of time. We should head to Ruixuantang. Let's hurry, or our ancestors will scold us." Reluctantly, Gu Yunhuan fell silent, glancing at the hourglass in the corner with a smile. It's still early. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt. It's not early. We've lounged here for quite a while, and our hair is a bit messy. We need to freshen up and tidy our hair. It's definitely not early. Li Xiaonuan cheerfully interjected, not waiting for Gu Yunhuan to respond before jumping off the couch and calling for Donma. Donma and Shirqin entered, attending to both ladies as they washed their faces and redid their hair before proceeding to Ruixuantang. From that day on, Gu Yunhuan visited Songfeng Courtyard almost every other day to chat with Li Xiaonuan. Although Gu Yunhuan was not fond of Gu Xiao, Li Xiaonuan was adamant about not sending him away, instead subtly encouraging his presence and avoiding being alone with Gu Yunhuan. This infatuation of Gu Yunhuan's truly alarmed Li Xiaonuan. Such youthful feelings could hardly end well. Moreover, in such a strict society, if Gu Yunhuan's sentiments were to be inadvertently revealed, it would be a grave offense. As the biological daughter of the matriarch and the granddaughter of the esteemed ancestor, she could find reasons to be forgiven for any missteps. But as for Li Xiaonuan, if anything were to happen, her very life could be at stake. After the beginning of winter, charcoal braziers were set up in the courtyards. Donma meticulously inspected the bright charcoal delivered by the oil candle bureau, nodding in satisfaction. Li Xiaonuan turned to her and smiled. "You needn't inspect it. It must be the finest silver frost charcoal." Donma laughed in agreement. "What you say is true. The young master spends his days reading and writing in our courtyard." Li Xiaonuan fixed her gaze on Donma, who playfully stuck out her tongue, swallowing the rest of her words. Li Xiaonuan sighed. "You ought to temper that bluntness of yours. Sometimes, understanding is enough. Speaking it out loud loses its essence, doesn't it?" Donma nodded vigorously, smiling. "I understand. It's just between us, but outside, I wouldn't dare say a word." Li Xiaonuan gazed at the 2 baskets of charcoal and pondered. "Are these 2 baskets sufficient for our daily needs?" "Indeed, this is the young lady's daily portion. The maids have their own supply," Donma explained with a smile. "How many charcoal basins can be filled with these 2 baskets?" Donma paused, too. The charcoal basins in the young lady's room are fixed at 2, one placed in the study and the other in the east chamber during the day. Then move to the inner chamber at night. These 2 baskets are just enough to sustain 2 basins for a full 12 hours. With her eyelids lowered, Li Xiaowan stared at the baskets in silence. She despised the cold. Since winter set in, she felt an incessant chill within the house, wishing fervently that she could set up an additional 10 or 8 basins of charcoal. How she longed for the warmth of a heated Kong and partition walls like those in the north. Once she became the mistress of her own household and had the means, she would ensure to construct a room with partition walls for winter living. At the very least, she would arrange for 10 or 8 basins of charcoal within. Although Li Xiaowan no longer wished to hear Gu Yunhuan recount tales of the capital, Gu Yunhuan seemed to have grown fond of Songfeng Courtyard. In the mornings, she begrudgingly sat with Gu Yunshan in Cuiwei Hall, listening to the old woman recount stories. By afternoon, she would invariably find excuses to evade returning to Cuiwei Hall or even staying in Handan Courtyard, often meandering to Songfeng Courtyard, where she nestled on the soft couch, engrossed in needlework. Despite Li Xiaowan's subtle nudges, it remained unclear whether Gu Yunhuan was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. In any case, her hints fell flat, yielding no response or effect. After several days of worry, Li Xiaowan eventually let it go. After all, that dandy air was far away in the capital, posing no threat to her or Gu Yunhuan. Moreover, feelings tend to fade with the flow of time, and the more intense the emotion, the quicker it diminishes. In 2 or 3 years, without any contact or news, feelings would surely dull, and the individuals would mature and become more sensible, rendering the matter a thing of the past. Time passed leisurely, and the Rose Courtyard and Handan Courtyard dispatched 7 or 8 eligible maids of lower ranks. Dongma's younger sister, Xiaofu, was assigned to Handan Courtyard as a 3rd-rank maid, receiving a new name, Yushu, from Gu Yunhuan. With the support of the matriarch, Lady Li, and Madame Zhou, Gu Yunshan began consolidating the 4 offices and 6 departments. As expected, Dongma's mother was not selected for a post, thus she returned home to rest. Before long, the minor snow had passed, and the days grew shorter. Li Xiaowan engaged her mind, accompanying Gu Xiao in early recitations, while she devoted a good deal of time to her needlework. One afternoon, after they had completed their studies, Li Xiaowan took a flower frame and sat with Gu Yunhuan to sew. Gu Xiao, with a book in hand, read a few pages but soon grew impatient. Setting the book aside, he gazed dreamily at Li Xiaowan, who was busy sewing on the soft cotton cushion, then suddenly leaped off the couch and dashed into the west chamber. Before long, Gu Xiao emerged, beaming, holding a piece of Xian paper. Approaching the couch, he raised the paper and cheerfully said, "Nuan, second sister, look, does this resemble Nuan?" Both Li Xiaowan and Gu Yunhuan quickly lifted their heads to examine the paper, which depicted a girl with her head bowed, the strokes youthful yet vibrantly alive. Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly sat up, snatching the paper to examine it closely, while Gu Yunhuan leaned in with keen interest. After a moment, Li Xiaowan looked up at Gu Xiao, exclaiming, "Your drawing is truly remarkable. Why have I never seen you draw before?" Flushed with embarrassment from her praise, Gu Xiao scratched his head and replied, "I used to enjoy drawing before my studies began, but my mother advised me to focus on my education, so I stopped." Li Xiaowan regarded Gu Xiao, her thoughts beginning to swirl. His drawing was imbued with such spirit. If he had enjoyed drawing even before his formal education, it was evident he had a passion for it. With such talent, if he were to find a master to guide him, he might very well achieve greatness in his craft. Li Xiaowan smiled, carefully folding the drawing, and called for Dongma, instructing, "Please place this in my Nama box, and be careful not to damage it." Gu Zhao's eyes lit up as he squeezed beside Li Xiaowan, slightly agitated as he asked, "Nuan, do you really think my drawing is good?" "Indeed." Li Xiaowan nodded earnestly. "I've never seen such a spirited piece before. I shall cherish it." A flush of excitement crept onto Gu Zhao's face, and Gu Yunhuan chuckled, playfully tapping Gu Zhao's forehead. "No wonder Gu Xiao enjoys studying with you. You flatter him at every turn." Nuan does not praise me daily. It is the teacher who praises me now." Gu Xiao retorted defensively. Gu Yunhuan promptly conceded, nodding sincerely. "I stand corrected. Our Gu Xiao is indeed brilliant and talented, excelling in everything." Gu Xiao huffed, ignoring her while Li Xiaowan, beaming, gently tugged at Gu Zhao's sleeve, asking softly, "What do you like to draw? Can you create a few more pieces for me to see?" Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded, leaping a few steps before halting, turning back to Li Xiaowan. "Nuan, why don't you come over and watch me draw?" All right, Li Xianhuan readily agreed, jumping off the couch to follow Gu Xiao into the west chamber. Gu Yanhuan paused, chuckling as she shook her head, then resumed her embroidery with a leisurely pace. Gu Xiao pulled Li Xianhuan to the writing desk in the west chamber, clearing away the stacked books before retrieving a prepared piece of Xian paper from the nearby shelf, laying it flat on the desk. Li Xianhuan had already poured some water into the inkstone and was grinding the ink attentively. Gu Xiao selected a fine brush from the fully stocked brush rack, dipped it delicately into the ink, and turned to Li Xianhuan, inquiring, "What would you like me to draw?" Li Xianhuan smiled, contemplating seriously before responding, "How about painting chrysanthemums? The ones from the lake pavilion?" Gu Xiao's eyes twinkled as he smiled and nodded, "Great. I love drawing flowers, especially chrysanthemums." Li Xianhuan leaned beside the table, watching with keen interest as Gu Xiao patiently and meticulously outlined the curling petals of a chrysanthemum, exclaiming, "You draw beautifully." Gu Xiao remained silent, biting his lip, deeply focused on his work. Before long, a graceful, swaying ink chrysanthemum began to take shape. "Have you ever studied drawing before?" Li Xianhuan asked, pulling the Xian paper closer for a better look. Gu Xiao shook his head no, but he leaned closer to Li Xianhuan's ear and whispered, "Once, back in the capital, I found a book of paintings in the study, filled with various beautiful flowers. I secretly took it home and would occasionally look through it to learn a little." Li Xianhuan nodded, standing on her tiptoes to lean closer, whispering, "Why not bring that book here? From now on, after our lessons, I can embroider while you draw." Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled in agreement. Li Xianhuan, filled with joy, continued, "Your ancestors and the matriarch likely disallowed you from studying art out of concern that you would neglect your studies. Let us first focus on our education, excelling to the point where our teacher praises us daily. Once they see that your drawing does not interfere with your studies, they will surely allow you to pursue it." "You are indeed correct, Wan. I shall first read the book so that the master praises me daily. In my free time, I will engage in painting." Li Xianhuan beamed at Gu Xiao, gradually formulating her thoughts. Chapter 34. A treasure discovered that evening. Upon returning from Rui Xian Hall, Li Xianhuan pulled Wei Mama to sit beside her on the eastern couch and whisper with a smile, "Mama, will you be going to purchase silk threads tomorrow?" Wei Mama regarded Li Xianhuan with a hint of confusion, replying, "Miss, if there is something you wish to convey, please do so. Sun Mama has entrusted me with the task of procuring silk threads and embroidery patterns. I find myself running errands every few days, as the household consumes a great deal of silk. When the supply runs low, I must venture out. If fresh embroidery patterns arrive, the shop sends word, and I must inspect them as well. There are no fixed schedules. I could go tomorrow or not at all." Li Xianhuan chuckled and nestled closer to Wei Mama, softly suggesting, "Then Mama, do make a trip tomorrow. Once you have chosen the threads, visit the finest Nanji shop in town and procure some items for me." "What does the young lady require?" Wei Mama inquired. Li Xianhuan called for Doma to bring over a yellow box made of boxwood, opened it, and removed 2 silver ingots, handing them to Wei Mama with a smile. "Mama, please buy a stick of pine smoke ink. Nothing too extravagant, just a moderate quality, a thin mat for painting, and some colors such as malachite, azurite, yellow ochre, vermilion, and raw sienna, each half a pound. Additionally, procure 10 3-inch white porcelain dishes, and if there's any money left, buy half a roll of semi-raw rice paper." Wei Mama's eyes widened in astonishment. "Miss, are you planning to learn painting?" "It is not for me. It is for Gu Xiao," Li Xianhuan replied with a playful grin. Wei Mama pondered for a moment before gently pulling Li Xianhuan closer, whispering, "Why are you purchasing these items for him? He is the sole hope of this family, and everyone expects him to excel in examinations, bringing honor to the family. If you indulge him in these frivolous pursuits, it could hinder his studies, and that burden would not be light for you to bear." "Do not worry, Mama. I am mindful and will not impede his studies," Li Xianhuan reassured her with a smile. Wei Mama regarded Li Xianhuan with concern, but Li Xianhuan, with eyes full of mirth, firmly nodded, "Rest assured, Mama." With a sigh, Wei Mama shook her head with a smile, accepting the silver ingots. "I will go early tomorrow to purchase your items. But do take care, dear miss. One must not provoke the displeasure of our esteemed ancestors or the madam." Li Xianhuan nodded in agreement and spent some time chatting with Wei Mama before sending her off to rest. The next day, Wei Mama returned with the items, and Li Xianhuan, accompanied by Donma and Lan Chu, busied themselves for an entire afternoon, preparing the various colors. Gu Xiao, brimming with excitement, spread the paper and mixed colors, eagerly painting for over half an hour. Li Xiaowan, leaning beside the table, watched him paint for a while, then reached for a somewhat tattered sketchbook, smiling as she remarked, "There seems to be a study in the front courtyard. I wonder if it contains many books and whether there are similar sketchbooks." Gu Shao paused, pondering, then turned to Li Xiaowan and suggested, "Shall we go there and take a look?" Li Xiaowan hesitated. "Can we really go there?" "Of course. When I was in the capital, I often went to the study in the front courtyard to read and write." Li Xiaowan blinked in surprise, contemplating, and then asked Gu Shao hesitantly, "Can I go too?" "Absolutely," Gu Shao affirmed, setting down his brush and taking her hand. "Let us go and see." Though Li Xiaowan hesitated, she ultimately could not resist the allure of the study and followed Gu Shao outside. Dong Ma promptly sent Lan Chu and Xiao Yu to accompany them. The two made their way along the corridor towards the front courtyard, rounding the Tsime Hall, turning another corner, and arriving at the study. The three main rooms were spacious and lofty, with two side rooms on each side. As they approached, two elderly women emerged from the western side room, greeting them with smiles and a polite curtsy. Gu Shao, holding Li Xiaowan's hand, did not pause, calling out, "Open the door. We wish to enter and find some books." One of the women hurried ahead, retrieving a key from her clothing to unlock the study door. Li Xiaowan tugged at Gu Shao, halting their steps, before gratefully thanking the woman, and then entered the study with Gu Shao. The three rooms of the study were fully interconnected, with a large Zeton wood writing desk in the center of the eastern room. Behind the desk was a wide and comfortable armchair, alongside a tall shelving unit, and further away were several flower stands. Against the walls stood two massive pure white porcelain vases, filled with dozens of scrolls. The western side was lined with 3 rows of Zeton wood bookshelves that reached the ceiling, brimming with books. Li Xiaowan dashed to the center of the bookshelves, gazing upwards in awe, turning around to take in the vast collection. "There are so many books. If I could come here often, I would not need to limit myself to just a few pages a day." Gu Shao surveyed the surroundings for a moment before beginning to search for painting manuals. Li Xiaowan, her face radiant with joy, hurried to assist him while also seeking out books that piqued her interest. The shelves were exceptionally clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. The two women in the western room, perhaps more, must have been diligent in their daily cleaning. Li Xiaowan let out a satisfied sigh and eagerly began her search among the shelves. In no time, she had pulled out over 10 books, piling them on the floor and feeling content as she focused on assisting Gu Shao in finding the painting manuals. Toward the back of the shelves, in the lowest compartment, she spotted a tightly rolled pile of papers. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried over, sitting on the floor to carefully extract one roll, gently untying the bronze silk ribbon that bound it. As the paper unfurled, Li Xiaowan revealed a thick piece of mulberry paper with dark, clear ink marks. Neatly written in fine characters were the words of Minister Wang Wenyuan. "On the 8th of this month, I received a report from the imperial court. The sovereign's health has recovered, and on the previous day, I witnessed the court ministers." Li Xiaowan froze, calling out to Gu Shao, "Gu Shao, come and see what this is." Gu Shao hurried over, glancing at the paper in her hands and letting out a sigh of relief. "You startled me. It is merely this. This is a memorial." As he spoke, Gu Shao flipped over the mulberry paper, scanning the reverse side. "This is a memorial from over a decade ago. Look here. It states the 12th year of the Tianxi era, December. This must be a relic of my father. Ruixian Hall has new memorials. This is quite dry and tedious. My father used to enjoy reading these, and now it seems our esteemed ancestor has taken a liking to them." Li Xiaowan gazed at Gu Shao in confusion, prompting him to sit beside her on the floor and patiently explain, "This is formally known as the Imperial Court Memorial, a compilation prepared by the Imperial Court every 10 days. It includes the Emperor's edicts, ministerial reports, and various news such as disasters or auspicious events, along with appointments of officials. Only families with imperial seals receive such documents." Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with understanding. She felt a surge of excitement, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a radiant smile spread across her face. "Today, we truly have found treasure." Gu Shao took the memorial from Li Xiaowan, clumsily attempting to tie it up again. "Let us put this back. It seems rather uninteresting and is difficult to comprehend." Li Xiaowan, still smiling, watched him fumble with the memorial before gently nudging him. "Have you found the painting manual? I only found one on landscapes. I wish to find one on flowers and birds." "Then, let us continue our search." Li Xiaowan busily continued, as Gu Shao smiled and nodded with his eyes curved in delight. "You look for things over there. I will search here. She urged him playfully. Please call Lan Chu in for me. I have some matters to discuss with her. Gu Shao nodded in agreement, stood up, turned around the bookshelf, and summoned Lan Chu, who was standing at the door, before returning to his focused search for art albums. Watching Gu Shao move past the bookshelf, Li Xianwan paused for a moment before leaning down to roll up a stack of scrolls and examine the dates inscribed upon them. Lan Chu approached her silently, bending down to observe as Li Xianwan sifted through the scrolls. Li Xianwan glanced up at her and, in a hushed tone, instructed, Gu Shao and I wish to take a few books home. Please ask those two matrons if there are any bundles or trunks available for borrowing. We can return them later. Lan Chu nodded, her knees bending in acknowledgement, and hurried out. Li Xianwan continued to peruse the scrolls on the ground. Moments later, Lan Chu returned with a dark blue cloth bundle, unfolding it to show Li Xianwan. After a brief hesitation, she said softly, I spoke to the two matrons about borrowing the books. They mentioned that all the books in this room must be inventoried and recorded before any can be taken out. Li Xianwan was taken aback, looking up at Lan Chu, who blinked at her. A soft laugh escaped Li Xianwan's lips as she gestured for Lan Chu to sit on the floor, turning back to the scrolls. After reviewing the dates on the stack, Li Xianwan selected the bottom scroll, waited thoughtfully for a moment, then pulled out another, turning to hand it to Lan Chu while signaling her to crouch down. She whispered in her ear, Find a way to take this out. I will return it after I've had a look. Lan Chu, with a playful scrunch of her nose revealing her small fangs, nodded enthusiastically as she accepted the scroll from Li Xianwan's hands. Standing up, she lifted her skirt and deftly untied the silk ribbon around the scroll, securing it around her calf. Li Xianwan raised her eyebrows, both surprised and amused. Watching Lan Chu tie the scroll, with a cheeky grin, Lan Chu teased, Lan Chu has never done anything wrong before. Li Xianwan lauga, bending over with her hand over her mouth, before standing up and calling for Xiao Yu to come in. She instructed her to help Lan Chu wrap the selected books in the bundle, then moved to the other side of the bookshelf to assist Gu Shao in searching for art albums. Chapter 35. The 12th month, Gu Shao found a couple of art albums, while Li Xianwan gathered a pile of books. The two returned to Songfeng Courtyard, content with their findings. Lan Chu quietly slipped into the inner chamber, carefully hiding two scrolls under the bedding. After returning from Ruishuan Hall that evening, Li Xianwan bathed and changed into short clothing, eagerly sitting down on the couch to examine the scrolls, starting from the earliest one. Dongma, while twisting her hair, leaned over to glance at the scroll in Li Xianwan's hands, curiously asking, Where did you find these scrolls? How do you recognize them? Li Xianwan was startled and quickly looked up, while Lan Chu, who was trimming the lamp wick, was equally taken aback, freezing momentarily before turning to gaze at Dongma with a look of concern. Dongma chuckled, Our ancestor loved these. Whenever a new scroll arrived, I was the one to deliver it. Naturally, I recognize it. The paper in your hand is somewhat yellowed, indicating it must be many years old. Li Xianwan sighed in relief, a smile spreading across her face, realizing she had been overly anxious. Dongma had served beside the ancestor, so she would undoubtedly have encountered such items. Lan Chu also breathed a quiet sigh, resuming her careful trimming of the lamp wick. Li Xianwan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she asked, So, can you guess when this scroll is from? Dongma pondered for a moment, then smiled. If I am not mistaken, this must be at least 14 or 15 years old. Li Xianwan raised her eyebrows in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise as she urged, Then tell me the reason. Oh dear, it is quite evident. The master was the top scholar in the 12th year of Tianxi. After he achieved this honor, he sent someone back to bring our ancestor to the capital. Besides some ancestral rites, he briefly stayed for a few days and never returned for a long period. Naturally, any scrolls dated after the 12th year of Tianxi would be kept at the residence in the capital. I cannot say for sure if they were brought back this time, but one could assume these scrolls must have been left at home before the master went to the capital, thus dating them to around 14 or 15 years ago. Li Xianwan placed the scroll down, gently clapping her hands in applause, exclaiming, Dongma is clever. Your reasoning is impeccable, though it may seem obvious. Not many can think of it as you do. A blush crept onto Dongma's cheeks, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Lan Chu beamed at both Li Xianwan and Dongma. Deep in thought, Li Xianwan grew increasingly busy as she needed to rise early for morning studies, attending lessons from her tutor for Gu Shao throughout the morning. Li Xianwan approached each lesson with great diligence, whether reciting the three-character classic or analyzing it, leaving no room for the tutor to find fault. After completing her recitation, the tutor handed her a book of poetry without specifying how much to memorize for the day, nor did he assign any additional tasks. Li Xiaowan neither inquired nor pressed for more. She merely practiced her calligraphy while listening to the tutor teach Gu Xiao, occasionally asking a few questions when the tutor was in good spirits. The stern and rigid Wang Fuji gradually softened his demeanor when addressing Li Xiaowan, occasionally lamenting, "What a pity she is merely a girl." Time passed swiftly amidst the fulfilling and busy days, and soon it was the 12th month. Midway through the month, as was customary, Wang Fuji prepared to return home for a month. Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao respectfully bid farewell to him, marking the beginning of a month of bliss without the need to rise early. The day after Wang Fuji's departure, Lady Li announced that Gu Xiao should accompany the steward in the mornings to learn about market dealings and agricultural matters, ensuring he did not become a simpleton devoid of knowledge about grains and produce. Li Xiaowan wholeheartedly supported Lady Li's words, while Mrs. Zhou merely smiled and complied with Lady Li's arrangements. Gu Yun was overjoyed, spending his days in Songfeng courtyard, yet Li Xiaowan was reluctant to be alone with him. In a moment of desperation, she devised a plan, pleading with Lady Li and Mrs. Zhou in the evening to allow her to learn how to wash and prepare dishes in the kitchen. Both ladies were taken aback, but smiled and readily agreed, summoning the head cook, Lu Mama, to provide instructions. The following morning, Li Xiaowan eagerly rushed to the kitchen to learn about soups. Liu Manga, seeing that Li Xiaowan was not even tall enough to reach the stove, hesitated to let her near the counter or fire, instead taking her to the storeroom to first learn to recognize various grains, vegetables, and meats. Li Xiaowan was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. She had no intention of actually cooking, as she despised the smoke and heat of cooking. However, she was keenly interested in identifying ingredients, as it was one of the best ways to understand the world around her. Life began to resemble her school days, waking early to visit Ruishuan Hall, having breakfast, and then exploring the storeroom in the kitchen to study the ingredients. At noon, she returned to Ruishuan Hall for lunch, and Gu Xiao accompanied her back to Songfeng Courtyard, where they would read for half an hour and practice writing for another half hour. Then, Gu Xiao would draw while Li Xiaowan engaged in needlework. Although they were in mourning, the end-of-year tasks were numerous, and Gu Yunshan kept a close watch on Gu Yunhuan, preventing her from slacking off, leaving little time for her to linger in Songfeng Courtyard. Li Xiaowan felt a warmth that made even the cold northern wind seem gentle. Not having to rise before dawn every day and exploring the various ingredients she had seen and not seen before made her feel a genuine connection to the world. She could freely ask about the names, market prices, and cooking methods of those ingredients, receiving patient and thoughtful answers, with no one finding her inquiries odd. Gu Yunhuan found herself with little time to linger in her pine breeze courtyard. Thus, she could return a half hour earlier in the morning, basking in the sun on the eaves while leisurely perusing her books for a considerable time. Indeed, her little life was improving splendidly. Every noon, Gu Xiao returned home, secretly bringing Li Xiaowan an abundance of trinkets, clay figurines, porcelain rabbits, little horses, woven baskets, and silk flowers. Li Xiaowan exhibited great curiosity for each item, incessantly questioning Gu Xiao about their names, costs, and what else the vendors sold. Gradually, her inquiries multiplied. She began to meticulously interrogate Gu Xiao about the prices of various goods, such as how much rice was per dough, the cost of meat per jean, which was more expensive, pork or lamb, and the selling price of a bolt of hand-woven fabric or a medium-quality silk. Gu Xiao was rendered speechless and could answer none of her questions, so he made a note to ask the steward the next day. When he returned, brimming with enthusiasm to inform Li Xiaowan, he found himself once again at a loss for words, sighing helplessly. "Wan, you ask so many questions. I told you that rice costs 100 coins per dough, and you want to know if it's japonica or glutinous rice, whether it's early or late rice, or how many jia of rice it is. How could I possibly remember all that? The distinctions between japonica and glutinous rice, early and late rice, or 1 jia and 8 jia were indeed significant. Just stating the cost of rice per dough did not suffice." Gu Xiao scratched his head in frustration and after a moment's contemplation, conceded, "You're right, Wan. I didn't inquire thoroughly. I'll ask again tomorrow." Li Xiaowan chuckled at him for a while and remarked leisurely, "Isn't there an old saying? Everywhere you pay attention, there is knowledge to be gained. Just think, If in the future you become an official, you might end up as a local magistrate. If a famine strikes, and you need to provide relief. And if the court offers silver, you must buy grain. Then you would need to know that 100 coins can buy a dough of glutinous late rice. Suppose you encounter a deceitful grain dealer who tricks you into buying aged early rice at the same price. Do you know how much you would lose? Gu Shao listened in astonishment, while Li Xiaowan, with a triumphant nod, continued. I tell you, there are indeed bookish fellows who get swindled and remain oblivious. Feeling wronged after losing their positions, Gu Shao blinked in astonishment before murmuring, You're right, Wan. You are so knowledgeable. Of course, I am both clever and eager to learn, hence I know so much. Li Xiaowan raplia earnestly. As Doma sat sideways on the couch, sewing, she overheard Li Xiaowan as unabashed self-praise and couldn't help but chuckle, accidentally pricking her finger with a needle and hastily sucking the bleeding digit. Gu Shao, slightly embarrassed by Dongma's laughter, scratched his head and joined in the chuckle. Li Xiaowan tilted her head and asked, Is there a bookstore in town? Yes. Gu Shao promptly affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaowan instructed Dongma, Sister Dongma, please check how much silver we have left. I want Gu Shao to bring back some books for me. Gu Shao immediately waved his hands. Wan, just tell me what books you wish to buy. You don't need to use your silver. Our ancestors stated that when I go out with the steward, anything below 10 taels can be purchased without additional reports. Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Then go to the largest bookstore in town and inquire about the 3 most popular books they sell. Bring back 1 copy of each for me. After a pause, she added, except for the almanac. Gu Shao nodded eagerly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Wan, there's only 1 bookstore in town. Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, but dismissed the concern of quantity. She beckoned Gu Shao closer and whispered in his ear, First, examine the books. If they are not suitable, don't buy them. We can't think of another way later. Gu Shao was puzzled. What do you mean by not suitable? Li Xiaowan held her breath, staring at him for a while, unable to articulate how to convey that something was not suitable. After blinking twice, she simply instructed, Have a servant buy them. You need not go. Just ensure they bring back the 3 best-selling books, nicely wrapped. Gu Shao regarded her with confusion, but nodded in agreement. The next afternoon, after dining at Ruixuantang, Li Xiaowan and Gu Shao returned, and Gu Shao took a detour to the second gate of the front courtyard. The young servant, Shan Shui, had been waiting outside with a small bundle, and upon seeing Gu Shao, he greeted him with a broad smile and presented the package. Gu Shao hurried back inside Pine Breeze courtyard to find Li Xiaowan. She received the bundle with slight excitement. These books represented one of the current trends in the world, embodying the most prevalent thoughts of the time. Gu Shao watched in bewilderment as Li Xiaowan unwrapped the package to reveal 3 books laid out on the table. 3-character classic, Shuo and Jiezi, and Yoshue Chionglin. Seeing her astonished expression only deepened Gu Zhao's confusion, prompting him to explain. The shopkeeper said that 1,000-character classic, 1,000 family poems, and expanded wise sayings are equally popular. So I didn't dare to buy more than you requested. Li Xiaowan blinked at the 3 books sprawled before her, her head drooping in dismay. Of course, elementary school textbooks would be the best sellers. How could she have overlooked this detail? As the estate received an influx of New Year goods, various accounts from businesses were submitted. Lady Zhou busied herself with the inventory, analyzing the estate's yearly profits alongside the estate head and shopkeepers. Meanwhile, the housekeepers sorted the New Year goods for distribution to the clan members, leaving her with little time to spare. Lady Li instructed the kitchen at Ruixuantang to prepare soup for Lady Zhou, to be delivered to Tsuiwei Hall morning and night. Li Xiaowan, pulling Gu Shao along, made frequent trips to the front courtyard's study to borrow and return books, stealthily bringing back a couple of scrolls tucked under Lan Chu's leg, enjoying their days immensely. The estate also received live birds, rabbits, and cats for the children to play with. Gu Shao, excited, led Li Xiaowan to inspect each one, selecting a few brightly colored thrushes and parrots to hang in the eaves of Pine Breeze courtyard, while insisting on keeping a pristine white kitten for Li Xiaowan to care for. Li Xiaowan, looking at the kitten with disdain, shook her head vigorously. I don't like cats. If you want to raise one, take it to Wudong courtyard. If I were to raise an animal, it would be a dog. Gu Shao hesitated for a long moment, gazing at the kitten, before reluctantly handing it over to the young maid. If you don't like it, I won't keep it either. I'll inform the estate to send a puppy next time. After watching the young maid carry the kitten away, Gu Xiao turned to Li Xiaowan and cheerfully remarked, Annie also loves dogs. She has a little fluffy white puppy that rolls around like a snowball. It's so amusing. We should find one to raise as well. Gu Xiao gestured to indicate the size of the puppy, while Li Xiaowan shook her head with a smile. Responding seriously, I don't like those little dogs. What is the difference between them and cats? I prefer big dogs, the fierce kind. I've heard that in the extreme west, there's a breed that is more formidable than tigers. That is the kind of dog I like. Now that's what a dog should be. Gu Xiao stared at Li Xiaowan, scratching his head in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. In December, the second dispatch was delivered to the ancient residence of Ruixintang a few days later than in the capital, placed before the venerable Lady Li. She scrutinized each character of the dispatch, carefully examining the appointments and dismissals of officials. After reading it once and then again, she finally set the dispatch down, letting out a heavy sigh, her expression darkening. Madame Zhou, seated in an armchair, rose and handed her a cup, smiling as she said, Mother, have some tea. Lady Li accepted the cup, took a sip, and placed it on the table. She waved away the maids, standing by with their hands at their sides, fell silent for a moment, and then sighed heavily, whispering, the dispatch states that Zhao Yuanming has been appointed governor of Tongzhou in Yongxing Road, and Jiang Jishan has been appointed governor of Detongzhu in Shijing Road. Madame Zhou looked at Lady Li, bewildered, and replied with a smile, with appointments come dismissals. During this festive season, if one is reassigned, it is acceptable, but for those who are dismissed, I wonder how they will manage the year ahead. Alas, there is always joy and sorrow. Lady Li lowered her eyes, remained silent for a while, then lifted her gaze to the window pane covered with cotton paper. After another pause, she turned to Madame Zhou, speaking softly. The third consort of the Crown Prince is Zhao Yuanming's legitimate daughter, and Jiang Jishan's mentor is the Crown Prince's teacher. Both of them are connected to the Crown Prince. Madame Zhou stared at Lady Li, momentarily unable to grasp her meaning, and replied with a smile. The Crown Prince recommends several individuals every year, does he not? He is the firstborn and has reached maturity. It is his duty to assist the state. For the past 2 years, he has guarded the northern borders, and everyone praises him for his capabilities. Surely, those he recommends must be worthy, even if they are not. Considering his status and contributions, the Emperor would grant him some favor, would he not? Lady Li slightly closed her eyes and after a while nodded slowly. Her voice tinged with disappointment. You speak rightly. After a pause, she turned to Madame Zhou and said, Though your reasoning holds merit, these matters require careful consideration. While the Crown Prince recommends individuals annually, this year is peculiar. Last month, 2 were appointed, and now 2 more governors have been assigned in the northern regions of Yongxing Road and Shijing Road. Reflect on it. This is the Crown Prince's military territory, which seems rather unusual. Madame Zhou furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, then looked at Lady Li in confusion, whispering, Yongxing Road and Shijing Road? Those places are hardly prosperous. Mother, I do not quite understand your meaning. Please enlighten me. Lady Li smiled wryly at Madame Zhou and patiently explained. The Crown Prince is stationed in the north, close to Yongxing Road and Shijing Road. If the local officials are his allies, everything would be significantly more convenient. The Emperor is strengthening the Crown Prince's influence, showing him favor. Madame Zhou became increasingly perplexed. The Crown Prince is the firstborn, the only one among the 4 princes born of the Empress. He is so capable, in terms of status and talent, who among the other princes could equal him? Naturally, the Emperor would favor him. Would he show preference to another prince? Although our Yuanjing dynasty lacks the precedent for naming a crown prince early, everyone knows that besides the Crown Prince, who else could possibly assume that position? Lady Li seemed to suffer deeply as she closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them with a forced smile, saying, My chest pain persists, and I feel weary now. I wish to lie down for a while. You should return and rest as well. Madame Zhou stood up, slightly anxious. Shall I call a doctor to take your pulse? No need. I just need to rest a bit. You go. I am fine. Call a couple of maids to come and massage my legs. I will sleep for a while. You may leave, Lady Li said gently. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. Though she felt a vague unease, unable to pinpoint what was amiss, she left in confusion. As the spring festival approached, the days grew closer. After the minor solar term of Shaohan, the major solar term of Dehan soon followed. One morning, Li Xiaowan awoke to find Donghua hanging up the curtain, her face beaming as she reported, Miss, quickly get up and see the snow. It has been falling since midnight. Li Xiaowan hurriedly washed and dressed, while Donma brought out a thick cotton coat for her. Lan Chu carefully selected a few pieces of charcoal from the brazier and lit the brass hand warmer. Li Xiaowan, fully dressed in her warm attire, took the hand warmer and stepped outside, standing beneath the eaves. The courtyard was already blanketed with over an inch of soft snow, and the slender xiangfei bamboo bent under the weight, while a little maid stood in the corridor, using a slender rod to shake off the snow piled atop the bamboo. Li Xiaowan took a deep breath of the crisp air, feeling rejuvenated, and smiled as she stepped forward, squinting up to admire the falling snowflakes before turning around and leisurely making her way to Ruixuantang to pay her respects. The snow on the path had already been cleared, and several maids were sweeping the freshly fallen snow back and forth with large brooms. Upon entering Ruixuantang, Chui Lian greeted her, curtsying and smiling. "Cousin, please come in. It's cold outside." Li Xiaowan returned the gesture with a slight bow, handing the hand warmer to Lan Chu, and followed Chui Lian into the room. As they entered the east wing, Lady Li sat on the couch, gazing at the dancing snowflakes through the half-open window. Upon seeing Li Xiaowan, she smiled warmly and beckoned her over. Li Xiaowan respectfully curtsied and sat at the edge of the couch. Lady Li reached out to touch the coat Li Xiaowan was wearing, then her hands, and Li Xiaowan replied with a smile, "I also have a hand warmer. It's warm in your room, so I left it outside." Lady Li nodded in satisfaction. "The maids in your courtyard are quite attentive." Li Xiaowan smiled and nodded, then looked up with concern at Lady Li. In recent days, Lady Li's mood seemed to have suddenly darkened, her complexion much graver. "Grandmother." Li Xiaowan was about to speak when Chui Lian's voice called from outside. "Grandmother, the young master has arrived." Lady Li quickly turned to the doorway as Chui Lian lifted the curtain. Gu Xiao strode into the room, appearing refreshed, and offered a deep bow and greeting before squeezing in beside Lady Li. Looking up with a smile, "It snowed overnight. Did you sleep well, grandmother?" Lady Li laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. "Well, very well." "Did you wake during the night?" "Just once, then I fell back asleep," Gu Xiao replied with a smile, turning to Li Xiaowan with excitement. "Wan, you woke up so early today. The sun rose late this morning. I was worried you wouldn't get up. So I even made a special trip to Songfeng Courtyard to call for you. The maids in your courtyard are building a snowman. After breakfast, let us go to the back garden to see the snow and make a snowman, shall we?" Li Xiaowan smiled gently and nodded, then turned to Lady Li, inviting, "Grandmother, let us go see the snow together." Gu Xiao leaned into Lady Li's embrace. "Grandmother should come too." Lady Li laughed and agreed, "Very well. This snow is delightful. Just as the saying goes, a timely snow promises a good harvest. After breakfast, we shall all go to the back garden to enjoy the snow." Billion had already instructed the maids to set the breakfast on the table, and Lady Li cheerfully directed, "Just place it on this couch." Turning to Gu Xiao with a smile, she said, "Your mother and sisters have been working tirelessly these past few days. They have already eaten and gone about their business. As for us three idlers, we rose late and shall enjoy the snow after our meal." Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan chuckled as they washed their hands in the basin held by the little maid, then joined the old matriarchally for their meal on the couch. Billion fetched a white cotton cloak lined with silver fox fur and helped the old lady put it on. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan also donned gray mouse cloaks made of cotton, supporting the old matriarch on either side as they made their way to the backyard. The snow had ceased, blanketing the ground with over an inch of white. The gnarled branches of the ginkgo trees sparkled with snow, appearing quite ethereal, while the distant bamboo grove bent under the weight of the snow. The lush, evergreen shrubs flanking the path looked exceptionally vibrant against the snowy backdrop. Gu Xiao, filled with enthusiasm, turned to look around, exclaiming, "Ancestor, I smell the sweet fragrance of plum blossoms. Let us go see them." Very well, replied the old lady with a smile. The three of them followed the pristine brick path, rounding a corner to discover a cluster of red plum blossoms blooming fiercely beside a towering rockery. Gu Xiao excitedly shook the old lady's arm, saying, "Look, ancestor, how beautiful the red plums are. They are most stunning amidst the snow." As they turned past the rockery, they beheld a sea of plum trees. The red plums were in full bloom, while the wax plums were in bud, with a few green and white plums also blossoming. Standing among the plum grove, Gu Xiao animatedly gestured and commented on the branches, praising one for its graceful arch and another for its simplicity. The old lady's brow relaxed, and with a gentle smile, she instructed the little maid to gather some branches of the plums Gu Xiao had pointed out. "Go, Take a few branches to the ladies' courtyard and also to the first and second young ladies, and tell them that these are Gu Zhao's tokens of filial piety. The little maid, beaming with joy, agreed and hurried off to deliver the branches to Chengxin courtyard and elsewhere. The three continued their leisurely stroll through the grove, savoring the beauty of the plum blossoms. Billion cheerfully reported, "Ancestor, I have sent someone to tidy up Ziyuan Pavilion, which sits high and offers a splendid view of this plum grove. Shall we rest there for a while?" The old lady nodded in satisfaction, responding, "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. It is indeed the perfect spot to enjoy the snow and admire the plums." They ascended the winding stone steps and entered Ziyuan Pavilion at a leisurely pace. The corners of the pavilion were adorned with brightly burning charcoal braziers, creating a warm atmosphere inside. A small red clay stove behind the pavilion was already boiling water. The old lady settled into a gooseneck armchair lined with thick cushions beside the railing, gazing down at the snow-laden garden through the open window. Gu Xiao and Li Xianwan knelt side by side on another chair, peering out. "Gu Xiao, you should paint the garden this afternoon," Li Xianwan whispered in his ear. Gu Xiao, his eyes crinkling with a smile, nodded vigorously and responded softly, "All right." Li Xianwan turned to the old lady, who appeared lost in thought, and gently tugged at Gu Xiao. The two leaped down from their chair and climbed onto the old lady's seat, kneeling beside her, following her gaze outside. "Ancestor, what are you looking at? I want to see too." Gu Xiao leaned forward, scanning the surroundings. The old lady chuckled and embraced Gu Xiao, saying, "What do you see?" "The snow, of course. This snow is splendid, a vast expanse of white, truly pristine." Gu Xiao marveled. The old lady smiled, and Li Xianwan tilted her head to glance at Gu Xiao, cheerfully continuing, "This snowfall is like a garment for the garden, a garment for the earth. Indeed, the earth has always been clothed. Spring brings grass, summer blooms with flowers, autumn bears fruit and fallen leaves. Winter brings snow. The earth, like a person, must remain clothed, lest it appears stark and unadorned." Gu Xiao nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, Wan Wan." The old lady chuckled, gently patting Gu Xiao. Li Xianwan observed both Gu Xiao and the old lady before turning her gaze back to the garden. "I wonder if it is snowing in Dazhong Town's Tianma village as well. Is the clan elder faring well? Is he also admiring the snow?" Li Xianwan siga souffly, a hint of sentimentality in her voice. "Many people and many matters are also clothed in appearances. What you see with your eyes and hear with your ears may merely be the surface. Who knows what lies beneath?" The old lady paused, releasing Gu Xiao and turning to regard Li Xianwan, who seemed lost in thought as she gazed out the window. A flicker of understanding stirred within her. Life and human emotions are all cloaked in facades. Those words inscribed on mulberry paper are but garments, resplendent and bright. Who knows what lies beneath? The old lady sighed deeply, feeling a sense of release in her heart. At her age, she realized that perhaps she was not as discerning as a young girl. Until the very end, who could truly predict the outcome? For now, she would simply observe. The old lady affectionately patted Li Xianwan's hair, smiling, "Little girl, why ponder such matters? Overthinking can be detrimental to one's fortune." Li Xianwan, coming back to her senses, shyly nodded with a smile. The three of them enjoyed the snow scene in the pavilion, sipping tea before rising to leave. In the afternoon, snow began to fall again. The old lady sent word that Gu Xiao and Li Xianwan need not come for dinner. Li Xianwan spent some time sewing on the couch in the east wing before setting her embroidery frame aside, lying down and gazing through the window at the falling snow. Her appetite whetted for hot pot. After a moment's thought, she called for Donma to come over and quietly asked, "Sister Donma, are we having hot pot at the residence?" Donma smiled and nodded. "Are you craving that again, miss?" Li Xianwan smiled with squinted eyes and nodded vigorously. Donma hesitated before quietly saying, "Let me check the kitchen for tonight's dishes. If it's hot pot, that would be splendid. If not, then you take 100 coins, and if that's the case, ask Mama Lu to help prepare a hot pot." Li Xianwan interjecta. Donma shrugged her shoulders helplessly. "Miss, your monthly allowance hardly ever lasts. Even if it doesn't last, it doesn't matter. We'll eat first. As for the hot pot, it wouldn't be fair to Gu Xiao. You go tell Mama Lu to prepare enough for just the two of us." Raising her eyebrows, Donma laughed and nodded. "All right, Mrs. Wright. Let us eat well today and discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow." Li Xianwan gave her a sidelong glance, ignoring her, and urged, "Sister, hurry and tell Mama Lu. We must have mutton, and if we can use fish soup as the base, that will be even better." Dong Ma chuckled and shook her head, heading inside to fetch the coins, donning her cotton cloak and grabbing an umbrella before stepping out. Chapter 38. Fish and Mutton Delight. Li Xiaowan bounded into the West Wing, where Gu Xiao stood at the table, deeply engrossed in his painting. She quietly leaned over the table and waited until he finished painting a corner of the garden before breaking into a smile. Gu Xiao, shall we have mutton hot pot for dinner? Gu Xiao eagerly nodded, setting down his brush and turning to Li Xiaowan with a beaming smile. Wan, you are so thoughtful. There's nothing more comforting than a hot pot in this weather. Li Xiaowan chocolat soufflé. I sent Sister Doma to the kitchen to ask Mama Lu to prepare a hot pot for us, ideally with fish soup, and then we can dip the mutton slices. Gu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he shook his head, saying, fish and mutton. A delightful combination. Wan, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Li Xiaowan, beaming with joy, straightened up, then you focus on your painting. I'll send Xiaoyu to Wudong Courtyard to inform Sister Zhuiying to dispatch 2 capable maids to come fetch you later. Gu Xiao nodded in agreement as Li Xiaowan lightly leaped back to the eastern chamber, settling herself on the couch. She picked up the embroidery frame, held it up for a moment, sighed, and closed her eyes to regulate her breath. With the soft light filtering through the window, she slowly began to stitch flowers. As dusk approached, a few kitchen maids entered Songfeng Courtyard, carrying 2 or 3 large food boxes and a brass pot. Xiaoyu lifted the curtain, revealing that Li Xiaowan had already instructed someone to place a large square table made of sourwood on the couch. The maids laid down a bamboo mat on the table and carefully placed the pot on it. The pot was filled with fiercely burning silver frost charcoal, and the thick, white fish soup bubbled enticingly, releasing an alluring aroma. 2 other maids retrieved neatly sliced thin lamb, beef tripe, perfectly cut cabbage leaves, and radish slices from the food boxes, arranging them on the low table before the couch. They also brought out aged vinegar, garlic paste, and chili oil, among other condiments, placing them on the table with smiles as they reported, "These are all prepared according to the instructions of the young lady." From another food box, they presented 4 small dishes of smoked fish, pickled bamboo shoots, drunken yellow mud snails, and cold black fungus, setting them before the table and stepping back with a curtsy. Li Xiaowan cheered as she sat on the couch, picking up her chopsticks ready to dig in, when Gu Xiao called out, Wan, wait. The pot is scalding hot. What if you burn yourself? Let the maid serve it once it's ready. Li Xiaowan paused, chuckled, and without hesitation, tossed a few slices of lamb into the pot. Turning to Gu Xiao with a grin, cooking in the pot is akin to eating crab. It's best when you do it yourself. Gu Xiao waved to stop Dong Mo, who was about to step forward, saying, I'll do it myself. Ignoring Gu Xiao, Li Xiaowan focused on the lamb slices, watching them change color, and quickly fished them out onto the plate in front of her. Just as she was about to bring a piece to her mouth, a young maid outside called out, The second young lady has arrived. Li Xiaowan stifled a gasp, rubbed her forehead, and had no choice but to rise and greet her. Gu Yinhuan entered the main room with a beaming smile, the delicious aroma filling the air. She looked at Li Xiaowan with mock reproach. I heard from the kitchen maids. You 2 aren't dining in Ruishuan Hall, but hiding here to eat hot pot. And you didn't even call for me. It's the old matriarch who forbids us from dining there, Gu Xiao quickly defended. Gu Yinhuan waved her hand dismissively, ignoring him as she strode towards the eastern chamber. Xiaowan, tell your maid to bring me a pair of chopsticks. I'm dining here tonight. Li Xiaowan, with an expression of helplessness, lowered her head. Dong Muntak, not waiting for Li Xiaowan's instructions, hurriedly called out to Lan Chu to fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks. Gu Yunhuan unceremoniously climbed onto the couch, seating herself at the innermost part. Shirqin, observing Li Xiaowan's distressed face, stifled a laugh and handed Gu Yunhuan a warm towel from the basin of hot water that Xiaoyu had brought over. Gu Yunhuan washed her hands, picked up her chopsticks, and, ignoring both Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan, began to cook her lamb slices. Li Xiaowan stood at the entrance of the eastern chamber, watching Gu Yunhuan, who was oblivious to her surroundings, with a sigh. She turned to push Gu Xiao. You should go in and eat as well. I'll ask them to boil some hot water for tea later. Gu Xiao smiled and nodded, turning to enter the eastern chamber. Watching him go in, Li Xiaowan sighed again. Her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at Dong Mo and whispered, Hurry to the kitchen and tell Lu Mama that we have an extra person here. Ask her to slice more lamb and send it over. Also, if possible, could she prepare 2 bowls of noodles and just send the raw dough? And don't forget to bring some broth. Dong Mo, smiling with pursed lips, shrugged her shoulders and said softly, "Miss, your monthly allowance won't even last until the end of the month." Li Xianwan sighed repeatedly, waving her hand in resignation. Go on, go on. Don't montak bolt in acknowledgement. Quietly slipping into the inner room to fetch the money before heading to the kitchen with an umbrella, Li Xianwan stepped into the eastern chamber, where Gu Xiao was waving at her with a beaming smile. Wan, come quickly. The lamb is exceptionally tender. Li Xianwan, grinning, sat down on a couch as Gu Yunhuan fiddled with the bowls of aged vinegar, garlic paste, and other condiments, curiously asking, Xianwan, how do you eat these things? Li Xianwan reached for the bowl of garlic paste, scooping some into a small dish in front of her with a silver spoon, added a dash of vinegar, and dipped a slice of lamb from the pot before tasting it. Gu Yinshan watched with keen interest as Li Xianwan prepared her condiments, laughing. Xianwan knows how to eat. If the pot's flavors are too light, it can become a bit tedious. But eating it your way would solve that issue. As she spoke, she grabbed some garlic paste and salty radish shreds, peered at them, and then scooped some sesame paste, mixing it carefully before retrieving a slice of lamb to taste, closing her eyes in delight. This is truly delicious. Gu Yinhuan frowned at the garlic paste. I absolutely detest the smell of garlic. It's so pungent. Li Xianwan shot her a sidelong glance, and Gu Xiao followed suit, both giving her the same look. Gu Yinshan, pretending not to hear, continued to scoop lamb slices, dipping them in condiments and savoring them. Gu Yunhuan glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and let out a heavy sigh. Oh, regardless of whether I eat or not, I will still be tainted by your garlic. Saying this, she reached for the bowl of garlic paste, scooping some out, adding a bit of vinegar, tasting it, and then adding some salty radish shreds before eagerly indulging in the lamb slices. Li Xianwan tossed some cabbage and radish into the pot, watching as the dishes began to empty. Dong Mo entered with a few kitchen maids, their presence a breath of cold air, setting the ingredients on the low table beside the couch, and another bowl of broth was placed outside. After a while of eating, Gu Yinshan called out that she was feeling warm and removed her outer cotton coat, with Gu Xiao following suit and shedding his heavier outerwear. Before long, all four had donned only their fitted inner garments, eating heartily and blushing with excitement. Li Xianwan called Dong Mo for a refill of broth twice, and, seeing that everyone had eaten sufficiently, decided to add noodles to the mix. Dong Mo fetched 4 clean small bowls, scooped some noodles, and filled them with broth. Gu Yinhuan took a bite of the noodles, followed by a sip of the broth, nodding continuously. Xianwan, this bowl of noodles is simply marvelous. Gu Yinshan, patting her belly, hesitated as she looked at the bowl of noodles and broth, sighing, should I eat? I really can't eat anymore, but I'm so tempted. Li Xianwan Lauga, slowly enjoying her noodles, while Gu Yinshan, after some indecision, finally picked up the bowl and began to eat. Dong Mo, accompanied by Xiao Yu and others, began to clear away the pot, bowls, and dishes, tidying up the eastern chamber. Li Xianwan instructed Lan Chu to slightly open the windows in the eastern chamber. Outside, the warm glow of red lanterns illuminated the scene, while snow continued to fall leisurely, enveloping the courtyard in a cozy warmth. Lan Chu brought over a pot of strong tea, and the 4 of them reclined on the couch. Gu Yinshan stretched with a long sigh, extending her arms as she exclaimed, this is truly delightful. Gu Yunhuan, her cheeks flushed, opened the window to glance outside. It doesn't feel cold at all now, does it? No wonder it is said that snow is not cold, but melting snow is. Li Xianwan collapsed onto the couch, exclaiming, what do you mean by snow not being cold? It's merely that you have warmed yourself by the hot pot, and now, feeling the heat coursing through your body, you don't perceive the chill. Gu Yinhuan turned around and also burst into laughter on the couch, while Gu Xiao leaned against the window, gazing outside at the beautiful snowfall. Why don't we go to the garden at the back to enjoy the snow? He suggested. What a splendid idea. Gu Yinhuan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Li Xianwan shot a disapproving glance at Gu Xiao, stating, at this hour, with the snow falling so heavily, if you venture into the garden, I fear even our ancestors would be disturbed. Gu Yinshan yawned and nodded, agreeing, Xianwan is right. Gu Xiao, you should hurry back. If we don't hear that you have safely returned to the Wutong courtyard and settled down for the night, both mother and our ancestors will surely be restless. Gu Xiao huffed, casting an annoyed look at Gu Yinshan. Li Xianwan quickly got off the couch and called for Dongmo, instructing, go check if Gu Zhao's and the eldest sister's servants have arrived. If not, send someone to urge them. It is getting late. They've already arrived. All waiting in the east chamber, Dongmo replied with a bright smile. Li Xianwan nodded and instructed, "Tell them the eldest sister is leaving now." Dong Ma promptly agreed and went out to relay the message. Gu Yinshan stretched and sat up, saying, "Let us head back. If Gu Xiao were not here, we could stay and play a bit longer. But with him around, if we don't return soon, our mother and ancestors will certainly send someone to inquire." Gu Xiao glared at Gu Yinshan in irritation, but she paid him no mind. As Jinju and Shiqin entered, they assisted Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan in donning their heavy clothing and cloaks. Li Xianwan fetched Gu Xiao's coat, helping him to put on, and carefully tied the cloak that Lan Chu handed to him. The three of them exited the main house, where the maids and servants, carrying lanterns, escorted them out of the courtyard towards their respective residences. Chapter 39. Learning to paint. Li Xianwan accompanied them to the courtyard gate and watched as the group of lanterns disappeared into the distance, letting out a long sigh of relief as she instructed a young maid to close the courtyard door before returning to the main room. Dong Ma approached with a beaming smile, quietly reporting, "Miss, I took 100 coins to have Lu Mama add some dishes, but she absolutely refused to accept it. Not only did she decline, but she also insisted on returning the previous 100 coins, saying that this dinner is merely a single meal for the young master and the young ladies, and it does not violate any rules, so it wouldn't be right to take the money." After a pause, she continued, "I took the liberty of keeping 100 coins, stating it was a reward from the young lady for her to distribute among the other mamas to buy some wine." Li Xianwan smiled and nodded in approval, praising, "Sister Dongma, you handled that splendidly. They do deserve it." Dongma sighed with relief, her face lighting up with joy. Gu Zhao's painting of plum blossoms had been revised numerous times over several days and was finally completed the day before New Year's Eve. Li Xianwan instructed Dongma and Lan Chu to hold the painting while she stood in front of it with Gu Xiao, admiring it for a moment. "Gu Xiao, this painting is truly exquisite," she exclaimed. "I want to send it out for framing." Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Li Xianwan, asking, "Really? Is it that good?" Li Xianwan tilted her head, smiling brightly as she nodded. She then instructed Dongma to fetch Wei Mama, asking her to come over, mentioning there was an urgent matter to discuss. Lan Chu left to find Wei Mama and soon returned with her. Li Xianwan took Wei Mama's hand and pointed to Gu Zhao's painting, cheerfully asking, "Mama, could you possibly take this painting to the framing shop?" "My dear, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the framing shop will be closed. It won't open again until after the 15th day of the new year," Wei Mama replied. Li Xianwan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, from this afternoon until the 15th day of the new year, not even a vendor selling vegetables would be found. Feeling dejected, she hung her head, momentarily at a loss. Gu Xiao took her hand, beaming as he said, "Once the new year has passed, it will be just that. What is the hurry?" Li Xianwan looked at him, opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated, swallowing her words. With a resigned gesture, she replied, "Even if I am anxious, there is no way around it. If a young lady is truly in a hurry, I have a solution." Dongma chimed in cheerfully. Li Xianwan raised her eyebrows in interest, quickly shaking Dongma's hand and softly urging, "Sister Dongma, do tell, what is your solution? Please share it. First, release my hand. We have someone in our household skilled in framing calligraphy and paintings, so there is no need to send it out." Li Xianwan's eyes widened in surprise. Dongma continued with a smile, "My father mentioned that after an incident where the master's painting was lost when sent for framing, he has never sent out any of his calligraphy or painting since. The 4 maids currently on duty in the front study have all been trained by renowned masters in framing and are each exceptional at it. Their work surpasses that of the average framing shop." Gu Xiao grinned with pride, adding, "I know about that. It happened after father became acquainted with Yuan." Li Xianwan pondered for a moment, then instructed Dongma, "Sister Dongma, please take this painting to the front study and see if they are willing to frame it. If they refuse, there must be a reason, but do not press them. Just come back and we will follow the rules." Dongma nodded with a smile, carefully rolling up the painting and heading to the front study. The new year at the Gu household passed quietly yet busily, and soon it was the 4th day of the new year. Li Xianwan sat on the couch, gazing at the plum blossom painting hanging on the wall, deep in thought. Gu Xiao indeed possessed remarkable talent in painting, but sheer talent without guidance from a master would surely lead to stagnation. For what she gathered from Gu Yunshan's remarks, Mrs. Zhou did not support Gu Xiao engaging in activities beyond studying, whereas the old lady was willing to arrange for Gu Xiao to become familiar with the market and such. It was rumored that Gu Xiao's father was also an excellent painter, and if she could devise a plan with him, there was a good chance of success. However, if she encouraged Gu Xiao to pursue painting, would Mrs. Zhou think she was leading him astray and distracting him from his studies? Offending Mrs. Zhou in this household would be tantamount to inviting disaster for herself. Sighing in frustration, Li Xiaowan leaned back against the cushion, contemplating whether she should seek the old lady's advice. Gu Zhao's studies were already precarious. Merely passing the examination would be a feat, but if he could paint well, that would be a viable path. An idea sparked in her mind as she slowly began to devise a plan. The Gu family observed mourning, and during the New Year, they kept their doors closed with no relatives visiting. According to Dongma, Gu Zhao's paternal grandfather had only one younger brother among the close relatives, who, discontent with the remoteness of the town, had moved to Hangzhou with his family, leaving behind 2 sons. Due to the early passing of the older generation, the cousins were not particularly close by the time of Gu Zhao's father. Gu Zhao's father had lost his father at the tender age of 3, and the old lady had raised him alone, now having lost her son as well, leaving only Gu Xiao as her sole heir. Reflecting on Dongma's sentiments, the old ancestors had a tough fate. The distant relatives within the Gu clan refrained from visiting, as Li Xiaowan was known for her fierce intelligence and shrewdness. Thus, few dared to intrude upon her. Li Xiaowan felt deeply moved, recognizing the hardships the old lady must have endured while raising her son alone amidst the vast family estate. With no siblings to support her, she must have faced countless trials and tribulations. Had she been any less formidable or astute, the Gu family line might have already come to an end. As the 13th day of the first lunar month approached, after lunch, Madame Li displayed a hint of fatigue. The elderly matriarch of the Li family promptly urged her to rest. Gu Yinshan discreetly tugged at Gu Yunhuan, exchanging knowing glances. The two whispered briefly about visiting the large kitchen to check on the glutinous rice ball filling before excusing themselves. Li Xiaonan, Ganti Bitink Hadip, settled at the foot of the couch, accepting a beautiful masseuse from the maid and softly massaging the legs of the elderly matriarch while cheerfully saying, "Great ancestor, I received a painting. I am unsure of its quality. Would it trouble you to have a look at it when Sister Dongma brings it over?" The elderly matriarch straightened slightly, a hearty laugh escaping her lips as she replied, "Yes, do bring it to me, quickly." Li Xiaowan rose and instructed Dongma at the door. Shortly after, Dongma returned with the painting. Li Xiaowan turned to Gu Xiao, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence, and together with Dongma, unfurled the scroll. The elderly matriarch sat upright, scrutinizing the artwork, a glimmer of clarity sparkling in her eyes. However, she refrained from revealing her thoughts immediately, instead commenting earnestly, "As for the technique, it lacks discipline and appears rather immature." Gu Zhao's face fell instantly, while Li Xiaowan gazed at the elderly matriarch with a smile, eagerly awaiting her further remarks. The matriarch glanced at Gu Xiao, then at Li Xiaowan, sighing softly before continuing, "Yet in terms of spirit, this painting possesses a remarkable vitality. It must be the work of someone untrained but with innate talent. The snow, the plum blossoms, the garden, they're all vividly animated, and the colors are well matched." Li Xiaowan beamed, and Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled, his smile curving into crescent moons. The elderly matriarch looked up at Li Xiaowan, who handed the painting to Dongma and settled beside her, leaning in to whisper, "Great ancestor, this painting was done by Gu Xiao in jest. I thought lovely, so I had the matron of the front courtyard study assist in framing it for my room." The elderly matriarch raised her brows in surprise and turned to Gu Xiao, asking, "You painted this?" Gu Xiao sheepishly scratched his head and nodded. The matriarch affectionately patted his head. Li Xiaowan, observing her with keen eyes, cheerfully suggested, "Great ancestor, why not invite a distinguished teacher to teach Gu Xiao to paint? With such talent, who knows, in a decade or so, he may become one of the finest artists of our dynasty." The elderly matriarch turned her gaze thoughtfully towards Li Xiaowan, who looked up with hopeful eyes. After a moment, the matriarch shifted her gaze to the eager yet anxious Gu Xiao, gently caressing his cheek as she smiled. "This is indeed a significant matter. I shall discuss it with your mother later." Li Xiaowan felt a twinge of urgency. Sitting up straight and smiling, it is said that scholars should master the 6 arts. Even if one cannot master all, it is preferable to excel in one. I heard of a scholar named Shen Taiqing, renowned for his painting skills, beloved by the emperor. The elderly matriarch paused, and Li Xiaowan, feeling impatient, continued, I read in some notes that he once drunkenly offended the emperor, who remarked that his painting was carefree, just like himself, and bore him no grudge. I wonder if that is true. Li Xiaonan glanced nervously at the elderly matriarch, who regarded her with a serious expression for a time before looking at the perplexed Gu Xiao, letting out a long sigh as she caressed Li Xiaowan's hair and forced a smile. If only you were a boy. Li Xiaowan blinka, humfusha. While the elderly matriarch dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, laughing, grandmother's simply delighted. Gu Zhao's painting is so spirited, and Xiaowan is so understanding. This brings me joy. Now, you two should return. I am weary and need to rest. Gu Xiao anxiously watched the elderly matriarch, and Li Xiaowan quickly stood, gently tugging at Gu Xiao as they both curtsied and quietly exited. Chapter 40. Xiao Ai's onion wraps. The next morning, Li Xiaowan gazed down with heavy eyelids, her mind uneasy as she slowly ate her meal. Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan exchanged furtive glances, while Gu Xiao sat with a gloomy expression, picking at his bowl of porridge. The elderly matriarch cast a knowing glance at the conspiring sisters, then swept her gaze over the sullen Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan, feigning ignorance as she continued her meal, leisurely sipping tea while engaging in lengthy conversation with Madame Zhou about family matters. Li Xiaowan, positioned at the edge of the couch, looked curiously at the fidgeting sisters in the nearby armchair. Gu Yinshan nudged Gu Yunhuan, and the two took hesitant steps forward. Gu Yunhuan pushed Gu Yinshan, who reluctantly leaned forward before retreating, contemplating before gritting her teeth and inching forward again. The elderly matriarch observed from the corner of her eye, maintaining her pretended oblivion. Madame Zhou glanced at the sisters in surprise, then at the elderly matriarch, who had subtly winked at her, only to swallow her words. Gu Yinhuan nudged her sister, who cleared her throat nervously. The elderly matriarch, as if just noticing them, turned with a bemused smile. You two, why are you dawdling here instead of attending to the arrangements for tomorrow's lantern festival in the Tsuiwei Hall? Gu Yinhuan, anxious, urged Gu Yinshan forward, who approached the couch with a beaming smile. She gently massaged the shoulders of the elderly matriarch, softly requesting, Great Ancestor, tomorrow is the lantern festival. The elderly matriarch nodded seriously. Indeed, Yinshan is correct. Tomorrow is the lantern festival. Madame Zhou chuckled, observing the sisters, amused but silent. Gu Yinshan lightly stomped her foot. Great Ancestor is just pretending to be oblivious and teasing us. You understand what Yinshan means. Gu Yinshan's voice trailed off dramatically, causing the elderly matriarch to laugh heartily, turning to poke Gu Yinshan's forehead. Look at you two, sneaking around since yesterday, all secretive, and you dare say I am the one pretending? Gu Yinhuan quickly moved to the other side of the elderly matriarch, playfully massaging her shoulders, smiling as she pleaded. Since Great Ancestor already knows, let us go just to take a look and return. Li Xiaowan, puzzled, turned to Gu Xiao, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet and dashed into the elderly matriarch's embrace, exclaiming, Great Ancestor, I want to go too. Xiaowan and I both want to go. Madame Zhou burst into laughter, pointing at Gu Xiao while scolding playfully, Look at you. You're 9 years old now, practically an adult. Yet here you are still clinging to your grandmother like a child. The elderly matriarch chuckled, embracing Gu Xiao, and readily replied, Very well, you may all go. Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan cheered softly, and the elderly matriarch turned to them, her expression serious. But there is one condition. You must return early. Do not misbehave outside. Listen to the elder matron. Great Ancestor, that is 3 conditions, not 1. Gu Xiao chimed in, nestled in the elderly matriarch's embrace, grinning. The elderly matriarch could not help but laugh, summoning Granny Sun to enter and detailing her instructions meticulously. Tomorrow evening, you will personally accompany them, along with their respective nannies, and select a few suitable matrons to follow. Do not let them crowd into busy places, refrain from eating indiscriminately, and do not return too late. Granny Sun nodded with a smile, and the elderly matriarch turned to the exuberant trio and the bewildered Li Xiaowan, pointing at her and laughing. This child is pitiful. She must never have witnessed the Lantern Festival. Li Xiaowan immediately comprehended the situation and began to brim with excitement. What Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan were so eager to witness was none other than the Lantern Festival. The very same festival that evokes the imagery of thousands of flowers blooming in the night breeze and stars falling like rain. Upon returning to Songfeng Courtyard, After bathing and refreshing herself, Li Xiaonan sat on her bed, her eagerness rendering her unable to concentrate on her reading. Instead, she pulled in Doma and Lanchu, earnestly inquiring about the various customs, traditions, and tales surrounding the Lantern Festival in Shirley Town. Doma and Lanchu quickly caught the fever of excitement, and the three of them chattered animatedly until late into the night, their exhilaration preventing them from falling asleep. Before dawn broke the next day, Li Xiaowan's eyes fluttered open, eagerly awaiting the moment to rise. She and Gu Xiao shared the longest breakfast imaginable, traversed a seemingly endless stretch of road back to Songfeng Courtyard, where Gu Xiao held a book and Li Xiaowan clutched a bouquet, both staring intently at an hourglass as they endured the longest morning. After a protracted lunch and an even longer afternoon, they finally reached the moment for dinner. However, Li Xiaowan, in her restless anticipation, had lost all appetite, managing only a couple of bites. When she noticed Gu Xiao set down his chopsticks, she hurriedly followed suit, claiming she was full. Madame Li watched the four of them, her eyes brimming with laughter as they radiated excitement. Shaking her head with a smile, she resignedly instructed, "All right, if you won't eat, you won't eat. Have someone bring pastries. But remember to heed the maid's advice while you're out. Don't get carried away, understood?" The four of them quickly agreed, unable to contain their impatience as they rushed back to change their clothes. In no time, they gathered by the side gate leading to the ancient mansion's dock. Dressed similarly, Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan wore white cotton garments with light gray cloaks, their hair elegantly pinned with silver hairpins. Li Xiaowan and the Gu sisters were similarly attired, though with two buns secured by white cotton strings atop their heads. Granny Sun, accompanied by Granny Wei, Granny Wu, and several other maids, was already waiting outside the gate with lanterns in hand. Each of the four girls brought along two maidservants as they exited the gate and boarded the ancient mansion's painted boat. Granny Sun directed the maids to extinguish the lanterns and placed a few small glass lamps on the cabin floor, illuminating the space sufficiently while leaving the windows shrouded in darkness. The moment the cabin windows were thrown open, a dazzling array of colorful lanterns lined the banks of the river, revealing a vibrant spectacle. Li Xiaowan, overflowing with excitement, leaned out of the cabin window, greedily absorbing the beauty of the lanterns and the throngs of bustling people along the streets. Having been in this world for nearly a year, it was her first encounter with such vibrancy and crowds. Gu Xiao squeezed beside her, eagerly sharing, "Wan, these lanterns aren't even the best. The ones in the capital are far more splendid. Last year during the Lantern Festival, I was with my mother, my aunt, and Cousin Ku." Hearing the name Cousin Ku, Gu Yunhuan, ever perceptive, quickly squeezed her way over to Gu Xiao's side. Li Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, amused, and chose to ignore Gu Yunhuan, half listening to Gu Xiao while straining to see the people and lanterns on shore. "We sailed on the Duke of Renan's grand boat, and the Lu Jing River was filled with lanterns. Oh, it was breathtaking. Wan, when can I take you to see the lanterns on Lu Jing River? That would truly be a sight to behold." Also, following the Lu Jing River outside the city to Xian Rendu, they set off fireworks every year. Last year's display was reportedly a tribute from the Grand Prince. It was simply magnificent. Everyone said they'd never witnessed such a spectacle before, and I was utterly mesmerized. Li Xiaowan listened with casual interest to Gu Zhao's enthusiastic ramblings. Gu Yinhuan, after a while, grew disinterested when no mention of her cousin Ko was made. She wanted to bring it up but found herself at a loss for words, opting instead to turn to Gu Yinshan, whispering to her. Li Xiaowan squinted, chuckling as she watched Gu Yunhuan and Gu Yinshan engage in hushed conversation before she leaned her forehead against Gu Zhao's, engaging in light-hearted banter. The boat traveled languidly for a short while before arriving at an expansive dock. The boatwoman carefully steered the vessel to shore, securing the ropes as Granny Sun and several other maids disembarked first, creating a protective circle around Gu Yinshan and the others as they stepped onto the dock. Making their way into town, several maids surrounded them, with Zhu Ying and a few other maidservants forming another layer of protection, effectively encasing Gu Yinshan and her companions. Sighing in resignation, Li Xiaowan pushed past Dongma and the maids to peek outside. They did not head toward the crowded areas or the secluded alleys, but rather sought out spacious paths with fewer people. Holding Gu Zhao's hand, Li Xiaowan sighed inwardly, realizing that to truly enjoy the lanterns, one must gravitate towards the bustling crowds. Yet here they were, trudging through the quieter streets. How disheartening. Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan remained preoccupied with their own chatter, oblivious to the lanterns around them. Li Xiaowan, brimming with curiosity, gently tugged at Gu Zhao's sleeve, whispering, "Look at the elder and second sister. They must be plotting something. We should stay close, lest they leave us behind." Gu Xiao turned to observe the two, then leaned in close to Li Xiaowan, whispering, "Wan, you're right. They're definitely scheming about something, perhaps planning to ditch us. We must keep a close watch." Li Xiaowan stifled a laugh, biting her lip as she nodded vigorously. As they walked alongside the maids, their eyes remained fixated on Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan. The two continued their hushed exchanges until Gu Yunshan beckoned over a maid named Pearl, who leaned in to listen intently as Gu Yunshan whispered a few words. In the dim light, Pearl's expression was obscured, but she nodded repeatedly before turning to seek out Granny Sunday. As they progressed, the group paused in an alleyway before veering outward towards the town's outskirts. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a vast vegetable field bustling with activity, seemingly more lively than within the town itself, filled predominantly with young women who hurriedly moved about, chuckling quietly to themselves. Li Xiaowan suddenly understood, covering her mouth as she burst into laughter. Gu Xiao, perplexed, glanced around before zeroing in on the giggling Li Xiaowan, who whispered in his ear, "I know what they're up to. Let us not follow. We should wait here. Otherwise, the elder sister and second sister might become irritable out of embarrassment." Gu Xiao blinked, taken aback. Li Xiaowan tugged at him, explaining yesterday, "I overheard Dongma mention a custom during the Lantern Festival in Shirley Town called stealing scallions to marry a good husband. The elder and second sister are off to pilfer some scallions." Gu Zhao's mouth fell open in astonishment. "How come I've never heard of such a custom? Why should I care? This is a matter for the young ladies." Scratching his head, he soon realized, so the elder and second sister are after a good husband. Li Xiaowan nodded earnestly indeed. It is said to be true. As they lingered by the edge of the vegetable field, they conversed for a while until Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan returned, their faces alight with joy. Gu Yinshan, adjusting her sleeves, ignored Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan, cheerfully instructing the maids, "Let us head back." "Not yet. How can we return now? I haven't seen the lanterns." Gu Xiao exclaimed, leaping up in protest. Gu Yinshan cleared her throat lightly, turning to face Gu Xiao with a serious expression. "Didn't our ancestor remind us to return early when we set out? Umph, you two are stealing." "Gu Xiao," Li Xiaowan hurriedly interrupted Gu Zhao's words, pulling him aside and whispering, "Let us return. After all, those matrons have surrounded us so tightly, and they're not taking us to the lively places. The lanterns here lack any appeal. It would be far better to go back to the boat, sit in the cabin, enjoy some snacks, sip tea, and gaze at the lanterns along the riverbank. How much more leisurely that would be. We can simply ask the boatwoman to row a bit slower." Gu Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. "You are right, Wan. Let us head back." Gu Yinshan sighed in relief and playfully pinched Li Xiaowan's cheek, praising, "Our Xiaowan certainly knows how to speak." Sun Mama and several maids surrounded the four, and after turning a couple of corners, they returned to the dock and boarded the boat. As soon as they settled in the cabin, the boatwoman untied the rope and steadily propelled the boat back towards the Gu residence. Li Xiaowan leaned against Gu Xiao, resting her head on his shoulder as they pointed out and commented on the lanterns along the river, enjoying the festive atmosphere. After a leisurely journey of over half an hour, they entered the private river fork of the Gu residence, stopping at the dock outside the back corner gate. The four disembarked and proceeded through the gate. Gu Yunhuan yawned, feeling weary. "I'm exhausted. I hardly slept last night. I must return quickly to rest." Li Xiaowan was also prompted to yawn by Gu Yunhuan's, and not far from the corner gate, two small glass lanterns flicker in the night as Bai Lian, accompanied by two young maidservants, approached with cheerful greetings. The ancestors said that if the young masters and miss return, they should promptly rest. I will report to the ancestors that the young masters and miss have returned safely. Without hearing this news, the ancestors would surely find it hard to sleep. Gu Yinshan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Bai Lian." Bai Lian, still smiling, responded with a bow, insisting it was nothing, and together they traversed the garden, each returning to their quarters. With the 15th day past, the new year was essentially over. On the 16th day of the new year, Lady Li and Lady Zhou sat in the eastern wing of Reishuan Hall, conversing slowly. "I did not expect Shower to possess such talent in painting. Perhaps we should find him a good master to teach him properly. If he can truly create beautiful artwork, it might serve some purpose in the future. Don't you think? Lady Li observed Lady Zhou, who had pressed her lips together tightly, and continued with a smile. Shower is inherently loyal and kind-hearted. While it may suffice for him to be a leisurely wealthy young master, should he enter the court in the future, such naivety in dealing with affairs and social interactions could be detrimental. If he could gain a bit of renown in painting, it would provide him with some support. You know, the current assistant minister Zhang Che is quite famous for his calligraphy and paintings. It is said that the emperor summoned him early on because he admired his work, believing that such talent indicated a righteous spirit. That belief has saved him numerous times. Thus, I think it is indeed a promising path. Lady Zhou hesitated, her expression softening as she smiled and replied, "Indeed, Zhang Darren's art has proven immensely useful. I've heard that when he first entered the officialdom, it coincided with the old Prime Minister's birthday, while others went to great lengths and expense to prepare gifts. He simply presented a painting of longevity, which the old Prime Minister adored and hung in the main hall, enviously admired by many." Lady Li secretly sighed with relief, nodding repeatedly, exactly. Given Shower's innate talent for painting, if he devotes himself to it for a decade or two, he could rival Zhang Darren's artistry. "I will heed my mother's arrangements," Lady Zhou said, her voice gentle. Lady Li smiled. "There is a scholar named Lin Mingyun in Yangzhou, known as the master of dreaming mountains and waters. He excels in landscapes and bird and flower paintings and has been renowned in Jiangnan for many years. We should bring generous gifts to invite him. If he could come to teach Shower for 3 to 5 years, it would be splendid, just as my mother arranged." Lady Zhou agreed with a warm smile. Lady Li nodded and summoned Sun Mama to request the head steward to come in for detailed arrangements. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowan accompanied Gu Xiao, using the excuse of seeking famous calligraphy and paintings to persuade Lady Li to open the storeroom. Gu Xiao's eyes sparkled as he eagerly examined the renowned artifacts, while Li Xiaowan swiftly flipped through the scrolls, searching for those signed by Yunshan Mengshui. After nearly an entire day of searching, she finally discovered a large painting of prosperous flowers and birds, dedicated by Lin Mingyun, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Overjoyed, she unfurled the scroll and called Gu Xiao over. "Come take a look at this painting." Gu Xiao quickly set aside the ancient painting he had been examining and rushed over to stand beside Li Xiaowan, gazing at the floral artwork spread out on the table. "Is it good? Do you like it?" Li Xiaowan casually obscured the signature, turning her head with a radiant smile as she asked. Gu Xiao scrutinized the piece for a moment before nodding. "While it may not surpass the last one, it is still quite excellent. This style is indeed to my liking." Li Xiaowan sighed in relief, a broad smile on her face as she rolled up the scroll, yawning. "I'm tired. Have you seen enough? If you're done, let us head back." Gu Xiao nodded eagerly. "Wan, you're tired. Let us hurry back." In the days that followed, Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan attended their classes diligently, yet they eagerly awaited good news from the head steward. Chapter 42. Cold Food Festival. At the beginning of the second month, the head steward returned with Master Lin Mingyan. Gu Xiao was overjoyed as he performed the customary bow of apprenticeship, commencing his daily afternoon lessons in painting with Master Lin. Spring arrived early in Shangli Town, with the garden's flowers and trees sprouting fresh buds of tender green. Every day after school, Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao would wander through the garden, playfully observing and eagerly searching for which tree or cluster of flowers sprouted first. They would marvel at how much the leaves and blossoms grew overnight, making their way to the bamboo grove in the northwest corner of the garden to seek out spring bamboo shoots, astonished by the visible growth of the tender shoots and new bamboo. As the tender shoots grew larger and the greenery deepened, the Cold Food Festival approached. After dinner, Lady Li beckoned Li Xiaowan to sit beside her and gently spoke. "The day after tomorrow is the Cold Food Festival. I will have someone send you back to pay respects to your parents. Rise early tomorrow, and with a swift journey, you should reach Tianhua village by evening. Take that large boat and spend the night on it. After the memorial ceremony the next morning, you can return at a leisurely pace, staying overnight in Yunpu town before heading back. I will have Steward Lu accompany you. He knows the way well and is reliable." Li Xiaowan looked at Lady Li with gratitude, biting her lip and nodding. Lady Li affectionately stroked her hair, smiling. "You are a good child. Your parents will be at ease seeing you." With her eyes lowered, Li Xiaowan nodded, and Lady Li continued to offer a few more instructions before sending her on her way. The next day, at the break of dawn, Li Xiaowan rose to prepare. having a bowl of bird's nest porridge and 2 small pieces of pastry. Sun Mama entered the courtyard, carrying a lantern and accompanied by a maid. Li Xianwan hurried to the main door to greet them. Sun Mama smiled and slightly bowed, indicating the box in the maid's hand. These pastries were prepared overnight by the kitchen at the command of the ancestors. They are your favorite, meant for you to enjoy on your journey. The ancestors said it is still early, and you need not bid farewell to everyone. You will be back in just 2 or 3 days. Li Xianwan expressed her gratitude with a bow and stepped forward to take the box, handing it to the maid who would accompany her. Sun Mama hesitated for a moment before pulling Li Xianwan aside and whispering, "Miss, on this trip home, after paying your respects, return quickly. Do not involve yourself in other matters. You are still young. If anything arises, let Steward Liu handle it. I've spoken to him about this. He is experienced and knows how to manage things." Li Xianwan felt a gentle warmth in her heart as she looked up at Granny Sun with eyes full of gratitude. She solemnly bent her knees and softly said, "Thank you, Granny, for your guidance. I understand your affection for me." Granny Sun smiled, lightly brushing off the dust from Li Xianwan's shoulder, and kindly urged, "You should be on your way." With a smile, Li Xianwan nodded, and Doma shook out a white cotton cloak before draping it over her. Surrounded by the maids, they made their way to the back corner gate of the garden. The boatwoman had long prepared everything and was waiting at the dock. Granny Sun watched as Li Xianwan boarded the boat, observing the boatwoman untie the ropes and gently push off from the dock before turning to leave. Doma helped Li Xianwan into the cabin, where she looked around, her gaze falling upon the smooth sheen of the oil-finished wood. The cabin was spacious, divided into front and rear sections. A comfortable armchair and a small table were placed under the left window, while a low couch rested beneath the right window, accompanied by a small table in front. Flower stands adorned the corners of the cabin, one pot bursting with bright yellow forsythia in full bloom. Li Xianwan approached the couch and seated herself, noticing that all the furniture was fixed to the floor. Dongma, accompanied by Chun Xiao and Xiao Yu, entered the inner cabin to tidy up. Lan Shu emerged from a small compartment outside the cabin, bringing tea. Through the gauzy window, Li Xianwan observed the boatwomen passing by and the swiftly receding streets along the shore. Turning to Lan Shu, she curiously inquired, "Is this all there is to the cabin? Where else can one find accommodations?" Lan Shu smiled, pointing below, right beneath us. "Everyone sleeps in communal bunks, just enough for a night or two. For longer journeys, such small boats won't suffice." Li Xianwan nodded with a smile, asking Lan Shu to fetch a book she had brought along. She reclined on the couch, engrossed in reading. Manager Liu and 2 young servants took another small boat ahead, stopping briefly in Yunpu town at noon. Manager Liu's boat arrived first, and from the tavern, he ordered dishes to be sent to the boat. They hurriedly ate before setting off again. As dusk descended, shrouding the earth and river in deepening darkness, they arrived at Tianhua village, docking at a modest pier by the village. The boatwoman secured the ropes and rested the boat. Li Xianwan gazed silently through the window at the village, enveloped in darkness and stillness. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed Dongma to summon Granny Wei. Upon entering, Granny Wei greeted her respectfully. Li Xianwan turned to Dongma and Lan Shu, smiling as she said, "You two should go rest. I wish to speak with Granny Wei for a moment." Dongma and Lan Shu promptly bowed and exited. Li Xianwan pulled Granny Wei to sit beside her, leaning in to whisper, "Granny, tomorrow, wake up early and quietly go check on Uncle and Aunt. I wish to know how they are." "Miss." Granny Wei's face filled with indignation, her brows furrowing. Li Xianwan quickly placed a hand over her mouth. "Lower your voice." Granny Wei nodded, and Li Xianwan released her hand, lowering her gaze in thought before turning back to Granny Wei, softly saying, "Regardless, they're still my elders. Besides, you mentioned they treated my parents well in the past. And they care for me too." Though Li Xianwan paused, letting out a gentle sigh, her voice dropping even lower, "Granny, I truly wish for the elderly to live well. Knowing they're well brings me peace." Granny Wei sighed deeply, stroking Li Xianwan's hair gently, speaking with a tinge of sorrow, "You are kind-hearted, just like your mother. It is only those who wrong others, not the other way around." Li Xianwan stood still for a moment, her head bowed, feeling slightly embarrassed as she coughed lightly. Her mother had always believed in repaying grievances with integrity and kindness. She adhered to the principle of a dead friend is better than a poor friend. The next morning, Manager Liu returned with the 2 young servants, having arranged everything. Granny Wei returned to accompany Li Xianwan, with Dongma, Chunxiao, and several maids surrounding her as they headed towards the Li family cemetery. Dongma laid a coarse burlap mat before the altar, and Li Xianwan knelt, respectfully performing the kowtow. She watched as the maids burned paper money, bowed once more to the ancestral tablet, and stood up to gaze silently at the well-tended graves, devoid of any weeds. Thanks to the care of her clan uncle, Li Xianwan stood with her head bowed for a while, before slowly turning to walk back toward the dock. In the distance, beneath a crooked willow tree, her clan uncle stood with his hands behind his back, watching her pass. She turned, halted her steps, and smiled warmly, adjusting her dress, respectfully bowing before continuing towards the dock. As the group boarded the boat and untied the ropes to set sail, it was already mid-morning. The boatwoman leisurely steered the vessel as they drifted back toward Shangli town. The following day, at mid-morning, the boat docked at the ancient mansion. Li Xiaonuan disembarca. Feeling slightly fatigued, Granny Wei, along with the maids and Chunxiao, took the luggage back to Songfeng courtyard, while Li Xiaonuan and Dongma went to pay their respects at Ruishuan Hall. Old Madam Li pulled Li Xiaonuan to sit beside her on the couch, inquiring delicately about her journey, whether she had eaten well, slept soundly, and if she had experienced seasickness, as well as how things were in Tianhua village. Li Xiaonuan answered each question diligently, and old Madam Li nodded with satisfaction, instructing, "You must be tired. Go rest. Let the maids attend to your bathing and grooming. Have a good rest, and let the kitchen send your lunch to the courtyard. No need to come back here. Sleep well this afternoon, and if you feel up to it, you may join us for dinner tonight." Li Xiaonuan stood, respectfully acknowledging her words, and bid farewell to old Madam Li and Madame Zhou before returning to Songfeng courtyard. After a warm bath and consuming half a bowl of rice, she yawned, set down her dishes, rinsed her mouth, and retired to bed. She had a habit of being particular about her sleeping arrangements, which had faded while living in the hardships of Fuyin Temple. Now, after luxuriating in the comforts of the ancient mansion as Songfeng courtyard for half a year, her old habit returned. Nothing could compare to the comfort of her own bed. Li Xiaonuan nestled into the soft bedding, feeling at ease, yawned once more, and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. When Gu Xiao returned from school, he hurried into Songfeng courtyard, where Dongma quickly welcomed him, signaling him to be quiet as she reported softly, "Young master, be gentle. The young lady has just fallen asleep." Gu Xiao halted in his tracks, holding his breath as he quietly asked, "How is Nuan? Is she upset? Did she cry?" Dongma smiled, nodding and then shaking her head, replying softly, "She is fine, though she did not sleep well at night. She mentioned her need for a proper bed. Outside of Songfeng courtyard, she cannot sleep soundly. Just now, she ate half a bowl of rice and has just fallen asleep." Upon hearing that she was well, Gu Xiao sighed in relief. He tiptoed to peek in the main room, saying, "That's good. This afternoon, I will go to study painting. Please tell Nuan that I will come to see her after class." Dongma smiled and nodded in agreement, and Gu Xiao turned to leave the courtyard, heading towards Ruishuan Hall. After studying painting, when he returned to Songfeng courtyard, Li Xiaonuan was still deep in slumber. Xiaoyu sat in the warm hall outside, focused on her needlework, while Dongma had also dozed off. Gu Xiao raised his hand to silence Xiaoyu, who was about to speak, and quietly stepped into the inner room. Xiaoyu paused, reaching out to nudge Dongma, but then reconsidered and quickly followed Gu Xiao into the inner room. Gu Xiao lifted the curtain, peering inside, while Xiaoyu rushed forward to take the curtain, softly saying, "Young master, please wait outside for a moment, so you do not wake the young lady." Chapter 43. The kite. Gu Xiao nodded, but did not move, stretching his neck to get a clearer view of Li Xiaonuan, who was snugly wrapped in her quilt. "Sound asleep. Young master, please wait outside. Do not wake the young lady," Xiaoyu urged. As Gu Xiao hesitated at the door, Li Xiaonuan suddenly turned over and sat up. A radiant smile spread across Gu Xiao's face. "Nuan, you're awake." Li Xiaonuan looked at him with a stern expression. In truth, she had been awake for some time, lazily enjoying this rare moment of leisure in bed. She clearly heard Gu Xiao's footsteps and Xiaoyu's words. Gu Xiao sat sideways on the edge of the bed, carefully observing Li Xiaonuan, and said with a smile, "Nuan, you seem to be in good spirits. I've been so worried these past few days, fearing that you were too heartbroken and would harm your health by crying." Li Xiaonuan's expression gradually softened as she tilted her head to regard Gu Xiao. After pondering for a moment, she solemnly said, "Gu Xiao, you shouldn't barge into my room like this. Gu Xiao was taken aback, scratching his head. With a resigned sigh, Li Xiaonuan continued, "Did the teacher not teach you about propriety? Men and women should not sit together after the age of 7. This year I am 7. Technically 8, and you are 11. Even though we are family and do not need to be overly strict, it is still inappropriate for you to recklessly enter here. If someone with ill intentions were to see, it could tarnish your reputation." Gu Xiao was perplexed. "Tarnish my reputation?" Li Xiaonuan nodded. "And mine as well." Gu Xiao scratched his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in confusion. Standing up, he looked at Li Xiaonuan and said good-naturedly, "You are right, Wan. I will wait for you outside." Li Xiaonuan smiled and nodded. Gu Xiao sighed in relief, his eyes crinkling with joy as he left. After Li Xiaonuan freshened up and changed her clothes, Gu Xiao eagerly dropped the book he was holding and exclaimed with a beaming smile, "Yesterday, Granny Zhou brought in 7 or 8 beautiful kites. You will surely love them." Li Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled as she hurried to the window, pushing it open to gaze outside. The sun was already setting. Alas! She sighed deeply, turning to Gu Xiao and said, "It is already late. Tomorrow afternoon, after you finish your painting lessons, let us quickly complete our window lessons and then go to the garden to fly kites, shall we?" "Absolutely," Gu Xiao replied enthusiastically. Li Xiaonuan reached for the book Gu Xiao had tossed aside, glancing at him with a teasing smile. "I want to check how well you've been studying these past few days." The two of them chatted and practiced their studies for a while, and before long, it was time for dinner, so they headed to Ruishuan Hall together. The next day, Li Xiaonuan rose early and, as usual, went to study with Gu Xiao at Wang Fuji's place. After lunch, everyone rinsed their mouths, and the young maid served tea. Gu Xiao squeezed beside the old lady, smilingly requesting, "Grandmother, after we finish painting, I would like to take Wan to the garden to fly kites." The old lady was about to respond with a smile when Gu Yunhuan excitedly chimed in, "Grandmother, I want to go too." Gu Yinshan shot her a disapproving glance. "Do we not agree to check the storeroom with the housekeepers this afternoon? When would you have time to fly kites?" Pouting, Gu Yunhuan stood up and, ignoring Gu Yinshan, went straight to sit beside the old lady, pleading in a childlike manner, "Grandmother, I want to go too." The old lady laughed heartily and pointed at Gu Yinshan. "You should go with your younger siblings. The weather is lovely today, perfect for kite flying. The storeroom is right there. We can check it any day, tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that. This kite flying season is fleeting, and we must seize the moment." Gu Yinshan pouted in disapproval. "Grandmother, you indulge them too much." The old lady waved her hand with a smile. "They are still children. Let them play for a while." Gu Zhao's eyes curved into crescent moons as he respectfully excused himself, taking Li Xiaonuan's hand and dashing out. Gu Yunhuan, her eyes gleaming with excitement, turned to Gu Yinshan, eagerly saying, "Grandmother, the beautiful kites Granny Zhou sent me yesterday are all lovely. I'm going to fetch the kites. Grandmother, come and watch us fly them. Mother will come too." With a joyful twirl, Gu Yunhuan beckoned to Madame Zhou, who helplessly glanced at the old lady and then at Gu Yinshan, waving her hand. Go on. Gu Xiao pulled Li Xiaonuan back to Songfeng Courtyard, where Jing had already sent someone to prepare the bag with the painting supplies, waiting for Gu Xiao. As Gu Xiao took the bag, he pondered for a moment and instructed the maid delivering it. "Please return and tell Sister Ju Ying to bring all the kites Granny Zhou sent yesterday to Songfeng Courtyard." Turning to Li Xiaonuan, Gu Xiao smiled with narrowed eyes. "I will come find you after I finish my painting. You choose a kite you like first." Li Xiaonuan opened her mouth, thought for a moment, and simply smiled and nodded. Gu Xiao carried the bag and headed towards the front courtyard while Li Xiaonuan stood at the entrance, watching him disappear into the distance before leisurely returning to the courtyard. Dong Ma followed closely behind, her expression gloomy. Li Xiaonuan leaned against the eastern couch, slowly organizing the silk threads, matching colors on the flower frame. Dong Ma sat beside her, unable to contain herself any longer, angrily saying, "Miss, Granny Zhou sent kites to Wutong Courtyard, Rose Courtyard, and Handan Courtyard, but not a single scrap of paper was seen in Songfeng Courtyard." Li Xiaonuan seemed not to hear her, meticulously matching the threads and wrapping them up before finally looking up at Dong Ma with a smile. "We were not in the manor when she delivered the kites." "Miss," Dong Ma stomped her foot, resentfully whispering. Li Xiaonuan sighed softly, setting down the silk threads, and said quietly, "Dong Ma, these matters are too trivial to dwell upon. The old lady, the madam, the eldest sister, the second sister, and Gu Xiao have all treated me kindly, as have you and the people in this courtyard. That is enough for me. I am not the legitimate mistress of this house. Their kindness is a favor, and their indifference is their duty. How can I demand more? Dongma blinked, and Li Xiaowan tilted her head to observe her for a moment, pondering before continuing slowly. You are a born child of this household, and the connections here are intricate and intertwined. You should be mindful of that. Now, tell me about Granny Zhou. Dongma was taken aback, confusedly asking, what about Granny Zhou? Li Xiaowan sighed in frustration. Granny Zhou is the madam's companion, having followed her to the Gu family. Tell me about her family, her relatives, and so forth. After thinking for a moment, Dongma quietly replied, Granny Zhou's husband is the chief steward of the manor, currently in the capital with their eldest son, overseeing the madam's dowry shop, estate, and the Gu family's properties in the capital. Granny Zhou's daughter works in the madam's courtyard as a first-class maid, while her youngest son is only 6 years old and has yet to take on any duties. Dongma looked at Li Xiaowan, contemplating before continuing. Granny Zhou also has a biological younger brother who came to the Gu family with her. He married the youngest daughter of Steward Liu, the one who sent us back to Tianhua village. He is Steward Liu's eldest son. Li Xiaowan tilted her head to look at Dongma, asking, who used to manage the sewing room? Dongma raised her eyebrows in surprise. That was Granny Wang. Granny Wang is Steward Liu's sister-in-law. Li Xiaowan looked at Dongma, who responded somewhat defiantly. The decision to disband the sewing room was the eldest sister's idea. We never said a word. Li Xiaowan's brow furrowed in discontent. Dongma, do you think they would believe you when you say you never said anything? If it were you, how would you feel? As the old saying goes, one should not tread on the ground where melons grow or adjust their hat beneath the tree. It is not about whether you did something or not, but about whether others believe you did, understanding or not. Dongma pouted in defiance, asserting that, regardless of circumstances, it was the ancestors and the lady who had approved. So it was not our fault. Dongma. Li Xiaowan furrowed her brows, focusing her gaze on Dongma, her tone turning stern. Dongma slightly shrank back. Li Xiaowan coldly continued, if we discuss human sentiments, let us do so. If we discuss rules, let us adhere to them. If someone speaks of human feelings and you counter with rules, what more is there to say? You seem accustomed to being by the side of the ancestors. Even if you act willfully, they dare not hold it against you because you are their maid. If that is the case, I shall report to the ancestors tonight, and you may return to Ruixintang to serve. Dongma's face flushed, kneeling heavily on the ground. She implored, Miss, Dongma was wrong. Please spare me this time. Li Xiaowan, impatiently raising her hand, replied, get up, do not kneel, and bow your head at every turn. Dongma stood with her head lowered beside the couch. Li Xiaowan pointed to the couch. You may sit and speak. I am merely explaining this principle to you. If we discuss rules, you're not at fault. They have not wronged you in the slightest. If we discuss human feelings, first, regardless of our actions, the matter of the melon is already past. Even if we do not mention it, we have not given them any favors in return. We are merely guests in this estate. Why do we have to criticize whether they send this kite or not? Li Xiaowan observed Dongma, who was still with her head bowed, and continued. This is the first point. Secondly, such instances of hierarchy are everywhere, are they not? When have they not existed? By being preoccupied with such trivialities. What benefit do you gain besides inviting frustration upon yourself? Dongma nodded slowly, murmuring, I understand. Li Xiaowan sighed softly, saying in a low voice, you're caught up in these trivial matters. When the needlework room incident arose, you should have been alert and mindful of whether you have offended anyone. If there's a way to resolve it, that would be ideal. If it cannot be resolved, you must remain vigilant to avoid being schemed against. Look at you, still foolishly fretting over whether they sent the kite. I truly do not know what to say to you. Chapter 44. An unexpected turn. Dongma looked at Li Xiaowan in confusion, pondering for a moment before exhaling lightly, and softly stated, Miss, I understand. In the future, should I encounter such matters, if a resolution is possible, I shall resolve it. If a deadlock arises, I must remain vigilant and attentive. Li Xiaowan exhalat, smiling. You are clever. That is precisely it. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not fear it either. Dongma nodded brightly. Li Xiaowan smiled and leaned back, leisurely embroidering flowers. As the evening approached, Gu Xiao returned from class, and Li Xiaowan sent someone to summon Gu Yunhuan and Gu Yinshan. Gu Xiao pulled Li Xiaowan, and a few maidens holding kites rushed towards the back garden. Gu Xiao, dragging Li Xiaowan, headed straight for Ziyuan Pavilion. Wan, let us fly kites over there. The terrain is highest, the wind is strong, and the kites will surely soar. Upon reaching Ziyuan Pavilion, they selected a butterfly kite from the maidens, prepare the line, and Gu Xiao instructed the maid to run to a higher spot while he held the spool, ready to launch the kite. Zhu Ji quickly stopped Gu Xiao, bending slightly with a smile. Young master, this will not do. The line is both thin and tough, easily cutting hands. If you were to injure yourself, we servants would be at a loss. Gu Xiao, slightly turning, protectively shook his head. Zhu Ji turned back, seeking help from Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan smiled and approached Gu Xiao. Zhu Ji makes a valid point. The line is indeed thin and can easily cut your hands. How about I wrap your hands with a cloth, so you do not get hurt? Gu Xiao, eyes crinkling in a smile, nodded in agreement. Li Xiaowan extracted a cotton cloth from her sleeve, carefully wrapping it around his palm several times before tying it off. She then took Zhu Ji's cloth and wrapped Gu Xiao's other hand, cheerfully displaying both hands to Zhu Ji. Sister Zhu Ji, look, this way, you certainly won't get hurt. Zhu Ji laughed, shaking her head, yet nodding in agreement. Gu Xiao grasped the kite string, waving his hand to test the wind direction. Li Xiaowan, with a smile, inquired, is it ready? Shall I let them release the kite? Gu Xiao, looking anxious, nodded vigorously. Li Xiaowan jumped in excitement, signaling the maid to release the kite. The maid leaped up, forcefully tossing the kite into the air. Gu Xiao hurriedly pulled the kite string and ran forward, attempting to launch the kite with the wind. However, the kite tumbled twice and landed on the ground. Li Xiaowan covered her mouth, laughing so hard that she bent over, her eyes squinting. Not far away, a boisterous laughter erupted as Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, accompanied by several maidens holding kites, approached. Gu Yunhuan pointed at Gu Xiao, teasing, truly foolish. You cannot even get a kite to rise. Gu Xiao shot Gu Yunhuan a glare, ignoring her. The maid had already dashed over to retrieve the kite, and Gu Xiao waved for her to try again. Gu Yunshan, Gu Yunhuan, and Li Xiaowan gathered, leisurely watching Gu Xiao attempt to launch the kite again. This time, it soared a bit better, albeit crookedly. Gu Xiao, with a tense expression, continuously pulled the kite string, intently watching the kite flit about in the air. The kite advanced and retreated, ultimately crashing into a nearby, tall, ginkgo tree. Gu Yunhuan burst into laughter, pointing at Gu Xiao, unable to contain herself, while Gu Yunshan doubled over in mirth. Gu Xiao, frustrated, tugged at the kite string. Li Xiaowan hurriedly approached, cheerfully pulling him back. Stop pulling. It's stuck in the tree. It won't come down that way. The wind here is unpredictable, and there are too many trees. Perhaps we should change locations. Gu Yunshan approached with a smile, picking up on Li Xiaowan's suggestion. This is not a suitable place to fly kites. Let's go to the lake. It is open there, and the kites will not get caught in the trees. Gu Xiao handed the spool of line to Zhu Ji, who quickly took it and sent a maid to summon the old woman tending the garden to retrieve the kite. The group turned past the rockery, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the open area by the lake. Upon arriving at the lakeside, Gu Xiao stubbornly insisted on launching the kite himself. Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan ignored him, watching as the old woman launched the kite before taking over, using cloth to cushion their hands while playing. Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao, having exerted themselves, had broken 2 kites, but finally managed to get a swallow kite to fly. Gu Xiao, with a proud expression, looked up at the kite rising higher and higher, then sighed in relief, handing the kite to Li Xiaowan. You try? It's so much fun. Li Xiaowan took the cloth from Dongma, placed it in her hand, and accepted the spool of kite string. The kite in the air, taut against the wind, made Li Xiaowan pull on the string with determination. Gu Xiao, anxiously directing her, shouted, Wan, do not release the line. Pull it back. Reel it in. No, wait, let out. Let out. Li Xiaowan pretended not to hear, following her own whims, pulling in or letting out as she pleased. Gu Yunhuan exchanged glances with Gu Yunshan, and the two of them, holding their kites, moved closer to Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan's swallow kite. Gu Xiao, in a panic, shouted, Wan, hurry, they are coming. Pull the line. Li Xiaowan felt a surge of anxiety and tried to maneuver the kite aside, but she was at a loss. Pulling eastward caused the kite to veer west, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Yunhuan's kite became entangled. Gu Xiao, nervous, reached out to snatch the line from Li Xiaowan's hands. She tilted her head back, gazing at the kite in the sky, dodging Gu Xiao. Do not snatch it. Let me do it. As Gu Yunshan's kite became entangled, Li Xiaowan anxiously tugged at the string, and in an instant, 3 kites were twisted together. Gu Xiao, in a state of agitation, hurriedly stood beside Li Xiaowan, continuously reaching out to assist her. While looking upward and attempting to evade him, a sudden cry from Donma warned, "Be careful, young lady." But it was too late. Li Xiaowan's foot slipped off the lake bank, and she tumbled into the water. The icy lake enveloped her immediately, and in her rush, she choked on the water, hastily closing her mouth and holding her breath to regain her composure. She discarded the spool of string and began to paddle with her hands, striving to keep her head above the surface. Just as Li Xiaowan's head broke the water, someone unexpectedly lunged at her, plunging her back underwater. Enraged, she wished to curse, yet could not open her mouth. The person who jumped in clung tightly to her, and despite her efforts to push him away, she found herself unable to escape. As the air was running out, the cold lake water surged into her nose and mouth. Just as despair set in, both she and her rescuer were pulled up from the lake's depths. Gasping for breath, Li Xiaowan turned to scold you. She swallowed her words when she realized it was Gu Xiao, who was coughing up water. The maidservants, filled with panic, dragged the two of them to the shore. Gu Yinshan rushed to Gu Xiao, her voice piercing as she cried, "Gu Xiao, wake up! You, wake up!" Her voice soon dissolved into desperate sobs. While Gu Yinhuan stood nearby in a daze, his sister's cries prompting him to join in the wailing. Li Xiaowan knelt beside Gu Xiao, checking for his breath, and urged Gu Yinshan, "Stop crying. He's fine. Quickly, let him lie down to expel the water from his stomach." A couple of experienced elder maidservants hurried over, lifting Gu Xiao onto their laps and bending him into a bow shape, causing him to retch violently. "It hurts," he gasped between heaves. Gu Yinshan sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, while Donma turned pale, her fingers spasming as they clutched Li Xiaowan's waist. As Li Xiaowan leaned forward to expel the water, she glanced at Gu Yinshan, intermittently saying, "Call for a doctor." Recovering her senses, Gu Yinshan supported herself with a pearl and stood up, issuing a flurry of commands. "Quickly, carry them back. No, take them to Ruishuan Hall. Hurry. Inform the matriarch and the lady. Quickly summon a doctor." The surrounding maidservants scrambled about, conveying messages and calling for assistance. Gu Xiao had expelled the water from his stomach but continued to dry heave, while Li Xiaowan felt a throbbing headache. Forcing herself to calm down as she quietly asked Donma, "I fell in on my own. How did Gu Xiao end up in the lake?" "Young master saw the young lady fall in and jumped into the lake." Donma replied softly. Li Xiaowan was momentarily stunned, feeling a warmth of frustration in her chest. He was truly a well-meaning nuisance. Not only did he plunge back into the lake after her, but if Madame Zhou and the matriarch discovered he had jumped in to save her, she would be blamed for it. He was the only heir of the Gu family. After all, the headache intensified, and the maidservants brought a bamboo chair, lifting Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan toward Ruishuan Hall. Upon exiting the flower-draped gate, Madame Zhou rushed over, her face pale with worry. She pushed past the maidservants and enveloped Gu Xiao in her arms, holding him tightly. Gu Xiao attempted to smile, but as soon as Madame Zhou saw him alive, she released a breath of relief and wept openly. Gu Yinshan hurried to assist Madame Zhou, urging, "Mother, do not cry. Gu Xiao is fine. We need to get him home to change his clothes." Madame Zhou reluctantly released her son, and several maidservants lifted him again. Just a few steps later, they spotted old Madame Li, supported by Bai Lian and Shui Lian, rushing over, breathless. Chapter 45. Cold illness. Madame Zhou quickly approached, supporting old Madame Li while dabbing at her tears, unable to find her voice. Old Madame Li hurried to Gu Xiao's side, gently stroking his head and face. Gu Xiao forced a smile to reassure her, "I am fine, truly." Seeing that Gu Xiao appeared relatively well, old Madame Li sighed in relief, stepping back a few paces to observe Li Xiaowan, whose complexion was pale. She reached out and gently caressed Li Xiaowan's face, who weakly replied, "I am also fine." I startled the matriarch and the lady. With a heavy sigh, old Madame Li turned and commanded, "Quickly, carry the siblings to my courtyard. Hurry, prepare ginger soup, hot water. Fetch clothing. Quickly summon a doctor." The maidservants hastily transported the two into Ruishuan Hall, where they bathed and changed, then wrapped in blankets. They lay half reclined in the warm chamber. Old Madame Li sat in an armchair at the bedside, while Madame Zhou stood nearby, wiping her tears as she watched Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan sip ginger soup. Gu Xiao's complexion gradually flushed, while Li Xiaowan remained pale. feeling increasingly cold with a headache that was nearly unbearable. Two stewardess maidservants ushered the doctor in, and Gu Yunshan and the others quickly retreated to the inner room, leaving Madame Zhou hidden behind a screen. Old Madame Li sat upright, gesturing for the doctor to take a seat. Her gaze fixed intently on him as he took Gu Zhao's pulse. After examining both hands carefully, the doctor turned to old Madame Li and respectfully said, "Old Madam, the young master is not gravely harmed. I shall prescribe a calming decoction. With a few doses morning and evening, he will recover." Old Madame Li exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her features as she spoke softly, "Thank you, Dr. Wen. Please also examine my granddaughter closely." Dr. Wen bowed in acknowledgement, moving to Li Xiaowan's side to take her pulse. His brow furrowed slightly as he switched hands for a more thorough examination. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at old Madame Li and said, "Old Madam, the young lady has suffered from wind cold. Her pulse indicates." "Do not speak of the pulse. I do not understand. Just tell me if it is serious." Old Madame Li interrupted. Dr. Wen smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is somewhat serious. The young lady likely fell ill previously, and after recovery, she did not restore her health properly, leading to weakness that allowed the wind cold to invade. However, it is not overly concerning. But how serious is it? Is it a problem or not?" Old Madame Li pressed, her brow furrowed. Dr. Wen quickly reassured her. "While the illness is somewhat serious, it is not a grave concern. I will prescribe some medicine, with a course of treatment, once the wind cold subsides. We can adjust the prescription for a few more days. In just 3 or 4 months, she will be fully recovered." Old Madame Li sighed in relief, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Wen. Please proceed with the prescription." Dr. Wen rose, repeatedly expressing his modesty as he followed the stewardess maidservants outside to prepare the prescription. Li Xiaowan turned to old Madame Li, her voice faint, matriarch. "I will return to Songfeng courtyard to rest." Old Madame Li looked at Li Xiaowan with compassion, nodding gently. "Good child, I will have someone escort you back. Rest well. The matriarch cares for you." Li Xiaowan nodded at old Madame Li, and Dongmo wrapped her tightly in a cloak. Two maidservants from Reishuan Hall took turns carrying her back to Songfeng courtyard. Before long, the stewardess delivered several packages of medicine and a pot for brewing the herbal concoction. Dongmo personally oversaw the brewing process, carefully extracting the medicinal juice with fine paper, allowing it to cool slightly before bringing it to the inner chamber. Wei Mama, wiping her tears, half-supported, half-cradled Li Xiaowan as she fed her the medicine. After drinking, Li Xiaowan rinsed her mouth and fell into a deep sleep. In Ruishuan Hall, Gu Xiao, having consumed a calming broth, was soundly asleep in the warm chamber. Li Laofuren and Zhou Furen kept vigil over him, waiting until he was deeply asleep before quietly leaving the warm chamber and moving to the east wing, where they summoned Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan. Zhou Furen scrutinized Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, furrowing her brows as she inquired, "How did you end up falling into the lake while flying kites?" Gu Yunhuan, timidly turning to look at Gu Yunshan, clutched her skirt tightly and murmured, "I was too far away to see clearly." Gu Yunshan cast her a glance. Her head bowed as she slowly massaged the handkerchief in her hands. After a moment of silence, she softly explained, "Yunhuan and I had our kites tangled with Gu Zhao's. Gu Xiao and Xiaowan were too busy looking up at the kites, and we were engrossed in watching too. Gu Xiao and Xiaowan stepped off the edge and fell into the lake together." As Gu Yunshan's voice grew quieter, Gu Yunhuan eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's how it happened. I heard Dongma scream, and by then, they had already rolled into the lake. They were running fast while flying kites, and the maidservants were too far away to catch them." Gu Yunshan kept nodding, indicating her concurrence with Gu Yunhuan's words. Li Laofuren sighed gently, waving her hand to silence Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, then turning to Zhou Furen and speaking softly, "An only child. Alas, tomorrow, let someone go to Lingying Temple to light incense for shower and set up a perpetual lamp for him. Also, have Zhou Mama check the town for any lonely souls and provide them with some assistance to accumulate merit." Zhou Furen nodded eagerly. "I was thinking the same." Li Laofuren sighed again, then turned to Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, softly reassuring them, "It's all over now. From now on, both shower, and you should keep your distance from such perilous places." The saying, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall," encapsulates this wisdom. You must be more cautious moving forward. Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan quickly rose, responding respectfully. Li Laofuren waved them off, telling them to return and rest. After they exited the courtyard, they exchanged glances. Gu Yunhuan hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to Gu Yinshan and whispered. Dongma was closest to them. Gu Yinshan bit her lip, pulling Gu Yunhuan along as they walked forward, pondering aloud. Though Dongma is straightforward, she is also quite clever. If the incident of Gu Xiao falling into the lake is made public, neither she nor Xiaonuan would benefit from it. Gu Yunhuan nodded, considering, then asked, "Should we inform Xiaonuan about this?" Gu Yinshan furrowed her brows, pausing for a moment before responding quietly. Xiaonuan is unwell at the moment. Besides, she was the one who fell in first. It's uncertain if she even knows how Gu Xiao ended up in the lake. We can check with her later, and if she is unaware, there's no need to mention it. However, we should definitely inform Gu Xiao. What then? Gu Yinhuan frowned. Gu Xiao is still in Ruishuan Hall. Regardless, he has taken his medicine and is deeply asleep now. We can mention it to him during dinner later. The two continued their conversation as they made their way back to their respective quarters. That evening, Li Xiaonuan stirred from her groggy slumber, her body now slightly feverish. Wei Mama held her as Dongma fed her a few spoonfuls of congee, but she could eat no more. Dongma, feeling Li Xiaonuan's warm forehead and body, anxiously discussed with Wei Mama. The young lady has developed a fever. We must report this to the matriarch and urgently summon a physician for another examination. Li Xiaonuan, still dazed, reached out to Dongma and quietly said, "It's nothing to worry about. This fever will pass in a couple of days. There is no need to summon anyone now. Let us wait for the doctor to come tomorrow." Dongma hesitated, glancing at Wei Mama. Just then, a little maid announced from outside, "Mama's son has arrived." Wei Mama remained with Li Xiaonuan while Dongma hurried to greet her. Mama's son entered the courtyard, holding a lantern. Dongma took the lantern from her and handed it to a waiting maid, while Mama's son peered into the room and inquired softly, "Has the young lady awakened? Is she feeling any better?" "She has awakened, but doesn't he feel much better? She's currently running a fever, and Wei Mama and I are quite anxious. We are unsure whether to summon the doctor again." "Oh." Mama's son furrowed her brow, quietly stepping into the inner chamber. Leaning over the bed, she carefully examined the drowsy Li Xiaonuan, gently touching her forehead. Frowning, she straightened and retreated to the outer room, turning to Dongma, who had followed closely behind. "I will send for Dr. Wen at once." Dongma nodded gratefully, seeing Mama's son out of the courtyard. Once she was far away, Dongma breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the main room. After a little while, the stewardess led Dr. Wen into Songfeng courtyard. Dr. Wen attentively examined the pulse of the sleeping Li Xiaonuan, then exhaled, instructing, "This cold condition has not worsened. The symptoms include a fever, but it is not serious. Continue with the prescription I provided at noon, and I shall return tomorrow." Wei Mama and Dongma finally felt relieved, respectfully seeing Dr. Wen off. Wei Mama glanced at Li Xiaonuan, while Dongma went to Ruishuan Hall to report back. By the following evening, Li Xiaonuan's fever had slightly subsided. Li Lao Furen had sent Mama's son and Billion to check on her 4 or 5 times, while Zhou Furen had also dispatched Lanrua for a visit. Gu Xiao remained in Ruishuan Hall under Li Lao Furen's orders, forbidden from going anywhere, his lessons suspended as he was granted a few days off. Gu Xiao felt restless but did not dare to ask Li Lao Furen to visit Li Xiaonuan, instead sending Zhu Ying and Xing Hong repeatedly to check on her at Songfeng Courtyard. Gu Yinshan and Gu Yinhuan also sent their maidservants to check in twice, and upon hearing that Li Xiaonuan was doing well, they felt reassured. The next day, Dr. Wen returned to examine her pulse again and adjusted her prescription. Xiao Yu prepared the medicine, and Wei Mama took it, testing it before sitting on the edge of the bed and handing the bowl to the half-reclining Li Xiaonuan. Li Xiaonuan received the medicine, furrowing her brow in distress and closing her eyes as she drank it all at once. Lan Chu quickly took the empty bowl and offered her mouthwash. After rinsing, Li Xiaonuan grimaced and lamented, "How long must I endure such bitter medicine?" Dr. Wen mentioned that your illness from last year was not properly treated. Even if the cold has improved, you'll need to take this medicine for another 2 to 3 months for proper recuperation. Wei Mama explained with a smile, only causing Li Xiaonuan's face to contort further in agony as she leaned heavily against the pillow, moaning in despair. Dongma entered, lifting the curtain as she knelt to pay her respects, smiling as she said, "I have returned. Mama, you must hurry to Qiangwei Courtyard. The young lady must be waiting." Wei Mama nodded, affectionately stroking Li Xiaonuan's disheveled hair. "Go quickly, Mama. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return." Wei Mama chuckled, rising to take her leave. Dong Ma discreetly waved away Xiao Yu and Lan Chu, sitting on the edge of the bed and speaking softly. In the past few days, when a young lady was running a fever and in a daze, I did not mention this matter to her. Li Xiaonan si trekt in it her posture. A hint of nervousness flickering in her gaze as she looked at Dong Ma. Dong Ma shifted forward slightly and began to speak. The night before last, the young lady felt a fever, so I called for Dr. Wen to check her pulse. Afterward, I went to Ruixuantang to report to our ancestor. Upon returning, the young master had Sister Juying summon me into the warm pavilion and confided in me that the young lady instructed him to say he fell into the lake with the young lady. Li Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought for a moment before turning to Dong Ma and quietly inquired, was it the young lady who told him to say this? Indeed, the young master mentioned that both the eldest and second young ladies conveyed the same to our ancestor and the madam. The eldest young lady cautioned him not to speak carelessly, and the young master reiterated this to me. He said that if our ancestor and the madam learned of his mischief, of jumping into the lake himself, they would surely be furious. Li Xiaonan blinked a few times, raising her hand to her forehead as she sighed deeply. Dong Ma, I feel truly fortunate, so blessed. So many people are so kind to me. Dong Ma's eyes widened in surprise as she chuckled. With a young lady like you, how can you claim to be fortunate or blessed? You truly are content. Li Xiaonan tilted her head, regarding Dong Ma, indifferent to whether she comprehended or not. She had no intention of elaborating on the matter. Dong Ma hesitated, biting her lip before resolutely stating, Young lady, there's one more thing. When the incident occurred, Zhuji was standing with me. Li Xiaonan paused, turning to Dong Ma, contemplating for a moment before softly responding. Since both the eldest and second sisters have said so, and Gu Xiao has also confirmed it, then this matter must be accepted as such. Zhuji need not take any risks. It is best if she does not. She then turned to Dong Ma, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she instructed, if Zhuji ever brings this up with you, you must steadfastly insist that you saw her fall into the lake together. Should she suggest otherwise, simply say she must have been mistaken. Dong Ma raised her eyebrows, stifling a laugh as she nodded in agreement. Li Xiaonan stretched her arms, exhaling deeply as she leaned back. I'm unwell. If Gu Xiao comes by, you must stop him at the gate and inform him that Dr. Wen warned that this cold is easily transmitted. He must not enter the courtyard. If the eldest or second sisters come, convey the same. Dong Ma hesitated slightly, processing this before smiling and nodding. You are quite thoughtful. It is indeed better for us to speak up about our condition rather than waiting for others to bring it up. Li Xiaonan smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gu Xiao has been confined by old Madame Li, unable even to leave the doors of Ruixuantang. Gu Yunhuan visited to check on me, but was respectfully turned away by Dong Ma at the courtyard gate. Old Madame Li, upon hearing this from Granny's son, sighed and remarked, he is indeed quite perceptive. If only Xiao possessed half of her cleverness. Alas. The following day, old Madame Li permitted Gu Xiao to attend his classes and allowed him to return to Wudong courtyard for rest that evening. The incident of falling into the water gradually faded from memory. Gu Xiao attended classes daily, studying painting, and frequently sent various items to Songfeng courtyard. His own writings, couplets, paintings, and little trinkets he secretly purchased in town, as well as various delicacies he found delightful. Li Xiaowan's fever subsided, and after several days of medication, she began to recover. Granny Wei restricted her from leaving the room for fear of catching a chill. Li Xiaowan occupied herself on the eastern couch, reclining against the pillows while reading, occasionally sitting at the western table to practice writing. Gu Xiao, unable to go to Songfeng courtyard, remained confined to Wudong courtyard, lost in his studies, writing, and painting. In the front room of Wudong courtyard, Zhuji sat despondently on the bed, sewing. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Zhuji hurriedly stood to open it, revealing Lan Ji, the head maid of Qingxin courtyard, who stood outside with a small food box, beaming with joy. Zhuji's face lit up with a smile. Sister Lan Ji, come in quickly. Are you alone? Lan Ji peered into the room with a smile. Yes, just me. Xing Hong is on duty today, so she couldn't stay in. Lan Ji entered with the food box and continued. I wanted to come and chat with you for days. So many things have happened, one after the other, and only today did I finally find the time. Zhuji closed the door and retrieved 2 exquisite Gu Kiln crab claw patterned cups from her cabinet. Lan Ji placed the food box on the table, opened it, and took out 2 plates of snacks, cheerfully saying, Yesterday, I went to the big kitchen and happened to see Granny Lu ordering someone to grind mung bean flour. I remembered how much you love mung bean cakes, so I went early this morning to ask for a plate. This plate of wisteria cake was given by the madam yesterday. It is in season, so we can enjoy it while we chat. Zhuji nodded with a smile, pouring 2 cups of tea and offering one to Lan Ji as they settled on the bed, leaning against the pillows, sharing light conversation. How is your brother's health? After a lively exchange, Lan Ji inquired with a smile, but Zhuji's expression darkened as she sighed. How could it be any better? It's still the same, though the warmer weather has eased his cough a bit. Just yesterday, Zhuji paused, letting out a sigh, and chose not to continue. Lan Ji observed her closely and, smiling, pulled out a small purse from her bosom, handing it to Zhuji. If you're facing any difficulties, do not think of hiding them from me. We have served the madam together since childhood. There is nothing we cannot share. Inside is a tale of silver. Quickly send someone to give it to your mother. Your brother's illness, though better with the warm weather, still requires continuous medication. Zhuji's cheeks flushed slightly as she reached to push it away. Lan Ji, however, laughed and insisted, take it. Yesterday was payday, and I thought of this matter. All the maids and servants who were on duty that day had their wages docked for a month. You and Dongma will have 2 months' wages deducted. Dongma is fortunate. Her family does not urgently need the money, but your brother is depending on you for his medicine. Quickly take it. Zhuji looked at Lan Ji with gratitude, and Lan Ji smiled, nudging her to accept the purse. You must be more careful while serving. Your master cannot afford any mistakes. Zhuji raised an eyebrow. Irritated as she replied, I would rather not mention it. Just thinking about it makes me incredibly frustrated. Lan Ji looked at her in confusion as Zhuji walked to the door, checking both ways before gently closing it. She returned and leaned in close to Lan Ji, whispering in her ear, that day when I slipped, there was clearly only my cousin present. The young master saw her fall into the lake and jumped in to save her. I saw it clearly. I wonder how the eldest and second young ladies perceive it, to say that they both fell into the lake together. Lan Ji gasped softly, is that really so? Did you see it clearly? Clearly. Dongma and I were standing together. We both saw it distinctly. Have you asked Dongma? I have, and she insists that they both fell in together, claiming I must have been mistaken. I know I was not mistaken. I saw it clearly. Zhuji's frustration morphed into sadness as she took out a handkerchief to dab her tears. Among all the maids, it was during my duty that such an incident occurred. I surely will not receive a red envelope at the year's end. Sister Jing had already told me to serve diligently this year. I would have earned it to help my mother repair our house. Zhuji choked on her sobs, and Lan Ji hurriedly embraced her shoulders, gently comforting her. All right, try to let it go. This is beyond our control, alas. Lan Ji sighed heavily and softly remarked, that kite was sent in by my mother as a token of filial piety. Because of it, my mother has also faced the lady's displeasure, deemed inappropriate to bring such an ominous item inside. Never mind, I shall learn to accept it as fate. In the 47th chapter, the consequences, Zhuji ceased her sobbing, pressing a handkerchief to the corner of her eyes, and sorrowfully stated, I can only think this way. Even if I fall ill out of anger, what can be done? If this were Winter S. words, I could argue my point, but with the eldest and second young ladies and the young master all saying the same, if I were to voice any other opinion, wouldn't it be akin to throwing eggs against stones? Lan Ji offered her comfort and gradually shifted the topic. The two engaged in quiet conversation for some time before Lan Ji took her leave and returned to Qingxin Courtyard. Li Xiaowan had been ill for nearly a month, and only then did Dr. Wen adjust her medication to a restorative soup, declaring her recovery. After Dr. Wen departed, Li Xiaowan changed her clothes and, accompanied by Dongma, went to Ruishuan Hall to pay her respects. Old Lady Li pulled Li Xiaowan to sit on the couch, embracing her affectionately, and said with a pained heart, Look at you, so thin that your chin is sharp. You must take care from now on. You cannot fall ill again. Our ancestors are nearly heartbroken. Ancestors, Li Xiaowan softly murmured, leaning dependently against old Lady Li. Lady Zhou smiled at her. Say, you mustn't be so mischievous anymore. Not just our ancestors are concerned. The whole family is worried sick. I will not dare again, Li Xiaowan quickly replied. Old Lady Li laughed heartily, stroking her back gently. You are just right. Mister, Wen says your constitution is still weak and needs more time to recuperate. It would be best if you refrain from attending morning classes for now. If you feel well enough, you may go listen to lessons in the mornings, but come back if you tire. For the past month of your illness, Xiao has been without a companion, and his enthusiasm for studying has waned day by day. Yes, ancestors are most fond of Xiaowan. I wish to attend classes starting tomorrow. Lady Zhou chuckled, shaking her head as she observed Li Xiaowan, exclaiming, "This girl is indeed rare in her dedication to studies. If she were a boy, she would surely have a bright future." Alas, Li Xiaowan sighed deeply, raising her brows. "I have never outperformed Brother Gu Xiao in reciting. I must win at least once." Lady Zhou pointed at Li Xiaowan, laughing. "What are you comparing with him for? In a couple of years, he will be sitting for the boys' examination, while you, being a girl, need not concern yourself with such matters. Just study a little. It is only reasonable. You should focus more on your needlework, and in a few years win the top prize at the Qiqiao festival. That would be the right thing to do." Li Xiaowan pouted her lips. Lady Zhou continued to smile and shake her head at her. Old Lady Li observed Li Xiaowan thoughtfully, remaining silent. Li Xiaowan gradually returned to her previous routine, except she no longer had to rise early for morning classes. After lunch at Ruishuan Hall, Gu Xiao, having learned to paint well under Mr. Lin, would head to Songfeng Courtyard. Li Xiaowan would accompany Gu Xiao in reciting until she feigned fatigue and sent him back to Wudong Courtyard to write, while they would each visit Ruishuan Hall in the evening for their meals. Time flew by amidst their busy lives, and soon they entered May, with the weather growing warmer each day. In a corner of the courtyard, the banana plants grew increasingly lush and verdant. As the rain approached, Li Xiaowan settled on the couch in the east wing, gazing through the gauzy window at the brilliantly clean, jade-like banana leaves, listening to the soft patter of raindrops upon them, yet lacking the serene sentiment of early or late rains. May was particularly rainy, with incessant drizzles. At noon, Li Xiaowan donned her high wooden clogs, holding an umbrella, and set off with Dongma towards Ruishuan Hall. After their meal, a little maidservant brought tea. Old Lady Li took it slowly, savoring it, while Lady Zhou sat before the armchair with a beaming smile. Li Xiaowan regarded Lady Zhou with a hint of curiosity, as it was rare to see her so cheerful. Old Lady Li set her cup down, turning to Gu Yinshan, instructing, "Your mother's birthday is on the 1st of June. Although it is not the time for extravagant celebrations, we should still prepare something nice. Besides," she turned to Lady Zhou, who radiated joy, and chuckled, "Look at you. Even if we wish for simplicity, it seems we cannot avoid a lively occasion." Lady Zhou laughed, slightly bowing, as Mother says, has come specifically to celebrate your birthday." Li Xiaowan's hand holding the cup froze, and Gu Xiao stared blankly, hurriedly asking, "Is Cousin Ke coming to visit us?" Old Lady Li nodded with a smile, gently explaining, "The 1st of June is your mother's birthday, and the 9th is mine. Your aunt and uncle have sent Cousin Ku to congratulate us. He will stay with us for half a month before returning at the end of the month." Gu Zhao's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he beamed, while Gu Yunhuan's eyes lit up suddenly, her breath quickening slightly. Gu Yinshan glanced at Gu Yunhuan, then turned to Old Lady Li, smiling. "If he is arriving at the end of the month, it's not long now. We must hasten to tidy the courtyard." "I was just about to discuss that," Old Lady Li replied, "but look at how the conversation has drifted, and here I am, an elderly woman." Old Lady Li laughed, and Gu Xiao squeezed beside her, shaking her arm. "Our ancestors are not old. When I grow old, our ancestors will still be young." Lady Zhou burst into laughter, and Gu Yinshan raised an eyebrow at Gu Xiao, teasing, "You grow old, and our ancestors remain young. What kind of talk is that?" Gu Yunhuan covered her mouth, laughing brightly, while Li Xiaowan smiled, though her heart sank a little. "If you grow old, and our ancestors remain young, then that is no longer an ancestor, but a witch." Old Lady Li laughed heartily, and the room filled with laughter as Gu Xiao collapsed into Old Lady Li's embrace. After further deliberation, Old Lady Li and Lady Zhou decided to arrange for Cousin Ku to stay in the front courtyard of Sha Luo Pavilion, once a serene retreat for the late old Master Gu, known for its exquisite decor and splendid scenery and ample space. Old Lady Li and Lady Zhou meticulously instructed on what needed tidying and where to place items, to which Gu Yunshan responded affirmatively. The family lingered longer than usual, eventually bidding farewell and returning home to rest. As Li Xiaowan stepped out of Ruishuan Hall, she lowered her head, her pace quickening. Gu Xiao, animatedly discussing his cousin Ku, noticed her haste and grasped her hand, saying, "Wan, slow down, it's quite dark. Walk carefully so you don't trip." Li Xiaowan halted her steps, feeling a bit agitated. Gu Yunhuan twisted her handkerchief, lost in thought, ignoring everyone as she made her way home. Gu Yunshan frowned, walking slowly while casting concerned glances at Gu Yunhuan's retreating figure. Upon returning to Songfeng courtyard, Li Xiaowan silently bathed and prepared for bed, unusually skipping her reading. Claiming fatigue, she instructed Dongma to lower the curtains and extinguish the lamp. Dongma looked at Li Xiaowan with curiosity, but, pondering, asked no further questions. She tidied the bed and exited with a lamp, joining Chun Xiao, who was on night duty, to sew in the warm pavilion. Li Xiaowan lay in bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the canopy above, her heart troubled. Had she known there was still a chance to encounter that arrogant heir, she would have certainly endured that day. Alas, had she foreseen today as troubles, she would never have taken those pastries. If she had known she would soon reside in the Gu household, what need was there for those pastries? If only I had known. If only I had known that I would stumble again, would I not rise once more? What use is it to dwell on such pointless thoughts? That insufferable wretch is due to arrive by the end of the month, and shall stay for a fortnight. In the interim, we must celebrate the birthdays of Madame Zhou and Old Lady Li. It is often recounted by Gu Xiao and Gu Yunhuan that their cousins frequently dine and frolic together, especially to celebrate birthdays and festivals. Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan often find themselves in the company of that cousin Ku. This time, it is certain that the boundaries between men and women will not be meticulously observed. Old Lady Li is known for her wisdom and adaptability. She naturally understands that the more the children interact, the stronger their bonds will become, ultimately benefiting the Gu family. That scoundrel, the heir of the Renan Wang family, belongs to one of the most esteemed families of this Yuan Zheng dynasty. The Gu family must treat him as a distinguished guest. Li Xiaowan, in a fit of agitation, turned over, resolute that he must not see her. Such a scoundrel, pampered and raised in luxury. How could he possibly understand the pangs of hunger or the essence of necessity? He has no comprehension of the hardships others endure. Even if she were to speak until her tongue was raw, he would never grasp that satisfying one's hunger is far more significant than concerns of pride. She must devise a plan. She cannot allow him to see her. Chapter 48. Illness is the only option. Li Xiaowan turned over once more, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. After much deliberation, it became evident that feigning illness was her sole recourse. Though falling ill during such festive occasions as Madame Zhou's and Old Lady Li's birthdays seemed inappropriate, one must weigh the lesser of two evils, and so it must be. With her resolve firm, she felt a slight easing in her heart and slowly drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, after dining at Ruishuan Hall, Li Xiaowan returned, with Gu Yunhuan following closely behind her into Songfeng courtyard. Li Xiaowan was troubled and anxious. Gu Yunhuan, eyes sparkling with excitement, wasted no time in making herself comfortable on the couch, pulling Li Xiaowan down beside her. Carefully, she produced 2 or 3 diminutive sachets, typically used for summer spices, and laid them before Li Xiaowan. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she inquired, "Xiaowan, can you help me decide which one is the best?" Li Xiaowan glanced sideways at Gu Yunhuan, picking up one sachet to examine it closely. The sachet was hexagonal, crafted from white silk and embroidered with delicate pale, yellow chrysanthemums, the stitching quite meticulous. She then lifted another, which was round, made of light red silk adorned with deep red chrysanthemums. The last was square, fashioned from light blue silk, featuring a white chrysanthemum. Gu Yunhuan gazed intently at Li Xiaowan, imploring, "Which one is better?" Tilting her head, Li Xiaowan asked with a teasing smile, "Whose is this?" Gu Yunhuan bit her lip, beaming with delight as she urged, "That's none of your concern. Just tell me which is best." "But you must tell me who it is for." Li Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Gu Yunhuan hesitated, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment as she retorted, "Just tell me which is good. Why ask so many questions?" "Oh, but I must inquire clearly to provide an answer. I think all 3 are lovely, but which is best depends on who is using it. For instance, if it's for Gu Xiao, which one would suffice? If it's for you, which is suitable? If it's for elder sister, which fits best? If it's for me, which is the finest? Without knowing for whom it is intended, how can I determine the best?" Gu Yunhuan paused, gazing at Li Xiaowan, biting her lip gently as she whispered, "Then just consider it for Gu Xiao." With a raised eyebrow, Li Xiaowan pointed to the light blue sachet and declared, "Then it must be this one. Gu Xiao is still in mourning and should use this." Gu Yunhuan, frustrated, felt a lump in her throat, glaring at Li Xiaonuan. She opened her mouth, then closed it in annoyance. Her face flushed as she snatched the 3 sachets and huffed. I won't let you choose for me anymore. You truly infuriate me. Stuffing the sachets into her sleeve, she leapt from the couch, turning to Li Xiaonuan and declared, I tell you, Xiaonuan, you have made me angry today. I shall not speak to you for the next few days. Oomph. With that, she stormed out through the curtain, making her way home. Li Xiaonuan hurried to the window, watching as she stormed along the corridor, striding out of the courtyard, before collapsing onto the couch with laughter. Dong Mo entered with a cup of tea. Observing Li Xiaonuan with curiosity, Miss, you seem quite peculiar today. You could have simply chosen one of the sachets and declared it good. Yet you were evasive. Is there something unusual about them? Li Xiaonuan accepted the cup, sipping the tea slowly, her expression bright as she replied, one must not utter such things, one must not. Dong Mo chuckled. When has the Buddha ever said that? I have never heard such a thing. Li Xiaonuan raised an eyebrow, her face alight with laughter, as she reached for the embroidery frame and began to stitch. Dong Mo poured her another cup of tea and sat beside her, joining in the needlework. After a while, noticing that Wei Mama had yet to arrive, Li Xiaonuan inquired, Where is Mama? Dong Mo paused. You don't know? Mama was summoned early by Sun Mama, who said she needed her to prepare a few outfits for young Master Ko. She will be busy for several days. Isn't young Master Ko the heir of the Renan Wang family? Does he not bring his own clothing when he travels? Li Xiaonuan fronat. Dong Mo smiled and explained. How could he not? You see, young Master Ko is quite particular. In previous years, he has stayed here for a night or two, causing quite a stir. Not only does he bring his clothing, but even his bathing tub and wash basin. He wishes for everything to be just so. I've heard he has quite the temper, though he has always been pleasant during his stays here. Li Xiaonuan pursed her lips, and Dong Mo continued cheerfully, regardless of whether he needs them or not. Whenever he visits, everything, curtains, bedding, must be brand new, and several outfits must be prepared. It is a lucrative endeavor, each time we complete the task. The matriarch and madam reward us generously. Alas, my sewing skills are lacking, so I have never been chosen. Li Xiaonuan regarded Dong Mo thoughtfully, exhaling heavily as she said, As long as there are rewards, as long as there is silver. Dong Mo burst into laughter, almost doubling over. A few days before young Master Ko's arrival in Shirley Town, Li Xiaonuan caught a chill in the night air, leading to a cough. Old Lady Li promptly summoned Dr. Wen for a consultation. After a thorough examination, Dr. Wen assured her there was no cause for concern, merely a slight chill that had irritated her throat. He prescribed some medicine to clear her lungs and advised her to continue her previous regimen, stating that a fortnight of rest would suffice for her recovery. Old Lady Li sighed in relief and instructed that 5 coins of rock candy and an ounce of silver ear fungus be sent to Songfeng Courtyard daily, so that Dong Mo could prepare a sweet soup for Li Xiaonuan each night before bed. Gu Xiao, deeply worried, remained by Li Xiaonuan's side, reluctant to leave. In her frustration, Li Xiaonuan soothed him. Dr. Wen has advised me to rest, but if you are here, I cannot sleep. If I cannot sleep, I cannot rest. And without proper rest, I shall not recover. Gu Xiao hesitated, pointing toward the west wing with a smile. Then I shall go there to paint. This way, you will be able to sleep. Li Xiaonuan raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. No. If you are in this courtyard, I cannot sleep. With a visage full of disappointment, Gu Xiao slouched his shoulders and sluggishly rose to his feet. Li Xiaonuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, reached out to him, gesturing for him to come closer. Leaning near, she whispered, My dear cousin Ko will arrive at Shangli Town in a few days. Alas, I am unwell and unable to witness such festivities. Would you kindly come by each day to tell me what transpires at the mansion? Gu Xiao's eyes curved into crescent moons as he nodded eagerly. Li Xiaonuan, her gaze shifting, leaned in further and added, But you must observe closely and not let slip any details. I adore lively stories about our elder sister, our second sister, and everything else. However, you must not mention me to cousin Ko. Gu Xiao looked momentarily taken aback, turning to her with a puzzled expression. Why? We are relatives. You and cousin Ko are connected, yet I share no such ties with him. He is a man, and I am but a young lady. It is inappropriate for outsiders to know of me. Indeed, you are correct. I understand now. Rest assured. Gu Xiao replied, realization dawning upon him. Li Xiaonuan beamed at him and urged, Now, hurry back to your studies. I am weary and wish to rest. I shall come to visit you this evening. With a joyful countenance, Gu Xiao bid farewell to Li Xiaonuan and swiftly exited the courtyard, returning to Wutong Courtyard. Gu Yinhuan had been in a slight tiff with Li Xiaonuan for 2 days, but upon learning of her illness, she hastily brought Shurqin to visit her at Songfeng Courtyard. This time, Doma did not obstruct their entrance, as Dr. Wen had stated that her condition was not severe, merely a sign of weakness. Li Xiaonuan reclined half-heartedly on the couch in the eastern chamber when Gu Yunhuan lifted the curtain and entered. Motioning for her not to move, she sat beside her, concern etched on her face as she gently touched Li Xiaonuan's cheek. "What is this, second sister?" "I am merely recovering from a previous ailment," Li Xiaonuan chuckled. "Yet, you have been unwell for quite some time. How can you still be coughing? This Dr. Wen must be a quack. There is not a decent physician in this town. If only we were in the capital, we would have summoned Imperial Physician Yin for treatment." Gu Yinhuan lamented anxiously. Li Xiaonuan shifted slightly, a hint of unease in her demeanor, and smiled as she explained, "It is not entirely so. You recall my serious illness last spring? Although I recovered at that time, Mama and I scarcely had enough to eat. While I have healed, my body has yet to regain its strength. The duration of this illness is undoubtedly a remnant of last year's affliction. Dr. Wen advised that I must properly recuperate for a few months to fully recover." Gu Yunhuan nodded, seemingly recalling something, and smiled. "In recent days, I have been busy with our elder sister preparing the courtyard for cousin Ku's arrival. It is not that I have been angry with you." Li Xiaonuan looked momentarily surprised, then nodded with a smile. "I know, second sister. You care for me too much to truly be upset." Gu Yinhuan's face brightened as she playfully pinched Li Xiaonuan's cheek, exclaiming, "This little girl is simply adorable. Moreover, our elder sister asked me to convey a message to you. If there is anything you desire to eat or wish for, simply instruct Dongma to tell Jinju, and she will ensure it is delivered to you. And as for me, if there is anything you wish to do or need, just let Dongma inform Shurqin." Li Xiaonuan gratefully expressed her thanks. After chatting a while longer, Gu Yinhuan took her leave. Chapter 49. In sickness, the entire Gu family was in a flurry of activity in anticipation of cousin Ku's arrival, the atmosphere within the mansion vibrant with excitement. In contrast, Songfeng Courtyard remained tranquil, as Li Xiaonuan required peace and quiet to recuperate, the only sounds being the gentle rustle of falling blossoms. Li Xiaonuan had instructed Dongma to strictly restrain the maids from venturing out to witness the commotion. During midday, Jiue approached Dongma, saying, "Sister Dongma, it's already this hour, yet the kitchen has yet to deliver our meals. They must have forgotten in their busyness. Shall we go and urge them?" Dongma paused, glancing at the hourglass in the corner, and smiled. "It is still early. Even by usual standards, the timing is not yet late. You are too eager. If you're hungry, I have a plate of pastries here. Wait a moment while I fetch it for you." "I am not hungry. I am not. Sister Chunxiao says it is already past time, so I thought it was indeed late," Jiue exclaimed, waving her hands dismissively. Dongma chuckled. "It seems you miscalculated. If you're not hungry, then return to your needlework. The Lady S shoe insole only needs careful stitching around the edges. She mentioned that a soft center is most comfortable." Jiue nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Li Xiaonuan reclined on the couch in the eastern chamber, listening to the exchange between Dongma and Chu, a slight frown creasing her brow. Dongma entered, and Li Xiaonuan looked at her with curiosity. Sitting on the edge of the couch, Dongma explained with a smile, "Jiue came over, eager to rush the kitchen for food, so I sent her back. Among the maids, Qiuyue and Chunxiao are the most restless. They love to witness the excitement. Especially Chunxiao, who appears calm and composed, but is the most prone to wandering outside, often relishing the errands of delivering messages." Li Xiaonuan relaxed against the backrest, and Dongma adjusted the cushions for her comfort, continuing, "Qiuyue is rather oblivious, while Chunxiao often encourages her to seek out trivialities, which are of no consequence. Do not let it trouble you. With so many people in the courtyard, each with their own temperaments, it is inevitable that some may be used as pawns." Li Xiaonuan tilted her head to regard Dongma and complimented, "You are quite perceptive." Dongma blushed slightly, replying, "But I am 6 or 7 years your senior. I cannot always rely on your reminders." Li Xiaonuan laughed. Who is truly older is uncertain indeed. Seeing Li Xiaonuan's laughter, Dongma joined in, then added, "On another note, there is something I have been meaning to discuss with you." Li Xiaonuan sat up straight, nodding in encouragement. "Speak freely." In our courtyard, Among the four third-tier maids, Xiao Yu is honest and diligent. Tasks entrusted to her are executed flawlessly, albeit without any flexibility. Though somewhat dull, she is trustworthy. Xiaowen, on the other hand, is rather headstrong, which can be frustrating, but she harbors no ill intentions. Qiuyue is more agile in thought, but possesses a stubbornness that can be alarming, often fixating on trivial matters. Thus, not very useful. Chunxiao seems well suited being the eldest, and I initially thought she would be dependable, yet after observing her for half a year, her mind appears elsewhere. I cannot discern what she occupies herself with, as she leaves tasks half-finished. Li Xiaowan listened attentively, nodding slowly. You speak truly. These maids, she began but paused, then shook her head, trailing off. Doma, understanding her thoughts, smiled and said, however, Lan Shu, while appearing simple-minded, is quite clever and transparent. She is genuinely devoted to you and would be a valuable asset. I propose allowing her to serve you closely. What do you think? Li Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Yes, let it be so. Doma sighed in relief, smiling brightly. Li Xiaowan hesitated briefly, then quietly instructed, as for Chunxiao, I sense something amiss with her. Please keep a watchful eye on her and Lan Shu. Also among the younger maids, remain vigilant. Chunxiao is already 15, and once her mourning period concludes, she may need to be sent away. If any of the younger maids prove capable, we need not seek others from outside. Doma nodded earnestly. I understand your intent. You need not worry. The two exchanged a few more words when 4 or 5 matrons from the kitchen arrived, bearing Li Xiaowan's meal. The leading matron, with a beaming smile, gracefully offered her greetings and reported, Miss, these 2 boxes contain your designated dishes, while these 3 boxes are gifts from the elder and the madam for you. The elder mentioned that since you are unwell, she selected several lighter dishes, which the kitchen has freshly prepared for you. This box contains pastries sent from the Wang family of Renan, as the eldest lady instructed that 2 of each item be delivered to you. Li Xiaowan expressed her gratitude with a smile and instructed Doma to take out 100 coins as a reward for the matrons. They thanked her, and a leading matron cheerfully informed Doma, Miss Doma, the kitchen is quite busy. Lu Mama asked us to return quickly. Please have the young lady ensure these dishes are placed back in the boxes, and we will come to collect them later. Doma, eager to assist, replied, there is no need for you to return. Once our young lady has finished her meal, I will send someone to take them back to the kitchen. The matrons nodded in delight, placed the boxes down, and respectfully withdrew. Doma and Lan Shu arranged the meal, and as Li Xiaowan sat at the table, she gazed at the abundant spread of meat and vegetable dishes, sighing, with so much food, how can I possibly eat all of this? You two should not go to the big kitchen for your meals. Instead, stay here and dine with me. Doma peered at the table and chuckled. Even the 3 of us cannot finish it. Indeed, that is true, Li Xiaowan acknowledged, pondering for a moment before standing up with a smile. She pointed to a bowl of sour bamboo shoot and duck soup and a small plate of crab paste, declaring from this entire spread, I wish to savor these 2 items. Please prepare a bowl of rice to soak in this soup for me, and bring me the crab paste. I will sit on the couch to enjoy my meal, and you should invite Xiao Yu and the others to join us. If it is not enough, we still have a box of pastries. Doma nodded in agreement, signaling for Lan Shu to fetch the others. She washed her hands and served Li Xiaowan half a bowl of rice, along with a generous bowl of soup, some duck meat and bamboo shoots, and the crab paste, placing it all on the couch. After the meal, they cleaned up the dishes and had a coarse servant take them back to the kitchen. Li Xiaowan then instructed Doma to bring over the box of pastries. She selected a longevity peach and, after some thought, decided to leave 2 for Wei Mama, instructing Doma to distribute the rest. As Li Xiaowan took a bite of the longevity peach, she savored it slowly, realizing that its flavor had diminished significantly compared to before. In the afternoon, Gu Xiao did not come, but Gu Yunhuan arrived early. Upon entering the east wing, she kicked off her shoes and squeezed beside Li Xiaowan on the couch, covering her face with a cloth, seemingly asleep. Li Xiaowan tilted her head to observe her, and when Doma brought in tea, Li Xiaowan subtly waved her hand, indicating for her to leave. After a while, Gu Yunhuan sighed deeply, removed the cloth from her face, and sat up. Noticing that the maids had all retreated, she flopped back onto the couch, sighing once more. Li Xiaowan ignored her, shifting to the side and focusing on her embroidery. After a lengthy period of sighing, Gu Yunhuan, noticing that Li Xiaowan was unresponsive, sat up and snatched the embroidery hoop from her hands, angrily casting it aside. I am speaking to you. Second sister, so your sighing is how you converse? I do not understand your sighs. Gu Yinhuan bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiaowan. Why don't you ask me why I am sighing? What is there to ask? If you wish to sigh, then sigh. I sometimes enjoy a series of sighs myself. After doing so, one feels much more at ease. Just like this. Li Xiaowan replied boldly as she demonstrated deep breathing. Gu Yunhuan shot Li Xiaowan an exasperated look. There's so many guests at home. It's quite lively. And you haven't even inquired about it? Li Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she raised her hands in a gesture of indifference. Is it not just some cousin? I do not know him, so why should I inquire? That's not the case. Gu Yunhuan exclaimed excitedly. Not only is Cousin Ko here, but there is someone else as well. Guess who it is? You will definitely not guess. Li Xiaowan rolled her eyes in annoyance at Gu Yunhuan. If I probably cannot guess, then why make me try? As Gu Yunhuan was about to speak, a maid announced loudly that Gu Xiao had entered the east wing with large strides. Seeing Gu Yinhuan, Gu Xiao paused momentarily. Did I not hear you say you were tired and wanted to rest when I left? Why are you here? This courtyard is peaceful, and I prefer resting here. Gu Yunhuan replied with an uplifted chin, somewhat displeased. Donma brought in tea, and Gu Xiao took a sip before sitting at the edge of the couch, exhaling deeply. Did you send Cousin Ku and Brother Zhou to Shaluo Pavilion for some rest? Gu Yunhuan, fiddling with her cloth, turned to Gu Xiao and asked, Did Cousin Ku enjoy Shaluo Pavilion? Is there anything amiss? Gu Xiao nodded. I am uncertain which decorations are ours, and which were brought by Cousin Ku and Brother Zhou. When I accompanied them, everything they brought was already arranged. Gu Yinhuan's expression darkened. That Zhou is also staying at Shaluo Pavilion? Did not the elder say he would prepare another courtyard for him? He claimed he did not need it at the time. Did he not? You heard Cousin Ku insist on staying with him. And since Shaluo Pavilion is spacious, having one or two more people there will not be a problem, Gu Xiao remarked. Furrowing his brow, Gu Yinhuan huffed in annoyance, and Li Xiaowan, puzzled, turned to them and inquired, Who is Brother Zhou? Who knows where this annoying pest came from? Barging in without even a greeting, Gu Yinhuan spat resentfully. Gu Xiao shot her a disapproving look and turned to Li Xiaowan, explaining, Cousin Ku said that Brother Zhou is a good friend he has known since childhood, who came along with him. Brother Zhou is very nice and always smiling. The elder adores him, praising him for his gentle demeanor and gentlemanly grace. Li Xiaowan was taken aback, pondering for a moment before smiling and asking, Which Zhou? Is it Zhou Quan? Yes, Gu Xiao affirmed enthusiastically, his eyes crinkling with a smile. I really like Brother Zhou. He is much kinder than Cousin Ko. Why do you like someone unrelated to you? You are so foolish. I find him insipid and irritating. Not even worthy of carrying Cousin Ku's shoes. Gu Yinhuan retorted angrily. Gu Xiao looked at her, bewildered by her sudden ire, while Li Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the fuming Gu Yunhuan with a smile. She began to contemplate how to present the pouch she had intended for him. Had she inadvertently left it at Shaluo Pavilion? Li Xiaowan reclined against the cushion, silently observing Gu Yunhuan's fury directed at Gu Xiao, who scratched his head in confusion, opting to ignore Gu Yunhuan and turning back to converse with Li Xiaowan. Cousin Ku and Brother Zhou mentioned wanting to explore our waterfall alley in the town tonight. The elder has arranged boats for us, and I will accompany Cousin Ku and Brother Zhou to the town for a stroll. Dinner is reserved at Yinshui Pavilion, our family's tavern. Grandma Zhou has already gone ahead to prepare. Li Xiaowan listened with a radiant smile as Gu Xiao spoke. Gu Yinhuan was also attentively engaged. Glancing at Gu Yinhuan, Li Xiaowan cheerfully inquired, When do you plan to go out? Zhou Gu said they were tired, and it is rumored that the scenery of Lang Street is at its finest in the evening, so there is no need to leave too early. They can depart at the end of the... Then what are they doing at Suoluo Pavilion now? When I returned, Cousin mentioned wanting to bathe, while Zhou Gu said he needed a nap. Li Xiaowan stole a glance at Gu Yinhuan and playfully changed the subject. Did you attend class today? No. The ancestor instructed me to take a half-month break to accompany Cousin and Zhou Gu. The ancestor also remarked that Zhou Gu is exceptionally knowledgeable, advising me to seek his guidance. In truth, Cousin is the one with profound wisdom. His mentor is Mr. Tang Jiyuan. Gu Xiao expressed his admiration. Li Xiaowan Baoza. Slightly taken aback, she had come across this name in the historical documents from over a decade ago. Back then, Tang Jiyuan was already a renowned figure. Indeed, the Jin and Wangfu is one of the most esteemed families of the Yuan Zheng dynasty. Cheng Ku is the son of the Jin and Wang, regardless of his talents. Securing a place under Tang Jiuan's tutelage would surely be a coveted opportunity. Tang Jiuan is a worldly scholar, judging by his writings. He possesses a profound understanding of human relationships, surpassing even his scholarly achievements in the classics. Li Xiaowan's eyes flickered with skepticism, her lips curling slightly. Gu Xiao sighed. The ancestor's words must be correct. Zhou Gu's knowledge must surpass that of Cook Cousin. I wonder who his master is. Gu Yinhuan sat on the couch, her hands unconsciously twisting a handkerchief, lost in thought. Li Xiaowan turned to her, smiling, second sister. Guam Yunwan Julta Waka, Uriya Li Fasin Li Xionwan. You look exhausted. You should return to rest. Otherwise, you'll wake up with a poor complexion and tired eyes, which would be quite unappealing. Gu Yunhuan widened her eyes, quickly raising her hand to touch her cheeks. Nodding vigorously, she replied, Xiaowan is right. I am indeed worn out. Well then, I'll stop chatting and head back. With that, Gu Yunhuan swiftly jumped off the couch, put on her shoes, and hurriedly left Songfeng courtyard. Li Xiaowan let out a quiet sigh of relief, turned to indicate for Gu Xiao to sit beside her, tilting her head to ask softly, how old is Zhou Gu? About the same age as Cook Cousin. What's his name? I don't know. I'll ask him tomorrow. Gu Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Xiaowan pondered for a moment before turning to Gu Xiao with a smile. How do you all sit during meals? During meals, it's the ancestor, me, Cook Cousin, and Zhou Gu at one table. The ancestor naturally sits at the head. I'm at the end. Zhou Gu is on my left, and Cook Cousin is on my right. Gu Xiao reflected carefully as he spoke. Li Xiaowan observed him and continued her inquiry. Is the ancestor kind to Zhou Gu? Extremely courteous. Has the ancestor met Zhou Gu before? Gu Xiao pondered for a moment, scratching his head. I'm not sure. But the ancestor called him young Master Zhou upon meeting him, as if they were acquainted. Li Xiaowan lightly exclaimed, looking at Gu Xiao with an expression of resignation, and she fell silent. Gu Xiao, puzzled, remarked, Xiaowan, why don't you ask a cousin? Li Xiaowan was taken aback. What would I ask him for? I don't know him. Gu Xiao blinked, wanting to say something, but held back. Li Xiaowan turned to him, cheerfully saying, you should go rest as well. We'll be going out tonight, and who knows when we'll return. You need to recuperate your spirits. Hurry back, and come find me early tomorrow. Reluctantly, Gu Xiao stood up, hesitating to put on his shoes. Suddenly, Li Xiaowan remembered something and smiled. I recall you mentioning you have several historical documents in your courtyard. Why not have a little maid bring them over for me to see? The tiny script in those documents is truly exquisite. Gu Xiao eagerly nodded in agreement. Li Xiaowan instructed Dongma to send a maid along with Gu Xiao to fetch the documents. As Li Xiaowan watched Gu Xiao exit the courtyard through the window, she quietly settled back onto the couch, deep in thought. That Zhou Gu, akin to Cheng Ku, who grew up together, must possess peculiarities to allow him to accompany Cheng Ku to Shangli Town and reside in the same courtyard, even sitting at the head of the table as the son of the Junin Wang. Such an unannounced arrival, yet the ancestor treated him with utmost courtesy. In the entire Yuanzheng dynasty, aside from the Cheng family of the Junin Wang, there is only one family with the surname Zhou that commands such respect and familiarity from both the Junin Wangfu and the ancestor. Only one person. Li Xiaowan squinted her eyes and smiled. With this individual present, Cheng Ku would be obliged to follow his lead in his daily affairs, which could only bode well for her. For Gu Xiao and the Gu family, it should only bring benefits, but one can never be too certain. Let us not overthink it. After 5 or 6 years, who knows what changes tomorrow or even today may bring. On the 1st of June, Zhou Fu's birthday, Li Xiaowan, as usual, was too ill to leave her quarters. The night before, she had sent a pair of shoes made by her parents along with Grandma Wei, and she also bowed a few times on their behalf to convey her birthday wishes. The residence was lively for a day, and Li Xiaowan carefully cautioned the people of Songfeng courtyard not to venture out to view the festivities, lest they attract trouble. In the following days, Gu Xiao accompanied Zhou Gu and Cook Cousin, returning home late each evening, having explored nearly all the scenic spots around Shangli Town. The entire Gu household became vibrant, from the ancestor to the gatekeeper, all invigorated and busily arranging the outings for the three. Only Songfeng courtyard remained cautiously quiet. As Li Xiaowan listened intently to the commotion outside, restraining everyone, hoping that the troublemaker would depart soon. After several days of morning and evening excursions, they grew somewhat weary, and on this day, they chose not to go out. Early in the morning, Gu Xiao went to Rui Xian Hall to pay his respects, had breakfast, and headed directly to Songfeng Courtyard. Li Xianwan reclined on the couch, her face aglow with a smile as she listened to Gu Xiao animatedly recounting the amusing events of the past few days, describing the breathtaking landscapes that had left a profound impression on him. As they conversed, Shurqin hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully to Li Xianwan before turning to Gu Xiao with an air of exasperation. "Young master, our young lady requests your presence. There's an urgent matter to discuss." Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, while Li Xianwan furrowed her brow, swiftly pulling Gu Xiao back down as he was about to stand. She turned to Shurqin with a smile. "Please wait a moment, Shurqin. Gu Xiao has yet to finish his tale for me. He will join you once he has done." Shurqin nodded in agreement with a smile and stepped outside to wait. Li Xianwan focused on the bewildered Gu Xiao, leaning in to whisper, "Whatever second sister asks you to do, as long as it pertains to Suo Pavilion or Ku Cousin, please inform me first before proceeding." Gu Xiao stared at Li Xianwan, whose face was serious, and nodded vigorously, promising in a low voice, "Rest assured, I will definitely inform you." Li Xianwan acknowledged with a nod, releasing Gu Xiao and gesturing for him to hurry along. Through the window, she watched as Gu Xiao hurriedly followed Shurqin out of the courtyard, letting out a helpless sigh. Moments later, Gu Xiao returned with an oddly expressionless face, carrying an exquisitely crafted small box made of sour wood. Glancing around the entrance of Songfeng Courtyard to ensure no one was watching before hastily entering. Upon seeing him with the small box, Li Xianwan waved her hand to dismiss Lan Chu. Gu Xiao, seemingly burdened by the weight of the task, hastily placed the small gift box upon the table. His face etched with frustration as he turned to Li Xianwan and murmured, "Second sister instructed me to deliver this box to Cousin Ku, forbidding me from peering inside, and also insisted that I avoid Brother Zhou." Li Xianwan shrugged her shoulders, reaching for the box, eager to open it. Gu Xiao swiftly interjected, raising a hand to stop her, hesitatingly stating, "Wan, I promised second sister I would look inside." Li Xianwan shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "You made a promise to second sister. I never did. It's not you opening it." Gu Xiao scratched his head and broke into a grin. "You're right. Wan, it's not me opening it." Ignoring him, Li Xianwan carefully examined the box. It had 2 layers, and, as she cautiously lifted the top layer, she peered inside to find an exquisite, transparent glass dish containing 4 delicately crafted lotus seed pastries. Carefully, she extracted the dish, inspecting the bottom and the box for any other contents, feeling a slight sense of relief upon finding nothing else. Li Xianwan gently returned the dish to the box and removed the upper layer, setting it aside. She then leaned in to inspect the lower layer, which was cushioned with white silk and held a small pouch, the red one from the trio that Gu Yunhuan had previously shown her. Gu Xiao, peering into the box, stood there agape, while Li Xianwan picked up the pouch and opened it, spilling out a pair of jade lotus seeds into her palm. She sighed heavily, gazing at the pouch and seeds with a troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiao's face flushed as he shifted closer to Li Xianwan, whispering, "Wan, second sister asked me to present such items to Cousin Ku. Isn't that inappropriate?" Li Xianwan tilted her head, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she considered his words, but remained silent for a moment before asking, "What makes it inappropriate?" "Well, the pouch and the jade lotus seeds." Gu Xiao stammered. Li Xianwan, amused, responded earnestly, "I don't see anything inappropriate about it. If only." She paused, lightly clearing her throat, then turned to Gu Xiao, stating seriously, "Second sister is pure-hearted. In her mind, she likely regards Cousin Ku as a brother, treating him as she would family." Gu Xiao frowned, opening his mouth to speak, but Li Xianwan continued, "We understand second sister's innocent intentions and sincere nature. Yet others may not view her as we do. Ultimately, Cousin Ku is an outsider. If others were to witness this, they might misconstrue her actions and damage her reputation." Gu Xiao nodded vigorously. "You're right, Wan. What should we do now? Should I return the box to second sister?" Li Xianwan gently shook her head, softly replying, "If we simply return it, wouldn't that hurt second sister's good intentions? Let me think." With a furrowed brow, she examined the pouch, the jade lotus seeds, and the pastries for a while before a smile broke across her face. "I have an idea, just wait." Li Xianwan tossed the pouch onto the table, jumped off the couch, and dashed into the room. Moments later, she reappeared with about 10 small pouches in hand. settling back onto the couch. She carefully selected two embroidered with red chrysanthemums, untied the silken cords, and delicately attached a jade lotus seed before neatly braiding the cords. Having completed the second pouch, she turned to Gu Xiao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Give me your fragrant pouch." Gu Xiao, bewildered, quickly unfastened his pouch and handed it to her. Li Xiaowan opened it, revealing several fragrant cakes, which she sniffed appreciatively before dividing them into two portions and placing them into the two pouches. She discarded Gu Yunhuan's original pouch to the side and positioned the two fragrant pouches at the bottom of the gift box, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning to Gu Xiao, she pointed at the pile of pouches on the table and instructed, "These pouches were made by Granny Wei. When you deliver them, explain that they were specially crafted according to the customs of our town for the two of them to carry. The fragrance inside wards off pests and impurities, and according to our town's beliefs, carrying this will help avoid illness." Gu Xiao stared wide-eyed at the pouches, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Xiaowan, considering his silence, continued, "Tell Cousin Ku that these pouches are meant for him, and thus I didn't dare let the servants make them. Just say that. If he asks who made them, simply say that our ancestors and the matriarch are too old to sew anymore." Gu Xiao blinked in confusion, finally managing to cough lightly. Leaning closer to Li Xiaowan to whisper, "Wan, isn't this lying? The teacher says a gentleman. A gentleman knows when to speak and when to remain silent. Tell me, which part of what I asked you to say is a lie? I've always regarded Granny Wei as family, never as a servant. Do you see her as one? Haven T, our ancestors, and the matriarch long since ceased to sew?" Gu Xiao scratched his head, stammering for a moment before conceding. "You're right, Wan, Granny Wei isn't a servant. You're correct." Li Xiaowan scrutinized him for a moment before continuing with her instructions. "As for the pastries, if he doesn't ask, don't mention who sent them. If he inquires, say they were sent along with the pouches. If he presses further, just say you don't know. Sent along with the pouches?" Gu Xiao echoed. "Just say that, and don't say anything else. Hurry up and go." Li Xiaowan busily organized the gift box, glancing at the lotus seed pastries with a sigh. "This is far too straightforward." She called out, "Dongma, bring me the plate of red bean pastries that was sent over this morning from Reishuan Hall." Dongma responded promptly, soon entering with a tray of pastries. Li Xiaowan took the red bean pastries, dismissed Dongma, and removed the lotus seed pastries from the glass dish, placing 3 red bean pastries onto it. She then closed the gift box and pushed it toward Gu Xiao, urging, "Hurry, come back to me first. Pay close attention to Cousin Ku's expression and report back every detail." Gu Xiao nodded, standing up to lift the box, reluctantly heading out. Li Xiaowan watched him exit through the window, releasing a slight sigh of relief as she leaned back against the cushion. Turning her attention to the lotus seed pastries on the table, she picked one up and took a bite, only to furrow her brow and quickly spit it out. The pastries, though visually appealing, were entirely raw. Dongma entered carrying a cup of tea, and, seeing Li Xiaowan expelling the confection from her mouth, hurriedly summoned Lan Chu to bring a rinsing bowl and warm water. After Li Xiaowan cleansed her mouth, she pointed at the plate of lotus seed pastries. At a loss for words, how could such an unrefined treat be offered to others? Dongma leaned in to inspect the lotus seed pastries on the table, curiously asking, "Where did these lotus seed pastries come from? Did the young master bring them?" Li Xiaowan shook her head, pointed at the pastries, opened her mouth, and let out a heavy sigh, still at a loss for words. After waving her hand for a while, she finally instructed, "Throw them out. They are all raw." Dongma widened her eyes, picked up a piece of lotus seed pastry, examined it closely, and then chuckled. Turning to Li Xiaowan, she was about to speak when Li Xiaowan raised her hand to stop her. "Don't ask so many questions. Just throw it out. And don't mention these lotus seed pastries to anyone." Dongma smiled and nodded, tipping the pastries into the washing basin and instructing Lan Chu to take them away. Gu Xiao, holding a box, walked through the Zui Hall, feeling somewhat guilty as he headed toward the Shalua Pavilion. Granny Zhou emerged from Zui Hall and, spotting Gu Xiao carrying the box, paused in her tracks, furrowing her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly followed behind, watching from a distance as Gu Xiao entered the Shalua Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, she turned and headed toward the Chuehua gate of the inner courtyard. The maid on duty at the Chuehua gate hurriedly came out to greet Granny Zhou with a beaming smile and a bow. Granny Zhou halted, raising her hand to stop the maid's flattery, and asked sternly, "Did the young master just leave?" The maid, trembling, quickly replied, "He just went out." Granny Zhou frowned and pressed further. "From which direction did he come? From the Songfeng courtyard or the Wutong courtyard?" The maid answered, "He came from the Songfeng courtyard." Granny Zhou acknowledged her with a grunt, ignoring the anxious maid, and stood at the Chuehua gate, gazing toward the Songfeng courtyard for a while before turning to head toward the Qingxin courtyard. Gu Xiao exited the Shaluo Pavilion's courtyard, taking a long breath and displaying a broad smile as he walked leisurely toward the inner courtyard. Upon entering the Chuehua gate, he found Juing anxiously wringing her hands and pacing. Upon seeing Gu Xiao, she rushed up. "You've returned, madam, and the matriarch are sending people to look for you." "Didn't you say you were going to the Songfeng courtyard? Why did you suddenly leave?" Gu Xiao was taken aback, puzzled. "Why are the matriarch and madam so urgently looking for me?" "I have no idea. Let us hurry over." Juing pulled him along hastily toward Ruishuan Hall. Gu Xiao strode into the eastern chamber of Ruishuan Hall, where old lady Li lay on the couch with a solemn expression, slowly sipping her tea. Madame Zhou sat in the armchair before the couch, her face clouded with worry. Upon Gu Xiao's entrance, Madame Zhou glanced at old lady Li, who nodded slightly. Madame Zhou gestured for Gu Xiao to sit on the couch and waved away the attending maids. Finally, Billion exited, gently closing the door behind her. Madame Zhou fixed her gaze on Gu Xiao and asked bluntly, "Did you just deliver something to the Shaluo Pavilion?" Gu Xiao stood there, astonished, hesitating before nodding. Madame Zhou's brows knitted tighter, her voice growing tense and stern. "What did you deliver? Who sent you?" Gu Xiao, looking troubled, turned to old lady Li. She straightened up, caressing Gu Xiao's head gently, and said soothingly, "You need not conceal anything for anyone. This is a significant matter. Speak clearly to me and your mother." Gu Xiao, now tense, turned to the anxious Madame Zhou and swallowed hard, recounting the events in hesitating words. Madame Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, while old lady Li sighed in resignation, turning to Madame Zhou with a half-open mouth, only to swallow her words again. Old lady Li then turned back to Gu Xiao, reassuring him with gentle words. "Xiao, do not fear. There is nothing amiss. Your mother and I are merely concerned that you may have erred. This matter must remain confidential. Let Juing take care of you as you rest." Gu Xiao promptly stood, bowed respectfully, and exited the courtyard, standing in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, he headed straight back to the Wutong courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Xiao leave, old lady Li sighed deeply, turning to Madame Zhou and softly stating, "Xianwan is indeed a perceptive girl. In this way, there is hardly a flaw to be found." Madame Zhou dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Her voice choked as she replied, "Mother, it is my failure to discipline them, allowing Yunhuan to bring such disgrace. Had it not been for Xianwan's careful handling, if that item had been delivered, the Gu family's reputation would have been utterly tarnished. You are overthinking it. Xianwan is right. Yunhuan is merely Navi, treating young Master Ku as if he were Xiaoer. Do not dwell on it. Xiaoer is sensible. Without Xianwan, he would not have sent that item." Old lady Li offered her comfort gently, and Madame Zhou nodded through her tears. Old lady Li sighed again, falling into a contemplative silence before addressing Madame Zhou softly. "Yinshan and Yunhuan are not young anymore. Once the mourning period is over next year, we must hasten to arrange their marriages." Madame Zhou ceased her sobbing, dabbing her eyes with her handkerchief, and raised her gaze to old lady Li, hesitating as she spoke. "Yunhuan. In past years in the capital, my sister favored Yunhuan the most." Old lady Li lowered her eyelids, exhaling a sigh. "Yunshan is capable, more understanding in matters, and, as the legitimate eldest daughter, I believe if she marries into a prominent family, she can handle her role well, providing significant support for her family. Xiao lacks brothers to assist him. It would be beneficial if his two sisters could support him." Madame Zhou nodded vigorously. "You are absolutely right, mother. If Yinshan and Yunhuan can support him, Xiao will not feel overwhelmed." "Indeed," old lady Li agreed, continuing, "if Yunhuan could marry into the Runan Wangfu, that would be ideal. You should discreetly probe the princess's intentions." Madame Zhou nodded eagerly, and old lady Li smiled. "As sisters, you should be able to discuss anything openly. If the princess is inclined, let her inquire about the prince and the old matriarch's opinions. If it can be arranged, it would be perfect." Madame Zhou's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded. Old lady Li regarded her warmly, continuing, "Xiaoer is a sincere child. We must be attentive in selecting a suitable wife for him." You are absolutely right, mother. When it comes to shower as future wife, we must carefully choose someone appropriate in both background and character, ensuring she possesses good temperament and virtues. Madame Zhou grew increasingly animated, listing her thoughts, but old lady Li observed her silently, gradually losing her smile as she said, for showeress wife. Her family background is secondary. Intelligence and capability are paramount. Shower is too earnest. His wife must be astute and perceptive. Madame Zhou blinked in surprise, smiling as she countered, "What use is a woman's intelligence? She cannot perform a man's duties. As long as her temperament and character are good. Honoring her in-laws and caring for her husband is all she needs to fulfill her role." Old Lady Li slightly closed her eyes, falling into silence, only lifting her cup to sip her tea slowly. After a long while, she placed the cup down, looking at Madame Zhou with warmth. "You should return and rest. Regarding Yin Huan, find an opportunity to speak with the princess." Madame Zhou promptly stood and respectfully acknowledged her, while Old Lady Li closed her eyes, leaning back against the cushion. Madame Zhou quietly exited the main room, calling for Billion to come in and attend to her. Old Lady Li slowly opened her eyes, lost in thought for a moment before turning to Billion, softly instructing, "Please bring me that Zeaton jewelry box with the flying swallows." Billion was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked with a smile, "Is it the box about half a foot square, carved on all sides with flying swallows?" Old Lady Li nodded, and Billion smiled, curtsying, "The matriarch will need to wait a moment. That box has been stored in the large trunk at the very back of the storeroom. I will have someone retrieve it, but it might take quite a while." Madame Li, with her eyes closed, nodded slightly and waved her hand. Bai Lian quietly withdrew, while someone summoned Shui Lian to attend to her. She called for 5 or 6 servant women to search the storeroom for items. After a considerable time, Bai Lian entered, her forehead slightly glistening with sweat, cradling a purple sandalwood box. Madame Li examined the contents, revealing a trove of exquisite pearl and jade jewelry, which she nostalgically sifted through, memories of her youth flooding back. After a thorough inspection, she selected a pair of pearl earrings the size of lotus seeds, a pair of jade magnolia flower earrings, and a remarkably lustrous jade bracelet. Instructing Bai Lian to find a small box to contain them. Pointing to the box, she commanded, "Deliver this to Miss Biao, and tell her these are items I wore in my youth, specially retrieved for her to wear." Surprised, Bai Lian accepted the box with a slight bow and exited. Li Xiaowan stared at the contents in a daze, while Dong Wei, reclining sideways on the couch, wore a similarly perplexed expression. Li Xiaowan reached for the box and meticulously examined each piece against the light, noting the exquisite luster of the pearls and jade, both of superior quality. Their sheen subtly shifting, warm yet restrained. Why had her ancestor suddenly sent these items? Dong Wei pondered, while Li Xiaowan lowered her gaze, setting aside the jade bracelet. Silent in her contemplation, Gu Xiao had not visited since, and the Sha Luo pavilion was surely under tight security. Perhaps the box had never reached her, but was instead delivered directly to Rui Xianhao. Was this a reward from her ancestor? It seemed that Yun Huan's intentions mirrored those of the ancient household. A smile graced Li Xiaowan's lips as she attempted to put on the jade magnolia earrings. Dong Wei hurriedly assisted her, deftly fastening the earrings in place, then turning to fetch a mirror. Li Xiaowan admired her reflection, twirling to catch the light, her spirits lifting. These pieces of jewelry surely held considerable value. They represented her first wealth in this world. Her monthly allowance of 2 taels had never lasted until the end of the month, let alone provided any surplus. Shaking her head, the earrings danced joyfully with her movements. After lunch, Li Xiaowan leisurely sat on the couch, embroidering flowers, when Gu Xiao returned from Rui Xianhao. Unable to contain herself, she recounted the events of the morning in detail to Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan, with her head bowed, remained silent for a moment before pulling Gu Xiao closer and whispering, "Gu Xiao, in the future, if you encounter matters that the ancestor or the lady has instructed not to mention, do not speak of them to anyone, not even to me." A faint blush crossed Gu Xiao's face, and feeling somewhat awkward, she replied, "Wan, I only speak of this to you. I have never shared it with anyone else." Li Xiaowan gently shook Gu Xiao's hand, earnestly stating, "I know you are closer to me than to others. I understand that. But you must recognize that in this world, those willing to sacrifice their lives for your well-being, who would abandon everything for you, besides the lady, are only the ancestors. Even I cannot do that." Gu Xiao gazed at Li Xiaowan in astonishment. After a moment's reflection, Li Xiaonan continued, "Whatever the lady and the ancestors do, it is undoubtedly for your benefit. However," her voice lowered, "you should heed the ancestor's words. If the lady's words differ from those of the ancestor." Li Xiaonan paused, and Gu Xiao regarded her thoughtfully, nodding as she said, "Elder sister said that when father was alive, he would always consult the ancestor before taking any action. I understand." Li Xiaonan sighed with relief, smiling as she jumped off the couch, grabbing Gu Xiao's hand and exclaiming, "Gu Xiao, let us see who can memorize faster. I will surely beat you today." On the 9th day of the first month, the birthday of Madame Li, Li Xiaonan feigned illness as usual. The night before, she had sent Granny Wei to Relishing Hall to pay her respects, presenting a pair of shoes as a token gift. On the 9th day, the Gu household was bustling with activity, while the Songfeng courtyard remained closed, quietly distancing itself from the outside festivities. The following afternoon, Gu Xiao finally found time to visit Li Xiaonan. They exchanged idle chatter, circling around inquiries about young Master Zhou and Cheng Ku's itinerary. Gu Xiao explained meticulously, originally, Ke Biao Gu planned to pay his respects to the ancestor and return. He mentioned he would set off early today, but due to the numerous items the ancestor and mother wanted to send, and because Zhou Gu wanted to take a few more books after visiting our home the other day, they can only leave tomorrow at the earliest. Sighing regretfully, Gu Xiao leaned back against the cushion, her hands behind her head, feeling melancholic. Ke Biao Gu said that he and Zhou Gu might be going to the border to serve in the army next year. If they go, it could be 2 to 3 years before we see them again. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise to meet them? Li Xiaonan narrowed her eyes with a smile, feeling fortunate. In 2 or 3 years, even if that scoundrel were to see her again, he would only dare to harbor doubts. As long as Li Xiaonan maintained her composure, all would be well. Her spirits lifted. She continued chatting cheerfully with Gu Xiao, and they spent the next half an hour reading together. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Gu Xiao took her leave. "Wan, this evening, the ancestor will hold a farewell gathering for Ke Biao Gu and Zhou Gu. I must leave early. Rest well tonight. I want to be coming back after the banquet, as it will surely end late. Also, I will visit you later tomorrow." The ancestor asked me to escort Ke Biao Gu and Zhou Gu to the 10-mile-long pavilion before returning. Li Xiaonan nodded with a bright smile. Her seclusion was finally coming to an end. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Xiaonan strolled along the covered walkway in the courtyard, her heart fluttering with anticipation. After being cooped up for over 10 days, she had finished reading several books. Perhaps she should visit the outer study? Standing under the eaves, she pondered for a moment before summoning Lan Chu, whispering her instructions, "Go out and check around Relishing Hall to see if the guests have departed." Lan Chu nodded and promptly left for Relishing Hall. After about a quarter of an hour, Lan Chu returned, looking somewhat puzzled as she reported, "Relishing Hall is very quiet. I made a thorough round and only saw a young maid. After speaking with her, I learned that the family had already gone to the front yard long ago." Li Xiaonan sighed with relief, her face breaking into a beaming smile. So, they had all gone to the front yard for farewells. "Go inside and gather those books and the 2 scrolls. We shall visit the outer study." Lan Chu agreed with a curtsy and soon emerged with a small bundle. Together, they made their way to the study. The 2 spent a considerable time in the outer study, where Li Xiaonan selected around 10 books and tied 2 scrolls to Lan Chu's leg. They leisurely exited the study, walking along the shaded stone path and entering the Huaping Gate, making their way back towards Songfeng Courtyard. As they walked, Li Xiaonan, accompanied by Lan Chu, admired the vibrant greenery of the garden, expressing her sentiments. "Lan Chu, I've only been ill for a little over 10 days, yet it feels as if the garden has transformed entirely." Lan Chu chuckled softly. "Mist during spring and summer, the flowers and trees grow the fastest. Just a few days' absence can yield significant changes. The lotus flowers in the back lake have bloomed abundantly. Weren't you planning to make tea when they blossomed? They are perfectly in bloom now." Li Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "I nearly missed out on making tea due to this illness. What about the lotus pods? Have they emerged yet?" "The tender shoot has emerged, just a tad delicate. It will be perfect in a few days." Lan Chu replied with a smile. Li Xiaonan paused her steps, turned, and cheerfully instructed, "The more tender, the better. Quickly return these books, and such. Then meet me by the waterside pavilion. I wish to admire the lotus flowers. These days have been stifling." Lan Chu agreed, hurriedly carrying her bundle towards the Songfeng courtyard, while Li Xianwan leisurely made her way to the lakeside in the back garden. The ancient residence was set apart in its own courtyard, located on the opposite side of the lake, separated from the rear garden by a low wall. Chun Ku, dressed in a flowing white silk robe, sat side by side with Zhou Jingran, who was clad in a soft yellow garment, on 2 armchairs, sipping tea and slowly perusing ancient texts. Chun Ku closed the book in hand with a thud, tossed it onto the table, and irritably waved a fan, expressing his impatience. This master one is truly insufferable. He could have arrived at Shangli Town the day before yesterday, yet he insists on delaying until today. The birthday celebration for old Madame Li has already passed, and only now does the Emperor's gift arrive. Is he intent on humiliating the Gu family, or shaming the Emperor? Zhou Jingran set down his book, turned his head, and, with a faint smile, remarked with a hint of resignation, "Why are you so riled up? If it's delayed, it's delayed. Frankly, it might have been better without this gift. You know how our elder brother is, proud and never admits to being wrong. It's always someone else's fault. He harbors grudges and seeks vengeance, so there will be many things the Gu family must tolerate in the future. You too should learn to temper your behavior. Provoking our elder brother will only lead to more troubles." Chun Ku huffed in annoyance, snapped the fan shut, and strode to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing glumly at the lake adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Zhou Jingran leisurely rose, sauntered to Chun Ku's side, and stood beside him, observing the vibrant pink and green hues of the lake, sighing in admiration. Shangli Town boasts a wholesome culture, with simple-hearted people and splendid scenery. It is indeed a perfect place for retreat. Chun Ku turned to Zhou Jingran, furrowing his brow with a wry smile. Retreat? If one could retreat, there are countless better places than this Shangli Town. Stop dwelling on such futile thoughts. We will return tomorrow. No matter how we meander on our journey, we shall reach the capital by July. Who knows? Your second brother might even come to greet you at the city gates. And the third prince, though silent, might have his own intentions as well. Zhou Jingran sighed heavily, spreading his hands as he declared, "I, for one, have no interest in meddling in succession matters. No matter who ascends, my status as a wealthy prince will remain unchanged. It brings only drawbacks. I am a sensible person. Whoever I fear, I will ignore. Who can truly threaten me? Then why do you insist on clinging to me and hiding in Shangli Town? Throughout the journey, you have not ceased your complaints, be it about the bumpy carriage or the poor meals. If that's the case, why not stay in the capital and enjoy your comforts?" Zhou Jingran remarked, stifling a cough while raising an eyebrow at Chun Ku. "Look at you, insisting on stating everything so plainly. We may not fear anyone, but we cannot afford to offend them either. Don't think you're exempt. Your father is likely contemplating sending you southward. How about we go after the new year? Why should I go to fight? What purpose would you serve? What can you do?" Zhou Jingran, incensed, clenched his fists and swung at Chun Ku, who nimbly dodged, seizing Zhou Jingran's wrist and deftly twisting it behind his back. Zhou Jingran bent over, begging for mercy. "All right, I was wrong. Let go, my hand is about to break." Chun Ku tightened his grip momentarily before releasing Zhou Jingran, who gasped, shaking his hand. "You brute." Chun Ku triumphantly turned to gaze outside. On the opposite side of the lake, Li Xianwan joyfully leaped onto the winding bridge, leaning over the railing to reach for the swaying lotus flowers and seed pods. Chun Ku leaned out the window, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Li Xianwan on the bridge. Zhou Jingran, startled, squeezed beside Chun Ku to peer out, following his gaze. "Who is that little girl? How do you know her from the inner courtyard?" Zhou Jingran asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Chun Ku grunted in annoyance, pushing Zhou Jingran aside and hurriedly descending. Zhou Jingran, wide-eyed with surprise, soon wore a delighted expression, quickly following Chun Ku outside. As they reached the ground, several servants rushed to greet them. Chun Ku, with a cold demeanor, raised his hand to halt them. "Do not follow." He then turned to a serving woman in the ancient residence, inquiring, "Which gate leads to the garden most directly?" The woman, taken aback by Chun Ku's stern expression, promptly pointed to a nearby corner gate. "That one. Just go through there." Without waiting for her to finish, Chun Ku dashed towards the corner gate, which was locked with a large brass padlock. He raised an eyebrow, preparing to kick it open when the woman hurried over, frantically retrieving the key from her waist while calling out, "Cousin, cousin, the key, the key." Chun Ku stepped back, waiting impatiently for her to unlock the door before rushing into the garden. Zhou Jingran followed closely, his expression shifting from excitement to confusion. Cheng Ku appeared frantic, unlike someone who had taken an interest in a girl. Cheng Ku pressed his lips tightly together, sneaking along the lakeside, moving stealthily past flowers and trees towards the winding bridge. Zhou Jingran hurriedly trailed behind, amused by the spectacle. They resembled two thieves on a mission. As Cheng Ku halted behind a rockery, just a few steps away from the bridge, he concealed himself, watching Li Xiaowan, who was leaning over the railing, straining to grasp a large seed pod. Gritting his teeth, his eyes narrowed with intent. Zhou Jingran stood close, glancing between Cheng Ku and Li Xiaowan, puzzled by the unfolding scene. Just as Zhou Jingran was about to inquire, Cheng Ku suddenly leaped from behind the rockery, rushing onto the winding bridge. Chapter 53. The simple-minded girl Li Xiaowan had just twisted off a seed pod when she heard the commotion and abruptly turned around, seeing Cheng Ku charging towards her, her mouth agape and eyes wide. She was momentarily frozen in shock. Zhou Jingran, closely following Cheng Ku, arrived on the bridge and, upon seeing Li Xiaowan's stunned expression, chuckled. This girl is adorably dazed. How infuriating! Li Xiaowan mentally cursed, quickly shutting her mouth, lowering her gaze, and, tightly clutching the seed pod, instinctively taking a few steps back, feeling an icy chill run down her spine. Cheng Ku stood at the bridge as in trance, grinning triumphantly, and Zhou Jingran blocked the way, with the other end of the bridge leading to the lakeside pavilion. Li Xiaowan could only escape if she flew over them. Cheng Ku snapped open his fan, slowly approached Li Xiaowan, snorted dismissively, and with a swift motion, struck her head with the fan, saying indignantly, "You little rascal, you escaped last time. Let us see where you can run this time." Li Xiaowan pushed Cheng Ku's fan. Cheng Ku brushed aside Zhou Jingran with impatience and remarked, "You have no idea about that wretched girl." Suddenly, he hesitated, a flicker of embarrassment and anger crossing his face. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Last year, I accompanied my parents to the Fuyin Temple to pay respects to Lord Gu. To my astonishment, that wretched girl dared to steal offerings from before the Buddha. In the commotion, I lost sight of her. I initially thought she was a servant from the Wang Manor, planning to punish her severely upon my return. Little did I know, after searching the entire Wang Manor, I could not find her. It turned out she was a servant from the Gu household." Li Xiaowan lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the feet of Cheng Ku and Zhou Jingran, her fingers nervously picking at the lotus seed pod. She listened intently to their conversation, realizing the other person must be that young Master Zhou. How could he say she was dazed? He didn't even mention her hitting him. How could he afford to lose face? He thought she was a mere servant of the Gu household. Li Xiaowan felt a surge of joy, her mind racing with thoughts. Zhou Jingran widened his eyes in surprise and turned to Li Xiaowan, raising his eyebrows with a smile. "Indeed, she's quite the glutton. Last time, she stole offerings, and now she's plucking lotus pods." Li Xiaowan instinctively shrank her shoulders and took a step back. Zhou Jingran moved closer, lifting her chin with a fan, bending slightly and asking with a warm smile, "Don't be afraid. I will stand up for you. Tell me, what is your name?" Li Xiaowan's eyes were blank as she glanced at Zhou Jingran, then quickly lowered her gaze in trepidation. As her mind raced, her breath uneven, she stammered, Hongfu." Cheng Ku tapped her head with the fan, his brows knitting tightly as he scolded. "The master is asking you a question. Haven't the elders taught you how to respond?" Zhou Jingran interposed, shielding Li Xiaowan from Cheng Ku's fan. Li Xiaowan, hunching her shoulders, retreated further, beginning to cry softly. Zhou Jingran looked at her with compassion, turned to Cheng Ku, and said with a chuckle, "Enough. Look at how frightened this girl is. Step back. Let me ask her properly." Cheng Ku raised his eyebrows, snorted coldly, and shot Zhou Jingran a glance before stepping forward to stand beside him in front of Li Xiaowan. She timidly stepped back again. Zhou Jingran turned to her with a smile and gently asked, "Is your name Hongfu? The Hongfu that means great fortune?" Li Xiaowan shook her head repeatedly, murmuring, "No. No. I don't know." Cheng Ku glared at Zhou Jingran, scoffing. "A little girl who cannot even recognize a single character. Do you think she is well educated?" Zhou Jingran disregarded him and continued to look kindly at Li Xiaowan, asking, "Where do you work? How old are you this year?" "In the kitchen," she replied hesitantly. 6, 7, 8 years old." Li Xiaowan seemed to count on her fingers instinctively, stuttering. Cheng Ku raised an eyebrow, and Zhou Jingran chuckled. "How old are you really?" Li Xiaowan lowered her head, shaking it vigorously, her voice quivering. The elders, they haven't taught me. Chung Ku stomped his foot in frustration, half laughing, while Zhou Jingran clapped his hands in amusement, laughing heartily for quite a while before managing to ask, "What do you do in the kitchen?" "I stoke the fire." "And what do you pick these lotus pods for?" "They're delicious." Chung Ku, glaring at the lotus pod in her hand, suddenly snatched it away and threw into the lake. Zhou Jingran, holding his forehead in disbelief, laughed again, turning to Chung Ku and saying, "This girl is adorably foolish. It's a pity she's just a kitchen maid. I want her. I'll go to old Mrs. Lee tonight to request her, to have her grind ink and hold the inkstone in my study. It will be quite amusing for a few years." Zhou Jingran turned to Li Xiaowan, squinting as he appraised her with a grin. With such a beautiful girl, having her warm the bed would be a rare delight. Chung Ku's expression darkened as he shot Zhou Jingran a sidelong glance, coldly stating, "I saw her first. If she is to hold the inkstone, it shall be in the Wang Manor-s study, and if she is to warm a bed, it shall be my Qingjian courtyard-s bed. She will not go to you." Zhou Jingran raised his eyebrows and spread his hands, laughing, "Fine, fine. If you truly want her, I shall yield. However, if you take her, you must cherish her. If you grow weary of her, send her to me." Chung Ku ignored him, turning to Li Xiaowan with an authoritative tone. "You go back and tidy yourself. Tomorrow morning, return to the capital with me. If you dare steal again, I shall break your fingers." Li Xiaowan hurriedly concealed her hands behind her back, shaking her head in fright, retreating further, biting her lip, wishing she could kick both of them into the lake. Chung Ku cast a cold glance at Li Xiaowan, snorted, then pushed Zhou Jingran and strode along the path by the lake towards the corner gate. Li Xiaowan continued to sob, glancing at the two until they turned the corner, disappearing from sight. Only then did she spit in frustration, contemplating her next move. Without waiting for Lan Chu, she turned and dashed towards the kitchen, taking a long route back to Songfeng Courtyard. As Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran exited the corner gate, Zhou Jingran smiled slyly at Chung Ku. "Old Mrs. Lee is quite shrewd. If you ask her for such a pretty, silly girl, she might think you desire her for her beauty and scold you a few words before sending you back." Zhou Jingran laughed maliciously, while Chung Ku shot him a glance. "In your Jingyuan Pavilion kitchen, are the cooks male or female? Are they young maids or matronly women?" Zhou Jingran paused, covering his mouth and coughing lightly. Chung Ku looked at him and suddenly grinned triumphantly. "You've reminded me. I must request her before we set off tomorrow morning. If I ask tonight, a clever person like old Mrs. Lee will surely have her come for a look. Once she sees her, who knows what might happen. Tomorrow morning, I shall make my request." Chung Ku chuckled with satisfaction, while Zhou Jingran raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully regarding him, and slowly inquired, "So, that girl was only caught stealing food by you?" Chung Ku's face flushed, and he waved his fan without replying. Zhou Jingran chuckled, watching him closely and pressing. "You seem so vexed. It must have been quite the loss for you. What could that girl possibly make you suffer? Tell me about it." Feng Kiskivikosti Avrup, glaring at Zhou Jingran in anger. "That wretched girl can't possibly make me suffer." "Oof." He turned and walked away, muttering, "I'm going back to rest." Zhou Jingran laughed heartily, lazily standing up to follow him. Li Xiaowan returned to Songfeng Courtyard, her mind in turmoil as she settled onto the eastern couch, striving to calm herself while staring at a book. The words on the page danced incessantly, making her head spin. Frustrated, she tossed the book aside, jumped off the couch, and wrung her hands as she walked to the eaves. What on earth was happening? Didn't Ti Gu Xiao say they were leaving early today? Wasn't he the entire family in the front yard to see them off? How could the two people meant to depart suddenly appear in the garden? What had transpired? Was she being sold? Li Xiaowan felt her blood rush to her head, her temples throbbing, her vision blurring with golden stars as dizziness overwhelmed her. Lan Chu quietly stood behind Li Xiaowan, looking at her with concern. After a moment, she turned to prepare a cup of tea, carefully bringing it out on a tray, and gently said, "Miss, have a cup of tea to soothe your throat." Li Xiaowan suppressed her racing thoughts, leaning against the corridor pillar as she gradually seated herself on the bench, extending her hand to accept the cup and expressionlessly sipping her tea. She reminded herself to remain calm, to not jump to the worst conclusions, for surely something significant had transpired. Squinting her eyes in contemplation, she turned to Lan Chu and instructed softly, "Go to the kitchen and inquire about lunch, find out what has happened in the outer courtyard. The family has gathered there. It must be something of great importance. Hurry and return." Lan Chu's expression grew serious as she nodded quickly, placing the tray back in the room before hastening out of the courtyard. Filled with anxiety, Li Xiaonan sat quietly beneath the eaves, awaiting Lan Chu's return. It felt like an eternity had passed when Lan Chu returned to Songfeng courtyard, her forehead glistening with sweat, her face alight with joy. She knelt slightly and cheerfully reported, "Miss, I have good news. I heard from Lu Mama that a eunuch from the inner palace has delivered gifts from the emperor. The front courtyard has been busy all morning welcoming the envoy. The emperor sent many fine items to celebrate our ancestor's birthday." Li Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled a long sigh of relief, her brow furrowing as she pressed for details. When did the envoy arrive? It was said he arrived early this morning. Lu Mama mentioned that she received instructions before dawn to prepare refreshments. Li Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief, her body relaxing. It seemed that the envoy's arrival had delayed the departure of the two individuals, and today's misfortune was merely coincidental. Gradually, her mind settled, and she looked up at Lan Chu, asking, when will the envoy leave? The kitchen was bustling with preparations for the midday feast, and Lu Mama mentioned that once lunch was completed, they would have the afternoon free. It appeared the envoy would be departing in the afternoon. Li Xiaonan nudda, a smile gracing her lips as she commended, "You are quite perceptive. After lunch, find a reason to go over and clarify exactly when the envoy is leaving, and also inquire about when young Master Ku and young Master Zhou intend to depart." A flicker of doubt crossed Lan Chu's eyes, but she refrained from questioning further. Eagerly agreeing, Li Xiaonan felt her heart settle a bit more, unless young Master Ku was willing to let down his pride. And old Madame Li permitted him to search the estate. It would not be easy for him to find her. For the next few days, she resolved to remain within the confines of this courtyard, no matter what. Li Xiaonan rose and wandered into the eastern chamber, leaning against the bed as she glanced at a book. Yet her mind drifted elsewhere. The recent birthday of old Madame Li had been 2 days prior, and the Empress gifts had only just arrived this morning. Was it truly a delay on the envoy's part? Such ceremonial gifts could not possibly be rushed. There had to be some underlying intrigue, given that Minister Gu had fallen from grace to the point of suicide. Why would the emperor still bestow gifts on old Madame Li's birthday? Such honor was not befitting of a family of a condemned minister. The gifts were sent by a eunuch from the inner palace. Why weren't young Master Zhou and Cheng Ku present in the front courtyard? Cheng Ku's visit to celebrate the birthday was understandable, but Zhou's presence seemed peculiar. Li Xiaonan lowered her eyelids, pondering for a long while without arriving at any conclusions, ultimately letting out a series of sighs. She had nearly finished reading the estate records, but those were documents from over a decade ago, containing little of current relevance. If only she could access more recent records, she might glean insights into significant court affairs and trends. Though the Gu family resided in Shangli town, connections with the capital remained strong, particularly through the maternal family of Madame Zhou and the Princess of Runan. With such a significant gift arriving today, it was clear that the Gu family was intertwined with the court, and any turmoil affecting them would inevitably impact her as well. Li Xian Sigadabali. She needed to find a way to access the estate record from recent years. But for now, she must focus on the immediate matters at hand. With old Madame Li entertaining the envoy, would those two rascals soon come demanding their share of fortune? What would ensue? Li Xiaonan felt a headache coming on, reclining back on the bed, uncertain of what might unfold. When the water comes, let it flow. When the soldiers come, let them fight. As long as Cheng Ku kept silent about her indiscretions, merely indulging in a few sweet treats, all would be well. Old Madame Li would only feel concern for her. Li Xiaonan stood and paced a few times, then retreated to the western chamber, calming herself as she sat at the table, slowly writing. After dinner, she craned her neck, straining to hear any sounds from the courtyard entrance. She had never anticipated Gu Xiao's arrival as much as today, yet as the hour passed, he still had not appeared. Disappointment mingled with relief as she sighed. No news was indeed the best news. Donghua watched with curiosity at Li Xiaowan's restlessness throughout the day, quietly pulling Lan Chu aside to inquire. Lan Chu stood, quali papa. The two remained puzzled while attending to Li Xiaowan's bathing and grooming. Once settled in bed, Li Xiaonan closed her eyes while Donghua gently lowered the curtains. She silently offered a few prayers, counting sheep until sleep overtook her. The following day, just after the hour of the rabbit, Cheng Ku and Zhou Jingren had completed their preparations. A dozen large carts filled with luggage were ready, rolling out of the Gu estate's main gate early. In the main hall, old Madame Li sat in the principal chair, with Madame Zhou standing beside her, both smiling warmly as they conversed with Zhou Jingran, Cheng Ke, and Gu Xiao. Be cautious on the road. It's better to take your time and avoid being distracted by the sights, old Madame Li advised with concern. Zhou Jingran and Cheng Ke inclined their heads in agreement, and Cheng Ke, as if recalling something, smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Old Madam, I recently heard someone wishes to request a favor from you." Old Madame Li smiled gently. "Oh, who might that be?" "Old Madam." Cheng Ke cleared his throat delicately, bowing slightly before continuing. "Is there a maid in the kitchen named Hongfu? I wish to request her to take back with me, not for any particular reason, but simply because I find her name quite auspicious. Hongfu Chi Tian, fortune abounds, and I thought to bring her to my grandmother's courtyard for good luck." Old Madame Li paused, glancing at Madame Zhou, who looked equally surprised. A smile broke across old Madame Li's face as she turned to Cheng Ke and asked, "Have you met her?" "No, I haven't met her. I just thought her name was nice and wanted to ask you to bring her back." "It's merely for a good omen," Cheng Ke replied, lightly tapping his palm with a fan. Old Madame Li nodded approvingly. "That is indeed a thoughtful gesture. How could there be anything wrong with that?" She then turned to the nearby Granny Zhou, instructing, "You go personally to fetch Hongfu, have her tidy up, change into clean clothes, and bring her over to pay her respects to young master." "No need to bring her over," Cheng Ke hastily interjected. "There's no need for her to bow. Just hand her over to Pingyan. It's not necessary for her to meet now." Old Madame Li was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very well." Granny Zhou respectfully bowed and quickly departed to fetch the maid. Old Madame Li regarded Cheng Ke seriously, saying, "Hongfu is a simple girl, not very clever. I brought her back from outside a few years ago. She only knows how to tend the fire. The old dowager is a compassionate person. I have no worries about her being in the dowager's courtyard. Just take care on the road and ensure no one takes advantage of her." Cheng Ke wore a broad smile, eagerly assuring her. The group chatted for a while longer until the estate manager, Ting Bo, entered to report that everything outside was ready. Zhou Jingran and Cheng Ke rose, bowing to take their leave, while Madame Zhou assisted old Madame Li to the second gate. Gu Xiao, along with his servants and attendants, and Zhou Jingran and Cheng Ke, each boarded their respective carts as they set off for the 10-mile-long pavilion. After passing the long pavilion, Gu Xiao, with tears streaming down his cheeks, watched as Zhou Jingran and Cheng Ke's convoy disappeared from sight before he finally boarded his carriage to return. By noon, Pingyan had arranged for a guest house to be reserved, ensuring it was cleaned and prepared. Upon their arrival, Zhou Jingran and Cheng Ke entered the guest house lobby, where Cheng Ke's servant, Yuan Shan, along with Luo Chuan, had already set up a red clay stove in a corner, boiling water to brew tea. Cheng Ke paused and commanded, "Go, bring Hongfu over and let her learn to make tea." Yuan Shan, taken aback, quickly complied and exited the lobby to fetch the head steward, Pingyan, to bring her. Cheng Ke and Zhou Jingran settled into the armchairs at the center of the lobby. Zhou Jingran turned to the boiling water on the stove, smiling as he instructed. "Luo Chuan, please brew a cup of tea for me." Luo Chuan responded with a grin. "Yes, young Master Zhou. It's already prepared and cooled." He then took 2 exquisite porcelain cups and poured the tea from a small jug, serving it to them. Zhou Jingran, crossing his legs, lifted his cup to sip the tea, while Cheng Ke leaned back against the chair, also taking a drink. At that moment, Yuan Shan entered, guiding the timid Hongfu, who clutched her bundle tightly. Zhou Jingran, facing the entrance, widened his eyes in shock as he saw Hongfu trailing behind Yuan Shan, causing him to inadvertently spit out his tea. Cheng Ke hastily turned around, staring incredulously at the cowering girl. She was exceedingly short and stout, with an unusually large and flat face. Her eyes were spaced wide apart, with a flat nose nearly level with her cheeks, and her lips were thick and slightly parted, a droplet of saliva hanging precariously at the edge. Her left eye gazed left, while her right eye looked right, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Zhou Jingran burst into uncontrollable laughter, shaking with mirth, causing his cup to slip from his grasp. The attendant beside him swiftly caught it. Cheng Ke's face shifted from red to pale, then to a sickly hue as he jumped up, pointing at Hongfu, exclaiming in frustration, "What is this?" Saliva dripped from Hongfu's lips onto her clothing as she began to cry, her eyes rolling back in distress. Yuan Shan turned and bowed, explaining, "Young master, this is Hong Fu, the kitchen maid at Gu's residence." Zhou Jingran pointed at Hong Fu, then at Cheng Ku, laughing so hard he could barely speak. Seeing Hong Fu crying, a combination of tears and drool, only made him laugh harder, clutching his stomach and stamping his feet until he accidentally toppled over, chair and all. The two attendants behind rushed to support him, helping Zhou Jingran back to his feet. He straightened up, his face flushed, and coughed lightly to regain his composure. Approaching the visibly upset Cheng Ku, he patted him on the shoulder, still laughing. "You must keep this girl. She is truly a rarity." Cheng Ku, trembling slightly, pointed at Hong Fu, exclaiming in exasperation, "Take her away. I never want to see her again." Yuan Shan hurriedly ushered Hong Fu out of the lobby. Kieng Giskiviko, panting heavily, collapsed back into his chair, furiously fanning himself with a folding fan. Zhou Jingran slid into the chair beside him, whispering, "Now tell me, what misfortune did you suffer at her hands last time?" Cheng Ku's fan froze midair as he turned sharply to Zhou Jingran, seething, who said that girl was slow-witted. One moment they say she is foolish, the next they say she is endearing. I believe you're simply smitten by her looks. If it weren't for your meddling, why I've been deceived by her? Oomph. Cheng Ku fervently waved his fan, while Zhou Jingran felt his cheeks warm, covering his mouth to suppress a laugh. "Let's not dwell on that. Tell me how she tricked you last time." Cheng Ku sprang up, striding out of the guest house lobby, repeatedly calling for Ping, and, "Let us set off. We've no time to waste." Zhou Jingran raised an eyebrow, leisurely following behind, a broad smile on his face as they exited the guest house. Gu Xiao returned home and paid respects at Ruishuan Hall. After having lunch there, he proceeded directly to Songfeng Courtyard. Li Xianwan hurried to greet him in the corridor, and Gu Xiao took her hand, pulling her into the room. She promptly instructed Lan Chu to brew tea and serve it. Leaning against the eastern couch, Gu Xiao gazed at Li Xianwan with a melancholic expression, saying, "Wan, cousin Ku and brother Zhou have left. By now, they must be nearly out of the town limits. Who knows when we will see cousin Ku and brother Zhou again?" Li Xianwan blinked and replied with a smile, "We'll see them during the old ancestor's birthday next year. Won't we?" "Not necessarily." Gu Xiao shook his head. "Cousin Ku mentioned he would go to the border to serve in the army. If he goes, he might not return for several years." Li Xiaonan lowered hergaze, her eyes shifting as she smiled and asked, "Did anything interesting happen yesterday when the imperial envoy visited?" Gu Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Receiving the envoy was quite dull. It involved kneeling, maintaining a straight posture, bowing 3 times, and not moving or speaking when not bowing. It was utterly uninteresting. Nothing fun about it. And what about this morning? Any amusing incidents while sending off cousin Ku and brother Zhou? Gu Xiao thought for a moment, shook his head, then nodded, looking at Li Xianwan with a smile. "There was one thing, though I'm not sure if it counts as amusing. This morning, cousin Ku suddenly asked the old ancestor for Hong Fu to take back to the capital for the Empress Dowager's good fortune." Li Xianwan's eyes widened in surprise as she focused intently on Gu Xiao, asking, "What did cousin Ku say when he saw Hong Fu?" Gu Xiao paused, then chuckled. "Cousin Ku said he wanted Hong Fu for her auspicious name, hoping to bring good fortune. The old ancestor instructed Granny Zhou to bring Hong Fu to cousin Ku to bow, but cousin Ku declined, saying it was unnecessary. The old ancestor then told Granny Zhou to hand Hong Fu over to the head steward Ping and of the Renan Wang Fu, also advising cousin Ku to look after her, saying she was rather simple-minded." Li Xianwan blinked rapidly, biting her lip in silence for a moment, before bursting into laughter, collapsing onto the couch and rolling around in amusement. She quickly regained her composure and, as usual, began to study with Gu Xiao. As the sweltering July arrived, Li Xianwan faced the impeccably dressed and rigidly disciplined Mr. Wang daily, her worries growing. Mr. Wang was upright and principled, but also exceedingly rigid. Gu Xiao, who had always been simple and somewhat dull, had become even more pedantic under Mr. Wang's influence, constantly quoting the sages. If he continued to emulate Mr. Wang's obdurate ways, believing himself to be principled and inflexible, he would surely be doomed. Li Xianwan sat behind the table, listening attentively to Mr. Wang's lecture to Gu Xiao while slowly writing. She thought to herself that she must find an opportunity to gauge the old lady's thoughts. In the afternoon, Li Xianwan and Gu Xiao sat beneath the eaves of Songfeng Courtyard, enjoying the refreshing breeze as they read from their books. Doma brought over a shallow dish of cleaned ice grapes and placed it on the low table in front of them. Li Xiaowan quickly set her book down, picked up a grape, and tossed it into her mouth. Gu Xiao followed suit, joining her in eating. As Li Xiaowan munched on the grapes, she tilted her head to look at him, pondering before saying with a smile, "Gu Xiao, I find that one of the things Mr. Wang said today doesn't quite add up." Gu Xiao looked at her in surprise. Wan, how could what Mr. Wang said not make sense? Li Xiaowan glanced at Gu Xiao disdainfully, pouting. "Are you saying that everything Mr. Wang says is correct?" Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback as Li Xiaowan munched on grapes, tilting her head to observe him. She then remarked, "The sages saying, the blue emerges from the indigo and surpasses it, and ice is born from water but is colder than water, is illogical." Gu Xiao widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Li Xiaowan. She smiled and continued, "Indigo is simply a shade of blue. How can one claim superiority over the other? Ice is merely a form of water, both being the same substance. If we were to follow this reasoning, could we then assert that wine, brewed from rice, is superior to rice itself? Or that the honey-glazed pork, made from a slaughtered pig, is tastier than the living pig?" Gu Xiao was rendered speechless, struggling to respond. After a moment, he stammered, "Wan, the sage's words are profound. How can you make such frivolous comparisons? The sage's words cannot be erroneous. Then enlighten me. Where have I erred?" Li Xiaowan challenged. Gu Xiao opened his mouth, scratching his head in confusion, unable to articulate a rebuttal. He stubbornly insisted, Wan, you cannot speak so recklessly. The sage's teachings are undeniably correct. The sage's words are the foundation upon which we stand and act. Why must the sage's words be infallible?" Li Xiaowan pressed, her eyes narrowing. Gu Xiao remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, he patiently replied, Wan, how could the sage's words be wrong? The sage also said. Li Xiaowan shook her head vigorously, interrupting him. "You must not merely assert that the sage is right and that he cannot be wrong. Simply stating these two phrases is insufficient. You must provide reasoning to persuade me as to why the sage's words are indeed correct." Gu Xiao scratched his head in frustration, while Li Xiaowan narrowed her eyes, pouting in annoyance. "Gu Xiao, if you cannot present a sound argument, we shall consult our ancestors tonight. If our ancestors deem my reasoning valid, you shall no longer claim that the sage's words are absolute." Gu Xiao nodded eagerly, and Li Xiaowan smiled in triumph. That evening, Lady Zhou, having recovered from the heat, rested in Qingxin courtyard and did not attend to the Ruishuan Hall. After dinner, Gu Yunhuan, feeling disheartened, took his leave, followed by Gu Yinshan. Li Xiaowan winked at Gu Xiao, who nodded and moved closer to the elderly matriarch, recounting the earlier debate with Li Xiaowan. Looking up earnestly, Li Xiaowan addressed the matriarch, "Grandmother, we must deliberate on this matter. The sage is human. Humans may err in speech and action. The sage's words must encompass both truth and falsehood. Reason is reason. Fallacy is fallacy. How can we declare that all utterances of the sage are beyond reproach?" Lady Li gazed at Li Xiaowan in surprise, then turned her attention to Gu Xiao, who wore a disapproving expression but was at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, she smiled and said, "Xiaowan makes a valid point." Gu Xiao was taken aback, tugging at Lady Li's sleeve in urgency. "Grandmother," the sage said. "Bah, the sage said this and that, yet is he not also human?" Li Xiaowan kuntarat, altingwam xiao's arguments. Rendered speechless, he looked at her in disbelief. Lady Li sighed inwardly, caressing Gu Xiao's head with a smile, and explained, "Shower, adhering to the teachings of sages and wise ones is commendable. Xiaowan, applying thoughtful consideration to all matters is equally commendable. Both of you possess strengths and weaknesses." Li Xiaowan listened intently, while Lady Li gazed at Gu Xiao and continued. "While the teachings of sages and wise ones may contain errors, one must discern their applicability. Merely listening is inadequate. One must also contemplate deeply." Turning to Li Xiaowan, Lady Li added, "Since you have reflected, you must delve further. The words of sages and wise ones have been passed down through generations, having been contemplated, applied, and deemed reasonable by many. Thus they endure. It is not that all sage's words are infallible. Rather, those that have been preserved are the truths they conveyed." Li Xiaowan nodded in understanding, clapping her hands gently. "Grandmother, your wisdom is profound. I comprehend now that the words of sages and wise ones must be applied judiciously. Lady Li nodded in approval, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Turning to Gu Xiao, Li Xiaowan teased, Gu Xiao, you are increasingly resembling the esteemed Master Wang. The old stick has raised a little stick. Gu Xiao pouted in response. The master said that one must be upright and unyielding. That is not being rigid, but rather principled. Lady Li regarded Gu Xiao thoughtfully before smiling and saying, it is getting late. You two should retire for the night. Quickly rising, Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan took their leave from Ruishuan Hall and headed home. As Gu Xiao watched Li Xiaowan enter the gates of Songfeng Courtyard, he turned back, meandering slowly towards Wudong Courtyard. Days passed, and Lady Zhou improved significantly, sitting with Lady Li in Ruishuan Hall, exchanging casual conversation. Lady Li smiled and said, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Lady Zhou leaned forward slightly, responding gently, Mother, what is your command? It concerns Shower. Lady Li sighed softly, continuing, this past year, he has excelled in his studies. Last month, he began to engage in discussions. At this rate, he will soon be able to compose essays. A radiant smile illuminated Lady Zhou's face as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mother, Shower has matured, become sensible, and is diligent in his studies. Lady Li observed Lady Zhou, then sighed again, smiling as she remarked, when Shower's father was alive, he mentioned that Master Wang was an exceptional tutor. Now that Shower has reached this level, it is essential to find him a more distinguished teacher. Lady Zhou appeared contemplative, nodding in agreement. Mother is correct. If he is to begin composing, he must have a more capable tutor. However, the two Zhejiang provinces, the capital, might indeed offer better options. There are excellent teachers in the two Zhejiang provinces as well. It is often said talents emerge from Jiangnan, especially in Yuezhou, where there is no shortage of gifted individuals. Lady Li remarked with a smile. Nearby, in Liuxiang town, there is a scholar named Chun Xingyi, whose knowledge is exceptional. Lady Li added, lifting her teacup for a sip. With a cheerful demeanor, she continued, as for Mr. Chun, in terms of talent, even Shower's father acknowledged his prowess. He was renowned as the leader of literary gatherings in Yuezhou. Unfortunately, he was a man of great talent yet little fortune. Lady Li put down her cup, reflecting on the past. Mr. Chun and Shower's father participated in the autumn examinations together, excelling in poetry, essays, and discussions. Yet, during the final round of the examination, a spilled cup of tea marred his paper. The then educational official, who cherished talent, recognized his exceptional abilities and accepted him, but regrettably, he was ranked last. A single cup of tea turned the top scorer into the lowest, while Shower's father emerged as the top scholar that year. Lady Zhou listened, astonished. What transpired in the subsequent provincial examination? Was there a similarly unfortunate incident? Such occurrences have not transpired again. After the autumn examinations, Chun Qingyi, in a moment of desperation, hung herself and swore to reclaim her honor by achieving the highest rank in the next examination. The following year, she, along with a dozen fellow scholars from the same province, journeyed to the capital for the provincial test. However, on the morning of the examination day, as she exited the inn, she accidentally stepped into thin air and fell from the stairs, breaking her leg and thus missing the test. Madame Zhou, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment, remarking on the sheer coincidence. Indeed, the twists of fate continued to unfold. 3 years later, Chun Qingyi attempted to take the examination once more, this time with utmost caution, even opting for a single night's stay at the inn. Yet, upon entering the examination hall, she was suddenly seized by a severe bout of illness, rendering her unable to stand. The examiners had no choice but to carry her out, and once again, she missed the opportunity. Madame Zhou chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Another 3 years passed, and just before the examination, news of her father's death reached her, causing Chun Qingyi to faint from grief. She wept her way home to mourn, observing a 3-year period of mourning, lamenting her talent yet lamenting her ill fate, and ultimately refusing to take any more examinations. Living in poverty, she took in a few students, relying on teaching for her livelihood. Ironically, her pupils excelled, with several achieving the rank of Jinshi, becoming renowned scholars and esteemed teachers in the region. Madame Zhou, expressing her amazement, mused on the vastness of the world and its peculiarities, marveling at those with great talent yet little fortune. Indeed, it was evident that one's fortune was preordained by the heavens. One must accept their fate, as Lady Li lamented softly, her voice dwindling to a whisper before she continued. Although Chan Xingyi has faced misfortune, she possesses a cheerful disposition and broad friendships, never succumbing to arrogance or pedantry. Her former students, and those from Yuezhou, who have since passed the examinations and entered government service, still hold her in high regard. It would be splendid to invite her to teach Xiao. Madame Zhou's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as she eagerly concurred. Mother speaks truly. Such a teacher would be most fitting. Though I wonder if she would be willing to come. Chen Xingyi and Xiao, her South father, were close friends, and if you believe it to be a good idea, I shall send the steward to invite her tomorrow. The steward assisted during the arrangements for her father's funeral. Madame Zhou nodded with a smile, but hesitated to ask. What of Master Wang? A while ago, the Wu family from Hangzhou reached out, seeking a recommendation for a tutor. Master Wang would be ideal. I sent his resume, stating he would be Xiao's tutor. The Wu family replied yesterday, expressing their satisfaction with Master Wang. Tonight, I shall host a banquet to discuss this with him and see if he is willing. You should prepare 4 gifts and present him with 1,000 taels of silver. Madame Zhou promptly agreed, praising her mother's thoughtfulness. With this, everything will be in order. In August, Chen Xingyi arrived at the ancient residence, where Lady Li had the moonlight pavilion prepared for her stay, assigning 2 young servants and 4 maidservants to attend to her. Gu Xiao performed the customary bow of respect and began studying under Chen Xingyi. Li Xiaowan, now 8 years old, was deemed too old to attend school and thus ceased her studies. Gu Xiao felt disheartened for several days, while Li Xiaowan pleaded with him to bring her written work to be corrected. Chen Xingyi was impressed by her writing, praising its budding elegance and readily agreeing to critique her work daily. With mornings free from school, Li Xiaowan found herself with ample time. Each day, she would pay respects at Ruishuan Hall, enjoy breakfast, and then practice her writing and sewing, often finishing a book every couple of days. She frequently visited the external study, and the servant on duty reported this to Lady Li, who smiled and instructed the maid to allow her to read as she pleased. By the end of August, with the autumn breeze beginning to stir, Lady Li summoned everyone except Li Xiaowan. She pulled her into a seat on the couch, gazing at her with a warm smile, and said, I wish to discuss something with you. Wei Mama's needlework truly embodies the essence of her family's craft, producing intricate embroidery without visible stitches. I propose that she teach the seamstresses in our embroidery workshop. Your ancestors would not want the skills passed down from your mother to be wasted. Henceforth, you shall receive a 10% share of the workshop as profits. Based on previous earnings, this share could amount to over 1,000 taels of silver annually, enough to serve as your dowry. Li Xiaowan was taken aback, momentarily speechless. After a while, she shook her head vigorously, saying, Grandmother, you brought me back from Fuyin Temple, helped bear my parents, and took in both me and Wei Mama. We cannot express our gratitude sufficiently. Wei Mama insists I refrain from speaking of repayment, saying you are a person of deep blessings, and that your descendants will surely prosper. I can only pray for you in my heart. I do not desire a share. Lady Li smiled gently, affectionately stroking Li Xiaowan's head, sighing softly, You are a child who knows gratitude, and I see it clearly. It brings me great joy. You may accept this share. There will come a time when you need silver, and you will have no one to turn to for assistance. Accept it as a token of my gratitude as well. Li Xiaowan gazed at Lady Li, who looked back at her with a beaming smile, pinching her cheek playfully. The embroidery workshop is part of my dowry, and this matter concerns both of us. You need not worry. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaowan looked up at Lady Li with gratitude and nodded earnestly. Madame Zhou received a response for her letter to the Princess of Renan. Cheng Ku has resolved to join the army in the southern borderlands next January for a 3-year stint. The prince believes that since the child is still young, it would not be too late to revisit this matter upon his return. The Gu family is also in a period of mourning, making it an opportune time to discuss such matters. After a brief conversation, Madame Zhou and Lady Li decided to set this issue aside for the time being. As autumn approached, with chrysanthemums blooming and crabs in season, Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan discussed their plans, relaying their intentions to Lady Li, and, as in the previous year, invited Gu Yinshan and Gu Yinhuan to enjoy the flowers and feast on crabs. After lunch, as they exited Ruishuan Hall, Gu Xiao leaned closer to Li Xiaowan, a hint of mystery in his demeanor, and whispered proudly, Wan, I went to the kitchen first after school. Do you know what I was up to? Li Xiaowan turned to him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Did you sneak a taste of the crabs? Oh, not at all. Gu Xiao replied, somewhat deflated. But before Li Xiaowan could guess further, he eagerly continued. I asked Lu Mama to marinate 2 jars of crabs for us. I told her to select the largest ones for the dish. Li Xianwan halted, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a radiant smile. Since when did you come to love drunken crab? I want to eat it. I'll just watch you enjoy it. Gu Xiao shook his head, affirming earnestly. Chapter 57. Long-term concerns. Li Xianwan turned her head and gazed at Gu Xiao for a moment before smiling and saying, alas, Lu Mama is going to be put in a difficult position. Do you know that for drunken crabs, slightly smaller ones are the best? Gu Xiao suddenly understood and quickly turned to Zhu Ji, instructing, you must go to the kitchen and tell Lu Mama to choose the crabs herself. As long as they are delicious, the size doesn't matter. Zhu Ji smiled and bowed in agreement before heading to the kitchen to relay the message. The next day, the autumn air was crisp and refreshing. Mr. Chun, upon hearing Gu Xiao mention the appreciation of chrysanthemums and tasting crabs, unexpectedly granted him an extra hour off. Surprised, Gu Xiao hurried back and even asked Mr. Lin for leave, excitedly discussing with Li Xianwan about what they should eat. Old Lady Li did not mind their plans. Gu Yinshan directed the maidservants in setting up the chrysanthemum pavilion and instructed Lu Mama to steam 2 baskets of crabs and fetch 2 jars of fine osmanthus wine to send to Mr. Chun and Mr. Lin. The 4 of them gathered in the pavilion, chatting and laughing as they savored their wine and crabs, gradually becoming tipsy as the evening wore on. Gu Xiao leaned over the railing, mesmerized by the vibrant and alluring chrysanthemums, tracing patterns on the nearby pillar with his fingers. Gu Yinhuan took Li Xianwan's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Gu Yinshan frowned at her, but Gu Yunhuan ignored her and continued, sorrowfully saying, Xianwan, cousin will be going to the border after the new year and 1T return for 3 years. It's so harsh there, and he'll have to fight. Gu Yinshan stepped forward and firmly pushed Gu Yunhuan away, exclaiming, what do you have to worry about? Whether he suffers or has to fight is none of your concern. The elder sisters had always regarded young Master Ku as they did Gu Xiao. If Gu Xiao were to go away, wouldn't they worry excessively too? Gu Yinshan turned to Li Xianwan, paused, and admonished, don't indulge her. This is not for her good. Then, she turned back and pointedly tapped Gu Yunhuan on the forehead, scolding, you're not a child anymore. Such thoughts should not even cross your mind. Just look at you. Gu Yinshan hesitated, her upper body swaying slightly as she thought, then sat closely beside Gu Yunhuan, not bothering to avoid Li Xianwan, and lowered her voice, saying, Mother and our ancestors are not without such thoughts. Not long ago, Mother sent someone to inquire about Anna's opinion. Gu Yunhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, gripping Gu Yunshan's hand tightly, eagerly anticipating more. Holding her breath, she waited for Gu Yunshan to continue. Gu Yunshan resentfully tapped her forehead, saying, you see, Aunt said the prince mentioned that he is still young, and Cousin Ku is going to the border for military service. It will be better to discuss this matter when he returns. Besides, our family is still in mourning, making it inappropriate to talk about marriage. We have our mother and ancestors to worry about these matters. You need to be more responsible. If you continue to act so foolishly, and something foolish happens, won't you harm yourself? Gu Yunhuan was brimming with joy, eagerly nodding her head. Li Xianwan rested her chin on her hand, troubled as she looked at Gu Yunhuan. That Cheng Ku did not seem like a suitable match. Why did she have to like someone like him? And to marry him in the future? Fate was truly an inexplicable thing. I only tell you this so you don't get too ahead of yourself. Right now, it's merely our ancestors and mother who wish to arrange a match. What does Aunt mean by this? What are the prince's thoughts? We still don't know. And what about the old dowager and the palace? We cannot ascertain Cousin Ku's intentions either. You should not harbor any hopes. Otherwise, you might end up heartbroken. Gu Yunhuan, however, paid no mind to Gu Yunshan's words. Her face still radiant with smiles as she nodded. I know. Aunt loves me the most, so you can rest assured. Gu Yunshan sighed, stamping her foot in frustration, vexed as she tapped Gu Yunhuan on the forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Xianwan stood up, poured 2 cups of wine, and brought them to Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan, then turned and poured herself a cup, smiling as she said, may all lovers in the world be united. Gu Xiao had unknowingly joined them, clapping his hands and exclaiming, Wan, you speak so well. Li Xianwan turned around and handed her cup to Gu Xiao, pouring another for herself, raising it high as she invited the 3 to drink together. Gu Yunhuan laughed incessantly, while Gu Yunshan sighed at her sister, instructing the musician to assist her back to rest. Gu Xiao, with dreamy eyes, slumped into the armchair, And Sun Sun hurriedly called for Xing Hong to help him up and took her leave, returning to Wudong courtyard. Li Xianwan swayed as she stood, waving her hand to Gu Yunshan, saying, "Elder sister, I shall take my leave as well. I wish to sleep." Gu Yunshan leaned against the chair, somewhat dazed as she watched Li Xianwan sway along the flower path on her way back. The following morning, Li Xianwan was sitting on the bed in the east wing, embroidering flowers when she heard a maid at the courtyard door announcing, "The eldest young lady has arrived." Li Xianwan quickly jumped off the bed and went to greet Gu Yunshan, who was accompanied by Zhenju, walking lightly along the corridor. With a smile, she took Li Xianwan's hand and said, "Finally finished with my tasks, I come to seek some leisure here." Li Xianwan smiled as she welcomed Gu Yunshan into the room. Dong Mo brewed tea and brought it over. Li Xianwan pointed at the tea and said with a smile, "The lotus leaf tea from summer is highly praised. The other day, I also brewed some tea with chrysanthemum leaves, elder sister. Do try it and see if it's good." Gu Yunshan sat on the bed in the east wing, took the tea, and sipped it slowly, savoring it. She smiled and said, "This chrysanthemum leaf tea has a unique, refreshing aroma. Why not use chrysanthemum instead? The chrysanthemum leaves have a lighter fragrance." Li Xianwan replied with a smile. Gu Yunshan absent-mindedly set down her cup and turned to Li Xianwan, gently sighing, "Life was better when we were young, without any worries. Every day, we only thought about eating or playing. Now that we've grown up, we must think about this and worry about that. There is hardly any time to enjoy food or play." Li Xianwan was taken aback, contemplating Gu Yunshan's words without responding. Gu Yunshan sighed heavily again, leaning back against the cushion, saying, "Talking to you is pointless. Although you are clever and sensible, you are still young and cannot understand my worries, alas." Gu Yunshan sighed repeatedly, while Li Xianwan observed her closely, pondering, yet only smiled without daring to speak. After a while, Gu Yunshan turned to Li Xianwan, sorrowfully stating, "Just look at our home. Mother is unwell and has been troubled in her heart. Throughout the year, there are hardly a few days when she can be at ease. Our ancestor is aging. How much longer can she worry? Yunhuan only thinks about. In the capital, Gu Xiao is still young. In a few years." Gu Yunshan paused, clearing her throat softly before continuing, "I am already 15 this year. After mourning, how many more years can I stay at home? Just thinking about it keeps me awake at night." Li Xianwan stared at Gu Yunshan, lost in thought, then smiled and said, "Elder sister, do not worry too much. ISNT there is saying, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Second sister is also clever and capable. It's just that now you are in charge, and everyone wants to take it easy. Once you are married, she will naturally take on her responsibilities." Gu Yunshan smiled as she pinched Li Xianwan's cheek, saying, "You always know how to say nice things. But Yunhuan is not someone who can manage a household. She only indulges in romantic tales, weeping over useless poetry every day, alas." Gu Yunshan sighed deeply. Not being able to manage the household while at home is one thing. What if she continues to be so carefree after marriage? Wouldn't she be bullied? Li Xianwan pondered for a moment and nodded. Gu Yunshan furrowed her brows, turning to look at Li Xianwan. "If Yunhuan possessed even half of your sensibility, I would worry less. You are aware of Yunhuan's intentions, fixated on the Ruanan Wangfu, and yet our mother does not dissuade her. But in her current state, if she were to enter the Wangfu, what good could come of it?" Li Xianwan stared blankly at Gu Yunshan, who sighed deeply, her worries mounting. The Ruanan Wangfu has always been sparsely populated. Once the gentlemen marry, within a year or half a year, the elders arrange for concubines, which inevitably leads to countless grievances. It would be fortunate if a son were born within 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, like my aunt, who bore a son only after nearly 30 years. One cannot fathom the amount of scorn endured. Over the past decade, my aunt has arranged for the prince to take numerous concubines. Yet none of these women have borne a daughter. Gu Yunshan paused, her indignation flaring. "They say my aunt appears virtuous yet. Even the favored consort Chung summons her to the palace for reprimand from time to time. For this reason, my aunt retreated to the countryside for 2 or 3 years before conceiving my cousin, before finally returning to the Wangfu." Li Xianwan gazed at the fiercely agitated Gu Yunshan, gently clearing her throat and quietly inquiring, "How did you come to know about this?" Gu Yunshan fidgeted uncomfortably, lowering her head to sip her tea before whispering, "I overheard my mother and aunt speaking. You were eavesdropping?" Li Xianwan remarkabluni. Gu Yunshan set down her cup and playfully patted Li Xianwan's head. "You're so clever. Why must you dwell on such matters? Elder sister, you seem to be overthinking. Even if my second sister is to marry, you will have to wait until you are wed first. For her to be courted, you must fulfill your mourning period first. We cannot predict what tomorrow holds. Yet you worry about years, even decades, ahead. Gu Yinshan raised an eyebrow in annoyance, poking Li Xiaowan's forehead. You little girl, living day by day, haven't you learned that he who does not plan for the future will have troubles at hand? You've studied with the lady, haven't you? Li Xiaowan shook her head, responding earnestly, I don't quite understand these matters you speak of. I simply feel that your concerns may be futile. ISNT, it said, that Master Ku will be heading to the frontier to serve in the army next year. Moreover, the matter of having children is even more uncertain. No matter how much you ponder now, it serves little purpose. Chapter 58. Another year of spring. Gu Yinshan chuckled, reclining back with a sigh. You have a point. My contemplation truly yields no results. Granny Wei often says that the simple-minded have their own blessings, while those too clever often find life burdensome. Gu Yinshan raised her brows, laughing as she leaned back, pointing at Li Xiaowan. Yunhuan possesses a certain charming simplicity, but what of you? Li Xiaowan furrowed her brow in thought before replying earnestly. I too am a person of simple blessings. Gu Yinshan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. As the autumn leaves fell, winter swiftly approached, and the spring festival was upon them. Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan chattered excitedly, planning to create another painting to present to the venerable matriarch as a New Year's gift. Grandmother will surely adore it. Your painting from last year still hangs in the east wing of Ruishuan Hall. Li Xiaowan smiled, while Gu Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Now, looking back at last year's painting, I feel quite embarrassed. Embarrassed for what? I still find that painting to possess a certain spirit. It is sincere and honest. If there is any fault, it is merely in the technique. Li Xiaowan spoke earnestly, causing Gu Xiao's face to flush as he chuckled. The two deliberated for half a day, ultimately deciding to create a chrysanthemum painting. Once their plan was settled, Gu Xiao took Li Xiaowan to the outer study, eager to try his hand at painting. Since autumn, the matriarch had arranged for the outer study to be tidied up for Gu Xiao's reading and painting endeavors. With his growing collection of painting supplies, the small desks in Wudong Courtyard and Songfeng Courtyard could no longer accommodate them. Li Xiaowan accompanied Gu Xiao as he painted for half a day, and only when the hour of Shun arrived did they leave the outer study to change clothes and visit Ruishuan Hall to pay their respects. Gu Xiao toiled over his painting for nearly half a month before finally producing a work he was satisfied with. He carefully rolled it up, taking it personally to Songfeng Courtyard to show Li Xiaowan. At the end of winter, Dongma held the painting carefully as Li Xiaowan scrutinized it for a while, beaming as she praised. Gu Xiao, you have truly captured the lofty and proud essence of the chrysanthemums. Gu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he replied. I too believe this one is quite good. The two examined the painting closely for a moment longer, and Gu Xiao pointed to the blank space in the upper left corner. Wan, look, this space is reserved for the signature. Your calligraphy has been praised by Master Chan. I will paint, and you can inscribe, and this painting will be our joint gift to grandmother. What do you think? Li Xiaowan paused, lowering her gaze in thought for a moment, then gestured for Dongma to take the painting. Turning to Gu Xiao with a bright smile, she said, Master Chin's praise of my writing merely reflects that, at my age, my calligraphy is commendable. It is hardly exceptional. However, your painting is genuinely remarkable. I suggest you invite Master Lin to view it and see his thoughts on the painting. If he inscribes a few words on it, it would indeed be a delightful tale. Gu Xiao considered this, nodding in agreement. You are right, Wan. Master Lin is exceptional in both painting and calligraphy. If he were to inscribe on this work, it would undoubtedly enhance its value. Li Xiaowan smiled brightly, pushing Gu Xiao along. Then hurry and go. Master Lin will be returning home tomorrow, and the new year is fast approaching. Gu Xiao eagerly nodded in agreement, taking the painting from Dongma and skipping out of Songfeng Courtyard in search of Master Lin. By mid-December, both Master Chun and Master Lin had returned home for the new year, and Gu Xiao was on break, excitedly lingering in Songfeng Courtyard. After a couple of idle days, the matriarch sent him with Uncle Ting to deliver New Year goods to several estates near Shangli town, returning only on the 27th day of the 12th month. The next day, after paying his respects and having breakfast, Gu Xiao presented the painting to the matriarch. Li Xiaowan and Bilian held the painting as the matriarch examined it closely, her face beaming with delight. Gu Xiao pointed to the inscription beside it, grinning as he said, "Grandmother, Master Lin also praised this painting. I had him inscribe the words. What do you think?" The matriarch scrutinized the painting carefully, nodding appreciatively. To have learned so much in such a short time, it is only natural for the teacher to commend your calligraphy, but this painting is even better. Leaning back, the matriarch turned to Madame Zhou, cheerfully beckoning. "Come and take a look. Shower has made great progress this year. The spirit of the chrysanthemums leaps off the paper. Truly a splendid work." Madame Zhou stood and examined it closely, then turned to the matriarch with a smile. "Compared to last year's piece, there is indeed improvement. Shower must also dedicate more effort to his calligraphy, for in a few years, he will face an examination where good penmanship is essential." Gu Xiao quickly knelt in agreement. A fleeting shadow crossed the matriarch's eyes, but she smiled and said nothing more. Instructing Billion to take down Gu Xiao's painting from last year and replace it with a chrysanthemum piece. Madame Li observed as Bai Lian completed her painting, scrutinizing it for a while before smilingly saying, "From now on, the paintings in grandmother's room shall be changed once a year. Our ancestors wish to see our Shao heir become a renowned master of calligraphy and painting in the Yuanzhong era." Gu Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded vigorously, his hand scratching his head in shyness. "Rest assured, ancestor, I shall diligently learn from my teacher and paint with great care, aspiring to become a master of the arts." Madame Li chuckled and nodded in agreement, while Madame Zhou gazed thoughtfully at Gu Xiao. After the new year, as the 15th day approached, Gu Yinshan and Gu Yinhuan finally found some leisure time. They summoned Li Xiaowan to discuss the embroidery for the Qiqiao festival in August, their expressions tinged with worry. Gu Yunhuan reclined on the couch, hands spread out, lamenting, "I truly have no way. I've only learned for a little over a year. Competing for the top spot among so many is rather daunting. I think I shall just let it go." Gu Yinshan cast her a sidelong glance before turning to Li Xiaowan, who simply shrugged and decisively stated, "Did not Wei Mama already mention that among us three, the best needlework belongs to the eldest sister? She must prepare earnestly, otherwise." Li Xiaowan cleared her throat softly and whispered, "Shall we ask Wei Mama to assist with an embroidery piece?" Gu Yunhuan laughed heartily, while Gu Yunshan playfully tapped Li Xiaowan on the head. "What nonsense is this? Is that even possible?" Li Yianan chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Eldest sister, please stop. I have an idea." Gu Yinshan tapped Li Xiaowan again before she ceased her antics. With a radiant smile, Li Xiaowan continued, "In our esteemed family, our embroidery should naturally reflect elegance. However, the patterns we typically use are neither exquisite nor creative. Instead, let us commission someone to create unique designs. If the patterns are appealing, the finished pieces will surely look splendid." Gu Yinhuan sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her hands. "Xiaowan's idea is excellent. Those patterns are rather uninspiring. Let us use classical paintings as our foundation for the embroidery. Or perhaps we could have Gu Xiao create a painting on white silk, which we would then embroider. It must be splendid. Indeed, Wei Mama teaches that the stitches should remain concealed, ensuring the embroidery appears flawless," Li Xiaowan exclaimed, her eyebrows raised in enthusiasm. Gu Yinhuan, beaming with approval, nodded affirmatively. "Xiaowan is correct. Such embroidery, adorned with calligraphy and paintings, will undoubtedly be exquisite. I adore the ink bamboo painting. I shall embroider that." Gu Yinshan contemplated for a moment, then nodded, smiling. "This method is indeed novel. Even if we do not claim the top prize, it will showcase that we, the Gu family daughters, are not bound by convention. I will seek out a painting that is both meaningful and easy to embroider, and later, we can have Gu Xiao create a few pieces to choose from." After a brief hesitation, Gu Yinshan added, "However, we must first consult our ancestor regarding the customs for the Qiqiao festival. We usually adhere to traditional patterns for our embroidery, so I wonder if this deviation would be acceptable. We must inquire discreetly. We cannot let anyone else know," Gu Yunhuan urged, tugging at Gu Yunshan earnestly. Gu Yunshan shot her a glance, replying, "Do I need to remind you?" The next day, the three girls spoke with Madame Li and had Mama Sun discreetly gather the necessary information, and only then were they at ease. Each selected their favorite calligraphy and paintings, traced the designs, and began embroidering their pieces for the Qiqiao festival. Before long, the Qingming festival arrived. Just as last year, Li Xiaowan boarded the family boat, accompanied by Steward Liu, to return to Tianhua village for the ancestral rites. Before setting off, Dong Ma summoned several third-tier maids, such as Lan Chu and Chun Xiao, to assign them tasks. Chun Xiao, somewhat distracted, listened with half an ear. Once Dong Ma finished her assignments, she smiled and said, "When traveling, we must endure some hardships. Everyone should be attentive and serve well." The maids responded with a courteous bow, and Dong Ma waved them off. As Chun Xiao stepped outside, she stood in a daze. Lost in thought, Qiu Yi tugged at her sleeve, asking, "Sister Chun Xiao, what is the matter? Hurry back and pack. We leave early tomorrow." Chun Xiao shook off Qiu Ye's hand, forcing a smile. "You go ahead. I need to speak with Sister Dong Ma about something." With that, Chun Xiao turned back into the room. Qiu Yi paused, then returned to her task without further comment. Inside, Dong Ma was bent over, tidying up. Upon hearing the noise, she quickly turned, and upon recognizing Chun Xiao, she sighed with relief, chiding, "It's you? You should announce your presence. You startled me." Chun Xiao, wearing a smile, yet feeling uneasy, cleared her throat. "Sister Dong Ma, I wish to request a leave. I cannot accompany you this time." Dong Ma appeared taken aback, then turned to Chun Xiao with concern. "Are you unwell? Or was there something at home?" Chun Xiao hastily shook her head, then nodded emphatically. "No, it's just that there is something at home. My mother sent word for me to return." Dong Ma, contemplating, smiled and said, "Then you should go back. There is nothing urgent for the young lady on this trip. With me and Lan Chu around to assist, it will suffice. Tomorrow morning, I will inform the stewardess, and you may return home for a couple of days." Chun Xiao sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude as she bowed slightly before withdrawing. As in the previous year, Li Xiaowan spent the night aboard the boat. In the middle of the night, a gentle rain began to fall, the droplets pattering against the canopy, creating an atmosphere of somber chill. The following morning, surrounded by her companions, Li Xiaowan traversed the muddy fields to pay respects to her parents in the rain. Upon returning to the boatwoman hastily untied the ropes, setting off for home. Dong Ma and several maids were busy assisting Li Xiaowan in changing into clean clothes and shoes, while Li Xiaowan cradled a cup of hot tea, comfortably leaning against the cabin's couch as she leisurely read. The boatwomen, clad in straw raincoats, propelled the vessel swiftly. By early afternoon, they arrived early in Yunpu town, docking at the Yunji Inn to rest for the night. Dong Ma held an umbrella, while Lan Chu supported Li Xiaowan as they disembarked and entered through the inn's back door, heading straight to the small courtyard rented in advance by Steward Liu. In the drizzling rain, the docks of the Yunji Inn were eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. Suddenly, a figure darted out from behind a mooring stone, drenched and barefoot, closely trailing behind several coarse women of the Gu family. Lowering her head, she followed them into the inn. The attendant guarding the entrance glanced in surprise at the wet woman who followed last, exchanging puzzled looks with his companions, but refraining from questioning her. Upon entering the guest room, Li Xiaowan found Xiaoyu and Qiu Yi hastily preparing hot water and tidying up. Dong Ma attended to Li Xiaowan's oilskin, helping her change shoes, while Lan Chu brewed hot tea and brought it over. Just as Li Xiaowan settled down, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a soaking wet, barefoot woman rushed in, quickly shutting the door behind her. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, panicking as she repeatedly bowed her head in reverence. Li Xiaowan was startled and stood up, while Lan Chu and Dong Ma hurriedly stepped in front of her. Seeing the woman kneeling and bowing without pause, they both relaxed slightly. Dong Ma pointed at the woman, admonishing, "What are you doing? How did you get in here? Hurry and leave." The woman lifted her head, her face smeared with dirt, her voice trembling with urgency as she begged, "Please, young lady, take me back to Shangli Town. I implore you to take me back. In my next life, I shall repay you by working like a cow or horse." "How do you know we're going to Shangli Town?" At the end of winter, a surprised inquiry arose. On the boat that the girl descended from, there was the emblem of the ancient family. Li Xiaowan reached out to push aside Lan Chu, peering at the woman kneeling on the ground. Upon noticing Li Xiaowan's head peeking out, the woman hastily bowed her head again, inching forward slightly, raising her gaze earnestly to meet Li Xiaowan's. Li Xiaowan scrutinized her from head to toe, her heart-shaped face framed by thick brows and large, bright eyes, which sparkled with clarity. Though her face bore dirt, her skin remained tender and delicate, and her beauty was striking. Her fingers were long and fair, and although her clothes were soaked and filthy, they were made from high-quality silk. "Which family do you belong to? How did you end up here? Where are your maidservants?" Li Xiaowan asked in a soft voice. The woman hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, then fixed her gaze on Li Xiaowan and quietly replied, "I do not wish to conceal it from you, Mississippi. My name is Huang Meyer, and I hail from Feihong in Shangli Town. A couple of days ago, I was taken here to Yunpu Town for a spring outing. Unfortunately, through my recklessness, I offended my benefactor and was stripped of my shoes and valuable adornments, then pushed ashore. I had no choice but to hide at this inn's dock, hoping to encounter a kind-hearted person who could take me back to Shangli Town." Dong Ma raised her brows in concern, turning to Li Xiaowan. "A person like this is not suitable for you to meet. I shall summon someone to take her away." "Wait," Li Xiaowan interjected, grasping Dong Ma's arm. "She is merely a girl. Let's pause for a moment." Dong Ma halted, and Li Xiaowan turned to the anxious face of Huang Meyer, smiling gently as she asked, "Who brought you to Yunpu Town?" After a brief hesitation, Huang Meyer replied in a low voice, "It was the eldest son of the Zhang family from the Zhang mansion in Yuezhou. You have offended him, and he had you stripped of your shoes and belongings, pushing you off the boat to humiliate you. Did he want you to perform some act of contrition that you refused?" Huang Meyer's face flushed, and she looked at Li Xiaowan, biting her lip and nodding softly. "Though I am from a humble background, I still possess some dignity." Li Xiaowan paused, then inquired, "Where's the Zhang family's boat docked now?" "At the Tingyan dock, about a mile or two from here." Li Xiaowan lowered her eyelids, pondering for a moment. The Zhang family posed no significant threat, but her boat would directly dock at the Gu family pier upon returning to Shangli Town. If Huang Meyer were seen leaving the Gu residence, it could tarnish their reputation. After careful consideration, Li Xiaowan made up her mind and smiled. "I am not unwilling to take you back, but it is rather inconvenient. Once the boat leaves this inn's dock, it will head directly into the Gu residence's courtyard. How about this?" Li Xiaowan paused, and Huang Meyer's eyes brightened with hope amidst her disappointment. Li Xiaowan continued with a smile, "You may take a bath here, and I will find you a clean set of clothes and shoes worn by the maidservants. I also have some spare silver. You can use it to hire a boatman for a night journey back to Shangli Town. How does that sound?" Huang Meyer sighed in relief and hurriedly bowed in thanks. Li Xiaowan turned to Dong Ma, instructing, "Sister, take her to the bathing room, fetch a set of clothes from the matron for her, find a suitable pair of shoes, and give her 2 taels of silver. Also, pack some snacks for her to take. Once everything is ready, quietly escort her to the dock at the back of the inn." Dong Ma nodded, and Huang Meyer bowed once more. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she followed Dong Ma to the bathing room. Li Xiaowan leaned against the bed in her guest room, feeling somewhat restless as she awaited Dong Ma's return. After a short while, Dong Ma hurried back into the room. Lan Chu let her in and quickly closed the door. With a smile, Dong Ma knelt and reported, "All is well." I took her to the back dock of the inn, and fortuitously, a boat was there willing to go to Shangli Town. I waited until the boat set off before coming back. Li Xiaowan exhalat, dropping the book in her hand as she stood up, stretching her body with a smile. "Well then, this matter shall not be mentioned again. Let us treat it as if it never occurred." Dong Ma and Lan Chu nodded in agreement as Li Xiaowan strolled around the room, feeling relaxed before leisurely lying back on the bed to resume her reading. As June arrived, the entire Gu residence became bustling with activity. Following the grand ceremony, preparations for the removal of mourning attire began. The household was busy for more than a month, replacing curtains, furnishings, window drapes, clothing, and shoes throughout the estate. Li Xiaowan, dressed in a light yellow silk outfit, sat on her bed, gently caressing the gauze drapery hanging before her with a contented sigh. "I do love items made of silk." Dong Ma chuckled, shaking her head, while Lan Chu grinned. "I like them too." Dong Ma nudged Lan Chu, "Quickly go outside and burn some mugwort to cleanse the room." With a smile, Lan Chu exited, and Li Xiaowan placed a lotus blue silk cushion behind her, taking a book to read comfortably by the candlelight at her bedside. The maidservants of the Gu residence bloomed like summer flowers, their colors vibrant. Following the mourning period, the maidens and young servants who had reached marriageable age were now being arranged for marriage or allowed to seek their own matches. Madame Zhou sat in the east wing of Ruishuan Hall, discussing the marriage prospects of several senior maidservants with the old matron of the Li family. Madame Zhou requested me to consider arranging a match between Lan Ji and the eldest son of Steward Liu, a young man named Liu Yuanhai. He is currently learning to manage the accounts in the main household, and I see that their ages and appearances are well matched. The old matron of the Li family nodded slowly. "The eldest grandson of Steward Liu? He seems like a fine young man. Is this the intention of Matron Zhou?" Or is it a mutual agreement between the families? I inquired with Granny Wang, who wholeheartedly agreed. It appears they are quite satisfied. Madame Zhou replied with a smile. The old matron of the Li family nodded in approval. That is good. Although it is the family's decision to arrange the marriage, it is best if both parties are willing. Otherwise, what could be a good match may turn into a regrettable union. Your words are most astute, mother. The daughter-in-law will take note of this. Madame Zhou responded respectfully and proceeded to discuss the marriage arrangements of a few other maidservants. The old matron of the Li family inquired in detail and received nods of agreement. After concluding their discussion on the marriage of the senior maidservants, the old matron of the Li family slightly straightened her posture and turned to Madame Zhou, speaking softly. These matters are trivial. Yet, Yunshan is now 16. We must be attentive to her suitors. Once a match is settled, the preparation of her dowry will take a year or two. Otherwise, it will be rushed. Madame Zhou nodded vigorously. You are correct, mother. I have also been contemplating this matter and wish to discuss it with you. After a pause, she cautiously regarded the old matron of the Li family and continued, regarding the families in the capital, we are more familiar with them, it seems. Indeed, families in the capital are desirable. But as we are currently residing in our ancestral home, we do not plan to return to the capital anytime soon. If we were to seek a match for Yunshan in the capital, it would be inconvenient and inappropriate, as you are aware of our circumstances. Madame Zhou's expression turned serious, her demeanor dimming. The old matron of the Li family glanced at her, sighed, and then said, there are many prestigious families along the Zhujiang routes, and quite a few are like us, with ancestral ties to the capital. I have my eye on 2 or 3 families. Please listen. The old matron of the Li family lifted her cup, slowly sipping her tea, before continuing. One family is the Zhao family from Huzhou, a prominent lineage along the Zhujiang routes, known for producing numerous talented individuals. The current head of the family is the recently retired Zhao Taifu. The match I have in mind is with his legitimate eldest son, Zhao Changshan, who is Zhao Taifu's direct grandson. He is 17 this year and was recognized as a scholar last year. I have heard that he has been proposed to several times in the capital, but has rejected those offers, as the Zhao family values tradition and decorum. This would be an excellent match. Today, we present only one chapter. These past few days, Xiao Xian has been suffering from back pain, having spent 2 days in bed. But fortunately, she is feeling somewhat better now. Tomorrow, we shall proceed with 2 chapters. In the 60th chapter, Madame Zhou listened intently as the elder, Mrs. Li, paused, lifted her cup to sip her tea, and continued. There is another family, the Jin family from Taizhou. They began as merchants and have amassed vast wealth. By the time of my grandfather, the current head of the Jin family had passed the imperial examination and served as a 6th-grade official. Due to his lethargic disposition, upon returning home, he did not seek to regain his official position, instead focusing on business after receiving a tea and salt license. In his father's generation, he became a tribute scholar and concentrated on managing the family business. The one I am particularly fond of is the current eldest grandson, Jin Jiang. He has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, having passed the county examination at the tender age of 14. Elder Mrs. Li took a breath, and Madame Zhou refreshed her tea. After sipping, Elder Mrs. Li resumed. Compared to the Zhao family, the Jin family is favorable for its straightforward lineage. The current Mr. Jin has only 1 wife and 1 concubine, with 2 sons, 1 legitimate and 1 illegitimate. Jin Jiang's father is the legitimate firstborn, and they share a deep marital bond without any concubines, having 3 sons and 1 daughter. Jin Jiang is now 18 years old. However, he's been quite picky, having turned down numerous matches. The Jin family's matriarch has passed away, and there is an aunt whom we do not need to consider. I have met Jin Jiang's mother, who possesses a most agreeable temperament. Elder Mrs. Li sighed, as if recalling something, and remarked, such a mother-in-law would spare her daughter-in-law much suffering. Madame Zhou, with her eyes slightly downcast, smiled in agreement. Indeed, mother speaks wisely. She continued, moreover, there is the Geng family from Hangzhou, a family of noble lineage that has produced several imperial instructors. The current patriarch is the former Grand Secretary, Mr. Geng. The one I have my eye on is also the eldest legitimate son, Geng Xian, who is 17 this year. Alas, the Geng family is currently facing financial struggles and is rather impoverished. Having finished her tea, Elder Mrs. Li smiled gently at Madame Zhou and inquired, what are your thoughts? Madame Zhou hesitated, Looking up at elder Mrs. Li before replying cautiously, the Zhao family appears to be the better option. Although the grand tutor, Zhao, has retired, his students and associates are widespread in the court. Zhao Changchen's future prospects are surely bright, and such a family background would provide greater support for Xiao'er. Though the Jin family is wealthy, their foundation is rather shallow, and the Geng family is too impoverished. Elder Mrs. Li nodded thoughtfully after sipping her tea and remarked, "That is true. The Qiqiao festival is approaching. I wonder how well these young ladies have mastered their needlework. Let's see if their skills are commendable." Madame Zhou laughed and eagerly recounted the embroidery works of Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Madame Zhou took her leave. The next day marked the Qiqiao festival, and Li Xianwan's embroidery had been framed in a Zeton wood frame and returned. Several maidservants gathered around the artwork, chattering about it. "Miss, this chrysanthemum embroidery does not compare to the handkerchief you are currently using," Xiao Yu remarked, bending over to examine the piece closely. Li Xianwan shot her a glance and shook the handkerchief, saying, "How can it compare? This handkerchief only has a small portion embroidered in one corner. It cannot possibly be compared to this large piece. If I were to apply the same effort to embroider this large piece, it would take me 2 or 3 years." Xiao Yu nodded vigorously, agreeing, "What you say is indeed true. I believe this chrysanthemum is embroidered beautifully, with vibrant colors and lifelike detail. Don't you think so, Chun Xiao?" Xiaoye chimed in brightly. Chun Xiao, distracted, merely nodded in response as she gazed at the embroidery frame. Li Xianwan laughed and reclined on the couch, saying, "Indeed, Xiaoye is correct. I also believe my work is quite splendid." As they jovially discussed the embroidery, Dongma entered, lifting the curtain and greeting them. Li Xianwan, beaming, asked, "What good news do you bring?" "Indeed, it is good news. The lady has arranged marriages for several of the older maidservants in her household. Jinju has summoned us few second-tier maidservants to discuss how to congratulate them." Chun Xiao abruptly lifted her head, her expression tense as she focused intently on Dongma. Holding her breath in anticipation, Li Xianwan shot Chun Xiao a curious glance, and after a moment, she smiled and asked Dongma, "Which maidservants have been promised in marriage?" "To whom?" "Chiosu, who serves beside our matriarch, has been matched with a steward named Fuxing from the embroidery workshop. Lan Ji, who is close to the lady, has been betrothed to Lu Yuanhai from the accounting office, the same Lu steward who sends us back to Tianhua village every year." Chun Xiao dropped the handkerchief she held, collapsing weakly to the ground. Li Xianwan was startled, and Dongma and Lanchu hurriedly helped her up. Li Xianwan forced a smile, dismissing Xiao Yu and the others. "It's quite warm today. Chun Xiao must be suffering from the heat. There are too many people in this room. I feel stifled as well. You all should leave and rest." Xiao Yu quickly pulled Xiaoya and Xion away. Dongma and Lanchu assisted Chun Xiao to a nearby chair, where Dongma pinched her acupoint. In a short while, Chun Xiao's complexion regained some color, but she began to retch repeatedly. Li Xianwan's heart sank as she observed Chun Xiao's reddened face. Dongma and Lanchu brought a wash basin and warm water, assisting Chun Xiao in rinsing her mouth, then offered her a cup of cool tea to sip. Chun Xiao sat there, her face pale and expression vacant. Li Xianwan narrowed her eyes, calmly inquired, "Is it Fuxing or Lu Yuanhai? Speak plainly." Chun Xiao slid off the chair and knelt on the ground, choking back tears, gradually succumbing to sobs. Dongma raised her eyebrows, glancing at Li Xianwan, then at the kneeling Chun Xiao, deep in thought. Li Xianwan remained silent, slowly sipping her tea while awaiting Chun Xiao's explanation. After a time, Chun Xiao's tears subsided, and she looked up at Li Xianwan with red-rimmed eyes, her voice hoarse. "He promised me one thing, but then he sought the lady's permission for me." Chun Xiao broke into tears again. Dongma gazed at her, her brows furrowing, while Li Xianwan raised a hand to silence her, fixating her gaze on Chun Xiao, waiting for her to continue. After a while, Chun Xiao's sobs faded, only for her to suddenly collapse onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Li Xianwan grew impatient, stating, "If you continue to cry without end, then you may as well return and weep in solitude. Come back only when you have finished." Chun Xiao quickly straightened, shaking her head with tear-streaked cheeks, frantically wiping her tears with her sleeve, stammering, "Miss, I don't know how to explain." Chun Xiao feels lost. Li Xianwan regarded her with a cold demeanor. "Speak if you wish. If you cannot express it, then you may step aside." Chun Xiao shook her head incessantly, her face flushed, stammering, "It is Lu Yuanhai. We grew up together. I worked in the inner courtyard while he was in the accounting office. He always sought me out, bringing me gifts. We have known each other since childhood, and I thought, is that all? Is there nothing else? Li Xiaonan kuresit, her, gaze unyaviding. Chun Xiao shook her head, then nodded, repeatedly bowing in a heavy manner before finally murmuring her sorrow. Miss, Chun Xiao deserves to die. Chun Xiao deserves to die. I was with him. This month's monthly letter, the letter. Li Xiaonan shut her eyes briefly before softly asking, when did the letter arrive? Almost 20 days ago. Chun Xiao trembled uncontrollably, her voice barely audible. Li Xiaonan was lost in thought for a long while, gazing down at Chun Xiao, who was sobbing on the ground. She softly admonished, what good does crying do? I have allowed you to return for a day. Go seek out Lu Yuan Hai and inquire about the situation. The lady has made arrangements, but the marriage has not yet been formalized. If he wishes to withdraw, the lady would not force him. You must go and clarify things with him. Chun Xiao looked up in astonishment at Li Xiaonan, who, without meeting her gaze, turned to Dong Mo and instructed, help her pack her things and arrange for a matron to escort her home for the day. Li Xiaonan then turned back to Chun Xiao, saying, speak to Lu Yuan Hai and clarify matters. If he is willing to take responsibility, everything will be settled. If he refuses, return promptly. Do not linger outside. And certainly do not do anything foolish. Have you considered how your parents would feel? Chun Xiao knelt in acknowledgement, her eyes red, as she followed Dong Mo to gather her belongings. Li Xiaonan sat in a daze on the couch, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The following day, when Chun Xiao did not return, Li Xiaonan grew anxious and sent Lan Chu to deliver some items while checking on her. Chun Xiao had waited the previous day for Lu Yuan Hai, but to no avail. Lan Chu gathered the information and reported back to Li Xiaonan, who felt a sense of relief. The next day was the Qiqiao festival. Li Xiaonan entrusted her embroidered pieces to Granny's son for delivery, and she went to bed early the night before. The exhibition for the festival had been set up the evening prior, and by morning, the venue was bustling with visitors admiring the displayed embroidery. Li Xiaonan, Gu Yunshan, and Gu Yunhuan did not leave the house until the appointed hour, escorted by Granny Sun and Granny Zhou, to participate in the Qiqiao festival in Shangli Town. In front of the One Miao in Shangli Town, the open space was already surrounded by silk and embroidery shops. The outer layer was maintained by the enforcers of Yuezhou Prefecture and the male members of various guilds, while the inner layer consisted of matrons borrowed from each household to oversee the area. Today, only women were allowed in the open space. In the center stood a long incense table, adorned with 3 large incense burners, beside which were neatly arranged sandalwood sticks. In front of the burners lay several new mats, covered with soft white cushions. Granny Sun led Gu Yunshan, Gu Yunhuan, and Li Xiaonan forward, where they each picked up a stick of sandalwood, lit it from a nearby candle, knelt on the mats, and bowed in prayer before placing the incense into the burners and retreating to the side. As the participants gathered, 4 matrons with small copper gongs approached the altar, standing gracefully at the incense table and striking the gongs 3 times, which brought immediate silence. Granny Sun directed the attendants, including Zhenju, to lead Gu Yunshan and the others into the open space. Li Xiaonan edged forward, straining to see what was happening at the altar. A woman in her 20s, dressed in a flowing white gown with long sleeves and a traditional hairstyle, gracefully approached the altar. She had a serene and dignified demeanor, accompanied by 4 attendants in similar attire. Upon reaching the altar, the lady turned to face it, standing solemnly. Her attendants came forward with sandalwood, carefully igniting it and presenting it to her. The lady raised the incense high, performing a slow and dignified bow. The crowd of girls behind her knelt in unison, following her lead in their bows. After completing her prayer, the lady placed the incense in the burner and turned around. Several matrons approached with trays filled with threads and needles, presenting them to her. With a gentle smile, she touched the materials, and the matrons moved among the kneeling girls, allowing each to take a needle and thread. This was a blessing, a hope that those present would be endowed with skill. Granny Sun explained softly with a smile, while Gu Yunshan and the others followed suit, taking their threads and learning to thread needles under the moonlight, subsequently inserting the threaded needles into the embroidered balls held by the matrons, which became adorned with colorful threads, as if sprouting vibrant hair. After the needle god worship, Li Xiaonan, alongside Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, returned to the tent, ready to sit down when Dong Mo gently tugged at her. Turning her head, Li Li Xiaonuan noticed Dong Mo's anxious expression. That woman, Hua Mei'er, insists on meeting you, Dong Mo whispered urgently. Li Xiaonuan raised her eyebrows in surprise, cautiously glancing around for the woman. Dong Mo subtly indicated towards Lan Chu, who stood closely with a girl dressed as a maid. Li Xiaonuan scrutinized the girl beside Lan Chu for a moment before turning back to Dong Mo, quietly inquiring, "What if we need to go to the restroom now?" Dong Mo's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded, whispering, "There's S1 just behind." We've separated a space with a curtain. Li Xiaonuan straightened up and approached Granny Sun, softly informing her. Granny Sun promptly instructed several matrons to attend carefully, while Dong Mo supported Li Xiaonuan. And Lan Chu hurriedly led Hua Mei'er to follow them. At the end of winter, Dong Ma stood outside the curtain, gesturing for Lan Chu and Hua Mei'er to enter. Li Xiaonuan turned around, and Hua Mei'er fell to the ground, kneeling and looking up at her. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xiaonuan raised a hand to silence her, signaling her to rise. Leaning closer, she whispered in her ear, "What brings you to me? The simpler, the better." Hua Mei'er immediately understood, bending down to whisper softly, "Miss, I am in desperate circumstances, and I have taken this risk to seek your help. Please, save my life." Li Xiaonuan lowered her gaze, her expression impassive as she listened intently. Hua Mei'er did not delay, speaking urgently, "Young Master Zhang has returned to Yuezhou, leaving a steward who watches over Fei Hong every day. He claims to be acting on his master's orders to take me back with him. I would rather die than follow that filthy man." Hua Mei'er's voice trembled as she spoke. "I have endured these past few months, thinking he would eventually tire of me. But yesterday, he came back to Shanli Town with the magistrate, barging into Fei Hong and smashing dishes everywhere. My mother, having no choice, has given me 3 days to either go with young Master Zhang or be considered dead to her, complete with a funeral." Hua Mei'er choked back a sob but pressed on, "My mother's a good person, kind of both of us sisters. She has protected me for these months. If I don't leave, Fei Hong's business will collapse. I beg you, help me one more time. How do you wish for me to assist you?" Li Xiaonuan asked, studying Hua Mei'er, whose eyes were red-rimmed. "I want to go to the capital and make my way there. Perhaps I can achieve something. At the very least, I will no longer be a burden on Fei Hong." Hua Mei'er replied earnestly, staring intently at Li Xiaonuan. "Li Xiaonuan furuit herberais. Are you asking me to arrange a travel permit for you? Do you have any money?" "If I have a travel permit, Fei Hong is just a small establishment, and my sisters can gather a few coins for me. Even without money, I can still reach the capital. After all, I am merely a courtesan. There is nothing to fear." Hua Mei'er spoke with a hint of resolve. Li Xiaonuan scrutinized her for a moment, then lowered her gaze in contemplation. After a while, she raised her eyes to her and said, "I will think of a way for the travel permit. Have you discussed your plan to go to the capital with the Madam of Fei Hong and your sisters?" "Not yet. It is better not to bring it up. One must be cautious of others' intentions," Hua Mei'er replied. "Tomorrow morning, no, today do not return. I have half a tael of silver here. Go to Yun Shuijian for the night. It's a property of the Gu family, so it should be safe. Tomorrow around noon, I will send someone to find you. Use a false name. Call yourself Chaoyan." Hua Mei'er's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Li Xiaonuan. She knelt down and bowed deeply, then rose to take the silver from Li Xiaonuan's purse. Cautiously, she followed Li Xiaonuan out of the curtain, keeping her head down as she scanned her surroundings, quietly slipping away to find lodging at Yun Shuijian. Li Xiaonuan suppressed her emotions as she returned to the bamboo pavilion, sipping tea slowly while pretending to listen attentively to a middle-aged man on the platform discussing embroidery. Meanwhile, her mind raced with thoughts about how to procure a travel permit. Despite her efforts, she found herself utterly at a loss regarding what a travel permit entailed, which authority issued it, and how to obtain it. Feeling restless, Li Xiaonuan shifted in her seat. Gu Yinhuan glanced at her, chuckling as he patted her shoulder. "You really are quite worried, aren't you? If winning the first prize were that easy, the Qiqiao festival in Shanli Town wouldn't be so renowned." Li Xiaonuan snapped back to reality, pouting slightly. "The elder sister's stitching truly is the finest." Gu Yinshan laughed, turning to Li Xiaonuan. "That is merely your limited perspective. There are always greater talents beyond our view. Nonetheless, we have indeed gained something today. The saying that the embroidery is as poetic as a painting shows great depth, which is precisely what we desired." Feeling a pang of embarrassment, Li Xiaonuan realized she had not absorbed a single word spoken by the person on stage. Not long after, Granny Sun approached, bending slightly, her voice cheerful as she reported, "Miss, it is time for us to return. It will be crowded when everyone disperses. It is not convenient." Gu Yinshan nodded, signaling for Gu Yinhuan and Li Xiaowan to rise. The three stood up, surrounded by their maids, and exited the bamboo pavilion, turning a corner to board the sedan chair, heading back to the Gu residence. In the days that followed, Xiao Xian encountered a minor mishap, bringing her pain, and thus, additional chapters must be postponed for now. I bow an apology. Chapter 62. Good fortune upon returning to the Gu residence. After paying respects in Ruishuan Hall and returning to Songfeng Courtyard, Chun Xiao had already come back. Li Xiaowan hurriedly called her in, dismissing the other maids and keeping only the informed Dongma and Lan Chu. Chun Xiao entered the room with a blank expression, bowing to pay her respects, then fell silent. Motionless on the ground, a sense of foreboding washed over Li Xiaowan, and she gestured for Lan Chu to help her up, encouraging her to sit in the armchair before her. "Did you see Lu Yuan Hai?" she asked, examining her closely. Chun Xiao nodded, her throat seemingly choked. Dongma poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, whispering, "Have a sip of tea first." Chun Xiao took the cup and drank in one go. Her gaze lowered, fingers gripping the cup tightly, as if in a spasm. Li Xiaowan sighed and asked, "What did he say?" Chun Xiao pressed her lips tightly together, finally looking up with sorrowful eyes fixed on Li Xiaowan. After a long moment, she raised the cup to her lips again, and Dongma quickly took it from her. Smiling as she said, "I'll get you another cup." Chun Xiao released the cup slowly, shaking her head as she looked at Li Xiaowan, tears spilling from her eyes as she opened her mouth but could not find her voice. After a while, she hoarsely uttered, "He said he has no choice." "What does no choice mean? What about the child? Does he have no choice about that either?" Li Xiaowan asked, stunned and somewhat angrily. Chun Xiao's face turned pale as she raised her hand to cover her face, tears seeping through her fingers. After a long pause, she lowered her hand, her face streaked with tears as she said, "It's all my fault. He said he doesn't know who the child belongs to, whether it's his or not." Li Xiaowan stared at Chun Xiao in disbelief. The selection during the Qiqiao festival had been of the finest gentlemen, and now what she heard was from the most despicable of men. Dongma, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "How can he say such things? If it's not his, then whose could it be? How can someone be so heartless?" Li Xiaowan raised a hand to silence Dongma, looking at Chun Xiao with pity, unsure of what to say. Chun Xiao gradually stopped crying, instinctively cradling her abdomen. She looked up at Li Xiaowan and said despondently, "Miss, I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. I do not wish to burden you further. Tomorrow, I will feign illness and return home." Li Xiaowan remained silent for a moment before softly asking, "What are your plans for when you return?" Chun Xiao shook her head in confusion. "What plans could I possibly have? Just wait to die." Li Xiaowan bit her lip. Glancing at Chun Xiao's belly, she asked, "What are you planning to do about the child?" Chun Xiao's body trembled slightly as she pressed down on her abdomen, wishing she could expel whatever was inside her. After a long pause, she sorrowfully said, "This cursed child." After a moment, she continued, "I heard that the midwife on Water Street knows how to perform abortions. I will seek her out." Li Xiaowan looked at Chun Xiao in silence for a while, then slowly nodded. Lan Chu, feeling uneasy, shifted slightly and opened her mouth, but the words caught at her throat. Li Xiaowan lowered her head in thought before gently instructing Chun Xiao, "You should rest for now. Take a day off tomorrow and return the day after." Spring Xiao stood up, bowed slightly, and exited. Lan Chu, seeing her leave, turned to Li Xiaowan, her face filled with fear as she said, "Miss, 2 years ago, the coachman Zhang Dagon's wife from our estate, not wanting her child, went to Shui Street to seek out those women for an abortion remedy. Unfortunately, after taking the medicine, she bled profusely and died by morning." Dong Mo was startled. "Don't speak carelessly. You'll frighten someone to death." "I'm not speaking carelessly," Lan Chu insisted. "Zhang Dagon lives in the same courtyard as us. My mother attended to her all night." Li Xiaowan stared blankly at Lan Chu, realizing she was not exaggerating. Abortion often led to uncontrollable bleeding, and once one stepped into that peril, they were treading dangerously close to death. Here, the best methods of contraception and abortion should be sought from the courtesans in the Qinggo Lan. Perhaps they possess such knowledge. The thought of courtesans made Li Xiaowan's head ache again. In a blink, she found herself entangled in 2 troublesome matters. She could not neglect Spring Qiao's situation. Nor could she easily disregard the courtesan issue. Having observed the courtesans for so many years, she trusted her judgment. One of them had talent and a forthright, chivalrous disposition. Such a person could prove useful one day. Regardless of the era or circumstances, human nature remained the same, and her ability to discern character was equally applicable here. But how could she assist her? Have you ever seen a travel permit? Li Xiaowan asked Dong Mo. Dong Mo shook her head. We have no need for such things. Do you know how to obtain one? Li Xiaowan pressed on, her persistence evident. Dong Mo again shook her head, and Li Xiaowan sighed in disappointment, turning to Lan Chu, who shrugged. I don't know either. I've never been outside. We always follow the master's orders. We never concern ourselves with travel permits. Even if we had gone out, we would not know, Dong Mo added. Li Xiaowan's shoulders drooped in despair. She felt defeated. She could not assist Spring Xiao in any way, nor could she grasp the concept of travel permit. Why not ask her anyway? She accompanied your parents to the capital and surely knows about travel permits, Dong Mo suggested. Li Xiaowan's eyes brightened. You're right. What time is it now? It's late. You can ask her tomorrow, Dong Mo remarked, glancing at the hourglass in the corner. Li Xiaowan considered. It's not too late yet. Lan Zhu, go find a woman from the back courtyard and tell her I have some red spots on my arm. Ask Granny Wei to come take a look. Lan Chu hurriedly complied and left. Shortly after, Granny Wei entered, slightly out of breath, and quickly knelt, anxious to check on Li Xiaowan. Let me see which hand it is. Is it itchy? Li Xiaowan chuckled softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she withdrew her arm, pulling Granny Wei to sit at the edge of the bed. I'm fine. Really, I merely want an excuse to have you come. Granny Wei, still concerned, examined both arms closely. Seeing there were no red spots, she finally relaxed. Miss, you've been busy all day. Why not rest? What's the urgent matter? Granny, do you know what a travel permit is? Granny Wei was taken aback, looking at Li Xiaowan with concern. Why are you asking about such a thing? What do you need it for? Please don't rush. Someone has asked me to procure a travel permit for her. I don't quite understand what it is. So I wanted to ask you. Who asked you for it? How do you know such a person? Granny Wei pressed on, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan lowered her eyes, contemplating before recounting the situation regarding the courtesan. Granny, please don't be alarmed. I understand the gravity of the matter. First, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Secondly, it's a minor issue. The Zhang family estate isn't far from here, and their family is known for its strictness. This young master is a bastard child, and he must be hiding this affair from his family. Once the courtesan is sent away, this matter will be settled. Granny Wei frowned, deep in thought for a while, then sighed softly. Alas, miss, you have a kind heart. It's hard to turn a blind eye to such matters. Li Xiaowan nodded eagerly, accepting a cup of tea from Dong Mo and handing it to Granny Wei. After taking a sip, Granny Wei continued, travel permits are not easy to obtain. They must be processed through layers until reaching the government office in Yuezhou. If she is going to the capital, a travel permit may not even be necessary. What do you propose? Li Xiaowan asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Shifting closer to Granny Wei. Granny Wei smiled. Recently, I have been tasked by our matriarch to select embroiderers for the Duke Zhou's household in the capital. Yesterday, I completed the selection. They will depart at noon tomorrow. One of the embroiderers is an old servant of the Lin family, and I've known her for decades. We could entrust her to escort the courtesan to the capital. The courtesans from Duke Zhou's household have also become familiar with me, so I can ask them for favor. Li Xiaowan clapped her hands in delight. That is truly a stroke of luck. You're so clever, Granny. It seems the courtesan is fortunate. Granny Wei chuckled, shaking her head. She is merely benefiting from your good fortune. Li Xiaowan smiled brightly. If only everyone around me could share in my good fortune. I hope Spring Xiao also finds such luck. Granny Wei discussed a few more details with Li Xiaowan, exchanged some idle chatter, and then took her leave. After bathing and refreshing herself, Li Xiaowan sat quietly while Dong Mo twisted her hair, pondering. How much silver do we have left? 376 taels, along with some small coins, Dong Mo replied briskly. Li Xiaowan calculated slowly. It's already July. By the end of the year, we should receive over 1,000 taels in dividends. If we set aside 70 taels, it should be enough for our needs until year-end. Dong Mo paused in her task, hesitating. What do you plan to do with the 300 taels? Winter Mo, we must assist her fully. I intend to send the courtesan an additional 300 taels as capital to help her start a life in the capital, Li Xiaowan declared. Is it wise to give her such a sum? Dong Mo gasped quietly. Li Xiaowan turned to her with a smile. We are merely providing her with the means to establish herself. What use is it if we don't help her? Money can always be earned back. It's not a matter of grave concern. Dong Mo reluctantly nodded. I'll follow your lead. After a moment, she hesitated again, anxious. Miss, should we report Spring Chiao's situation to the matriarch and the lady? Li Xiaowan paused, reflecting for a moment before softly asking, if we inform the matriarch and the lady, how do you think they would handle this matter? I have never heard of such events occurring within a manor, especially involving an unmarried girl and her maid. I fear for Chun Xiao. Her prospects seem bleak, and then there's Lu Yuanhai. Dong Ma spoke in a hesitant tone. Li Xiaowan shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. You see, we have no idea how the ancestors and the mistress will handle this matter. We cannot test the waters. If we report it, it might unfold just as you fear. In that case, it would be better to pretend we are unaware. Chun Xiao can return home. Her mother will surely find a way to resolve the situation regarding her predicament. We should wait a while, and when things have calmed down, we can then report to the ancestors and the mistress, and let her return home to seek a marriage of her own. This matter can then be considered settled. Dong Ma pondered this for a moment, sighed heavily, and nodded in agreement. The next morning, Wei Mama entered the room. Li Xiaowan instructed Dong Ma to wrap some silver notes in a piece of white silk and hand them to Wei Mama, saying, here are a few taels of silver for her. Please take them to Meyer, who is lodging at Shuiyuan, using the name Chaoyan. Just tell the housemaids of Lord Zhou that she is a neighbor's charge. Wei Mama accepted the money and left. The following day, Li Xiaowan conversed with Gu Yunsan, arranged for the belongings to be packed, and gave Chun Xiao 2 taels of silver, sending her home to recuperate. Life gradually settled into a slow rhythm, and before long, September arrived, the day of Lan Ji's marriage. After lunch, Dong Ma requested leave and, along with several second-tier maids, went to the Lu family to celebrate the wedding and partake in the festivities. Li Xiaowan sat at the western table, slowly writing, her heart tinged with emotion. It was indeed a case of joy for some and sorrow for others. Chun Xiao and the Lu family resided next door, and the raucous celebrations from the Lu household must have been tormenting Chun Xiao, leaving one to wonder if her mother had sent her away to escape the commotion. After writing for a little while, Li Xiaowan put down her brush and leaned over to read a book on the eastern couch. As evening approached, Li Xiaowan was preparing to change her clothes to pay her respects at Ruixuantang when Dong Ma rushed into the room, her face full of panic. She bent her knees and, turning around, hastily ordered several maids to leave, leaving only Lan Shu behind. Li Xiaowan felt her own expression grow tense. Dong Ma turned, her lips quivering for a moment before she managed to speak. Miss, something terrible has happened. Chun Xiao has died. Li Xiaowan jumped up in shock. Dong Ma gulped down the remnants of tea from the side table, her breath seeming to steady, and continued, earlier, everything seemed fine. Before heading to the Lu family, I even dropped by Chun Xiao's house to check on her and exchanged a few words. You know, Chun Xiao and the Lu family are neighbors. At that time, she seemed well, conversing normally. It was around the time of the third watch when the bride entered the house. Just after she descended from the sedan, Chun Xiao stormed in, pointing angrily at Lu Yuanhai, recounting their relationship. Dong Ma buried her face in her hands and began to weep. Li Xiaowan hurriedly handed her a handkerchief, anxiously asking, what happened next? How did she die? Speak before you cry. Dong Ma wiped her tears, struggling to find her voice amidst her sobs. Miss, looking back now, it seems she had resolved to end her life. Otherwise, she would not have shamelessly proclaimed their private affairs so openly, even mentioning the child and the matter of abortion. After saying all this, did no one stop her? Did they let her go on? Everyone was stunned. She wielded a pair of scissors, standing between Lan Ji and Lu Yuanhai, cursing him fiercely. She declared that anyone who tried to intervene would be stabbed, and then she would take her own life. When Lan Ji's matchmaker tried to pull her back, she stabbed her in the arm, blood splattering everywhere. They had no choice but to rush to fetch her parents. After saying this, her eyes turned red as she cursed Lu Yuanhai, declaring that even in death, she would haunt him, ensuring he would find no peace day or night. And then, she dashed headfirst into the pillar in the hall. Is she truly dead? Li Xiaowan asked, stunned. Dong Ma nodded. Wiping her tears, there was blood everywhere. The courtyard was drenched. Li Xiaowan felt a tightening in her throat, rendered speechless, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. After what felt like an eternity, Lan Shu stepped forward and assisted her to sit on the couch. Regaining her senses, Li Xiaonan turned to Dongma and Lan Shu, her expression a mix of confusion and sorrow. How could this happen? Why did she think so irrationally? Lan Shu quickly poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Li Xiaonan. Li Xiaonan numbly accepted the cup, sipping the tea as tears streamed down her face. The three of them bowed their heads in silence for a moment. Lan Shu forced a smile and said, "I will have someone bring warm water for you, miss, to wash your face. If we delay any longer, we will miss the time for paying respects. The ancestors and the mistress will certainly be informed of this matter." Li Xiaonan nudda. Lan Shu summoned Xiaoyu and Xiaowen to assist Li Xiaonan in washing her face, and then they headed to Ruixuntang together. The atmosphere in Ruixuntang was somewhat somber. A few attendants carefully accompanied the grim-faced Lady Li for dinner before quickly taking their leave. After Li Xiaonan excused herself, she hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lady Li, who looked weary and waved her hand, softly instructing, "You should return and rest. We can discuss this matter tomorrow." Li Xiaonan quickly bowed and retreated. Watching the four leave the courtyard, Lady Li sighed deeply, turning to Lady Zhou with a sorrowful expression. In all these years in the capital, without anyone guiding the household, such an incident has occurred. Lady Zhou hastily stood, bowing an apology, "Mother. This is due to my lax management. Please, reprimand me." Lady Li reached out to pull her onto the couch, gently patting her hand, and spoke kindly. "This issue did not arise in these past 2 years. It took root before we returned. You cannot be blamed for this." With a sigh, Lady Li continued, "A tree may have withered branches. With many servants, it is difficult to ensure that all are virtuous. The two families are neighbors. No matter how strict the rules of the manor, we cannot control their actions." She clearly stated that every meeting was merely a pretext for taking leave, and they only met at home. Alas, this child had such a fierce temperament. Lady Zhou sighed in relief, her expression relaxing slightly. Lady Li regarded her with warmth before adding, "Old Lu was a cautious man, and he raised his sons well. Yet, with the grandson's upbringing, as he has aged, he has grown to be this way." A hint of disdain crept into Lady Li's tone as she paused and turned to Lady Zhou, asking, "Have Lan Ji and her mother visited you? What do they say?" "They have come." Lan Ji was terrified and could only cry. Her mother was also shocked that Lu Yuanhai dared to provoke such calamity, lamenting her own blindness. Lady Zhou replied, "Moreover, Lu's steward is currently kneeling at the second gate with Lu Yuanhai, and Chunqiao's parents are also kneeling there." Lady Li sighed heavily, shaking her head gently. And after a moment of silence, she spoke calmly, "Let Lan Ji and her mother return home. We shall consider this engagement null and void. As for Chunqiao's parents, they should also return home for now. The two of them will remain kneeling at the second gate for the night." Lady Zhou promptly nodded in agreement and instructed the servants accordingly. Li Xiaonan had a night filled with nightmares. The next morning, she awoke early, staring blankly at the tent ceiling, lost and unsure of her surroundings. Dongma and Lan Shu assisted Li Xiaonan in washing up and changing her clothes before heading to Ruixuntang to pay respects. Lady Zhou did not come to Ruixuntang in the morning. A few attendants accompanied Lady Li for breakfast. Gu Xiao went to attend class with Mr. Chun, while Gu Yunsan and Gu Yunhuan took their leave. Lady Li retained Li Xiaonan, gesturing for her to sit on the couch, dismissing the maids and servants in the room. She looked at Li Xiaonan kindly, asking, "Did you have prior knowledge of Chunqiao's situation?" Li Xiaonan gazed at the old matriarch, gradually rising to her knees on the ground, nodding slightly. The old matriarch extended her hand to help her up and whispered, "The ancestors are not blaming you. Do not be afraid. I merely thought that you, being clever and astute, might not be oblivious to the matters in your courtyard. You possess a sense of responsibility, which is why I inquired." Tears streamed down Li Xiaonan's face as she raised her hand to dab at the corners of her eyes, responding softly, "Ancestors, this matter is entirely my fault. Upon learning of it, I should have come to report to you immediately, instead of allowing her to seek out Lu Yuanhai. This situation..." The old matriarch gently patted Li Xiaonan's back and spoke slowly. "If you are aware of this, letting her seek Lu Yuanhai was out of goodwill. However, consider this. If Lu Yuanhai were a good man, he would have made his intentions clear during the engagement. Since he concealed the truth, then, what purpose would it serve to approach him now?" Li Xiaonan pondered for a moment and nodded. The old matriarch continued, "You allow her to return to recuperate, hoping she can start anew with that wretched child. Yet, when a person has erred, they must rise from their mistakes rather than feign ignorance and attempt to sidestep the consequences. One cannot evade them." Li Xiaonan looked up at the old matriarch and gradually nodded. The matriarch gazed down at her, paused for a moment, and then added, "Had you spoken to me about this matter when you first learned of it, it would have merely entailed directing Chunxiao towards Lu Yuan Hai and sending them to the village to toil for a few years, subsequently arranging another marriage for Lanzi. How could it have led to such a tragic outcome yesterday?" Li Xianwan's complexion began to pale, as she realized the vast chasm between her thoughts and the realities of the world around her. Subconsciously, she regarded Chuan Xiao's situation as merely a case of misjudged affection, believing that once betrayed, one ought to move on, reflect, and begin anew, deeming it not a matter of great consequence. Yet in this world, there exists only marriage and no romance. Had she known this earlier, she should have sent Chun Xiao to seek Lu Guanshi instead of Lu Yuanhai. Li Xianwan twisted her hands together, her body trembling slightly as she looked at the old matriarch with sorrowful eyes and said, "Ancestors, it is I who have wronged Chun Xiao." The old matriarch replied, "You are not to blame entirely. In the end, it is her own disrespect that led to her downfall. A young lady who cannot maintain her dignity ultimately harms herself. Do not dwell on it excessively. However, should any similar issues arise in the future, remember to convey them to me. The household has its own rules, and when something goes awry, it must be addressed accordingly. If you are lenient with Chun Xiao today, what will you do tomorrow if another person errs? If you only offer indulgence, the household, with its hundreds of members, would descend into chaos. Once you marry and assume the role of the matriarch, you must adhere to the principles of reward and punishment, maintaining clarity and not acting solely on your whims." The old matriarch gently patted Li Xianwan, imparting her wisdom. Li Xianwan, with tears in her eyes, rose to her feet, knelt before the matriarch, and looked up, softly declaring, "I shall remember your teachings, ancestors." The old matriarch took her hand, guiding her to sit upon the couch, and sighed, "Though you are intelligent, you are still young. It is crucial that you receive guidance from your elders to understand the ways of the world. This matter has passed. Do not dwell on it further." Li Xianwan shrugged her shoulders, her head bowed in contemplation. After a moment, she looked up at the old matriarch with a heavy heart and said, "I understand your words, ancestors, yet my heart remains burdened. Chun Xiao." She hesitated, biting her lip before continuing, "Whenever I think of her, it feels as though my heart is pricked by needles. Ancestors, I wish to hold a memorial service for her, to visit the temple and oversee the proceedings." Her voice gradually faded, and the old matriarch sighed softly, taking Li Xianwan's hand and speaking gently, "Having served you for these years, if you wish to go, then do so. You may stay at Lingying Temple for a couple of days to find peace and let the temple perform a few rites for Chun Xiao. You need not oversee the rituals yourself. That might diminish your blessings. Lingying Temple is not far from here. After lunch, allow Grandma Sun and Grandma Wei to accompany you there." Li Xianwan quickly rose, bowing in gratitude, and the old matriarch offered her a few more comforting words before sending her off to rest. After lunch, Li Xianwan, accompanied by Dongma, Lanshu, Xiaoyu, and Xiuan, along with several maids, boarded a carriage at the second gate, heading to Lingying Temple. Gu Xiao, feeling despondent, sent Li Xianwan off at the gate, watching the carriage disappear before he turned back, disheartened, to learn painting from Mr. Lin. Li Xianwan settled into a spacious courtyard on the eastern side of the temple. Grandma Sun went to consult the abbot about arranging the memorial rites, while Grandma Wei and Dongma stayed with Li Xianwan. They began by bowing and lighting incense at the Great Hero Hall, continuing until they reached the Medicine King Hall, where they spent more than half an hour engaging in prayer before returning to their temporary quarters. Li Xianwan stood silently in the courtyard for a while before sitting at the table in the main room, instructing Dongma to fetch the scriptures borrowed from the temple. She selected one, ground ink, and slowly began to transcribe. Before dinner, the temple reverberated with the melodious evening chants. Li Xianwan stood in the courtyard, quietly listening to the soft and serene recitation, her heart gradually finding solace. After dinner, Li Xianwan reclined on the couch with a scripture in hand, somewhat lost in thought. Dongma entered, kneeling to pay her respects, then seated herself at the edge of the couch and whispered, "I just inquired with Grandma Sunday. She mentioned that last night, Grandma Zhou brought Lanzi to seek an audience with the matriarch, and the ancestors decreed that the engagement is to be dismissed." Dongma paused, a hint of emotion and sorrow crossing her face, before continuing, "Last night, Lu Guanshi brought Lu Yuanhai along with Chun Xiao's parents to the second gate, kneeling to beg for forgiveness. Subsequently, the old matriarch sent them back, while Lu Guanshi and Lu Yuanhai remained outside, kneeling for a long time. After we left Ruishuan Hall, the old matriarch finally allowed them to enter to see her. Li Xiaonuan listened intently to Dong Ma's words. Dong Ma sighed heavily, saying, Grandma's son remarked that Lu Yuanhai's head was bloodied from bowing, and Lu Guanshi slapped himself repeatedly, lamenting that he had failed to manage his son properly. He pleaded for the old matriarch's mercy, expressing a desire to. Dong Ma angrily struck the couch's edge, gritting her teeth as she continued. He claimed that Lu Yuanhai has realized his mistakes, is filled with regret, and wishes to marry Chun Xiao, treating her as the matriarch of the Lu family in death. Had he known this earlier, why not act differently from the start? What did the old matriarch say? Li Xiaonuan inquirat souffly. Grandma's son conveyed that the old matriarch was furious, but said little, only stating that since Lu Yuanhai wished to marry Chun Xiao, she would naturally support it. Once Lu Yuanhai was wed, he would be sent to work on the northern estate for a few years. Li Xiaonuan lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a while. If Chun Xiao were to possess any awareness in the afterlife, would she still wish to marry Lu Yuanhai now? The old matriarch's decision to send Lu Yuanhai to toil in the northern estate was merely a form of punishment. The extent of retribution a woman could enact was to take her own life in public. Dong Ma wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said softly, The temple is currently holding rites for Chun Xiao. I just want to light incense, hoping she may lead a good life in her next incarnation. Li Xiaonuan turned to Dong Ma and asked, What does it mean to lead a good life? The next day, Li Xiaonuan rose early and quietly sat by the window, diligently copying the sutra. It was not until the evening that she meticulously finished transcribing a volume of the Buddha's teachings. Each page was carefully organized, wrapped in a piece of white silk, and she called Dong Ma in, instructing, This is the sutra I've copied for Chun Xiao. Please take it to the temple and have it burned as a gesture of my goodwill. With a solemn nod, Dong Ma accepted the silk-wrapped sutra and left the courtyard. Heading toward the temple, Li Xiaonuan stood at the entrance, watching her until she turned a corner and disappeared from view. Only then did she lower her head and return to her desk, laying out her paper and pen to commence copying the Heart Sutra. She resided at Lingying Temple for 5 days, dedicating each day to this peaceful task. Upon her return, she presented a neatly copied Heart Sutra to the matriarch, who, as she flipped through the pages, sighed and embraced Li Xiaonuan, remaining silent for a long while. Another autumn passed, followed by another winter, and soon it was the 12th month. Between autumn and winter, the ancient residence became lively with the incessant visits of marriage brokers. The Gu family, a notable lineage from Yuezhou, was among the wealthiest in the Zhejiang region. Despite the absence of a patriarch, they were not without connections. Lady Zhou's family held a prestigious status, her sister being the Princess of Runan, and the matriarch was renowned for her shrewdness. Thus, the 2 young ladies of the Gu family remained the most sought-after brides in the entire Zhejiang region. The matriarch had already made her considerations, responding with a blend of directness and subtlety, neither firmly agreeing nor outright denying, awaiting the suitors she had already favored. As the 12th month commenced, the matriarch's brow gradually relaxed. First, the Jin family from Taizhou sought to marry their eldest son, Jin Jiang, to Gu Yinshan. The matriarch warmly received the matchmaker, meticulously inquiring about the Jin family and their son, while she cherished the prospect without committing verbally. Days passed without difficulty until the Zhao family also engaged a matchmaker to propose a union between their eldest son, Zhao Changshan, and Gu Yinshan, as the matriarch had wished. Both the matriarch and Lady Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their faces betraying their joy. The Gung family had yet to make an appearance, but the matriarch and Lady Zhou paid it no mind. Lady Zhou was resolute in not marrying her daughter into a poor household where hardships awaited. With a steady stream of marriage proposals, the delight of the matriarch and Lady Zhou brightened the previously somber atmosphere of the Gu residence. The household bustled with excitement, making preparations for the upcoming spring festival while secretly discussing the eldest daughter's marriage prospects. Gu Yinshan, though outwardly composed, felt a twinge of anxiety. The matriarch had privately discussed several potential families with her, allowing her to make her own decision. Torn between choices, she hesitated, wanting to take charge but unsure of how to proceed. After much contemplation, she found herself wandering into Songfeng courtyard. Li Xiaonuan hurried out to greet her. Gu Shao followed closely behind, grinning as he asked, Elder sister, have you finished your tasks? Why are you here instead of returning to your embroidery? Gu Yinshan, her cheeks flushing, playfully rapped Gu Xiao on the head, responding, your concern is unwarranted. Have you finished the couplets? Be careful that Mr. Chen doesn't scold you. I finished them ages ago. Just a few couplets, Gu Xiao replied, beaming with pride. Gu Yinshan playfully pushed him while walking toward the house, teasing. Now you're suddenly proficient? Who was it that was frantically searching for materials to compose couplets just moments ago? Li Xiaowan listened with a smile as the two bantered, allowing Gu Yinshan to enter the east wing. Lan Chu served tea, and Gu Yinshan glanced at Gu Xiao, saying, did you come straight here from Mr. Lin's? You should hurry back and change your clothes. Look at your sleeve. What have you gotten on it? Gu Xiao promptly checked his sleeve, while Li Xiaowan stood up, chuckling as she nudged him. Stop looking and just go change. After that, find that book you mentioned yesterday and bring it to me during dinner. I've been thinking about it all night. Gu Xiao quickly nodded in agreement and took his leave to change and retrieve the book. Chapter 65. Discussing marriage. Gu Yinshan sipped her tea slowly, gazing out of the window as Gu Xiao exited the courtyard. Turning her attention back to Li Xiaowan, she pondered for a moment before raising an eyebrow and smiling gently. Though Gu Xiao appears easygoing, he has always been stubborn and rarely listens to others. Over the past 2 years, however, he seems to heed your words the most. Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, her eyebrows raised in surprise, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Is what the elder sister says truly the case? I find Gu Xiao to be genuinely kind. I haven't noticed any stubbornness in him. Indeed, with you around, he naturally becomes less obstinate, Gu Yinshan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan, full of curiosity, shrugged her shoulders. Gu Yinshan chuckled, setting her cup down and sitting up straight. Yet, at his core, a person's nature is hard to change. Though Gu Xiao's stubbornness has softened over the years, when faced with serious matters, it is uncertain when he might revert to his old ways. Li Xiaowan considered this, smiling as she shrugged, choosing not to respond. Gu Yinshan turned her gaze inside, noticing that Dongma, Jinju, and several other maids had retreated to the outer room, leaving just her and Li Xiaowan to converse in peace. Leaning back against the cushion, Gu Yinshan idly traced the rim of her cup with her finger, and after a moment, seemingly indifferent, she remarked, the household has been quite lively lately. Li Xiaowan squinted and smiled, glancing at Gu Yinshan. Lively? What excitement has transpired in the household that I am unaware of? Gu Yinshan inhaled sharply, her face flushing slightly, momentarily stunned as she glared at Li Xiaowan. You. Li Xiaowan, beaming, replied, you and second sister must hear the happenings daily, hence you see the excitement. I spend my days either in Songfeng Courtyard or Ruishuan Hall, where there is little to witness. With a huff, Gu Yinshan straightened up and playfully flicked Li Xiaowan's forehead. I was speaking seriously, yet you jest. Li Xiaowan Laoga, leaning back against the cushion. Elder sister must be overwhelmed with choices, fretting over which family to select. Gu Yinshan let out a soft hum, a hint of delight crossing her face. Lifting her cup, she sipped slowly before placing it down and murmuring, the matriarch insists I make my own decision. But how can I possibly have any idea? She paused, turning to Li Xiaowan, contemplating before softly admitting, I truly do not know which family is preferable. What families did the matriarch mention to you? Li Xiaowan asked earnestly, her smile fading as she focused. Gu Yinshan lowered her gaze, her fingers tracing the wooden grain of the table as she replied, quietly, 2 families. Go on, Li Xiaowan encouraged. After a brief pause, Gu Yinshan continued. You know that many families have come seeking marriage, but only 2 families caught the matriarch's eye. One is the eldest son of the Zhao family from Huzhou, named Zhao Changshun, a talented scholar. The Zhao family from Huzhou? Li Xiaowan inwitted, had curiosity piqued. Yes, the family of the recently retired Grand Tutor Zhao. Zhao Changshun is his eldest grandson, reputed to be exceptionally gifted, Gu Yinshan explained. The Zhao family? I have indeed heard of them. They are a prominent family in Huzhou, known for their prosperous lineage and abundant talents, Li Xiaowan replied, her eyes brightening with interest. Gu Yinshan nodded, a smile gracing her lips. I knew you would be observant. As for the other family, in addition, there is the eldest grandson of the Jin family from Taizhou, Jin Jiang. The Jin family has a background in commerce and boasts immense wealth, though it was only in his grandfather's generation that they achieved the status of a 6th-rank official. After mourning for his father, he returned home and never took up official duties again. Jin Jiang's father was merely a tribute scholar, and the family has a straightforward lineage. Jin Jiang's grandfather had two sons, one legitimate and one illegitimate. The legitimate son is Jin Jiang's father, while the illegitimate uncle is rumored to have gone south to engage in maritime trade. Jin Jiang's father had no concubines, only a younger sister and two younger brothers, all legitimate. Gu Yunshan recounted this in detail, while Li Xiaowan listened intently, pondering before inquiring about the Zhao family. What is Zhao family? I have heard that Zhao Taifu is a renowned scholar. Gu Yunshan replied, the Zhao family has had two deceased wives before the current one, who is said to be in her 30s, a full 30 years younger than Zhao Taifu. The household is filled with many aunts, and Zhao Zhongchen's father is rumored to have 3 or 4 concubines. The number of children, both legitimate and illegitimate, is unclear even to our ancestors. Li Xiaowan raised her brows, a look of distress crossing her features as she regarded Gu Yunshan. There is no need to hesitate regarding the Zhao family. Even within Zhao Zhongchen's own household, the legitimacy and illegitimacy create enough chaos. Moreover, this family does not seem to lack in temper or character. Zhao Zhongchen may well consider himself a gifted scholar, and who knows how many concubines he might take in the future. Li Xiaowan shook her head emphatically, looking at Gu Yunshan with sincerity. The Zhao family, particularly Zhao Zhongchen, appears anything but an ideal match. In contrast, the Jin family seems preferable. Jin Jiang's father had no concubines, and perhaps Jin Jiang himself might mirror his father's integrity. Gu Yunshan sighed deeply, expressing her sentiments. Your words resonate with me. Yet, she hesitated, exhaling heavily before continuing. The Jin family, despite their wealth, lacks nobility and has a somewhat shallow foundation. In the future, apart from their riches, they may not offer significant assistance to Gu Xiao. As for Zhao's family, that is a different matter altogether. Zhao Taifu's connections and former students are widespread, and many Zhao family members hold official positions, which could provide some support. Li Xiaowan tilted her head, observing Gu Yunshan in silence for a moment before responding with a smile. Elder sister, you are indeed wise, always considering Gu Xiao and the family first. However, even if you marry into the Zhao family to look after Gu Xiao, your position as a lady of the inner quarters would naturally limit your ability to intervene directly. You would have to rely on Zhao Zhongchen, who himself is merely a tribute scholar. Even if he progresses smoothly in the examinations, he would only serve a few years longer than Gu Xiao. To support Gu Xiao, he may find himself powerless. If you entrust him with this responsibility, he would likely turn to another for help, most probably Zhao Taifu, or perhaps someone else from the Zhao family. Li Xiaonan articulated hertot slowly, emphasizing that if Zhao Taifu were to be the one providing assistance, given the multitude of his own legitimate and illegitimate children, it would take considerable time before Gu Xiao would receive any attention. Should he seek help from others, the chain of reliance could lead to uncertain outcomes. As Gu Yunshan listened, she gently nodded in agreement. Li Xiaowan continued, this is still assuming elder sister has control over the household and can speak up. In such a family, the number of elders above you is incalculable. With a legitimate matriarch only in her 30s, it remains uncertain whether elder sister could truly manage affairs. Gu Yunshan sighed again, leaning back. Alas, the Jin family, while affluent, remains too insubstantial. Li Xiaonan chocolat soufflé. Perhaps this is for the best. If they were deeply rooted, it might complicate matters. Yet, I wonder how Jin Jiang fares in terms of talent. It is said that he has been exceptionally bright since childhood, achieving the top score in the examination at the age of 14. Gu Yunshan replied quietly. Li Xiaowan clapped her hands lightly. This is splendid. If elder sister marries into the Jin family, surely they would elevate you in esteem, cherishing you. Gu Yunshan shot a disapproving glance at Li Xiaowan. Sister, you must consider that our family's future prospects hinge on Gu Xiao alone. Elder sister, your maternal family is of noble descent. How could the Duke Zhou not ensure Gu Xiao is well taken care of? Should the Zhou family falter, there remains the Wu family to rely upon. The Wu family holds significant sway in our era, particularly in the military. Without needing to solicit the Duke of Wu, who would dare disregard our familial ties? Li Xiaowan rolled her eyes at Gu Yunshan's naivete. Do you truly believe the young Duke Zhou could provide for us? Gu Yunshan widened her eyes in surprise. Li Xiaowan coughed lightly, hastily clarifying, Those who can befriend the heir of the Wu family are naturally of noble birth. Of course, they can provide assistance. Gu Yunshan sighed in relief, amused as she regarded Li Xianwan. You misunderstand. The offspring of the wealthy often surround themselves with talented yet lowly individuals who, despite their wit and charm, rarely ascend to prominence. Li Xianwan eagerly nodded, steering the conversation back. Elder sister, consider this. The Duchess of Wu is the sister of the lady of our family, and the heir has always maintained good relations with us. In the future, we need not rely on others. The Wu family will be sufficient. But Gu Yunshan hesitated. Is it not a bit precarious to rely solely on the Wu family? Our ancestors and the matriarch, including Gu Xiao, merely seek peace and prosperity. What more do we require? We do not aspire to usurp power and become emperors. Li Xianwan responded with exasperation. Gu Yunshan laughed, shaking her head. You must be cautious with such words. To speak of seizing power could lead to severe consequences if overheard. Li Xianwan shrugged, chuckling in agreement. Gu Yunshan sighed deeply. I share your sentiments. It feels somewhat selfish to focus solely on oneself. My mother tirelessly hopes for Gu Zhao's success, and, as the eldest daughter, I must also share in the burdens. If I choose the Jin family, it may appear as though I'm only considering my own interests. Elder sister, you must not think this way. The matriarch wishes for Gu Zhao's success, but she also desires for you and the second sister to live well and happily. If you marry and become a subordinate wife, enduring the jealousy of concubines, how could you remain content? If you're unhappy, it will surely affect your health. If you suffer, the matriarch will undoubtedly worry and grieve, Li Xianwan exclaimed, concerned. Chapter 66. The passage of time. Gu Yunshan glanced sideways at Li Xianwan, grinning silently. Li Xianwan smiled back, and they fell into a contemplative silence. Gu Yunshan finally spoke softly. Our ancestors have said that if there are any intentions, she will send someone to visit, to assess the situation. Li Xianwan looked at Gu Yunshan in astonishment, marveling at the openness and wisdom of the elder matriarch, which always exceeded her expectations. After a while, Mrs. Li conveyed her intentions, and Mrs. Zhang, accompanied by Jin Jiang, came to visit the elder matriarch. Mrs. Li warmly welcomed the mother and son of the Jin family, while Gu Yunshan, feeling shy, discreetly peered at Jin Jiang from behind screen. Clad in a light blue long gown, he stood tall and slender, with a delicate complexion that exuded refinement. His demeanor was calm and composed. Li Xianwan and Gu Yunshan excitedly leaned against the screen, stealing glances and listening intently. Bai Lian turned the screen, stifling a smile at the three who were huddled together, and handed back the gifts prepared by Mrs. Li. After enjoying lunch at the ancient residence, Madame Li and Madame Zhou accompanied the Jin family for over an hour in the garden, before Mrs. Zhang finally took Jin Jiang's leave to return home. Although Madame Zhou harbored some discontent regarding the Jin family's status, Mrs. Zhang's humility and Jin Jiang's remarkable composure assuaged her reservations, leading her to joyfully acquiesce to the marriage proposal. After all, the Zhao family still had a 30-year-old matron, a concubine who already had a son, and the difficulties of marrying Gu Yunsan into that situation were evident. The two families swiftly agreed on the auspicious dates and made preliminary arrangements. Mrs. Zhang then visited again by boat to discuss the engagement and wedding details. The Jin family's earnestness greatly pleased Madame Zhou, making the union a cause for mutual delight. Madame Zhou began to plan Gu Yunsan's dowry, specifying that all items, including the estate, the shop, and the furniture, should be made of rosewood. She meticulously reviewed what was readily available and what required sourcing new materials. Antiques, artworks, gold and silver jewelry, various embroidered items, all needed her personal approval before she could feel at ease. Amidst this flurry of activity, Madame Zhou's lingering ailments seemed to vanish, as she energetically managed the preparations for Gu Yunsan's dowry. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. Gu Yunsan, disinterested in venturing out, remained at home, while Gu Yunhuan caught a slight chill. Li Xianwan restrained the excited Gu Xiao from going out to see the lanterns, and they merely set off a few firecrackers at home to mark the occasion. The spring festival swiftly passed, and the household busied itself with the preparations for Gu Yunsan's dowry. Li Xianwan and Granny Wei conferred and decided to assist Gu Yunsan in embroidering dozens of pouches, as they were among the most essential items in the dowry. Having turned 17 after the new year, Madame Li treated Mr. Chun to a meal and subsequently designated him as a concubine for Bai Lian. Sitting melancholically on the edge of the couch at the end of winter, she embroidered pouches absent-mindedly, lamenting, "What were our ancestors thinking? How could someone of Bai Lian's caliber be made a concubine? No matter how talented Mr. Chun is, he is still a mere concubine-s offspring. Why doesn't she fight for herself?" Our ancestors were not unreasonable. They prefer to be poor wives rather than wealthy concubines. Li Xiaowan set down her needlework, turning to gaze at Dongma for a moment before sighing. "I've told you countless times, observe with your eyes, listen with your ears. But most importantly, think with your mind." Dongma stared blankly at Li Xiaowan, suddenly awakening from a reverie. Li Xiaowan sighed again. "To prefer being a poor wife rather than a wealthy concubine is your sentiment, but others may not share the same view. Throughout history, many noble women have willingly become concubines for the men they admire. Bai Lian must have harbored feelings for Mr. Chun, seeking our ancestors' consent. Once they inquired and Mr. Chun agreed, Bai Lian was given to him." Dongma lowered her head, putting down her embroidery frame, feeling sorrowful. "What you say is true, but Bai Lian truly seems to have lost her senses." Li Xiaowan looked at Dongma helplessly, sighing heavily. "Why must you shed tears over someone else's joyful occasion? As for Bai Lian, we do not know when she first met Mr. Chun. It appears that our ancestors were aware of it and perhaps sanctioned it, even if it involved personal feelings. Bai Lian has sought what she desired. This is a good thing. You are right, but my heart still feels uneasy." Dongma sighed several times. Li Xiaowan silently regarded her, feeling more unsettled, not only for Bai Lian but also for Mr. Chun, who toiled tirelessly at home. By the end of the first month, Bai Lian and Mr. Chun consummated their marriage. Mr. Chun discussed with Madame Li the plan to take Gu Xiao on a year-long journey, which Madame Li wholeheartedly approved, though Madame Zhou was reluctant, recognizing the journey's importance. She could only nod in agreement. Gu Xiao, excited yet reluctant, bid farewell to Li Xiaowan. On the second day of the second month, having chosen an auspicious date, Mr. Chun and Gu Xiao, accompanied by over 20 attendants and servants, set sail southward. 3 days after Gu Xiao's departure, Li Xiaowan received a package sent from the relay station, containing a roll of paintings and 4 clay figurines. She placed the 4 clay figurines on the table and, tilting her head, examined them for a moment before unrolling the paintings. Following the indicated order, she observed the exquisite landscapes and figures rendered with a few deft strokes on a foot-wide sheet of rice paper. The first depicted a boat gliding through the waves with 2 figures aboard, one tall and one short. The second illustrated a dock with a distant temple nestled among the hills. Li Xiaowan beamed as she flipped through the paintings, marveling at the places Gu Xiao had seen during his travels. With Gu Xiao absent from the residence, Li Xiaowan's life took on a peaceful rhythm. Gu Yunhuan spent her afternoons with Gu Yunsan, while Li Xiaowan, in her frustration, opted to read in the mornings and join Gu Yunsan in the rose courtyard for embroidery in the afternoons, selecting patterns for the countless pouches to be crafted. Gradually, the 3 women gathered each afternoon to embroider and prepare Gu Yunsan's dowry. Spring slipped away, summer faded, and autumn yielded to winter once again. At the end of the 12th month, amidst everyone's anticipation, Gu Xiao returned home with Mr. Chun, disembarking at the Gu family's dock. Madame Zhou eagerly greeted them at the corner gate, and Gu Yunsen, Gu Yunhuan, and Li Xiaowan accompanied her. Gu Xiao seemed to have grown significantly taller and sturdier, and upon seeing Madame Zhou, he hastily knelt to pay his respects. Madame Zhou pulled him into her embrace, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. Gu Yunsan hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, assisting Gu Xiao in guiding Madame Zhou along the garden path towards Ruishuan Hall. Throughout the journey, Madame Zhou's gaze remained fixed on Gu Xiao, her eyes reluctant to part from him. Gu Xiao, smiling brightly, recounted how he had hurried home to his mother. Inside Ruishuan Hall, Madame Li, supporting Cui Lian, stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Gu Xiao helped Madame Zhou into the courtyard, she urged him to greet Madame Li. Gu Xiao hastily ascended the steps, and before he could kneel, Madame Li enveloped him in her embrace. Amidst laughter and encouragement, Gu Xiao assisted Madame Li into the east wing and once again knelt to pay his respects to both Madame Li and Madame Zhou before sitting beside Madame Li. She tenderly caressed his cheek, scrutinizing him closely before smiling with satisfaction. Our Xiao has grown up and matured. In this past year, what have you learned? Do share with our ancestors. Chui Yin brought tea to Gu Shao, who took a sip before setting the cup down and animatedly recounting the amusing tales and wonders he had encountered during his travels. Gu Yunsan, Gu Yunhuan, and Li Xianwan sat nearby, engrossed in his stories. After a while, Madame Li cheerfully interrupted. Our Shao has indeed gained much knowledge on this journey. For today, let's pause here. You've been traveling hastily and must be exhausted. Let the maids assist you in bathing and refreshing yourself, and rest well. You can come to pay your respects again tomorrow morning. Madame Zhou quickly nodded in agreement. Mother is absolutely right. Shao must be worn out. He should rest well after such a challenging journey. Gu Shao respectfully acquiesced, smiling as he took his leave. Madame Li instructed Granny Sun to escort Gu Shao back to Wudong Courtyard. Watching him exit the courtyard through the window, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Gu Yunsan signaled to Gu Yunhuan and Li Xianwan, and together they rose to take their leave, returning to their respective quarters. Li Xianwan returned to Songfeng Courtyard, reclining on the couch as she worked on her needlework. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the courtyard, prompting her to sit up and gaze out the window. A group of sturdy maids was hauling two enormous wooden chests inside, directed by Lan Chu, who instructed them to place them beneath the eaves. Doma rewarded the laborers with a couple of coins, and they expressed their gratitude toward the eastern wing before respectfully departing. Li Xianwan leaped off the couch and exited the main room. With a smile, Doma reported, Miss, look at these two chests. They were brought over at the young master's behest. He mentioned they contained gifts for you. The maids struggled to lift them, so they must be quite heavy. I wonder what treasures lie within such large boxes. Tilting her head, Li Xianwan scrutinized the chest for a moment and then turned to Doma, inquiring, how many boxes did my elder and second sisters receive? What size were they? I truly do not know, Doma replied, momentarily taken aback. Li Xianwan promptly turned to Lan Chu and instructed, please go and say that I misplaced a handkerchief yesterday. Check in the quarters of the eldest and second young ladies. Lan Chu complied and swiftly exited the room. Doma opened the chests, revealing them brimming with an assortment of delightful trinkets. Li Xianwan bent down to lift a wooden carved monkey. Examining it closely, the craftsmanship was exquisite, showcasing the remarkable taste of Gu Shao. There were clay figurines, wooden carvings, stone sculptures, and an array of copper teapots and bowls, all imbued with life. Doma, filled with enthusiasm, began to take out the items one by one, soon filling the low tables beneath the eaves and spilling onto the ground. Li Xianwan chuckled, stopping her. Enough. If we take everything out, there will be no space left in the courtyard. Let us close the chests for now and sort through them when we have more time. With a smile, Doma directed a few young maids to carry the items inside, closed the chests, and called for two sturdy maids to carry them into the inner room. Li Xianwan settled on the couch in the eastern wing, casting glances out the window from time to time. Shortly thereafter, Lan Chu hurried back into the courtyard, lifting the curtain to enter the eastern wing. She knelt to greet Li Xianwan, who gestured for her to sit beside her. Doma joined them as Lan Chu quietly reported. The eldest and second young ladies each received two chests. The eldest lady's chests are of different sizes, one large, comparable to those in our courtyard, and a smaller one only half its size. Sister Jinju mentioned that the large chest contains a variety of silver candlesticks and hooks that the eldest lady had the young master procure. Lan Chu's Fai, At Ding. It must be the eldest lady's dowry. The second young lady received two small chests. When I arrived, she was already examining the contents being taken out, wooden carvings and a complete set of copper teapots among them. Li Xianwan let out a slow breath, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she looked at Doma. Those trinkets are utterly useless. It suffices to buy a few. What is the point of acquiring so many boxes? It only invites trouble. Li Xianwan azitata. Troubled as she gazed at the pile of small items on her couch. Gu Shao, always well-meaning yet often misguided, had once jumped into a lake to save her, leaving her ill for months. Now, he had sent over two colossal chests. If they were similar to those of her elder and second sisters, it would be one matter. But the obvious disparity. She would soon turn 10 after the new year, and Gu Shao would be 12. They were not truly siblings. In a couple of years, he would be seeking a marriage match. Li Xianwan fell into a daze. After the new year came the Lantern Festival. Gu Shao, brimming with excitement, had sought permission from the matriarch days in advance. On the festival day, they had an early dinner and, accompanied by Gu Yunshan and Gu Yunhuan, boarded a boat with the elderly matron and several other older women, slowly gliding along the river toward town to admire the lanterns. As they ventured into town to enjoy the festivities, the matriarch, observing the four leave the courtyard, lost interest in watching the fireworks and sent Lady Zhou home before retreating to the small Buddhist hall for evening prayers. Lady Zhou returned to Chengxin courtyard with her maids, reclining on the couch as she instructed Zhou Momo to fetch the list of embroidered dowries for Gu Yunshan that had been sent from the embroidery workshop. Discussing various items with Zhou Momo, Zhou Momo, smiling, remarked these curtains, drapes, table covers, and chair cushions, all embroidered with seasonal floral patterns. Initially, we planned to have fresh floral gold and silver hooks made at the goldsmiths. But yesterday, the eldest lady sent word that the young master had already brought back a large chest filled with new silver hooks and candlesticks from the south. So we need not procure more. Lady Zhou nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. This girl, Yunshan, has always been considerate. If only Shower were as thoughtful as his sister, how much less I would have to worry. As she concluded, a hint of nostalgia crossed her expression. Zhou Momo carefully observed Lady Zhou's demeanor, accompanying her with a smile as she added, "The young master is growing more accomplished by the day. I heard that after the new year, he will begin his studies to write essays. At just 12 years of age, it's rare for him to be so bright. In a year or two, he might even bring home a top score." Lady Zhou's face brightened at the prospect. Zhou Momo, seeing her smile, also beamed, gently patting her thigh as she continued, "The big uncle is also a talented youth. He has already achieved a top score. With the young master's intelligence, he is sure to excel in his studies. If big uncle can achieve this as well, surely you will have cause to rejoice, for such a father-son duo, both succeeding, is a rarity." Lady Zhou chuckled, straightening her posture slightly, and said gently, "Achieving top scores is no simple feat. Your father had the right time, place, and people on his side, which brought him such fortune. Speaking of which," Lady Zhou smiled, momentarily lost in thought, before continuing, "I never dare to hope for such lofty achievements. I only wish for Shower to secure a first-class result, and that would be my blessing." Zhou Momo smiled, reciting a prayer. "It is such thoughts that may indeed lead to top scores. The more one desires, the less one may obtain. Like our ancestors, who were so open-minded and accepting, it was this attitude that brought them such fortune. Now, madam, you are even more at ease than the ancestors." Lady Zhou smiled, but remained silent. Zhou Momo, attentive to her expression, cheerfully added, "Speaking of this, our ancestors were not only open-minded, but also revered for their good deeds and the blessings they accumulated. The young lady is merely a distant cousin, yet the way our ancestors and you treat her is akin to your own granddaughter. In some matters, even the eldest and second young ladies are ranked behind her." Zhou Momo sighed heavily, deeply moved as she continued, "Our ancestors cared for the young lady, even sharing a stake in the family embroidery workshop with her. Such great fortune is truly heartwarming." A flicker of discomfort crossed Lady Zhou's face, and she fell silent. Zhou Momo, keenly observing her expression, sighed and remarked, "Even the young master treats the young lady exceptionally well. While at home, he often brings her gifts whenever he goes out. And now, her possessions fill 2.5 towering chests, while the eldest and second young lady's items barely amount to half of that. The young master's affection for her is indeed remarkable." Lady Zhou raised an eyebrow, contemplating Zhou Momo's words. After a brief silence, she expressed mild displeasure, saying, "Shower is simply sincere. He treats Xianwan as if she were his own sister. Yinshan and Yunhuan are older than him, being sisters, so it is natural for him to dote on his younger sister." Madame spoke wisely. It is indeed the case that the young master possesses a pure heart, which is a blessing for both him and the lady, although he may not possess the same brilliance and clarity as the young miss. It is said that kindness is a true virtue. Madame Zhou nodded in agreement, and Granny Zhou, casting a glance at her, continued, "Speaking of intelligence, it is no wonder our ancestors praised the young miss. Her understanding and maturity are truly astonishing. Even the eldest and second young ladies prefer to consult her when faced with dilemmas. In comparison, the young master appears rather naive in her presence." Granny Zhou said this with a hint of jest, yet Madame Zhou's expression gradually darkened, and after a moment, she remarked, "You speak the truth. Xianwan is indeed a bit too sensible, while Xiao is rather simple-minded." A glimmer of delight flickered in Granny Zhou's eyes as she smoothly transitioned the topic, and they began to examine the embroidery samples together. Gu Yinshan sat somewhat absent-mindedly in the cabin, sipping tea slowly, indifferent to the splendid lanterns outside. Gu Yunhuan leaned against the cabin window, entranced by the colorful lanterns adorning the shore, her mind heavy with thoughts of the capital, the Runin Prince's residence, and that white-clad figure. As the boat docked, Gu Yinshan furrowed her brow and lazily turned to Gu Yunhuan, saying, "I feel a bit fatigued and lack the energy to move. You and Gu Xiaonuan, should go enjoy the lanterns. I will wait for you here on the boat." Gu Yunhuan shook her head vigorously. "I am weary too. I do not wish to move either." Li Xiaonuan, tilting her head to observe the two, contemplated for a moment before turning to Gu Xiao, about to speak when Gu Xiao took her hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Nuan, if they aren't going, we shall go see the lanterns." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiaonuan could not resist the lively allure of the bustling street and nodded in agreement. Gu Yinshan rose and carefully instructed Granny Sun a few times, watching as several maids escorted Gu Xiao and Li Xiaonuan off the boat. She then languidly settled into an armchair beside Gu Yunhuan, each lost in their own thoughts. As Gu Xiao led Li Xiaonuan onto the shore, Granny Sun walked half a step ahead of them, with several maids surrounding them, guiding them through the crowd toward the lively town. Unlike the previous year, Granny Sun focused solely on Gu Xiao's pace, following him forward rather than steering them toward less crowded areas. Hand in hand, Gu Xiao and Li Xiaonuan meandered toward the vibrant lights. After crossing a bridge, they arrived at the town's most bustling area. The Lantern Festival was the one occasion in a year when women could stroll freely in the streets alongside men, with men expected to yield to women. On this night, couples could walk shoulder to shoulder, play, and revel together, marking it as a veritable Valentine's Day. Li Xiaonuan, beaming with joy, reflected on this and understood why Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan were momentarily melancholic. The streets were teeming with crowds, flowing east and west like two streams that occasionally merged yet remained distinct. The shops lining the streets were closed, and various lanterns hung high from the eaves. Gu Xiao leaned close to Li Xiaonuan's ear and exclaimed, "Let us visit the Lantern Pavilion. I inquired yesterday, and Shan Shui mentioned that the most beautiful lanterns are over there." Li Xiaonuan nodded in agreement, and they slowly made their way along with the throngs of people toward the Confucian Temple. As they turned a few corners, they soon beheld a dazzling display of lights not far away. The crowd thickened, gathering from all directions, no longer as orderly as the previous flow. Small food stalls emerged in every corner, with vendors carrying and calling out their wares. The maids were occasionally pushed closer or farther from Gu Xiao and Li Xiaonuan, who held hands as they navigated through the throng, with Gu Xiao carefully shielding her with his arm around her shoulder. Li Xiaonuan leaned against Gu Xiao, feeling warmth and comfort envelop her. She turned her head slightly to gaze up at him, while Gu Xiao created a protective barrier with his arms, striving to carve out a little space for her amidst the bustling crowd. Li Xiaonuan nestled closer, moving forward together with him. Suddenly, a loud and cheerful vendor's call rang out, "Quail fritters for sale." Li Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly tugged at Gu Xiao's sleeve, smiling brightly. "Let's go buy some fritters." Gu Xiao hesitated momentarily, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, "If you crave quail fritters, we can have Granny Lu prepare some for us tomorrow. We cannot be sure of the cleanliness of the street vendors' food. How can it be unclean? So many people are eating. Will we be the only ones to fall ill? To truly enjoy quail fritters, we must buy them here." Li Xiaonuan insisted, her eagerness palpable as she stood on her tiptoes, gazing at the crowded fritter stall, her face alight with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Gu Xiao shook his head, taking Li Xiaonuan's hand and leading her toward the stall. Granny Sun and the maid squeezed through the crowd to join them. Standing closely beside Gu Xiao without uttering a word, Li Xiaonuan held a small pouch, curiously observing the goods at the stall and the bustling vendor. The fritter stall was a small cart, with an oil fryer at one end, steam rising from the bubbling oil where the fritters danced joyfully. At the other end were several layers of square bamboo trays, the top one covered with a clean white cloth, a container of bamboo skewers, and several small bowls filled with condiments, alongside a thick stack of dried lotus leaves. The vendor deftly scooped out golden quail fritters from the oil with a bamboo ladle, placing them in a bowl, while simultaneously tossing partially cooked fritters into the fryer. He quickly threaded the fried fritters on his skewers and handed them to eager customers. Li Xiaonuan watched, entranced by the aromatic fritters, and swallowed hard before asking the vendor, "How much for a skewer?" 10 coins for a skewer. The vendor called out clearly. Li Xiaowan lowered her head, counting out 10 copper coins from her pouch, then turned to Gu Xiao, saying, "A skewer will be enough for both of us. Shall we just buy one?" "Very well." Gu Xiao agreed with a nod, taking the coins from her hand and giving them to the vendor. Before long, the fritters were ready. The vendor handed over the skewers, placing them on a lotus leaf, and cheerfully gestured toward the array of condiments. "Young sir, which sauce would you prefer? Help yourself." Gu Xiao hesitated, looking at the condiments, while Li Xiaowan excitedly pointed at a bowl filled with a rich, fragrant vinegar, exclaiming, this one, let us dip it in this." Gu Xiao immediately dipped the fritters in the sauce, carefully handing the skewers to Li Xiaowan, who was brimming with delight. Li Xiaowan eagerly accepted the bamboo skewer and took a bite, exhaling warm breath and nodding repeatedly, mumbling, "Delicious, truly delicious." Turning around, she raised a partially eaten rice dumpling to Gu Xiao's lips, urging, "You must try it. It's exquisite." Gu Xiao leaned in, took a bite, and nodded enthusiastically, his face blossoming with a radiant smile. After swallowing with a sigh of warmth, he leaned closer for another bite, murmuring, "Wan, you are right. This flavor is something Lu Mama cannot replicate. It is truly delightful." Sun Mama, standing beside them, watched with a warm smile as Gu Xiao and Li Xiaowan finished the 2 dumplings, sharing bites. Li Xiaowan contentedly patted her abdomen, gently licking her lips and sighing, "It is simply delicious." Gu Xiao looked at Li Xiaowan with satisfaction, sighed contentedly, and wrapped his arm around her as they continued to stroll with the crowd. Unaware of how much time had passed, Sun Mama squeezed through, cheerfully saying, "You two have been out for quite a while. If you keep wandering, I fear the young lady and the second young lady will grow impatient. Why not return now and come back next year?" Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile, handing over a handful of grass-woven grasshoppers and crickets to the nearby matron, pulling Gu Xiao along as they followed Sun Mama back to the dock. Gu Yinshan stood anxiously at the cabin door, peering outside. Upon seeing the two, their temples glistening with sweat as they entered the cabin, she gently stomped her foot in complaint. "Look at you two, so absorbed in your play that you lost track of time. What hour is it? You'll worry the matriarch if you keep this up." Li Xiaowan and Gu Xiao exchanged a glance, sticking out their tongues playfully before sitting down in the armchairs, eagerly sipping the tea offered by the maid. Gu Yinhuan pulled Gu Yinshan to a chair, smiling and reassuring her, "We can only venture out like this once a year. With Sun Mama accompanying us, the matriarch has no reason to worry. Now, the boat is about to leave. We'll be home shortly." As the boat docked, they returned to the estate and reported their safety to the matriarch at Ruishuan Hall. Afterward, she sent several people back to rest. With the 15th day passed, the spring festival gradually faded, and Gu Xiao resumed his pre-journey routine. Each morning, he studied with Mr. Chun, practiced painting with Mr. Lin in the afternoons, and spent most of his remaining time at Songfeng Courtyard. As the lunar month progressed, Mrs. Zhang personally visited the Gu family, bringing auspicious dates for discussion with the matriarch and Mrs. Zhou regarding the wedding date, which was set for the end of March. They deliberated over the arrangements for Gu Yinshan's dowry, including family members, servants, and maids, discussing the additional personnel needed. The matriarch listened attentively to Mrs. Zhou, showing little dissent. Mrs. Zhou quietly sighed in relief, her expression easing as she took a sip of tea and continued, "Yesterday, while going over the maids with Mama Zhou, I realized that several of the maids in Shower S Courtyard are no longer children. Zhuiying and Zhuji are both 17 this year, and Xinghong is 16. We must add more hands to Wudong Courtyard, or else we will fall short by next year." The matriarch looked at Mrs. Zhou with mild surprise, nodding with a smile. "You are indeed thoughtful. This is sound reasoning. Have you selected candidates for the additional help?" "Yes," Mrs. Zhou replied. "Yesterday, after much discussion with Mama Zhou, we went through several options and chose 2. One is my secondary maid, Love Mei, who is 14 this year, diligent and conscientious. I had intended for her to fill Lan Ji's position, and now I will have her do just that, to serve Shower, with her monthly allowance still coming from my courtyard." Mrs. Zhou explained with a smile, and the matriarch nodded, a smile on her face. Mrs. Zhou relaxed a bit more and continued, "The other is Qingji, who is 12 this year, the same age as Shower. She is exceptionally well-behaved and gentle. I propose she start as a secondary maid in Wudong Courtyard, with her allowance also coming from Qingxin Courtyard. This way, it won't violate any rules." "Qingji? Mama Zhou's second maid?" the matriarch remarked. Your memory is impressive. Indeed, she is the one. This girl is even more lovely than Lan Ji, and her temperament is also excellent. She would be a perfect fit for Shower. The matriarch straightened slightly, her gaze devoid of emotion as she regarded Mrs. Zhou. After a pause, she slowly nodded. You are Shower's mother. Your arrangements will naturally be appropriate. However, Shower is still young, at an age of study. It is crucial that you guide him well, ensuring no distractions. Mrs. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, hastily nodding. You speak wisely, mother. I too fear distractions for him, which is why I have made these arrangements. Rest assured, Mei and Qingji have been with me for 3 or 4 years and are reliable maids. The matriarch gazed at Mrs. Zhou with a bittersweet expression, lowering her eyes and nodding. Mrs. Zhou gently bit her lip before adding, Mother, regarding distractions, this is also a concern of mine. Shower is growing year by year. It may not be suitable for him to spend all his time with Xiaowan as before. After all, they are not siblings by blood. For Xiaowan's sake, we must avoid any appearance of impropriety. I was thinking. The matriarch watched Mrs. Zhou expressionlessly, who, upon sensing her gaze, timidly met her eyes and hesitated to finish her thought. The matriarch fixed her gaze on her for a long moment before turning her head to look out at the barren flower trellis. Pausing for a while before turning back to Mrs. Zhou and speaking slowly and deliberately, has Shower shown any signs of distraction? You must assess his academic progress over these past 3 or 4 years. You should have some understanding of his studies. Mrs. Zhou looked at the matriarch with confusion. Pondering before replying, I have thought the same. Shower is the sole heir of the family. He cannot lag behind. If not for his excessive play at Songfeng Courtyard, he might have been able to write essays by last year. I have grown anxious watching him squander his studies. The matriarch widened her eyes slightly, staring blankly at Mrs. Zhou. Recommended book, author, He Who Hao Cha, book number 192-1618, title. Laughing at the Qing court synopsis, The Struggles of a Legitimate Second Daughter During the Braid Era. For more chapters, please visit to read. Madame Zhou's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression gradually relaxing. Old Madame Li lifted her gaze to her and said, starting tomorrow, let Granny Sun take charge at the Wutong Courtyard. Although Shower's wet nurse, Granny Wu, is indeed a good woman, she is somewhat too lenient and cannot manage those big maids in the courtyard effectively. With Granny Sun overseeing the operations, you will have fewer worries. Madame Zhou paused, hesitating as she looked at old Madame Li. It is certainly most appropriate for Granny Sun to manage the Wutong Courtyard, but how can she be away from you, mother? Wouldn't that be unfair to you? Old Madame Li looked at Madame Zhou with a sense of helplessness and said gently, what is it that I cannot manage here? At Shower's age, it is essential that those around him inspire confidence. Besides, Yinshan is getting married at the end of March, and there is much to prepare for tomorrow. It is late. You should rest now. I will send Granny Sun to the Wutong Courtyard early in the morning. Madame Zhou complied, stood up, and withdrew to rest. The next day, after lunch, Madame Zhou, along with Gu Yinshan and Gu Yunhuan, left to attend to matters. Old Madame Li kept Li Xiaowan, smiling as she instructed Gu Xiao, you have learned to paint from Mr. Lin. Go to the study and write, attended by Granny Sun and Zhuiying. I have made a vow to the Bodhisattva to transcribe some scriptures for worship. The ancestors are aging and cannot see clearly enough to transcribe. So let Xiaowan do this daily in the small Buddha hall to fulfill my wish. Gu Xiao eagerly stood up, requesting, Grandmother, I shall also transcribe some scriptures to repay your vow. Shower is a dutiful child, but your devotion should not only lie in this. Focus on your studies. In the future, you must support your family well, and that is true filial piety toward your mother and me, old Madame Li said, patting Gu Xiao's shoulder. Gu Xiao promptly stood up, responding earnestly, rest assured, Grandmother, I shall devote myself to my studies and bring honor to you and mother. Li Xiaowan smiled at Gu Xiao, feeling a flicker of unease. After Gu Xiao left, Li Xiaowan assisted old Madame Li to the small Buddha hall, where Cui Lian had already prepared a small room adjacent to the hall, laid out the writing materials, and lit incense. Li Xiaowan helped old Madame Li into the hall, where she sat cross-legged on the cushion before the Buddha. Li Xiaowan took a step back, settling onto another cushion, quietly listening to old Madame Li as she struck the wooden fish and recited the Heart Sutra. Once old Madame Li finished reciting, she turned to Li Xiaowan, her face beaming as she gently instructed, come, help me up. Let us sit in the side room. Li Xiaowan quickly rose and assisted old Madame Li, leading her into the adjacent room. Old Madame Li sat on the couch, and Li Xiaowan received the tea from Chui Lian, handing it to her. Old Madame Li took the cup and gestured for Li Xiaowan to sit at the edge of the couch, dismissing Chui Lian and the others with a wave. Looking at Li Xiaowan, she smiled and said, "Good child, come closer to your grandmother." Li Xiaowan smiled and moved nearer, and old Madame Li laid down the cup, smoothing Li Xiaowan's clothing, saying, "Your grandmother has you transcribing scriptures not only to fulfill a vow, but also because I know you and Shower are good children. Though you are 2 years younger than Shower, you have taken care of him like an elder sister these past years, watching over him as he studies. Without your help, his studies would not be as commendable." Li Xiaowan looked at old Madame Li in astonishment. Old Madame Li chuckled, gently patting Li Xiaowan's shoulder. "Your grandmother may be old, but she is not confused. I see how much effort you have put into caring for Shower. Your gratitude toward me is reciprocated." Li Xiaowan blinked in surprise. And old Madame Li continued, "Shower is 12 this year, and by the previous customs, he is of age for the coming-of-age ceremony, at least considered half an adult. He is a boy, and in the future, our family will rely on him to be the pillar. We must let him manage himself and be mindful of all matters, big and small. As your grandmother ages, I need your assistance. Besides transcribing these scriptures, help me sort through some old accounts I have long wished to address." Li Xiaowan quickly rose, respectfully agreeing. Old Madame Li smiled, pulling her back down to the couch, adding, "You are a wonderful child, but you tend to overthink and be overly cautious. Remember, your grandmother sees you and Shower as equals. You may rest assured." Li Xiaowan nodded, though her heart felt a mix of caution and confusion. There must be reasons behind this matter that she was unaware of. Old Madame Li is known for her foresight and meticulous planning. If she had such intentions, she would have laid the groundwork weeks or even months prior, never acting so abruptly. Upon returning home, she would ask Lan Chu to inquire in the kitchen. Old Madame Li and Li Xiaowan continued their conversation for a while longer, but old Madame Li grew weary. Li Xiaowan called for Chui Lian to assist old Madame Li in covering herself with a quilt. Old Madame Li reclined on the couch, smiling as she instructed, "Chui Lian, see to it that Miss Xiaowan rests as well. It is not too late for her to transcribe those scriptures after resting." Li Xiaowan and Chui Lian complied, and Chui Lian summoned a young maid to sit at the foot of the couch, massaging old Madame Li's legs. Then, she and Li Xiaowan quietly exited. Once in the small side room, Li Xiaowan held Chui Lian's hand, smiling, "Sister Chui Lian, there is no need for you to fuss. Winter days are short, and I seldom sleep. I shall copy the scriptures here. You may attend to your own matters." Chui Lian considered for a moment before smiling and nodding. Li Xiaowan sat at the table, and Chui Lian took the ink stick, grinding it before setting it down and bringing a cup of tea. She pointed to the young maid standing by the door and softly said, "I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just send the young maids or have them call for me." Li Xiaowan smiled and nodded, watching Chui Lian leave before turning her attention back to the scriptures, carefully and methodically transcribing. When old Madame Li awoke, Li Xiaowan had already transcribed over 10 pages. Old Madame Li called her in and instructed the maid to place a low writing table on the couch, bringing out brushes, ink, and several new notebooks. Chui Lian delivered a few old account books, and old Madame Li reclined, instructing Li Xiaowan to read the old accounts aloud to her. With half-closed eyes, old Madame Li listened as Li Xiaowan slowly read through the accounts, reminiscing, commenting, and asking her to rewrite selected entries in the new notebooks. They spent over an hour in this manner, one reading and the other reminiscing, as if engaged in a leisurely conversation. Having transcribed most of the account book, old Madame Li straightened up, stretching her back, chuckling, "Ah, indeed, your grandmother is getting on in years and cannot sit still any longer. Come, Xiaowan, help me up. Let's take a stroll in the back garden." Li Xiaowan quickly smiled and assisted old Madame Li, while Chui Lian knelt to help her put on her shoes. Li Xiaowan accompanied old Madame Li slowly into the back garden. It was only after dinner that Li Xiaowan took her leave from old Madame Li and returned to Songfeng Courtyard. Dongma and Lan Chu attended to her as she bathed and refreshed herself. Li Xiaowan changed into a comfortable, slightly worn set of sleepwear. Holding a book as she leaned against the bed, her eyelids lowered in silence as she contemplated for quite some time. Finally, she turned to Dongma, who was folding clothes at the foot of the bed, and asked, "Is there anything new happening in the manor today? At the end of winter, Dongma paused her folding of clothes, raised her head, and looked at Li Xiaowan with concern. After a moment's thought, she set down the garment and moved beside Li Xiaowan, asking softly, "What has happened? Did the matriarch keep you here all afternoon for no reason?" "Nothing much, perhaps nothing at all. Is there any news from the manor?" Li Xiaowan pondered briefly before responding in a low voice. Dongma furrowed her brow and replied, "I'm not sure if it qualifies as news, but these past few days, due to the eldest young lady's marriage and the accompanying arrangements, the manor has been bustling with activity. It seems that our courtyard has remained undisturbed. But no one here has caught anyone's eye." Li Xiaowan shot Dongma a sidelong glance, and Dongma shrank back slightly, cleared her throat before explaining quietly, "I was just mentioning a cough. I won't bring it up again." Li Xiaowan regarded her with some exasperation, and Dongma quickly continued. "Granny-san has taken charge at Wudong Courtyard, as you are aware. This afternoon, she came to our courtyard and asked for a jar of our osmanthus honey, saying that the young master has grown accustomed to its taste here, and she feared that the honey from outside wouldn't suit him. I noticed how she cherished that jar of honey, so I gave her another large one, and she accepted it with delight." Li Xiaowan, listanatintanli, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Granny-san was the matriarch's most trusted confidant, and this closeness with Songfeng Courtyard was both her intention and the matriarch's. At noon, when I was having lunch with Xiaoyu and Shoan in the big kitchen, I overheard the maids gossiping. They mentioned that the green plum from the Lady S courtyard has taken over Lan Ji's position as a first-rank maid, and Qing Ji, Lan Ji's sister, has been promoted to second rank and is now serving the young master at Wudong Courtyard. Li Xiaowan straightened her posture, furrowing her brow in contemplation, and quietly remarked, "So, Green Plum has gone to Wudong Courtyard as a first-rank maid. Like Juing? Ju-ing is 17 this year and will be marrying in a couple of years. Green Plum, if I recall correctly, is younger than you?" "Yes, Green Plum is just 14 this year, and Qing Ji is only 12. The same age as the young master," Dongma hurriedly affirmed. Li Xiaowan relaxed her brow slightly, realizing it was time to arrange for new maids. It would take a year of proper mentorship to ensure everything was in order. Zhu Ji and Xing Hong were also not young anymore. Besides Qing Ji, it was likely that the matriarch and the elder would gradually send more maids over to ensure a smooth transition, preventing chaos and avoiding any embarrassment for Gu Shao. Dongma contemplated this and nodded, looking at Li Xiaowan, hesitating to speak. Li Xiaowan tilted her head and smiled. "Is there something you find difficult to say?" "Well, this. I'm just sharing my thoughts, so consider it like a passing breeze." Li Xiaowan laughed and nodded. "All right, let us treat it as a gentle breeze." She continued, "You know, in this old residence, there are many elders from the Gu family. Now, with Uncle Ting managing everything, it's not like when we were in the capital, where the ladies' maids held significant power. Back then, no one dared to say anything derogatory about Granny Zhou, while now, these maids don't seem to regard her highly, and their words have become rather sharp." Li Xiaowan listened carefully to Dongma's explanation, nodding with a smile. "I understand. You just speak your mind, and I shall consider it a mere breeze." Dongma chuckled and added, "Those maids have grown accustomed to being harsh with their words. When they mentioned Qing Ji going to serve the young master, their tone was laden with disdain, saying things about climbing the social ladder and wanting to become a phoenix, among other nonsensical remarks." Dongma spoke with a hint of ambiguity, and Li Xiaowan paused, slowly coming to clarity. It seemed there was indeed a custom in the family, where a young master would have 1 or 2 warming maids in his room prior to marriage. No wonder the matriarch suddenly assigned Granny-san to serve at Wudong Courtyard. Clearly, this idea of warming maids must have originated from a lady, and the matriarch, disapproving, opted to keep an eye on things through Granny Sunday. It made sense why she had been kept in the small Buddha hall to copy scriptures. With Gu Shao growing up, it was no longer appropriate for them to be together as they once were. It appeared that this situation might persist for half a year or even a year. The matriarch must have anticipated this, for had it been the lady who thought of it first, the arrangements would not have been so hasty. The lady was not one to be overly sensitive. Was this matter her own realization, or had someone prompted her? And what are those 2 large chests? Furthermore, Granny Zhou had her share of issues, including the kite incident. Gu Yinshan had mentioned that the lady had reprimanded her for bringing in something so inauspicious. And there was also the matter of Chun Xiao, who was now awkwardly idling at home. Li Xiaowan's brow furrowed, and Dongma looked at her with concern. After a moment of thought, she sighed heavily, stood up to glance out the door, then sat back down beside Li Xiaowan, inching closer to her and softly reassuring, "Miss, Try to look at it lightly. After all, she is merely a warming maid. Our family rules are strict. There is no way for a man to have a child with a maid before marriage. Even after getting married, it would only be permissible once a legitimate son is born and the wife consents to the concubines having children. Even if a child is born, what of it? It would merely be a concubine's child, and that child would be nothing more than a servant's offspring. Li Xiaowan's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Dong Ma, who was earnestly trying to console her. It took a moment for her to regain her composure, causing her to choke on her own laughter as she bent over the bed. Dong Ma hurried to pat her back, pouting, "I was merely speaking some sense. How did it provoke such laughter from you?" Once Li Xiaowan calmed down, she straightened up, looking at Dong Ma with a serious expression. "Dong Ma, though Gu Xiao is 2 years my senior, I have always regarded him as a younger brother, just as my elder sisters do. I have never contemplated marrying him." Dong Ma cleared her throat gently, chuckling after a moment. "You are quite generous. With all that you've said, is that not your true intention?" Dong Ma laughed with her eyes squinting in delight, nodding repeatedly. "Since you brought it up, I could be frank too. How could you not consider it? You are already 10 years old. Though still young, if you were with your parents, like the eldest young lady, you could wait 3 to 5 more years without a care. However, you have no one to look after you in this vast household. The only one you can rely on is the matriarch, and she is getting on in years, those of advanced age. I do not wish to curse anyone, but time waits for no one." "I understand your meaning," Li Xiaowan said softly, patting Dong Ma's hand. Dong Ma sighed in relief and continued, "It would be best if your marriage could be settled as soon as possible. My grandmother used to say that she was getting old. Having lived through today, she was uncertain if she would see tomorrow." Li Xiaowan blinked a few times, grasping Dong Ma's hand, finally whispering, "You are right." Dong Ma tenderly held Li Xiaowan's hand, saying affectionately, "Miss, consider this. Although you are a cousin of the Gu family, it is well known that you have no maternal family. With your background, where could you find a match comparable to the young master? Once again, in the ancient family, there are currently 6 masters, including the young lady. This year, the eldest daughter married, and in a year or 2, the second lady will also wed. Aside from the young lady and the young master, the only ones left in the household are the matriarch and the mistress. Where else can one find such a tranquil family? Even the Jin family has a host of relatives, with an aunt, a sister, and 2 brothers." Li Xiaowan listened, somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Dong Ma. After a while, she gently cleared her throat. "You have already planned everything for me. Moreover, the young master treats you with such kindness, always addressing you as Wan. You are right. Such a family, such a person, is a treasure that the young lady cannot afford to miss, as they are as rare as finding a lantern in the dark." Li Xiaowan blinked a few times and collapsed into the soft quilt. Dong Ma reached out to pull her up, gazing intently at her. "This is a matter of a lifetime. The young lady must not be confused." Li Xiaowan hurriedly nodded. "I'm not confused, truly not. But, Sister Dong Ma, this matter is beyond my control. My words do not count. The decision rests with the matriarch and the mistress. No matter how clear-headed I am, it is of no use, is it? The young lady is not one to be easily manipulated. The matriarch has treated her well, and Dong Ma has seen it. This matter can surely come to fruition if the young lady is willing." Dong Ma looked at Li Xiaowan with determination. "As long as the young lady is willing, she will certainly find a way. Let's not speak of this matter again. If someone hears this or discerns your thoughts, it could lead to trouble," Li Xiaowan said, suddenly recalling something, sitting up quickly. "Did those matrons speak of climbing high branches only after seeing you, or—" Dong Ma shot Li Xiaowan a glance. "If they spoke of this only upon seeing us, would I not have already informed you? That would be another major issue. You know, Lu Mama from the kitchen has always been on good terms with us. Yesterday morning, she sent high-quality glutinous rice to the grain shop. Knowing the young lady loves glutinous rice dumplings, she privately wrapped a few. After being sealed overnight, they were cooled this morning. She secretly called me to fetch the dumplings. And it was then that I overheard those words." Li Xiaowan sighed in relief, looking at Dong Ma with a serious expression. "What we just discussed must not be mentioned again. We must not even think of it." Dong Ma breathed a sigh of relief, nodding with a smile. Li Xiaowan shifted closer, playfully nudging Dong Ma. "What about the dumplings? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Dong Ma chuckled, and Li Xiaowan pushed her, salivating. "I wasn't full at dinner, and now I'm really hungry. I just want to eat one. Just one will suffice. Young lady, what time is it? Those glutinous rice dumplings are not easy to digest. Is half of one acceptable?" If you don't eat it today, it won't be fresh tomorrow, and if it's not fresh, it won't taste good. That would be a waste of Lu Mama's kindness. Just half will do, please, Donma, I'm starving. Seeing Li Xiaowan's eager expression, Donma helplessly stood up and went out to peel the dumplings for her. Chapter 71. An unbearable entrustment. Li Xiaowan settled her mind and devoted her afternoons to quietly transcribing scriptures in Ruishuan Hall, assisting the old matriarch in organizing and copying old ledgers. Whenever she had spare time, she would head to the little garden behind the small Buddhist hall, observing the flowers and plants budding, gradually growing interested. She had someone find a few ceramic pots and transplanted several seedlings, learning to cultivate the flora in the back garden. The old matriarch was very pleased with Li Xiaowan's calm demeanor. Gu Xiao, having returned from Mr. Lin's painting lessons, would first stop by Ruishuan Hall to chat with the old matriarch before heading to the outer study to read and write. Each time, he would bring Li Xiaowan a few new characters he had learned and some interesting books he had discovered. The old matriarch enthusiastically shared these with Li Xiaowan. Madame Zhou was busy with the entire household, feeling as if the days were flying by. Taizhou is not far from Shangli town. It takes only a day's journey by water. By the end of February, the Jin and Gu families had been bustling with activity, with matrons frequently coming and going. A few days prior, the Jin family's bridal procession had arrived at the Gu family dock, bringing an array of dowries. The Gu family spent most of the day transporting the dowries for Gu Yinshan onto the wedding boat. The once crowded rose courtyard became momentarily spacious. Standing in the now open courtyard, Gu Yinshan turned to admire the lush surroundings and the vibrant lanterns beneath the corridor. After a moment's contemplation, she headed straight out of the courtyard towards Songfeng Courtyard, with Jinju urgently calling Yu Tsue, lantern in hand, hastily following behind. Li Xiaowan had already bathed and was leisurely reading a book when she heard Lan Chu's report and quickly slipped on her shoes. Just as she stepped out of her inner room, Gu Yunshan came in, smiling as she looked at Li Xiaowan, who was clad in slightly worn home attire. The air outside is still chilly. Hurry and sit on the bed to avoid getting cold. I'm just a bit bored and came to chat with you. Gu Yinshan breezed past Li Xiaowan into the inner room. Li Xiaowan followed her in with a smile, while Doma fetched an old long coat for her to wear. Li Xiaowan sat back on the bed, half covered by the quilt, as Gu Yinshan unceremoniously dragged a cushion over and reclined beside her. Lan Chu served 2 cups of light tea, placing them on the high table in front of the bed. Gu Yinshan waved her hand. You all may leave. We sisters wish to converse freely. Doma and Lan Chu kneeled and then retreated. Li Xiaowan tilted her head, observing Gu Yunshan's pensive expression, silently awaiting her to speak. Gu Yunshan straightened up, took a sip of tea, then placed the cup down and turned to Li Xiaowan. You are 10 years old this year? Li Xiaowan, slightly surprised, nodded. Gu Yinshan sighed. You are 2 years younger than Gu Xiao, yet when it comes to understanding things, even Yun Huan cannot compare to you. Once, I mentioned to the matriarch about how intelligent people abound in this world. The matriarch said that there are many clever individuals, so clever that one cannot even imagine. And if one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never believe such people exist. Li Xiaowan smiled cautiously, watching Gu Yinshan as she appraised her. Gu Yinshan chuckled. I mentioned you, and the matriarch said you are indeed clever, but not exceedingly so. Li Xiaowan raised her eyebrows, just about to speak when Gu Yinshan raised her hand to stop her, grinning. I know what you're going to say. I would say the same about my father. He was famous for being a child prodigy from a very young age. The matriarch would not have taken notice of him if he were not exceptionally bright. What did the matriarch say? Li Xiaowan asked curiously. Gu Yinshan raised her eyebrows, a hint of pride on her face. Mama's son was laughing heartily beside us, saying I was right. The matriarch only smiled and did not respond. It is indeed a curious matter. Li Xiaowan looked at Gu Yinshan in confusion. Gu Yinshan paused, gazing directly at Li Xiaowan, lowering her voice. Gu Xiao is not foolish. He is quite clever, but I fear his cleverness cannot compare to yours, let alone that of our father. When my father achieved the highest honors, he was still unmarried. They say a tiger's son does not produce a dog. It is indeed difficult to articulate. Li Xiaowan looked at Gu Yunshan in astonishment, unable to suppress a smile. On the eve of her wedding, she had come to her at such a late hour just to lament that Gu Xiao did not take after his father. After a moment of self-reflection, Gu Yinshan turned to Li Xiaowan, who bore a peculiar expression, and asked, had you also noticed? Gu Xiao is not as clever as his father. Li Xiaowan furrowed her brows in distress and said, firstly, I believe Gu Xiao is smarter than I am. Secondly, I have never met Lord Gu. So how can I determine who is more intelligent? Gu Yinshan tilted her head, gazing at Li Xianwan, sighed, and tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "You, my dear girl, are quite mischievous. You won't even speak the truth to me." Li Xianwan stumbled back from the tap, thinking how strange her elder sister was today. Instead of taking the time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's wedding, she was mulling over such trivial matters. I heard from Grandma-san that the bride's garments and ornaments would weigh over 10 pounds. It would be a day without food for her. Shouldn't she be concerned about the pressing issues at hand? Gu Yinshan struck Li Xianwan's forehead again with some force, saying, "I am discussing serious matters with you." Li Xianwan shifted back on her bed, leaning against the railing, yawning as she replied, "Go on, elder sister." Gu Yinshan appeared increasingly worried, letting out several sighs before gloomily stating, "I'm just a bit uneasy. Alas, I'm fated to worry. If I were like Yin Huan, indifferent to the world, it would be a different story." Li Xianwan straightened slightly, smiling as she asked, "What is there to be concerned about? We have the matriarch and the old ancestor at home. Gu Xiao will grow up in a couple of years. What could you possibly worry about? The old ancestor is aging, and as for mother, alas, if father were still here, it would be different. But now, if we expect mother to be like the old ancestor..." Gu Yinshan sighed again, and Gu Xiao is not as astute as his father. Mother's thoughts. Alas, Gu Yinshan frowned, continuing to sigh, while Li Xianwan observed her with contemplation, remaining silent. Gu Yinshan, gripping the handkerchief, leaned back against the pillow, staring at the tent above. After a moment, she turned to Li Xianwan earnestly and said, "Xianwan, if only you were 2 years older. There are a few matters I need you to keep an eye on for me. First is Yun Huan. You know her feelings. She is so enamored with the capital, with her maternal family." Gu Yinshan hesitated, frowning, before continuing, "I have mentioned this countless times, but with Yun Huan's temperament, unless she realizes it on her own, no amount of persuasion will work. And then there's mother and Gu Xiao, who are equally infuriating, so clearly in the wrong, yet stubbornly refusing to acknowledge it." Li Xianwan silently regarded the frustrated Gu Yinshan, recognizing that youthful sentiments are often unrelated to one's character. "I have also inquired of mother. Although both she and the old ancestor seem to share this sentiment, we cannot ascertain the stance of the maternal family. Even if this matter were to succeed, Yin Huan cannot continue to indulge her whims. Wouldn't it be foolish to allow others to know of it? Xianwan, in ordinary times, it may not matter, but when Cheng Ku visits our home, you must pay extra attention to Yin Huan. Do not let her do anything foolish." Li Xianwan widened her eyes, staring blankly at Gu Yinshan, who looked back at her helplessly and whispered, "I know this is a burden for you, but who else can I trust in this household? I certainly cannot rely on Gu Xiao." Li Xianwan blinked a couple of times, unsure of how to respond. Gu Yinshan sighed once more and added, "Secondly, when I am gone, Yin Huan will likely lack the patience to manage the mundane affairs of the house. Mother lacks energy and the old ancestor is aging. You must be attentive to those trivial matters, speak when necessary, and manage what should be managed. If anything significant arises, consult the old ancestor or Yun Huan." Alas, Yun Huan's stubbornness is not her strongest suit, but she understands her tasks. Li Xianwan listened, feeling torn between agreement and disagreement. As Gu Yinshan continued, she spoke more freely. "And one more thing, Gu Xiao is my greatest concern. I fear he might act out like Yin Huan. Mother constantly hopes for him to achieve the highest honors, but such accomplishments are not easily attained. It takes centuries to produce someone of such caliber. The Gu family has been blessed with a single exemplary scholar. Anything beyond that would be extraordinary. Furthermore, Gu Xiao is not as exceptionally clever as his father. If he could at least achieve a first-class result, that would be commendable." Gu Yinshan continued to sigh, deeply troubled. "You know, Gu Xiao listens to you more than anyone else, so please encourage him. You must not take Mother's words too seriously. Her expectations will eventually fade." Li Xianwan felt a lump in her throat at the thought of advising Gu Xiao to disregard their mother's words, while Gu Yinshan could voice such sentiments. For her to do so would be unforgivable. Alas, this elder sister is wonderful in every way except for her sheltered upbringing, unaware of the complexities of the world. Gu Yinshan looked at Li Xianwan and took her hand, solemnly saying, "I am entrusting everything to you. If there is anything you cannot manage, send word to me. Do you hear?" Li Xianwan blinked rapidly, awkwardly smiling, unsure whether to nod or shake her head. Chapter 72. sending off the bride, clearing her throat gently. Li Xiaowan straightened up, looking at Gu Yinshan with a bright smile. They say an elder sister is like a mother. It truly is so. The thought of you getting married fills my heart with a mix of reluctance and sorrow. Gu Yinshan's eyes reddened, prompting Li Xiaowan to lean closer, grasping her hand gently as she sighed. While you feel sorrowful, think of the old ancestor, mother, the second sister, and Gu Xiao, who must also be feeling the same sadness. Just yesterday, Gu Xiao was teary-eyed, expressing his concerns to the old ancestor about you facing hardships at your in-laws. He vowed to uphold the Gu family's honor so that you and the second sister would not suffer due to a lack of support from your maternal side. Li Xiaowan chuckled, adding the old ancestor was so moved that she was all smiles, wondering what hardships she had ever endured in the Gu family without a maternal family. Gu Yinshan paused, then burst into laughter, realizing that while she worried for her family, they were equally concerned for her. Do not worry about home. We have the old ancestor and mother. The old ancestor may lack a maternal family, but mother does have one. The Gu family will only flourish more each day. It is you, dear sister, who should be cautious as you enter the Jin family, where everything will feel unfamiliar and fraught with challenges. Take care in all matters. The in-laws will certainly differ from your family. Gu Yinshan nodded, smiling. Do you think I need reminders from you, little girl? You are right. Even disregarding the residence of the Duke of Renan, the Earl of Zhening is not to be underestimated. Li Xiaowan smiled brightly, steering the conversation away from the weighty topics. After exchanging a few more words, she called for Pearl, who was urged to escort Gu Yinshan back to rest. The next day, at the break of dawn, Li Xiaowan was awakened by Dong Mo. She hurriedly washed up and made her way to the rose courtyard, which was already aglow with light. Gu Yinhuan was seated in the east wing, leisurely sipping a bowl of lotus seed tea. Upon seeing Li Xiaowan enter, she quickly set down the bowl, beckoning Li Xiaowan to join her on the couch. You rushed over as soon as you woke up, didn't you? Would you prefer lotus seed tea or red date soup? Lotus seed tea, please, Li Xiaowan replied with a smile, turning her head to search for Gu Yinshan. Where is elder sister? The elder sister is bathing within, while Granny Zhou has invited several matrons from the capital to assist with the bridal preparations, stating that the process would take over an hour. Having only just entered, we shall wait patiently. Li Xiaowan nodded, removed her shoes, and sat opposite Gu Yunhuan on the couch. A young maid brought in a bowl of warm lotus seed tea, which Li Xiaowan accepted, sipping it slowly as she and Gu Yunhuan engaged in casual conversation. Just past the hour, Madame Zhou entered the rose courtyard, supporting the matriarch, Lady Li. Li Xiaowan and Gu Yunhuan hurried to greet them, assisting both ladies into the room, where they settled on the eastern couch. Tea was served, and they inquired about the eldest lady's bathing progress. Lady Li, smiling, instructed Chui Lian, who responded with a courteous bow and, beaming, retreated to the bathing chamber. Moments later, Chui Lian returned with a cheerful report. She is ready. Just putting on her clothes now. As she spoke, Gu Yinshan, appearing more radiant than usual, entered wearing a white silk gown, her hair loosely styled, encircled by maids and several unfamiliar matrons. Madame Zhou's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Gu Yinshan with a beaming smile, her lips parting in an attempt to speak, yet no words came. Lady Li gently pulled Madame Zhou to sit on the couch, softly patting her hand in a gesture of comfort. Look, Yinshan has grown up and is getting married. How wonderful. Madame Zhou nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her face. Gu Yunhuan quickly offered her mother a handkerchief to wipe her tears, as Madame Zhou choked out. I am simply so happy, so very happy. Lady Li's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as she warmly patted Madame Zhou's hand and turned to Gu Yinshan, who stood before them, tearful yet beautiful. The steward from a Jin family has just reported that the groom's grand ship will arrive in about half an hour. I have already sent Shower to welcome them. Now, do not fret. Instead, prepare yourself quickly, for the journey to Taizhou will take some time, and we cannot afford to miss the auspicious hour. Pearl and the other matrons quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Pearl stepped forward, assisting Gu Yinshan to the central dressing table, where another matron respectfully greeted Lady Li and Madame Zhou before taking a seat opposite Gu Yinshan. She retrieved a powder box and deftly applied an even layer of powder to Gu Yinshan's face, skillfully twisting a red thread into her hair with rhythmic precision. In a short while, Gu Yinshan's face glowed with a delicate blush, as if shyly awakening. Under the matron's direction, The maids cleansed Gu Yunshan's face with warm water and applied fresh egg whites, smoothing them evenly across her skin. As the egg whites dried, Gu Yunshan sat upright before the mirror, her expression taut. Two matrons stood behind her. One is the primary stylist, and the other assisting, carefully styling her hair while singing joyful melodies, intricately arranging her elaborate coif. Just then, Granny Zhou hurriedly entered to announce that the groom had arrived. Gu Yunshan, now fully adorned, stood with her hands raised, encircled by matrons assisting her into her ceremonial attire. Li Xiaowan observed Gu Yunshan, a mix of curiosity and melancholy, as she transformed into a vision of festivity. At merely 17, she was still but a child. Yet perhaps next year, she might be a mother, a thought that stirred within her. Wishing for a few more years before such responsibilities began. May the heavens bless Gu Yunshan with a son this time next year, she silently prayed. The courtyard gradually filled with matrons, despite the Gu family's efforts to maintain a low profile regarding their eldest daughter's marriage. They had politely declined visits from relatives and friends wishing to express their congratulations. Yet, word had spread among the well-informed, and some relatives arrived bearing gifts while others, more considerate, refrained from intruding. Madame Zhou reluctantly stepped out of the rose courtyard to receive the enthusiastic guests arriving to send off the bride. Before long, Gu Yunshan, now resplendent in her finery, stood before Lady Li, fighting back tears. She bowed deeply, and Lady Li, with a gentle tilt of her head, restrained her own tears. Taking Gu Yunshan's hands and imparting words of wisdom. Remember, marriage is a return, not an exit. From now on, the Jin family will be your home. Always prioritize your husband's family and honor your elders. Do not dwell on your own family. Gu Yunshan nodded earnestly, a tear slipping down her cheek. A nearby matron, skilled and practiced, quickly dabbed Gu Yunshan's tears away and opened the powder box to touch up her makeup. Li Xiaowan chuckled softly, nudging Gu Yunwan in astonishment. I was pondering the purpose of the wedding maid. It seems she is here specifically to dab away tears and refresh the bride's makeup. Gu Yunwan, already in tears, burst into laughter at Li Xiaowan's remark, while Gu Yunshan pouted playfully, casting a sidelong glance at her friend, feeling a bit shy. Lady Li joined in the laughter, rising from the couch with Chui Lian's assistance, taking Gu Yunshan's hand as they all proceeded toward the front courtyard. Amidst the jubilant clamor, Gu Yunshan boarded the Jin family's splendidly adorned vessel, a grand ship that could only slowly navigate away from the Gu family dock, fading into the distance through Madame Zhou's misty gaze. Gu Xiao stood on the dock, feeling a profound sense of loss as he stared after the retreating wedding ship. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaowan quietly approached Gu Xiao and whispered, "Please assist Madame Zhou back home." Snapping back to reality, Gu Xiao nodded earnestly and turned to support Madame Zhou as they made their way back. Gu Xiao and Gu Yunhuan accompanied Lady Li and Madame Zhou until they had bid farewell to the departing relatives and friends, escorting Lady Li back to Ruishuan Hall for some rest before returning to their own quarters. Madame Zhou, leaning on Gu Xiao, returned to Qingxin courtyard and settled onto the eastern couch, tears of sorrow beginning to fall. Gu Xiao, sitting at the edge of the couch, watched his mother with concern and comforted her. "Mother, do not worry. The brother-in-law will surely treat our elder sister well." Madame Zhou reached out to embrace Gu Xiao, gently caressing his cheek, and sighed, speaking softly, "If only your father were still alive, how proud he would be to see Yinshan wed. If only he were here, Yinshan. Why must our marriage be so lonely? Why must we dare not even send out half a wedding invitation?" Gu Xiao stood in a daze, murmuring, unsure of what to say. Madame Zhou waved away the maidservants in the room, embracing Gu Xiao as tears began to flow. Yinshan endured so much to marry into the Jin family. If the Jin family were in the capital, such a family would pity my Yinshan. Madame Zhou suppressed her sobs, and Gu Xiao, using his sleeve to wipe her tears, found himself weeping as well. "Mother, mother." After a while, Madame Zhou gradually calmed her sorrow, her eyes red as she looked at Gu Xiao and said, "Shower, you must strive to bring honor to your mother. Your father was a top scholar, achieving fame with his success. You are his only bloodline. A tiger begets no dog. Even if you cannot achieve the highest honors, you must return with the title of Zhuang Yuan to vindicate me." Gu Xiao nodded vigorously. "Mother, don't worry. I will study diligently and return with the title of Zhuang Yuan to bring pride to you." Madame Zhou sighed deeply, embracing Gu Shao once more, tears streaming down her face. As for your father, let us not speak of him. When we returned from the capital to such a rural place, oh, how glorious and prosperous the Zhou and Gu families were in the capital. Shower, the Gu family relies on you now. Your mother is counting on you. We shall return to our grand residence in the capital in due time. Gu Shao nodded incessantly. Madame Zhou lowered her head and gazed earnestly at Gu Shao, saying, sure, focus on your studies and cast aside those frivolous pursuits. Your father was already a successful scholar at 13. You are 12 now. Next year, you must return with the title of Jeyuan for me. Chapter 73. Heartache. Gu Shao was taken aback, swallowing hard as he looked at Madame Zhou, opening his mouth, but unable to articulate a response. Madame Zhou fixed her gaze on him, saying, Shower, promise your mother you won't be distracted by useless things. Concentrate on your studies. Tears welled up in Gu Zhao's eyes as he opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. Madame Zhou's voice grew sharp with urgency. Shower, did you hear what your mother said? Shaking with emotion, Gu Shao finally nodded, tears in his eyes. I heard, mother, I understand. As for the painting, I won't paint anymore. Those frivolous things, what use are they? Shower, you are 12 now. You should understand. With closed eyes, Gu Shao nodded, reluctantly agreeing. All right, I understand, mother, I will stop learning. Madame Zhou sighed with relief, wiping the tears from Gu Zhao's face with a handkerchief. Xiaoya, I only want what is best for you. When you grow up, you will understand your mother's heartfelt intentions. Mother, our ancestors say, painting has its uses. Gu Shao mumbled, attempting to argue. Madame Zhou furrowed her brow, letting out a soft huff before staring at Gu Shao and saying, the ancestors are old and have suffered much. They only wish for your safety. If we follow their every whim, would that not ruin you? Gu Shao was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at his mother, unsure of what to say. Madame Zhou sighed, questioning, what use is painting? Will it help in the county examination? Will it aid you in the palace examination? Can you present a painting before the emperor? Throughout history, has anyone's brilliance been judged by their painting skills? A painter, no matter how skilled, remains merely a craftsman, never rising to prominence. Gu Shao blinked, contemplating her words, and slowly nodded. Madame Zhou softened her expression, gently caressing Gu Zhao's cheek. Shower, you're the last hope for the Gu family. You must restore our family's honor. Cast aside those idle pursuits. Once you succeed, you could do as you please. Your mother's hopes rest upon you. As for Yun Shan, alas, I owe her an apology, but we cannot delay Yun Huan's future. Only through your efforts can your second sister find a good match. Shower, you must strive. A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Zhao's eyes as he nodded earnestly. Madame Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as she carefully wiped away the traces of tears from Gu Zhao's face. She called for a maid to assist Gu Shao in freshening up and arranged for a bowl of bird's nest porridge to be brought to him. After ensuring he had eaten, she instructed the maid to take care of Gu Shao as he returned to the Wutong courtyard to rest. Due to Gu Yunshan's marriage, Gu Shao paused his studies for a few days, resuming only after the return gift ceremony. During lunch, Gu Shao sat beside old Madame Li with his head slightly bowed, mindlessly twirling a cup in his hands. Old Madame Li looked down, smiling as she watched him, then gently said, why aren't you rushing to learn painting from Mr. Lin? Are you daydreaming about your elder sister? Oh, Gu Shao quickly raised his head, nodding. Then shaking it vigorously, no, old ancestor, He abruptly halted, turning to see Madame Zhou gazing at him intently. His gaze dropped as he softly said, old ancestor, I was foolish before, neglecting my studies to pursue painting, wasting a lot of time. Now that I'm older, I understand. I no longer wish to learn painting. I want to focus on my studies. In a few years, I will achieve success like my father and bring honor to you, old ancestor. Li Xianwan suddenly looked up, staring intently at Gu Shao, then quickly turned to the gratified face of Madame Zhou, opening her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. Old Madame Li abruptly turned her head, her eyes flashing with intensity as she fixed a stern gaze on the beaming Madame Zhou, her lips quivering before settling into a firm line. Gu Shao, feeling timid, gently tugged at old Madame Li's sleeve, whispering, old ancestor, did I say something wrong? Old Madame Li looked down at the slightly apprehensive Gu Shao, then turned to Madame Zhou with a wry smile tinged with sarcasm, slowly saying, Shower, the old ancestor is merely surprised. Do not let it frighten you. If you follow your mother's expectations and are constantly in the company of princes, wouldn't you live in constant fear? Gu Zhao's eyes reflected confusion as he looked up at old Madame Li, then followed her gaze to the equally bewildered Madame Zhou. In an instant, old Madame Li seemed to deflate, her posture slumping as she weakly waved her hand. Since you have made up your mind, it is up to you. Madame Zhou exhaled, and Gu Xiao, feeling somewhat despondent, nodded. Old Madame Li gently closed her eyes, her expression softening as her gaze shifted from Gu Xiao to Madame Zhou, contemplating before solemnly advising. Shower, listen well. Since ancient times, the imperial examinations have relied on timing, location, and harmony. Each is indispensable. A successful candidate must possess talent and fortune. Take your teacher, for example. Despite his immense talent, your father surpassed him not. Yet he remains merely a tribute scholar due to his misfortune. In this realm of talent, innate ability and hard work are equally important, while fortune is half in the hands of heaven. Do not set your expectations too high. Let fate take its course. What is meant for you cannot be taken by others, and what is not yours, no amount of effort can procure. Do you understand? Gu Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. Madame Zhou furrowed her brow, reflecting, then smiled. The stories of the sages and books all speak of the hardships endured to achieve success, do they not? The sages toil in their studies, ultimately achieving the status of learned individuals. Pray, tell me, which of these diligent scholars attained success in their examinations without effort, not to mention the highest honors? How many have even managed to pass the imperial examinations? The pursuit of knowledge and the imperial examination are distinct paths. Madame Li let out a dismissive huff, her tone growing stern. Lady Zhou, taken aback, immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Madame Li narrowed her eyes at Lady Zhou, choosing to ignore her, and turned her attention back to Gu Xiao, gently gripping his shoulder as she imparted wisdom. Remember this. Exert your efforts and accept your fate. Allow things to unfold naturally, without undue striving. Gu Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding, while Madame Li concealed her disappointment behind closed eyelids, waving her hand to dismiss everyone. Since Xiao has resolved not to pursue painting any longer, we shall send Mr. Lin back tomorrow. You may leave now. I am weary and wish to rest. Gu Xiao, concerned, looked at Madame Li and asked, Elder Ancestor, may I massage your shoulders? Madame Li's expression softened. Her gaze filled with affection as she stroked Gu Xiao's cheek and replied gently, the Elder Ancestor as well. My Xiao is a dutiful child. The Bodhisattva will bless you and the Gu family. You may go now, attend another lesson with Mr. Lin today, and bid him farewell. Over these past 2 years, I am grateful for his diligent instruction. Gu Xiao quickly nodded, rising to take his leave. I shall return after my lesson to see the Elder Ancestor. Madame Li smiled and nodded, watching as Gu Xiao and Lady Zhou exited before slowly withdrawing her smile. Li Xianwan, seated nearby, cautiously observed Madame Li's expression. After a moment of silence, Madame Li raised her hand, calling out to Li Xianwan, Come, Xianwan, assist me in standing. It is time for my evening prayers in the back hall. Li Xianwan hurriedly approached with a smile, carefully aiding Madame Li as they made their way to the small Buddhist hall. Kneeling behind her, Li Xianwan listened as Madame Li recited the Heart Sutra. Once completed, she helped her to sit on the eastern couch. Madame Li turned to Li Xianwan, contemplating before speaking with a smile. Zhao's father achieved the highest degree at the age of 13. The following year, feeling unprepared, he refrained from taking the provincial examination. 3 years later, he participated and attained the highest honor, followed by the palace examination where he was named the top scholar. 3 honors in total, at merely 18, before even securing a marriage. Li Xianwan listened intently, her heart swelling with pride as Madame Li recounted her family's achievements. Were it not for such accomplishments, how could the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhening, the sister-in-law of the Prince of Renan, have married into our Gu family? Suddenly, Madame Li halted, taking deep breaths. Closing her eyes momentarily, and in a subdued tone, expressed, Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. She gazed out the window, falling into silence. Li Xianwan pondered the weight of Madame Li's words, reflecting on the glory and brilliance of achieving the highest honors at 18, a legacy perhaps only this venerable elder had experienced in history, with any potential successors being mere centuries away. With a heavy sigh, Madame Li turned to Li Xianwan, her gaze softening into a warm smile. Xianwan, your cleverness is cherished, but it is your ability to accept fate that is truly rare. Li Xianwan blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Madame Li, affectionately stroking her hair, remarked, In my youth, I lacked your tranquility. However, yours is an innate quality unmatched by any other. It is no wonder that Master Wei is willing to spend an entire day reciting the Heart Sutra with you. This is your blessing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xianhuan nodded and smiled. I hardly recall the master. Your affection for me is my true blessing. Madame Li laughed, embracing Li Xianhuan gently, and softly praised her. You are a good child, a truly rare gem. Chapter 74. Management. Li Xianhuan nestled comfortably in Madame Li's embrace, remaining silent. With a heavy heart, Madame Li sighed deeply, her voice laden with melancholy. Xiao is so determined to succeed. Alas, it is a good thing, but I cannot help but wonder if it is his blessing or... who can truly know the paths of fate? The Gu family has but one remaining scion. I had hoped for him to live safely and comfortably, a life of leisure and ease. Yet, with our family's weak foundation, relying on others, the Duke of Zhening, the Prince of Runan, who can we truly depend on? It is far better to rely on oneself. Madame Li murmured to herself, and Li Xianhuan felt a slight tension in her body. She pondered whether she should fully grasp the meaning behind such words. After a long silence, Madame Li sighed again and quietly said, one must learn to accept fate and be open-minded. Without attempting, how can one know what is possible? Ultimately, it is all a matter of destiny. Li Xianhuan felt a sense of relief within, silently leaning against Madame Li. Regarding Gu Xiao, it seemed that Madame Li herself was torn, aware of his mediocre talents, yet still harboring a flicker of hope for his bright future. That evening, Li Xianhuan lay on her bed, her mind heavy with thoughts, unable to concentrate on her studies. Regarding Gu Xiao, Lady Zhou held aspirations, while Madame Li, fully aware, still clung to a thread of hope and fate. The imperial examinations were undoubtedly more challenging than the modern college entrance exams. Gu Xiao might manage to become a tribute scholar, but what kind of person could truly succeed in the examinations? The intricacies of this endeavor eluded her understanding. Li Xianhuan tossed on her plush bedding, casting her book aside, and stared dreamily at the embroidered canopy above. Days later, Mr. Lin packed his belongings and took his leave. Gu Xiao seemed to mature suddenly, exhibiting a newfound steadiness, speaking far less, and dedicating himself to his studies late into the night. Lady Zhou could not contain her pride and joy, while Madame Li hesitated, falling into silence. Merely instructing the kitchen to prepare an array of soups and snacks to send to the study and Wudong courtyard, Li Xianhuan became increasingly contemplative, spending her days either sewing in Songfeng courtyard or transcribing scriptures in Ruishuan Hall. In her spare time, she tended to the garden, nurturing flowers and trees. With ample free time, her reading accelerated, and she devoured nearly all the texts in the study that piqued her interest. Seizing the opportunity, she ventured to the library to borrow a few books. When a maid reported this to Madame Li, she fell silent for a moment before sighing softly and instructing the maid to let her borrow them. Li Xianhuan returned to the library every 10 to 15 days to exchange books. After Gu Yunshan's marriage, the responsibilities of the household fell heavily on Gu Yunhuan's shoulders. She bore the burden for over half a month before growing increasingly irritated. Any misstep by the maids could trigger her wrath, leaving everyone on edge. Gu Yunhuan found herself overwhelmed by the endless stream of tedious tasks, questioning when it would all come to an end. With Gu Yunshan married, the elder ancestor had grown older and had not managed household affairs for many years. As for their mother, back when they were in the capital, she would rise early and retire late, ensuring everything was in order. But now, her spirit seemed to wane daily, her ability to manage the household diminishing. And Gu Yunhuan could not bear to push this burden onto her mother. Xianhuan? Gu Yunhuan raised her eyebrows with a sense of pride, feeling that Xianhuan was the most suitable choice. The next day, Gu Yunhuan seized the opportunity to engage with the old lady Li, expressing that managing matters alone was quite overwhelming and that Xianhuan should assist her. The old lady Li chuckled, pondering for a moment before nodding slowly, her face beaming with joy as she remarked, "That's fine. Although Xianhuan is still a bit young, she ought to learn the ropes of managing affairs. In a couple of years, when you're married off and Shower hasn't reached the age to take a bride, the household would surely descend into chaos. Let Xianhuan learn from you first, and when you marry, she can take over for a couple of years until Shower's bride arrives." Gu Yunhuan's eyes sparkled with delight, her bashfulness mingling with happiness, her smile radiant as a flower. The old lady affectionately patted Gu Yunhuan's shoulder, adding, "This matter must be discussed with your mother. Don't rejoice too soon." The following day, old lady Li communicated with Madame Zhou, who showed little concern and readily agreed. Old lady Li summoned Xiaowan, imparted a few words of advice, and instructed her to join Gu Yunhuan every day from the next day onward to learn the management of household affairs at Suiwei Hall. Xiaowan was utterly distressed, unable to find a suitable excuse to decline. Given her position, she had to maintain a low profile in all matters. How could she assert herself in the household and manage affairs? That evening, after bathing and freshening up, Xiaowan confided in Donma and Lan Chu about the old lady Li's command. Donma raised her eyebrows in surprise, while Lan Chu blinked rapidly, contemplating before cheerfully stating, "I think it's a good thing." "What good thing?" "There is nothing good in this," Xiaowan lamented. Donma, regaining her composure, considered Lan Chu's words and nodded in agreement. Lan Chu is right. It might not be as difficult as it seems. Xiaowan fell silent, observing the two, and Donma settled onto the edge of the bed. Xiaowan gestured for Lan Chu to sit on the stool in front of the bed. "Miss, think about it. Young ladies, as they mature, aside from learning needlework and cooking, the most crucial skill is managing household affairs. With the seasonal festivals, weddings, and mourning rites, there are countless customs and rules to navigate. If one does not learn for 3 to 5 years, how would one comprehend it all?" Lan Chu advised, "Seize this opportunity to learn, and no matter whom you marry in the future, you will be well prepared." Xiaowan sighed, leaning back and covering her face with her hands. "I cannot think about the future. I only worry about tomorrow, the day after, and the troubles that will arise from this assignment." Donma smiled at her. "Even if you avoid this duty, you will still encounter those troubles." Xiaowan straightened, looking earnestly at Donma. "Sister Donma, as of now, I have not faced much trouble. If I take on this role, no matter how broad-minded I am, there will always be grievances arising from the duties. I do not mind facing hardships, but I simply do not wish to invite unnecessary troubles. Regardless of your feelings, the elder has given her orders, and you have no choice in the matter." Donma shrugged. Xiaowan paused, her expression turning sour, shoulders sagging. "Then I shall refrain from lamenting. With this spirit, I should focus on managing things better to minimize grievances." Xiaowan lowered her head, nodding weakly. "You are right, Sister Donma. I'm tired today. I shall tackle this tomorrow." Donma smiled, teasingly glancing at Xiaowan. "While you fret here, those who believe that marrying off the eldest daughter means they can slack off should be the ones worrying." Lan Chu nodded in agreement, adding, "You must be cautious of Granny Zhou. Be careful in all matters to avoid giving her any leverage." Xiaowan frowned deeply, sighing heavily. Granny Zhou has indeed been an endless source of trouble. A flicker of annoyance crossed Donma's face, and Xiaowan tilted her head to glance at her, smiling. "Lan Chu is right. We must be cautious. Granny Zhou and our household are simply incompatible. If we can resolve matters, we shall. If not, we must let it be. While we cannot do much to her, she cannot harm us either. Let us coexist peacefully." Donma nodded in agreement, and Lan Chu seemed to recall something, playfully sticking out her tongue. Xiaowan stretched out on the bed and sighed. "All right, I do not wish to read anymore today. I want to sleep." Donma and Lan Chu chuckled as they helped Xiaowan settle in, carefully covering her with the quilt, lowering the curtains, extinguishing the lamp, and quietly exiting the room. With her eyes closed, Xiaowan listened to their departure before slowly opening her eyes, gazing at the dark canopy above, lost in thought. It felt as if it had only been a moment since she arrived in this world, and yet 4 years had swiftly passed. Xiaowan was 10 now. In 6 or 7 years, at most 8, she would be married, and after a year or 2, she would become a mother. The thought of being a wife and a mother stirred within her a sense of excitement. Had she come to this place to fulfill that very purpose? Her eyes sparkled with a smile as she contemplated meticulously the type of person she wished to marry, not someone of high status, as she could not aspire to such a life, nor excessively wealthy, for wealth is best when sufficient. In this world, marrying meant becoming part of family. Yes, she wanted a warm and harmonious household, with a kind mother-in-law and a wise yet unassuming father-in-law, someone who could feign ignorance. Siblings would be fine, as long as they were lovable. As for her husband, he must be honest but not foolish, devoted yet understanding. Xiaowan excitedly envisioned her future, deciding that she would settle in this quaint town. She adored its serene and affluent ambience, picturesque as if painted. In such a town, she could be a beautiful and gentle wife, her eyes closing in contentment. Yes, that would be perfect. Chapter 75. Learning to walk early the next morning. As Xiaowan rose to wash up, Gu Yunhuan sent a young maid to remind her cheerfully, "Cousin, our young lady asked me to tell you not to forget that you are to go to Teiwei Hall today for your lessons." Xiaowan felt a lump in her throat, nodding gloomily in acknowledgement, sending the maid back before heading to Ruishuan Hall with Lan Chu to pay her respects. After breakfast, Madame Zhou kindly reassured Xiaowan, "Do not worry. Just follow Yunhuan's lead. Previously, I was concerned that she might be overwhelmed, so I had Granny Zhou come over daily to assist her. She is well-versed in the household's customs and practices, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask her." Xiaowan quickly stood up, respectfully listening with her hands at her sides, and after bowing to old Lady Li, she departed with Gu Yunhuan towards Suwei Hall. In Suwei Hall, Gu Yunhuan took the seat previously occupied by Gu Yunshan, while Xiaowan sat in Gu Yunhuan's south former place. She glanced at Granny Zhou, who stood upright beside Gu Yunhuan, her demeanor still dignified yet somewhat somber, as if she had not noticed Xiaowan sitting nearby. One by one, the maids approached cautiously to report their matters, while Gu Yunhuan received the account details and promptly handed them to Xiaowan. "Xiaowan, please verify these figures." Li Xiaowan received a series of accounts, meticulously verifying the figures. She then instructed Lan Chu to fetch the annual account books for a thorough comparison, confirming the entries before nodding or shaking her head, ultimately presenting the detailed accounts to Gu Yunhuan. Granny Zhou's gaze was dark as she scrutinized the figures being carefully checked against the old records by Li Xiaowan. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to the maids standing patiently, awaiting their responses. The stewardess presented the kitchen's procurement list, reporting on the expenses for rice and vegetables for the upcoming month. Li Xiaowan reviewed the list passed to her by Gu Yunhuan, cross-referencing the numbers with the account books. Her brow slightly furrowed. Turning to Gu Yunhuan, she remarked, "Second sister with the elder sister married off last month, and Mr. Lin also leaving the residence this month. The expenses for things like Beijing remain unchanged from before." Gu Yunhuan glanced at the stewardess, who quickly exchanged a look with Granny Zhou before smiling at Li Xiaowan and saying, "When it comes to cooking, one cannot be too frugal. We must leave some excess to ensure the various ladies of the house are not slighted." Li Xiaowan regarded her with a smile, yet remained silent, tilting her head to observe Gu Yunhuan, whose expression darkened. She threw the account list heavily onto the ground, glaring at the stewardess with indignation. "Before the elder sister was married, were you always so stingy? There are 7 or 8 ladies in this residence, and now that 2 have departed. Are we still not adjusting the numbers? Or are we merely maintaining an illusion of frugality?" The stewardess fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. Granny Zhou shifted slightly, smiling as she said, "Second miss, please calm yourself. I have vaguely heard the kitchen staff mention that the various courtyards have complained about the meals being insufficient." Gu Yunhuan raised an eyebrow, turning to speak to Granny Zhou, who hastily continued, "The meals from the kitchen must certainly be adequate for the ladies. But our household has always been generous. The maids serving the ladies often share meals with them, and thus it is inevitable that the portions may fall short. Given the current state of finances in the residence, it is only fitting to be more generous. It reflects our household's character." Li Xiaowan smiled at Granny Zhou and then turned her gaze back to Gu Yunhuan, who looked sternly at Granny Zhou. The maid, holding a painting, glanced at Granny Zhou and remarked, "Granny, such statements cannot be made lightly. In our courtyard, there is a clear distinction. The young ladies have their share, and we certainly have ours. You may inquire with the main kitchen. How many meals have we not partaken in there? Surely you would not claim we are eating twice at the same meal?" Li Xiaowan's expression turned blank as she lowered her eyelids. Lan Chu observed her and followed suit, quietly standing with her hands clasped. Gu Yunhuan raised an eyebrow, regarding Granny Zhou with a smirk, while Granny Zhou grew increasingly uncomfortable and irked. Gu Yunhuan picked up a cup, taking a sip of tea before turning to Li Xiaowan with a smile. "This notion of our household's generosity is quite novel to me. When my sister was still at home, we frequented her quarters, yet I never witnessed Zhu and Yu Chui dining with her. I do not have such customs here. What about your Songfeng courtyard? Did Dong Mo dine with you?" Li Xiaowan shook her head with a smile. "Except for the time I was unwell. I have always dined in Ruixuantang." Gu Yunhuan turned to Granny Zhou, speaking slowly. "In this residence, my sister and I have always been strict. There is no generosity, as you claim. Xiaowan and Gu Xiao have always dined in Ruixuantang. I am unaware of which courtyard's customs you are referring to. Granny Zhou's face flushed with anger, and after a brief moment of silence, she pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment. Gu Yunhuan smiled as she scrutinized her for a while before shifting her gaze to the fearful stewardess, commanding, "Return and clarify the accounts before coming back." The stewardess promptly bowed her head, picked up the fallen account list, and cautiously exited. Li Xiaowan sipped her tea slowly, glancing at the pale Granny Zhou. Her mind racing with calculations. Overwhelmed, Li Xiaowan busied herself with her tasks, visiting Ruixuantang each morning to pay her respects before accompanying Gu Yunhuan to Suiwei Hall to listen to the maid's reports. Managing the household was far from easy. The myriad of trivial matters piled upon her day after day. Upon returning from Suiwei Hall and changing her attire, she would then head to Ruixuantang for a meal, accompany the matriarch to the small Buddhist hall to recite scriptures, and subsequently organize old books, documents, and correspondence. Only after dinner could she return to Songfeng Courtyard, allowing herself a couple of hours to read. Li Xiaowan sighed, adjusting her rhythm, pondering when she would have the freedom to arrange her days as she wished. This year, Li Xiaowan had grown taller and appeared more slender than in previous years. The matriarch, noticing her increasingly radiant beauty, became ever more affectionate towards her. Whenever she spotted new clothing styles, she would order them made for both Li Xiaowan and Gu Yunhuan. This spring and summer, their wardrobes exceeded their usual allocations by several folds. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the weather grew progressively hotter. One afternoon, as the matriarch took a longer nap, Li Xiaowan finished her scripture recitation and, feeling a bit free, inquired with Gu Xiao about the texts and essays being taught by Mr. Chun, finding them to follow along. In the summer afternoon, clad in a white silk top and a skirt of white with pale green embroidered orchids, a new style from the capital, Li Xiaowan settled in the side room next to the small Buddhist hall, perusing a collection of essays. This was a compilation by Qian Jiyuan, the current academic officer of the Zhejiang region. The prose was exquisite and remarkable, said to reflect the author's character. Qian Jiyuan, undoubtedly a talented yet eccentric literary figure. Li Xiaowan, feeling disheartened, set the collection aside, realizing Mr. Chun intended for Gu Xiao to prepare for the examination next year. Gu Xiao's writing, much like his demeanor, was earnest yet lacked finesse. To adopt Qian Jiyuan's literary style would likely be a challenge beyond his capabilities. Standing by the northern window, she gazed through the gauzy curtain at the lush greenery of the backyard, contemplating whether to discuss her thoughts with the matriarch. Lost in a reverie, Cui Lian entered the side room, cheerfully announcing, "Cousin, the matriarch has awakened." Li Xiaowan promptly turned, smiling her thanks to Cui Lian, and hurried into the eastern side room. The matriarch was cleansing her face, and Li Xiaowan quickly stepped forward to take the mirror, assisting her in the process. Qiushi brought in tea, which Li Xiaowan served to the matriarch. As the matriarch took a few sips, she looked at Li Xiaowan and asked with a smile, "Are you reading Xiao's essays again?" Yes, Li Xiaowan nodded with a smile, sitting on the edge of the couch, hesitating before asking matriarch, "Do you know someone named Qian Jiyuan?" "Yes, he is the current academic officer of our Zhejiang region, a remarkable talent." "Indeed," Li Xiaowan affirmed with a nod. A few days ago, Gu Xiao mentioned that Mr. Chen advised him to study Qian Jiyuan's work closely, so I sought out a few pieces. They truly are exceptional, with exquisite wording and unique expressions, breathtakingly different and striking. I cannot comprehend how he crafted such phrases and imagery. Li Xiaowan expressed her admiration, and the matriarch chuckled, nodding. Qian Jiyuan is the flower of his class, a distinguished scion of a noble family in the capital. Before he achieved his degree, he was already well known in the city for his talent and eccentricity, often looking down on others. He had visited our residence to pay respects to Gu Xiao's father. Li Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and smiled, pondering that if Gu Xiao were to participate in the examination next year, perhaps he would receive favorable attention and support. Lady Li paused, slightly furrowing her brow as she contemplated, then gently shook her head. "No, Qian Jiyuan's reputation as an examiner has never been particularly good. His temperament is rather peculiar, only appreciating writings that suit his taste. He has always disregarded those balanced and conventional essays." Worrying, Li Xiaowan looked at Lady Li and said, "Ancestral matriarch, Gu Zhao's essays are precisely balanced and conventional. If this is the case, won't it lead to a significant disadvantage?" She continued, "Mr. Chun suggested he read Mr. Qian's collection, perhaps intending for him to adopt such a style? Li Xiaowan shook her head gently and added, ancestral matriarch. No one can emulate Mr. Qian's style. Lady Li knitted her brows, considering for a moment before turning to Li Xiaowan and saying, your concerns are entirely valid. Shower is too earnest, and such bizarre writings are beyond his grasp. Chapter 76. Bringing her out, Lady Li gazed out of the window, deep in thought for a while, then turned to Li Xiaowan, gently patting her hand with a warm smile, saying, do not worry, this matter is not of great concern. After all, Qian Xuezheng has served as an examiner in our region for 4 years. There has never been a precedent for consecutive terms. In a year or two, he will be reassigned, and when the new examiner arrives, Shower can participate then. Li Xiaowan let out a sigh of relief, smiling and nodding her head. In the evening, Lady Li invited Mr. Chun and subtly conveyed her thoughts. Shower possesses a straightforward nature, and his writing must reflect his character, ideally taking on a solid and unpretentious style. Although aligning with the examiner's preferences may offer some convenience, it is ultimately not a long-term solution. Writing should mirror one's character. It is always best to remain true to oneself. Mr. Chun, who is as close to Shower's father as a brother and regards Shower as a son or nephew. I trust you see this as I do. Today, I shall speak plainly in front of you, and I hope you take no offense. Mr. Chun quickly rose, respectfully bowing, replying, your ladyship speaks wisely. It was my folly to think otherwise. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Lady Li, all smiles, urged Mr. Chun to take a seat. Mr. Chun, looking at Lady Li with admiration, remarked, in the past, when I was with Brother Gunyan, I often heard him speak of your sagacity and understanding. Now, having observed for the past couple of years, I find that his words barely scratch the surface. Your insights today have taught me greatly, and I realize I have much to improve in my conduct. Mr. Chun was humble. Lady Li smiled, and after a long conversation filled with respect, Mr. Chun took his leave. The busy days flew by, and in July, Jin Jiang personally visited the Gu family to share joyous news. Gu Yunshan was pregnant. Upon hearing the news, Lady Zhou became anxious. After a few days of contemplation, she reported to Lady Li, drafting a letter to send with Nurse Zhou to the capital, requesting 2 experienced midwives from the Renan prince's residence. She added a note at the end of the letter, suggesting that if a stablewoman from the palace could be requested, it would be even better. By early September, Nurse Zhou hurriedly returned with 2 midwives from the prince's residence. Although they could not secure a midwife from the palace, Lady Zhou felt only a slight disappointment, as the midwives from the Renan prince's residence were not significantly inferior. Years ago, when concubine Cheng gave birth, she had also brought in midwives from her family to assist. Lady Zhou personally treated the 2 midwives to a meal, offering many reminders and generous rewards before instructing Nurse Zhou to escort them to the Jin family. Lady Zhou visited Gu Yunshan almost daily, which left Lady Li with no choice but to summon her and say, the Jin family is also a wealthy clan. Your constant worry will only serve to trouble them. You must consider Yunshan's position as a daughter-in-law in the Jin family. How much burden will this place upon her? Having been advised, Lady Zhou suppressed her concerns and refrained from sending inquiries every day. As autumn faded into winter and the year drew to a close, Gu Yun eagerly awaited the arrival of her husband, unconcerned with Li Xiaowan's words, counting the days with excitement and shyness. By the year's end, her cousin Changku would have been stationed at the border for 3 years, and he might return for the spring festival, perhaps even before the holiday. Li Xiaowan found herself vexed by her impatience, but eventually came to terms with it. Even if Changku learned her true identity, what could he do? She doubted he would dare to shed his facade and admit to his missteps at Fuyin Temple or the matter of the stolen tributes. Such things were hardly significant. As for deceiving him and young Master Zhou, she thought to herself that his thoughts were likely even more unsavory, and perhaps he feared she would expose them. In mid-December, Mr. Chun bid farewell to Lady Li to return home for the new year, while Gu Xiao was on break but did not exhibit the usual excitement of previous years. Instead, he remained dedicated to his studies, immersing himself in reading and writing. Lady Zhou was filled with joy and satisfaction. Li Xiaowan secretly felt melancholic, hoping that Gu Xiao would indeed have the prosperous fate that Lady Li anticipated. The marriage of Yunshan, the absent-mindedness of Yunhuan, Gu Zhao's diligent studies, and Li Xiaowan's silence made the new year for the Gu family feel rather dull. On the second day of the new year, Jin Jiang arrived at the Gu residence laden with gifts to wish them well. Gu Yunshan, pregnant, stayed at home to rest and did not accompany him. The arrival of guests enlivened the Gu household for a day, with Gu Xiao eagerly pulling Jin Jiang aside, inquiring with concern about how his elder sister was faring, whether she was eating well, sleeping soundly, or had been irritable, making Jin Jiang laugh heartily. "Is it any wonder that your elder sister is so fond of you?" Gu Xiao chuckled, while Lady Zhou looked on with delight, calling for Granny Sun to take the two young men to the study, instructing them to discuss the profound texts and essays. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. A few days prior, Mr. Chen had sent word that he would take Gu Xiao to a literary gathering. On the morning of the Lantern Festival, Lady Zhou arranged for a boat and, together with Lady Li, sent Gu Xiao to fetch Mr. Chen to attend the gathering. The atmosphere in the Gu residence during the Lantern Festival grew increasingly serene. The family gathered in Ruishuan Hall to enjoy some Tang Yuan and watch fireworks before dispersing. In February, news came from the capital that Cheng Ku intended to visit Shangli Town to see Lady Zhou. Lady Zhou finally managed to divert her attention from Gu Yunshan's pregnancy, calling Gu Yunhuan and Li Xiaonuan to prepare the Sora courtyard for Cheng Ku's arrival. Gu Yunhuan was ecstatic, casting aside all other concerns, delegating household matters to Li Xiaonuan while she busily supervised the preparations for the Sora courtyard, directing the maids and servants meticulously. Even the slightest dissatisfaction led her to demand everything be rearranged repeatedly. As mid-February approached, Cheng Ku's entourage slowly arrived in Shangli Town, with young Master Zhou in close attendance. Lady Li was extraordinarily pleased and extended a warm welcome to the distinguished guests, while Mr. Chen requested a leave of absence, instructing Gu Xiao to set aside his books and properly accompany Cheng Ku and young Master Zhou. Li Xiaonuan, discreet and cautious, concealed herself in the back courtyard, instructing Dongma and Lan Chu to keep an eye on Gu Yunhuan's activities. Even if Gu Yunshan did not disclose anything, she remained vigilant, ensuring she would notice any changes. On February 16th, it marked the 40th death anniversary of Gu Zhao's father. The Gu family was to hold a 3-day water and land ritual at Lingying Temple. Early that morning, old Madame Li, accompanied by Madame Zhou, Gu Yunhuan, and Gu Xiao, took a carriage to the temple. Cheng Ku also donned plain clothes and followed to pay his respects. Afterward, he and young Master Zhou went to the nearby pagoda forest to observe the stone tablets. By evening, old Madame Li led Madame Zhou and the others back to the Gu residence, where darkness had fully descended. Li Xiaonuan met them at the second gate and assisted old Madame Li back to Ruishuan Hall. The family, exhausted, scarcely touched their meal, and old Madame Li, visibly fatigued, dismissed everyone, urging them to rest as they needed to return early the following day. The next day was another arduous one, and upon returning home, the family exchanged few words, each retreating to rest. Cheng Ku and Zhou Jingran meandered through the day, returning early for dinner. They settled into a corner of the Shaluo courtyard's flower hall, with Zhou Jingran leisurely reading a book, while Cheng Ku reclined on a couch, resting his head on his arm, his brow slightly furrowed in agitation as he gazed at the early blooming forsythia in the sunlit courtyard. Before long, Cheng Ku's servant, Nanhai, rushed into the hall, prompting Cheng Ku to sit upright, while Zhou Jingran quickly set his book aside and straightened up. Nanhai entered with a respectful bow, his face beaming as he reported, "Master, I have gathered the information you requested." Cheng Ku raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across his face, and gestured for Nanhai to continue. Zhou Jingran eagerly moved to the armchair before Cheng Ku, opened and closed his fan, pointing at Nanhai, instructing him to elaborate without omitting a single detail. Nanhai, with a bow, complied and then looked at Cheng Ku, speaking clearly. "In accordance with your order, I sought out Shan Shui, the servant of the young master, to inquire about this matter. Shan Shui informed me that the young lady of the Gu family is surnamed Li, named Xiaonuan, and is 11 years old, 2 years younger than the young master. He only knows that she was brought back by old Madame Li from the capital, but he does not have any further information." Nanhai paused, grinning as he glanced at Cheng Ku and Zhou Jingran before continuing. Shan Shui mentioned that another servant, Yinyan's mother, who is the young master's wet nurse, happened to be resting at home today. Knowing that I am familiar with Yinyan, I brought some fruit and spent most of the day chatting with her. Enough of this irrelevant chatter. Only share what is useful. Cheng Ku interjected impatiently. Nanhai quickly straightened up and continued. Yinyan's mother said that this young lady is a beauty, so exquisite that one cannot help but be captivated. She has blossomed even more beautifully over the past 2 years, and it is said. Chung Ku's irritation flared as he slammed his hand against the couch, exclaiming, "It must be that girl, Xiaowan Li Xiaowan." Zhou Jingran's interest peaked immediately, leaning forward and tapping Chung Ku's shoulder with his fan, his eyes wide with curiosity and eagerness, asking, "What has happened at the temple that has upset you so? How has she deceived you to cause such distress?" Chung Ku swatted Zhou Jingran's fan away in annoyance, retorting, "No, I have told you countless times she did not deceive me. Then what misfortune did you suffer at her hands? Surely she could not have struck you? A delicate little girl like her could not possibly hurt you. So what exactly happened?" Chung Ku turned away, refusing to engage with Zhou Jingran, who, upon broaching this topic, would endlessly pursue it with unquenchable enthusiasm. "Come on, you can share with me. I shall not mock you. Did she scold you? Though that girl is cunning, she seems gentle enough. How harshly could she scold you?" Chung Ku's forehead twitched, and he turned his attention back to Nanhai, demanding, "What else did she say?" Nanhai, suppressing laughter, replied in a strained voice, "The young lady is said to possess beauty like a flower, enchanting enough to hold one's gaze. She has grown even more exquisite over the past 2 years, and they say, did you say she has become even more beautiful? She must be stunning." Zhou Jingran interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement, interrupting Nanhai's report. Chung Ku shot a fierce glare at Zhou Jingran. "There are countless beauties in the palace. Have you not yet had your fill? Those palace beauties are all lifeless. They possess no charm. This girl, however, has a spirit that far surpasses them. I must have her," Chung Ku declared. He turned to Nanhai, opened his mouth as if to speak, paused to think, and then waved his hand, dismissing him. "You may go now. Have Luo Chuan fetch my night attire." Nanhai complied, bowing deeply before exiting. Zhou Jingran hastily added, "Tell Qingping to retrieve my night attire as well." Nanhai acknowledged the request and departed. Chung Ku leaned back, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he said to Zhou Jingran, "If you wish to come, you may, but do not follow me." "How can I not follow you?" "Do not forget, before we left, your aunt specifically instructed me to take good care of you." Zhou Jingran feigned an exasperated expression. "I do not wish for you to follow me. It is merely an obligation you have taken upon yourself," Chung Ku replied, watching Zhou Jingran, who paused, cleared his throat, and leaned closer, inquiring with a smile, "How do you plan to go? By sled or climbing over walls?" "Qingping recently acquired some excellent incense. Should we take it with us?" "What do we need incense for? To drug someone and drag them back? You are a prince. How could you entertain such notions?" Chung Ku remarked disdainfully. Zhou Jingran, still beaming, sat up straight and lightly patted Chung Ku, saying earnestly, "I only think of you. Every time you encounter that girl, you seem to suffer. She is your nemesis. If she remains conscious, you will only face losses. Drugging her is merely to assist you." Chung Ku's forehead twitched in annoyance, and Zhou Jingran promptly held him down, smiling reassuringly. "We shall share in these troubles together." Outside the flower hall, Luo Chuan and Qingping entered, carrying clothes for the two, who proceeded to change attire. Chung Ku turned to Luo Chuan and Qingping, who had already donned their night clothes, and after a moment of thought, quietly instructed, "Go to Songfeng Courtyard." Luo Chuan bowed slightly in response, leading Qingping and following closely behind him, protecting Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran as they exited the flower hall. They stealthily made their way along the dark edges of the wall towards the back garden of the ancient manor. Luo Chuan guided them out of the Sora pavilion, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Cautiously, he led them around the back courtyard until they arrived at a secluded corner gate in the rear garden. Luo Chuan stepped back a pace, surveying the area, as Qingping hurried forward, producing a slender copper wire. In a matter of moments, he deftly unlocked the copper lock of the corner gate, gently lifting the door and pushing it open with utmost silence. Luo Chuan ushered the two inside swiftly, and Qingping followed suit, locking the gate behind them. The group traversed quietly through the shadows, soon reaching the back of Songfeng Courtyard. Chung Ku halted with Zhou Jingran, while Luo Chuan darted ahead, searching along the courtyard wall. Before long, he returned, motioning for the two to follow him to a small corner gate at the back of Songfeng Courtyard. Chung Ku shielded Zhou Jingran in the shadows. As Qingping approached to unlock the gate, Luo Chuan slipped inside, and after a brief moment, emerged to whisper into Chung Ku's ear. Contemplating for a moment, Cheng Ke nudged Zhou Jingran and softly inquired, "Where is the fragrance?" Zhou Jingran raised his brow, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Do we truly manage to capture it?" Cheng Ke, a lump caught in his throat, gritted his teeth in response. "Do you think this is merely a matter of infiltrating the enemy's camp?" Zhou Jingran suddenly comprehended, urgently signaling to Qing Ping, who nodded and retrieved a small box from his pocket, handing it to Luo Chuan. Upon receiving the box, Luo Chuan darted back into the courtyard. Cheng Ke and Zhou Jingran anxiously waited for a quarter of an hour until Luo Chuan finally emerged, signaling that all was well. Cheng Ke and Zhou Jingran entered the courtyard one after the other, while Qing Ping returned to lock the corner gate. Following Luo Chuan towards the window of the main room, Luo Chuan used a dagger to cut 2 slits in the gauzy window, stepping aside to stand guard on either side with Qing Ping. Cheng Ke took a step forward, lifting the window screen to peer inside. Zhou Jingran quickly leaned in as well, both observing the interior of the room. At that moment, it was still early for Li Xianwan to be asleep. She had already bathed and dressed, her hair loosely tied up, wearing a slightly worn green silk outfit, comfortably reclining on the eastern couch, nibbling on dried apricots while engrossed in a book. Dong Mo and Lan Chu sat at the edge of the couch, busy with needlework. Dong Mo set down her embroidery frame and glanced at Li Xianwan, expressing her displeasure. "The young lady works so hard every day, yet from the way Granny Zhou acts, it seems as if you are the one benefiting." Li Xianwan looked back at Dong Mo, a cheerful smile on her face. "Everyone has their own perspective. While you see my toil, others may envy my esteemed position." Lan Chu laughed, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, even my mother says so." After pondering for a moment, Dong Mo chuckled, shaking her head. "The young lady truly works tirelessly from dawn till dusk, without a moment of leisure. Just wait. Once the second miss sees that you can manage, she'll surely become a hands-off manager. Alas, dear lady, endure for a few more years. Once you become a matron, you may find more tranquility." Li Xianwan nibbled on an apricot, laughing. "If you think that way, you will surely be greatly disappointed. Life will never return to the previous ease. Although the days may be busy now, at least we can enjoy some leisure here, chatting together. Once I truly become a matron, who knows how many burdens I will have to bear. I fear even this tranquility will vanish. By your reasoning, it seems the matron and even the old ancestor have it harder than you." Li Xianwan nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Just think, the matron must worry about Gu Zhao's future, about the elder sister's childbirth, and the second sister's marriage. She hardly has a moment of respite. The old ancestor is broad-minded, yet she must bear even more worries. She has to oversee every matter concerning the Gu family, from top to bottom, from past to present, and even while sleeping, she must keep one eye open." Lan Chu giggled. "So according to your view, the higher up one goes, the more burdensome it becomes? Then, the emperor and empress must bear the greatest worries and toil?" Lan Chu truly was clever. Indeed, the most exhausting and thankless job in the world is that of the emperor and empress. Li Xianwan set down her dish, clapping her hands in praise for Lan Chu. Outside the window, Cheng Ke looked on anxiously and resentfully at the lively Li Xianwan, who was preparing to continue speaking. Zhou Jingran wore a peculiar expression, stifling laughter as he turned away, his shoulders shaking slightly with suppressed mirth, before returning to watch Li Xianwan intently. Li Xianwan, observing Lan Chu and Dong Mo, earnestly said, "Consider this. The people surrounding the emperor and empress are all carefully chosen, each one a clever individual. With such a crowd of astute minds encircling the emperor and empress, each scheming to gain favor and advantages, wouldn't the emperor and empress need to remain ever vigilant, unable to trust anyone completely?" Dong Mo and Lan Chu nodded, perplexed. Li Xianwan raised a finger, continuing, "This is point 1. Point 2. The affairs of the realm are managed by minor officials, then by small officials, larger officials, and so forth, until only the gravest matters reach the emperor. Therefore, when the emperor handles these issues, mustn't he exercise extreme caution? For instance, consider a matter concerning river repairs brought before the emperor. If he were to procrastinate, saying he is too tired today and will address it tomorrow, that delay could mean a day lost in repair work, and if rain falls upstream sooner than expected, it might result in a disaster. Furthermore, if the emperor neglects his duties, merely skimming through, and that petition happens to come from a corrupt official seeking personal gain, then a moment's inattention could lead to the suffering of countless commoners, perhaps even resulting in wrongful executions. Tell me, is it an easy task to be an emperor? As she spoke, she reflected on the burdensome nature of such a role, her tone filled with a mix of sympathy and incredulity. Chung Ku listened in stunned silence, wishing he could rush in and cover her mouth, his hand tugging Zhou Jingran as he attempted to leave. However, Zhou Jingran shrugged off Chung Ku's grip, turning back with an amused expression, shaking his head to signal that there was no need to mind her words. He stepped forward, leaning closer to the window to continue observing. Chung Ku, filled with urgency and frustration, paced in circles, yet not daring to forcibly drag Zhou Jingran away. He could only suppress his emotions and lean against the window, peering inside. As the winter waned, Dongma and Lan Chu exchanged glances, casting dubious looks at Li Xianwan. This must surely be another fabrication concocted by the young lady to deceive us, they remarked. Li Xianwan cleared her throat softly, tossed a dried apricot in her mouth, and began to chuckle. After a brief moment, she leisurely said, Lan Chu's words remind me of a humorous tale. Would you care to hear it? Dongma and Lan Chu shared a knowing glance and laughed. Is the young lady about to regale us with another story? Li Xianwan giggled, not quite. I wish to share a jest from our rural life. In our countryside, during the sweltering summer evenings, after dinner, the villagers would gather outdoors to enjoy the cool breeze and indulge in idle chatter. After a long day of toil, they began to reminisce about the prosperous lives of the wealthy. An elderly man, well regarded for his wisdom, proclaimed, I once heard from my great-grandfather that if the emperor were ever hungry, he would simply reach into his bag and pull out a ginseng root to nibble on, which could sustain him for several days. Another old woman chimed in, Oh, I know that too. When the empress is hungry, she merely calls out, Palace maid, bring me a persimmon to eat. With a serious expression, Li Xianwan recounted the tale, causing Dongma and Lan Chu to collapse with laughter upon hearing the punchline. Outside the window, Zhou Jingran was laughing so hard that he could barely stand, nearly sliding down the wall. Chung Ku covered his mouth, shaking with laughter, unable to straighten his back, as he weakly waved to Luo Chuan and Qingping, urging them to hasten towards the corner gate. Once Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran returned to Shaluo Pavilion, they finally let loose, laughing until they struggled to catch their breath. Zhou Jingran straightened up, gazing at Chung Ku, and remarked, That girl, Li Xianwan, truly grows more enchanting by the day. One cannot help but be captivated. Such wit and clarity are indeed rare. As he spoke, Zhou Jingran erupted into another fit of laughter. To think of the emperor in such a light, how amusing. If my elder brother were to hear this, if Prince Chang were to catch wind of it, that girl would be in grave danger. Chung Ku shot Zhou Jingran a sidelong glance, pulling at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Jingran paused, waving his hand dismissively, as if to brush away an unpleasant thought. Let us not mention him. Just the thought of him is disheartening. Little Ku, I intend to claim that girl for myself. I shall send someone to propose to the old matriarch on my behalf. Chung Ku slowly let his smile fade, squinting at Zhou Jingran as he inquired. You wish to make her your primary wife? Do you believe the emperor will consent? Will the favored consort agree? Zhou Jingran shook his head with a wry smile. You know very well that the primary consort has already been chosen. I have no authority in that matter. However, as for a secondary consort, my father has given me the autonomy to decide. Though the status may be lesser, I could bring her into the manor sooner. Aside from the title, I shall ensure she lacks for nothing. Chung Ku's expression darkened gradually, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at Zhou Jingran. After a moment of heavy silence, he asked, word by word, do you want her? Where do you want me? Zhou Jingran's smile froze, and after a prolonged silence, he abruptly coughed, leaping up and spinning in place, pointing his finger at Chung Ku, half amused and half exasperated. What nonsense is this? What are you implying? If you want her, then we part ways. If you want me, keep your distance from her as far as possible. With me here, you should not even entertain such thoughts. Chung Ku fixed his gaze on Zhou Jingran, resolute and unwavering. Zhou Jingran raised his hand to his forehead, gazing at Chung Ku with a troubled expression. Little Ku, let's not forget we are cousins by marriage. Besides, after all these years of friendship, who could be closer than us? What could possibly drive a wedge between us over such a trivial matter? Just a young girl look at you, Chung Ku remained tight-lipped. His eyes narrowed as he continued to stare at Zhou Jingran. Eventually, Zhou Jingran slumped into an armchair, a look of resignation on his face as he regarded Chung Ku. After a long pause, he spread his hands and said, Regardless, That girl is still young. Let us discuss this matter again in a few years when she is older. Surely that will suffice? Chung Ku continued to gaze at Zhou Jingran, still silent. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Jingran, noticing Chung Ku's grim demeanor, jumped up in frustration, pointing at Chung Ku and stamping his foot. Very well, have it your way. I want you, you scoundrel. Zhou Jingran gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he scolded. Chung Ku exhaled, his expression easing as he sat back down in his chair, disregarding Zhou Jingran, who was still fuming and cursing at him. He picked up a cup and leisurely sipped his tea. After the rituals were completed at the ancient estate, the old matriarch sent Gu Xiao to accompany Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran on their leisurely stroll around the town. Li Xiaowan continued to rise early to pay her respects at Ruishuan Hall. After breakfast, she fixated on Gu Yunhuan, insisting on accompanying her to Cuiwei Hall. If she did not go, neither would Gu Yunhuan. On days when Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran happened to remain indoors, Li Xiaowan would use the old matriarch as an excuse to drag Gu Yunhuan to the small Buddhist hall at the back to copy scriptures. Exiting Ruishuan Hall, Gu Yunhuan paused, glaring at Li Xiaowan and said, I have a headache. I am unwell and must return to rest. Li Xiaowan, with a radiant smile, replied casually, I too have a headache. I am also unwell. Let Dongma go inform our ancestors and summon some doctors for us. You. Gu Yunhuan pointed at Li Xiaowan, exasperatedly stamping her foot. Li Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, grinning broadly at Gu Yunhuan. The latter, now irritated, remarked, You used to be so perceptive. What has changed these past few days? Where did you learn to be so unlikable? Li Xiaowan cheerfully approached, taking Gu Yunhuan's arm, and softly said, Sister, without you by my side, I am quite frightened. Those matrons are all so formidable. When you're not around, I become so nervous that I can hardly read the numbers. Oh dear sister, I cannot manage without you. Reluctantly, Gu Yunhuan allowed herself to be led by Li Xiaowan towards Cuiwei Hall. Chung Ku and Zhou Jingran had lingered for 10 days without any intention of leaving, which only served to heighten Li Xiaowan's frustration. She dared not show a hint of her vexation, lying in bed each night, praying to the Buddha for a swift return of the two to the capital. At the hour of shun, Li Xiaowan was in the garden behind the small Buddhist hall, directing the young maidservants to transplant an orange tree. Lan Shu, with beads of sweat on her forehead, cautiously approached, standing behind a pile of rocks at the garden entrance, beckoning to Li Xiaowan. Casting a quick glance around, Li Xiaowan strolled over. Lan Shu, her eyes filled with urgency, leaned in close to whisper in Li Xiaowan's ear, Today, it was my turn to do needlework by the pavilion near the lotus courtyard. I just saw the second miss leave with Shurqin towards the front courtyard. I took a shortcut to intercept you. It seems the second miss did not notice me at all. Shurqin looked at me oddly and said, I am accompanying the young lady to patrol the front courtyard. I hurried to report to you. Has the young master returned? Li Xiaowan asked, furrowing her brow. Lan Shu paused, shaking her head. I do not know. Uncertain of his return, Li Xiaowan felt a surge of frustration. It appeared Gu Yunhuan had concocted a rather absurd excuse for this so-called patrol, as that was the front courtyard, and what could there possibly be to inspect? Glancing at the situation, it was evident that Chung Ku had returned early today, quite unexpectedly. Li Xiaowan felt her temples throb with irritation. She gestured for Lan Shu to wait and hurriedly turned back into the house, seeking out Cuilian. In a hushed tone, she instructed, Sister Cuilian, when our ancestor awakens, please let her know that the second miss has sent someone to summon me. I must go see the dried fruits prepared for the young master to take away. I will return after I have checked on them. Cuilian hurriedly rose to her feet, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Li Xiaowan, accompanied by Lan Shu, steadied her pace as they exited the gates of Ruishuan Hall. Taking a turn, she guided Lan Shu, lifting her skirt, as they dashed along a shortcut towards the Sha Luo pavilion. Upon reaching a corner not far from the pavilion, Li Xiaowan halted, breathless, and instructed Lan Shu, ahead lies the Sha Luo pavilion. The matron on duty at the outer door is one of ours. You must feign simplicity and claim you are searching for the second young Mississippi. Let's see how they respond. May the Bodhisattva bless us. If we can arrive there ahead of them, all will be well.